promise you honestly I wouldn't use them against you unless I thought it'd be fun. So I sit at home alone in your t-shirt. I'm wondering where it went wrong when you always said it, how you liked me better than anyone. We cannot talk, we cannot just shrug or dust it off, or is that thought? 'Cause I cannot pretend I am your friend, I am your nothing. I don't feel bad, I don't feel anything. I don't feel anything. I don't feel anything. I don't feel bad, I don't feel sad, I don't get mad, 'cause I don't feel anything. And you're sending texts like you are writing up your thesis. I don't have the faintest idea why you would be hung up on me when you were the one who said it, that we had to end it. We cannot talk, we cannot just shrug or dust it off, or is that thought? 'Cause I cannot pretend I am your friend, I am your nothing. I don't feel bad, I don't feel anything. I don't know what you want, I don't know why you call. We've been here before, so go on back to her before you wake up in the morning regretting all the texts you're sending. Heard other lines before, I romance, but I see that you're typing. So go on back to her before you wake up in the morning, 'cause this is just getting boring. I don't feel anything. I don't feel anything.
When I see you, I can't help but fall back into my emotions. 'Cause all the good times that we had is flooding like an ocean. Sometimes I wish we made it through the summer. I never thought I'd lose my homie, love a friend, but it's over. I'm falling in the deep end. I cannot swim. I'm falling fast, falling in the deep end. I cannot swim. I'm falling fast, falling in the deep end, deep end, deep end. I'm falling in the deep end, deep end, deep end, deep end. I'm falling in the deep end, deep end, deep end, deep end. I'm falling in the deep end, deep end. When I see you, I can't help but fall back into my emotions. 'Cause all the good times that we had is flooding like an ocean. Sometimes I wish we made it through the summer. I never thought I'd lose my homie, love a friend, but it's over. I'm falling in the deep end. I If I heard that you 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 way I live life. said that you
لحظات البداية عاشت معنا، كنا نحسبها وقت للتسلية بس، نحسبها بس ذكريات.
عبود أعطي أختك اليد يا ولد.
ابتكرنا فيها ابتكارات، وإذا بغينا قلبناها خرافات. كنا نحسبها بس لمة وصحبة وسهرات،
انتبه نوب ترى نوب.
لكن كنا نشوف عالم ما أحد يشوفه.
ليت يشغل وقته بشيء يفيده.
الله عليك على اليد سود.
عالم كبر وعاش فينا، عالم الحماس فيه يوصلك كل مرة لحلم أصعب، بس ما يصعب عليك. بارد معك وين ما تروح.
welcome to another Riyadh Roundtable. We have our boys from OG, BZM, and Tomato. How are you, gentlemen? Welcome. We're going to talk about not Dota. What do you want to talk about?
Not Dota.
Yeah, not Dota. This is about you. This is about life. This is about anything but Dota.
Uh-huh. Yep.
Yeah? What's going on?
You like High Show Speed?
Do you like cats?
You like KSI?
I've watched him. I think it's pretty interesting.
He's good, right?
It's pretty interesting how they've grown so much
Cool
so
Sideman?
quick. Yeah, for sure. I mean, Dota streamers just don't get that big, you know? I mean, nobody cares.
Nobody cares.
Why?
Because why would anybody care if Sepp has a baby in the meantime, you know? Like,
What? Where did that come from? That straight out of left field on that one.
I mean,
Dude, you want to talk about that?
No. I'm just saying that people have other priorities other than Dota, you know? It's not like...
That's some
why we're-
drama. Is everything okay?
No, that's why we're talking about not Dota, right?
Yes, that's true. That's true. Would you ever have a
Because
baby?
Dota is not every... No.
Would you ever have a baby?
Would you have a baby?
I don't, not now. Not now, guys.
Why not?
Many reasons, many reasons. I can go into detail, but
Okay.
I think it's pretty obvious.
What would you name your baby? Baby ZM?
Duncan.
Baby,
Well, we're gonna pour this one out for little Duncan.
What's wrong with it?
That's a strong name.
So why are you laughing?
I'm not laughing at all. It's a strong name.
What if it was a girl? That's a hard one.
Barbara.
Barbara. Okay. Where are you coming from with these things?
I mean,
What kind of dad would you be, BZM? Would you be a nice man or would you be an angry man?
I mean, I don't know, just when you say Duncan, it's like
What do you
I imagine some badass that beats people up. You know?
Duncan? Yeah. That's a badass who beats people up.
Yeah.
That's cool,
Duncan
man.
Bogdanov.
He may ever go to jail, but he would be cool, you know?
Why is your kid going to jail, bro?
Because Duncan sounds like a guy that beats people up, you know?
Okay. Maybe you should wait on that baby for a while, but that's the first thing you're thinking about is your kid going to
Okay.
jail. That's not good, bro. Anyway, do you like cats?
Yeah, they're nice.
Do you have a cat?
I used to.
What was it?
What happened?
Mina.
Nina.
She was a nice kitty.
That's nice. What's been going on in your life, sir?
Me.
Since the last time I talked to you, you've been officially added to the team. Congratulations.
Thank you very
Yeah,
much,
yeah, yeah.
good sir. Thank you very much.
Yeah.
I moved places. I live alone now. I don't have any clean laundry. I'm very hungry. I skip breakfast.
Oh no.
What else new in my
Where
life?
did it go wrong?
I lost like 300 MMR.
Oh no.
Remember when I said don't double down?
Yeah.
I fell victim.
Yeah. You
I have
doubled
to
down a
admit,
lot.
I have to come clean. I've been abusing it. I bought like 3 double downs, like 68 double downs.
Damn.
Only losses, of course.
Damn.
So yeah, like if you come up with a way to fight that addiction, you can let me know.
The double down addiction?
Yes.
I mean, when do you double down? Do you look at the draft and you're like, oh yeah, we got this, or is it just every game?
First I think about it, and then I lose the games that I put thought into it, and then I'm like, you know what? I'm just double down every game. Right?
Oh no, that's
What?
not how you do it, bro.
Like, the thing is, like once you live through a double down game, then you don't double down, and it's just not as exciting.
Sure.
So
That's not good.
it
That's
doesn't-
like,
I know. I need
this
help.
is like going to the casino.
I'm asking for help.
yeah, okay.
I'm seeking for
I can
help.
hook you up with Artur knows some
Okay.
places.
Okay, okay. Do you double down? You a double downer?
Sometimes.
Sometimes you think about it.
I'm not a psycho like him.
You just do it every game.
Nah, he does it every game. But
Oh man.
me, I put thought into it.
Okay. What's like the number one sign that like, yeah, this is I'm gonna win this game?
If it's, if it's over like plus 20, you don't double down if it's like plus 10.
Oh, so you do it based on how much you have to gain, not even the hero picks or anything.
Yeah, I mean the second one is the hero picks.
Oh.
But you don't
okay.
want to double down if you lose, you're gonna lose like 80.
Yeah, that's true.
And you're gonna gain like 20.
That's rough.
taking notes here.
That's
All
like
right.
I play for not losing. I don't play for winning. You know?
Oh, that's a very healthy way to think
that's
about
a hot
Dota.
take, that's a
a
hot
good
take.
quote right there. Fantastic. So what have you been doing in your life, outside of Dotes?
Outside of those.
Yeah.
Ah.
Did you move anywhere? Are you lonely? How's the laundry?
I graduated.
You graduated?
Yeah,
From what?
from school.
Well, what kind of school?
Normal.
Normal school?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
High school.
Oh, sweet. Congratulations. You think about getting more education, or you done so?
Probably not.
No, I
I
don't
mean,
think so.
I don't know. Depends.
Depends. If you could have any job, what would it be? Dream job. Besides this, of course. You're living the dream right now.
Honestly, like dentist.
Dentist?
Yeah.
Why?
It's free money.
How is that free money? That's the opposite of free money, bro.
Well, you're saying dream job. I mean, I'm excluding the studying part, you know.
But dentist is the first hit for dream job? What appeals?
Okay, second is like
I'm not flaming you. I just want to genuinely
wanna-
understand what
I
about
can be like,
dentist is cool.
I can be like a miner.
You could be a miner?
Yeah, I go into the mines
Oh, okay. Cool.
and dig. You know, like minesweeper.
These are very, blue collar jobs, but bless you. Most people say, like a billion-dollar business owner. My man just wants to be a dentist and a miner.
No, I don't know. It's just like two jobs.
Yeah, that's cool. What would you mine for?
I can also be like a
What else?
interviewer like you know.
Oh, you don't want this job, trust me.
You don't want to be here.
If this is any indication, you do not want this job.
Okay, man.
Okay. Ooh,
Keep flaming yourself.
I'm not flaming. It's all good. You guys doing any other fun activities outside of Dotes? Playing any other games? Any sports? Any hiking?
Ping pong.
Ping ponging?
Yeah.
Yeah, you guys play what do you do as a team? How does an OG get together and have fun?
We usually don't.
Okay. Why?
We fight each other
We
sometimes.
fight each other. Yeah.
In what way?
I mean, we kick each other. Like,
You guys kick.
Yeah,
Strangle.
yeah.
like,
Okay.
Physical.
That's cool.
It's quite
Wrestle a little.
Little blacklist international stuff going on there?
Yeah, some of that.
I mean, it's behind the scenes.
no gloves
so-
though. No gloves needed.
Gracious me. My goodness. Okay, the team dynamics have changed a lot since you
I mean,
joined
most
the
of
team.
the time, it's mutual. You know, like
Yeah.
it's.
If you guys had to 5v5 another Dota team that's here, who do you think you would beat?
He keeps going around and telling his own team, he's like, I could one-tap you. And I want to fight him now. Because I think he's a fraud.
Yeah, I mean, you can actually shoot us fighting. It's actually.
This is a toxic work culture,
He said,
man.
I'm two-shot.
I'm too shot.
Yeah,
I can
he's
one
too shot. You
you.
look at him.
Two-shot.
How does this come up? Like, when do you say that to them? Like at breakfast or when they're playing? Do you whisper it in the back of
I don't know
their ear?
when I'm in the mood.
When you're in the mood. Okay.
Yeah.
How often is that?
I mean, 1 hour ago I was. Now I'm back. You know, like
Sometimes
you
he's
brought
feeling
it
a
back.
little frisky. That's
You
it.
brought it back.
Okay. All right. Cool. What are your guys' dreams?
Dream.
Life.
in life?
I want to have a bakery.
I wanna ride a pony.
You're so cringe. Insane dice.
Why?
What do you want to ride? How's your
Okay,
dream
a
to ride a
unicorn.
pony? A unicorn.
Yeah.
That's even more cringe.
Well, we all have dreams. I hope you and Duncan get to ride your unicorn.
Yeah,
Duncan,
you and little Duncan. You and little
Little
Duncan.
Duncan. Hope you get your bakery. What would you sell at your
Thank
bakery?
you, good sir.
What would you
What did you
sell?
say?
What do you mean a bakery? Bread, of course. What is this question?
Like, you're
Just
gonna
bread.
specialize in-
Just bread. I like
Just
bread.
white bread.
Bread, no, like all colors of bread and all shapes of bread and
Yeah, 50 shades
warm
of
bread.
bread.
Yeah, 50 shades of
Oh,
bread.
great. All right. Well, guys, I feel like I learned way too much about you. Thank you so much for this
you.
great interview. It's been quite a joy. Hope you've
If
enjoyed
Duncan
this.
watches this, I love you.
We love you, Duncan. Daddy loves you.
Thank you.
Okay? If you're watching this from inside of Tomato's Bakery, just remember where it all started. Thanks a lot for watching, guys. We'll see you next time.
You ever wondered how a Hollywood movie is shot? On a Sony. You review it on a Sony. And how do you make that sound epic? You record it on a Sony. Lunch break on a Sony. So why wouldn't you watch it on a Bravia by Sony?
Have you got what it takes to get to the top? It doesn't matter how high you climb. To reach the top, even the biggest champ needs a break. So you can recharge, dive back in, and dominate. Have a break. Have a Kit Kat.
Dude, OG are owning right now.
Yeah, but I don't know. It's the Riyadh Masters. Spirit always win this. I just don't think any team can beat them.
We've gotten quite a bit of surprises, but I mean, you're probably right. Oh,
Oh,
hello
hey.
there. Welcome. This is day 3, Esports World Cup here in Riyadh in casual 47 degrees, of course. We're trying to protect ourselves, but it's just fine. We'll be able to chill out here. We've got some really good games upcoming.
We do. And we have for Group A, OG and Spirit topping it. Whereas for Group B, we have Tundra and Extreme Gaming topping their group. And yeah, I've heard Tundra have been doing some interesting picks.
Yeah, we've had quite a bit of interesting heroes, some Carry Broodmother that I think some of us expected. We've had a lot of Strength Morphling, and then some ET Core in the offlane. It's a treat for at least these, specialists and getting to watch some of these funner heroes.
Yeah, a lot of things are happening in Dota in the Riyadh Masters, so I hope you're excited for another action-packed day.
Welcome to Riyadh Masters here live from the Esports World Cup, where we are ready for another day filled with the best game here in Riyadh. A little biased there's a lot of games, but Dota 2, of course, what I'm talking about. And to do all that, to talk about all the games that are going to happen and have happened, I've got a wonderful panel with me here. Kezu, how are you doing this morning? Afternoon?
Doing pretty good. Had some lunch with you, of course.
Yes.
Some coffee. We walked around in the high heat, but overall pretty good. Excited for the games.
Yeah, how are you doing, Effie? I saw you. It was pretty windy out there today.
It was like blowing. We recorded it so many times. It was like the hair was going into my mouth. I was like, welcome. I'm good, though.
How are you doing today, Gunnar?
I'm good. I'm excited for this match.
Yeah.
I really like both the teams. I'm a big Aurora fan, so hoping good things for 23.
Good things for 23. We'll see if it will happen. Of course, he's talking about Dota, but first let's talk a little bit not about Dota, because we're here where there's so many games going on at the same time here at the Esports World Cup. There's going to be 21 games over the course of 8 weeks, and we're like in week 2 only. And there's 3 games going on at the same time. And yesterday, you might remember that we mentioned that Arteezy has some fans in Mobile Legends Bang Bang. We looked up which players are here that have copied Arteezy's, well, name, sort of. It was first done by Kyle Teasy.
But he did it. Why is it TSY? You know, the other ones have it correctly.
It's a typo, I think.
Okay. Anyway, because Kyle Teasy, he's my favorite.
We saw him yesterday, Kyle Teasy, Falcons
he was popping off.
player.
Together with Boxy the King.
True, Boxy the King. You know, they have good names. You know, they're popping off. MLBB.
Yes.
Even when I swapped from Hon to Dota, you know, I was looking at like Arteezy and watching Weha stream. So, you know, I'm not too surprised. It's like 8 years later, but, you know, he still has the fans up there.
Yeah, and of course, they're playing Mobile Legends Bang Bang, which is going on right now. We're going to see if Purge can... I don't know. I mean, it would be cool to find some of the players, but we'll get to that. And if we are able to find them, we, of course, keep you up to date. But, of course... Mobile Legends Bang Bang and Free Fire, which is also going on right now. All the clubs that are participating in those games and in Riyadh Masters, of course, as well, they're participating for the club championship. And we want to tell you a little bit more about that.
Introducing the Club Championship. Here's how it works. Each club will have the opportunity to field its rosters across multiple titles. The clubs finishing in the top 8 across each of the 21 titles will receive points based on their placement. For a chance to qualify for the Club Championship, a club needs to place in the top 8 in at least 2 competitions. For a chance to win, a club must finish first in at least 1 competition. Once the tournament has concluded, the top 16 clubs will take a share of the $20 million prize pool, with the first place team claiming the title of the first ever Esports World Cup Club Champion, as well as receiving a staggering $7 million in prize money.
So much money on the line in the Club Championship, and right now Falcons, same as yesterday as we saw, they are still on top. Both them and T1 have won one of the championships, but I feel like it's only week 2, guys, because this is like nothing.
Yeah, I mean, we don't really know anything yet. You know, the one thing for T1, I don't know exactly how many teams they have, but they're under Falcons and they already used their Faker trump card. So
they did.
I don't know if they have as many other gods in their other games, but, you know, we'll just have to wait and see.
We'll just have to wait and see. I don't know how many Fakers trump cards a game can have, because I do believe that guy is pretty unique.
He's okay, yeah.
He's all right.
He dabbles, you know. This is the esports thing, kind of his thing. But we are going to focus on our own Fakers in the making, potentially. We have got Riyadh Masters here, and we have had a lot of games. Guys, there's so many games going on at the same time, and I don't blame you if you missed the majority of it, because it's just a lot to take in. But I do feel like Gunnar, we have not really seen anybody proper dominate, right?
Yeah, I think it's a very even playing field right now. Even the teams, I think, that are at the bottom of the group still feel like they can fight.
Yeah.
So it's really fun to watch, and you never know, because Falcons going to the tournament, everyone expected them to just crush everything in 4-0 or 2-0 every single series, but they actually had a rough day 1, and even day 2, I think they kind of started coming back, but it's kind of anyone's game right now.
Anyone's game. Yeah, yesterday they only had 1 series, so we don't really know if they're back. Today will be a bigger test for Falcons. Effie, what did you take away from the past few days that we've seen?
For me, I think in this tournament, the Plains meta kind of felt established towards the end, and I thought those heroes would be the heroes that would, carry on into the group stages. But that wasn't the case at all, right? Because all of a sudden, Brood is becoming first ban material, and people are flexing her to carry an offlane. And we're seeing Sand King in almost every game now. When the first few times we saw Sand King in this tournament, it was pretty underwhelming. We were looking at it, we're like, what is the appeal here? But then yesterday we see an incredible performance from Laurel on that Sun King, and we see what the hero can do and why so many teams are trying to force it into their drafts in the initial phases.
Yeah, I mean, Dota's just a lot about like the small things and how you make heroes work. Like it's like a different item build, a different complementary hero to make stuff work. So like Mira mentioned, we saw the SK in the play-ins look bad. Here it looks really good. Other heroes like Bad Rider as well, they were like 0-4. Now they're actually winning and looking good. So there's always going to be a change up when you go with like all the best teams in the world when they join the tournament.
For sure. I'm sure we haven't seen half of it just yet. As in, we're actually about halfway right now. So we have not seen half of it yet, but we have had a lot of cool plays. And I think a lot of things are changing, but a couple of things stay the same. For example, cool Enigma black holes. I don't think you can top those. I'm sure we're going to see at least one of those in our upcoming Remco top 5 plays.
They're not afraid to try and find the fight.
They get a two-man hook shot.
For the two of them. They get the cogs down to Supernova as well. Look at the push forward and be able to
Black
take
hole
down
three.
with a 3-man black hole. It's a beautiful one from Malik as they get the clean up. I mean, they'll take that any day of the week.
Q setting up on Skidder. Skidder's got some help coming in from the backside. Here comes the Epi and the Burrow strike. Maureen landing on 2. He found Kingslayer with it to boot. And they'll take down Jabs on top. A triple kill for Maureen, as it might just be an Ultra in a second. Q also caught. No chance of survival. There's an Ultra for Maureen. Smoke is out though. Ramsey's getting a nice arena spear out right onto Mickey though. He gets the BKB in time, but the Earth Splitter, it did land Mickey. He's very low, but he'll get the static link off Ramses. Ramsey's the one in trouble. Ramses is down. Meanwhile, Aurora out. They caught Pure with that. The TB is gone. 33 will take him out as now Thompson. Thompson up drop as well. A full team wipe. Team Liquid, my goodness.
About to spawn in as Fishman, he gets caught, couldn't get off the
buyback.
Glimmer Cape, but now here they go. There's gonna be the bunch of black hole on Tattoo. The follow-up stuns are beautiful as Watson cleaves right through them. 9 falls as collateral. Everyone else needs to try and run for their lives. Initiated, okay, from behind goes Doom, but he actually gets caught by the Ice Path. Now he's gonna be hit by the Doom as well, so he's not gonna have any heals. Watson trying to get on top of someone as he does manage to get a Dismember now onto the Doom as Ramses. He drops the second Doom though. Kataomi, he's dying. This Macropyre, the double Macropyre is just too much entity. They are all melting.
Holy.
3 dead just like that, as the Maiden is gonna be the last to go.
Ooh, quite a couple of highlights there featuring Tundra. They, of course, had a very good day yesterday, going 3-1. And what we're seeing, and what I'm sure we're going to see in our Pepsi reactions as well, is that everybody's really invested in their games that they're playing, which is normal. But I want to hear, Gunnar, when there's 4 series of games going on at the same time, how much attention do you spare for other things going on?
Not really too much, especially if you have to be like at the arena early. You'll maybe play a warm-up scrim before you come, but at that point you kind of watch the games for fun.
Yeah.
I think anytime you watch live games as a player, it's for entertainment more than anything. You got to like break down the replays if you really want to learn.
And do you do that? For example, the players have 1 series break, right? What do you think they do in that case?
If they're playing 2 a day, it's usually just preparing for the next one.
Yeah.
If you have like a drafter and a coach, they'll kind of talk back and forth, figure out what they want to do with the drafts and the bans. But usually the best thing is to get mentally in a good state. If you have any pregame rituals or whatever you need to do, you kind of get that done and just get ready for the next.
Yeah, all the players here on our screen do seem to be ready. They were ready for their games. We see a lot of smiles there as well. And we talked about it before, but we had a lot of split results so far in the groups. Effie, we can take a look at the group standings as well. Overall, which team are you expecting that we haven't seen the best of just yet?
The best of just yet. Honestly, Team Liquid. Probably, because the series that we covered yesterday on the mainstream, we did see a glimpse of their, full form, their full momentum in that game 2 versus PSG Quest, but they kind of looked so disconnected in that game 1. And Team Liquid is a team that when they are playing in their top form, they're playing together. They nail their drafts, they nail their communication, they look incredibly dominant, right? They're probably one of the fastest teams that have played competitive Dota in a few years now, and it just doesn't seem like they're at that point yet.
Yeah, I feel like maybe both Liquid and Gaimin, they're like in this middle spot. I would expect both of them to do well. I would rate Gaimin at least higher than Liquid. I think there's a higher chance for Liquid to have like this disconnect more often. But I would say it's a fast-paced patch. You want to play with good lanes and then kind of rotate and take it from there. And those two teams should be very good on this type of patch.
Yeah, I'm very curious also to see how BB Team continues. Because for Group B, I know we only have 1 series in Group B today, but I thought that the group would look a little different already on day 3. We'll see, though, how that progresses again. Group B only has 1 series, so maybe today we can't learn too much about that. As we also not yet can learn who has the best shot of taking that first place, and therefore $1.5 million. We just saw the prize pool, crazy. There's also a portion about the prize pool that I think that people maybe not be too familiar with just yet. And of course, I'm talking about the keys. Every time you see a team walking on stage, the captain, the leader, will carry a little triangle with them, and that is a key. Let's learn about that.
The Esports World Cup is a unique tournament and will have a very unique trophy system, consisting of keys, game trophies, the Club Championship trophy, and the totem. Introducing the key. This symbolizes a participant's right to compete in Riyadh. Each team or player will receive a personalized key consisting of the inner key and the outer frame. Winning a competition earns you a game trophy. A champion's key will be inserted inside. The frame will be placed into the totem. A physical block on display in Riyadh, serving as a progress bar of the Esports World Cup. The totem will remain in Riyadh as a chronicle of the Esports World Cup history. Those who get eliminated throughout the competition must give up their keys and see them crushed. Their broken keys will be tossed into the totem and encased in resin, symbolizing those that tried to win but fell short. However, as an additional privilege for winning, each game's champion gets to select 3 opponents' keys to be encased in the base of their trophy as an additional, more personal prize. Losers will go home with their keys replaced with a token that marks where they ended their journey. Witness history unfold at the Esports World Cup.
They get to hold on to their keys for now. Don't worry. They get to keep them until the playoffs start, until the eliminations happen. Even if you start in the upper bracket, you still have a series that you can hold on to them. Actually, that also means that only teams in the lower bracket can claim other people's keys. Is that how it works, Hezu?
I believe that is how it works.
That's
yes.
how it works. Okay, so you got to...
If not, my bad.
You got to be the Grim Reaper at that point, seeing how many keys you can collect in a lower bracket run. To get to the lower bracket, or to even get to the bracket, you do need to do well in the group stages, and we are in the middle day of our group stages. And again, there are 4 series going on at the same time. We're not able to keep track of everything, but Purges.
Thank you, Cheever. For the Jamil Motorsport match of the day, I think Stream B is the one to watch. It's because we're going to be watching LGD play up against Team Spirit. Team Spirit's very good, obviously, but LGD was an inch away from being eliminated in play-ins. 1 team fight, 1 lost game, anything like that. So I think that match is going to be really important for LGD going forward in this tournament and getting more confidence. But while we're here in the Jamil Motorsport building, there's a lot of cool stuff to do. We've got racing sims. If you ever want to beat a child at video games, this is a really good place to do it. Lots of opportunities here to play racing sims. Games to play, food to eat. We have a go-kart indoor racing track over here to my right that you can watch it through the windows, and even more RC car racing. Lots of fun things to do, but keep an eye on Stream B for that really important match for LGD.
We will keep an eye on Stream B, but first, we are keeping an eye on Stream D, Gunner.
I think the big ones are, I think all these games are really interesting, actually. The big ones I would talk about would be the second one, the Entity. I think Entities look really good. I'm a fan of Astini, as he was my coach earlier in the year. And Maus, I think they kind of struggled, so that's the big game for me.
Yeah, but Maus, when they play well, they've shown us that they have their own identity. For Stream C, I'm probably looking at this Aurora versus Heroic match, because I think that Aurora is a team that is capable of beating any team on a good day, and they just haven't shown us that yet. And Heroic topped their group and they looked incredible. They lost yesterday, but I still think they're capable of a lot.
Yeah, I feel like Stream B has a couple of bangers, you know, Team Spirit versus Heroic. I would say Heroic did very well in their group, and yesterday didn't look too hot, so Spirit a little bit of a favorite for me. Then we have XGWBG versus Tundra Esports. Honestly, I think Tundra are incredible and perhaps still underrated. They're doing a lot of cool stuff. And then LGD versus Spirit, you know, the match of the day, as Purge said, so bangers only.
Bangers only on Stream A, as well as we got BB Team versus Team Liquid later on today. Super excited for that, as I think both of these teams we still haven't seen in their best, and maybe they can bring it out with each other. OG versus Gaming, also super exciting, but let's be real, guys. First series of the day, OG versus Aurora. It's time to start focusing on those two, because I don't know what's going to happen, because both of these teams coming in, Effie, both of these teams, I thought were going to land in the middle of the pack.
I actually expected a little more out of Aurora than where they're at now, because let's not forget that this iteration of Aurora is basically Talon from last year's Riyadh Masters that got 3rd place, with the exception of their mid player being changed to Lorinov. And this team has so much international experience and has done so well the last year that them being in the middle, very disappointing. We'll see though. OG on the other hand, they haven't had the best year, but they've been on the up and up. They've been playing some really interesting tempo strategies. They have a lot of really cool picks that look like only they can pull off, and I think they're the favorite in this matchup.
They definitely look very good in the groups also. Thank you, Jamil Motorsport, for, of course, getting those players here on time. And Kazu, before I'm going to let you talk, it's first time to learn a little bit more about OG's road to Riyadh.
OG is a team that has really done it all, from winning TI to not managing to qualify for events. As an organization, they've achieved incredible success, while also at times struggling massively. Their roster has been similarly turbulent, but recently they seem to have stabilized with a refreshed roster that's making OG look stronger than they have been in a long time. They've got Tomato, BZM, Whisper, Ari and Seb. With an interesting mix of South America and Europe, OG has a very unique playstyle. In the last year and the last EPT season, OG has looked like a force to be reckoned with. When they look good, they look really good. The EPT season for OG started with Dream League Season 21, ending up with a 4th place. Sadly, it instantly went downhill and they failed to qualify for ESL 1 Kuala Lumpur, missing out on tons of EPT points. Dream League Season 22 also didn't go as well as they'd hoped, ending up finishing 6th. After Dream League 22, OG failed to qualify for both ESL 1 Birmingham and Dream League Season 23. OG's chances to secure a direct invite to Riyadh Masters looked slim. Miraculously, due to another team having visa issues, OG secured a last-second invite to ESL 1 Birmingham to fill their spot. This was the chance they needed, and they really made the best of it. With a very good run through the tournament, OG finished at 4th place, barely securing them enough points for a direct invite to Riyadh Masters. OG had made it, somehow. Let's see if they can show that they are one of the best teams in the world here at Riyadh Masters.
I know. They did not qualify for ESL Birmingham, but you did see them there, and they did come forth, and they did get a lot of points out of that. That made them have enough to get to Riyadh here. As, well, we've seen them over the last few days. Kazu, what have we learned?
I feel like, I didn't have the highest expectation for OG coming into this because their TI qualifier wasn't as good. But when I looked at their Dota buff, I saw some stuff, with their drafts and the strategies they're running. So we have 2 plates that I want to be showing because these are going to be all of their wins, basically. So yeah, for now, we've got a blank page. We might have the tech to bring it up because we do have 2. But basically what they do very well, they pick SF Marcy together. It's a very strong lane. They can flex it in between. They've also done stuff where they play mid-morphling. He goes to strength facet because he can turn into Sven. He helps his SF stabilize and fight through the Sven and other stuff like that. When they give away Tiny, they also pick Tiny. When they give away Tiny, they pick Rubik Morph to get that double Tiny themselves and kind of go against it.
Oh, here
okay, so here we have the visualization. It's the Marcy SF combo that they've basically done 2 times. Then also the Morph with the Sven, as I touched on. And then in the next plate, it's kind of like they always have replacements. There's going to be where they have Ogre with the SF instead of the Marcy because the Marcy actually got stolen. The Beast as well to help them out with the tempo. So I feel like whenever they go into a game, OG have always been known for their strategies, knowing how to make specific heroes work and just having good vibes. And I feel like this is one of the main things why they're doing so well here so far.
Yep, and also the SF Mercy combo you talked about is very cool, but another hero that was present within that combination that they have been running for a long time, even before SF became meta, was the Brewmaster.
Yep.
Right? This Marcy plus Brewmaster lane was an OG bread and butter. It was a staple. It heavily enabled Whisper, and then Ari would just play his rotations to mid lane, and OG kind of built a style around that.
Yeah. And with OG getting ready to play, it was Purge that was able to catch up with Tomato earlier.
I'm here with Tomato from OG. You guys have a pretty good run going so far. How are you feeling as a whole for the tournament?
It's been fun so far. We're just enjoying ourselves, playing our Dota. Yeah, just having fun.
Your Dota so far has been only 3 heroes. You've had the least pick variety of the whole team. Usually your pick is slightly early, like 1st to 3rd pick, somewhere in there. Do you want to play more heroes, or are those just the best 3? It's like Morphling, CK, and SF.
I love those heroes, that's why. So if they're open, I'm just going to pick them. So they're very vanded.
All right, and mostly I have SF questions because we've seen tons of Shadow Fiend this tournament, lots of mid, lots of Yasha Kaya, but you did something different. You got the Sanj Yasha, you finally skilled Feast of Souls. Nobody that I've seen has done it yet. Tell me about Feast of Souls. Everyone's been talking crap about it.
It's an interesting spell for sure, I'm a big Shadowfing spammer. Like I love the hero. So when it got changed, I played him a lot in pubs, and I kind of just stumble upon this build, and I just go with it, and it works.
Yeah, I mean, you guys had auras. Did you have an ogre on your team as well?
Yeah, we had ogre too.
So you're just like all right click. It's like the classic SF right click, right?
Yeah, I believe peak Shadowfing gaming is you either kill people with races or you just lift your hands off keyboard and you kill them all. So one or the other.
Well, it worked. That's great. Okay, so what's your expectations for the rest of the tournament, considering that you're doing well? You guys still have a lot of hard teams to play. Are you guys feeling confident?
We like our group. We played against them before, like all of the teams, the Falcons and stuff. Yeah, they're gonna be fun matches. We always look for teams to match us in our strength and speed and all that. So look really forward to playing other teams. I don't think we are nervous or anything because we're still learning from this game. So even when we lose, it's like, it's okay, we tried something to get better at, and there's still playoffs to look forward to. So it's gonna be a long tournament.
Awesome. And final question, has the meta surprised you of the group stage versus what you guys saw watching the play-ins?
Not much. If anything, what we're surprised by is like there were a lot of things being spammed in pubs. Like for example, the boxy morph. I saw this guy play like 30 morphlings or something, and we were all thought he was like kind of trolling, but it looked kind of good. So kind of getting surprised by these like pseudo griefer picks that now are like, I guess we did the jungle patch. So I don't know. There's gonna be more stuff coming out, I imagine.
All right, awesome. Well, thank you for joining me for the interview, and good luck in your upcoming game.
Thank you.
Yeah, Jungle Pudge, we can blame OG for that for sure. Maybe we're gonna see it today. I don't think so, though. I want to talk actually about the counterpart of Tomato in this series. I want to talk about 23 or 3 or Gunnar, Kingslayer. Why does he do that? You know 23 or 3 or why does he want to change his name all the time?
Maybe he's inspired by Radon. Got to do the big name change before the big tournaments.
Yeah, but why Kingslayer? That was done before. That was a Game of Thrones reference back in the day.
Yeah, no, I mean, I don't know why he did. You know, sometimes you just want a little change up. You know, you do some anime avatar, maybe you do the in-game name. We'll see. Maybe he needs something.
Yeah. Change your Steam name, you know, back and forth. You just put it in the wrong form, and now it's like his official name.
Oh, yeah, now he has to.
Steam name, yeah.
I don't think they use Kingslayer as a Game of Thrones reference. I don't think.
In the past, they did.
I think it's the baby metal song, Kingslayer.
Okay.
I don't know that one at least.
There is when Ilias changed his name, it was Game of Thrones. Now I'm 100%. I'm on board with Baby Metal. Yeah.
Yeah, 23 Savage is more into like the musical stuff, right?
Yeah.
I can see that.
It's a quite big genre shift.
No, the name is Chris.
You can see the overlap.
Yeah.
The name is Chris. What was his name before he was Kingslayer?
It was Ilias.
A VP player?
Yeah, Ilias. Yeah. And then he changed to Kingslayer.
Yep.
And now where is he?
Where is he?
But he's back to Ilias. No?
I think he's still Kingslayer.
I don't know. See, that's the problem. 23, you better change back quick.
All right, let's focus on Aurora because it's not just 23/Kingslayer. I feel like every time we talk about Aurora, we talk about Lorinov, which is fair because he definitely has brought a breath of fresh air into the squad. But I want to talk about Jabs. I feel like we've forgotten a little bit about Jabs, and I don't want people to forget because he's such an entertaining player, Kezu.
I mean, he's played all 5 roles. I think he's one of the few players who's actually done everything at like official Valve events. So of course, he has all the experience.
And him.
Yep. See, that's not many people who have done that.
Just 2.
So like he's got the experience, you know, he's got the skill. I do think he's a bit hot and cold, like he's the type of Joker. I would say that he has improved a lot when it comes to that. I would say he's better usually than he is worse. So all in all, I think him with the supports, they're doing pretty good, but just a little inconsistent to my mind.
Yeah, I think Jabs, in the past, there were jokes about how he always wanted to play carry from the offlane, and then when the Aura meta happened last year, it took him a while to start doing it, or the Vanguard meta where every offlaner had to buy Vanguard. He still wanted to play his like offlane Furions and offlane Nagas, but he did eventually do the meta, and he had great success with this team last year. I do think, though, within Aurora, like the 2 players who've looked most inconsistent in the play-ins were Jabs and 23 or Kingslayer. Like, I think the combination of Lorinov and Q and Ollie has been world-class. Like, they have looked top tier to me. But there have been a lot of inconsistent performances coming out of those 2 in particular.
Yeah, one of those 3 world-class players that you mentioned, Ollie, is actually the one that Perch got to talk to today.
Thanks. I'm here with Ollie from Aurora. You guys are 2-4 in this group stage right now, and you had a pretty successful play-ins. You guys went 6-4. So how's your confidence level going for the rest of the group stage?
We are not in a very good spot right now, but we can always make a comeback. So who knows? Today is a new day, so maybe we can do it better.
Okay, I noticed that some of your games were a bit stompy back and forth. One game you guys stomp, maybe the other team stomps you the next game. Do you guys feel like your play is consistent? Like, are you regularly performing about what you guys expect and it's like a strategy thing, or what's going wrong in the games that you guys lose?
I think it's more about the strategy, and we are kind of rushed when we are losing, so we will try to be consistent more and stabilize the lane and make the games 50-50, and we will play at the mid game. Yep.
Well, I think you're one of the most stable players, in my opinion. I think you're excellent. You're very consistent. You don't have huge deaths as a 5. Is that part of the reason that you're picking heroes like CM? Is that you're trying to like make the lane stable for your carry, so that 23 Savage can be your super hard carry?
I picked CM because the CM is kind of a strong lane, so we can try to kill people and make a move sometimes. So it's a very good hero. And other defensive hero is like more hard to make a move and kills. It's more like a defense tower. So let's see what we're gonna play today.
Okay, and how are you feeling for this upcoming match? You got to play against OG. They're top in the group. They're 4-2. Are you confident against their play style?
OG is a very strong team, so we're not sure we can beat them. We will try our best, and it's always for who execute better in the game. So we are on fire right now. They better to be ready.
All right, that's great. Some nice confidence. Well, thank you so much for joining me, and good luck in your upcoming match.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much indeed, Ollie and Purge, as we are soon ready to get our match on the way. I do want to talk about the matchup of these two teams. Gunnar, when you're going to watch OG Aurora, as we're about to do, what are you going to pay attention to in this matchup?
I think it's probably cliche with the mid lane. I think BZM, going to the tournament, people were like talking about him struggling. He wasn't at his best form. I think he's kind of shown that he's back on top, and he's kind of carrying a lot of their games. And on the other side, I think for Aurora, Lorinov has been the same kind of force for their team. He's a really greedy player, but I think it's in a good way. He always delivers with the gold. He always takes ancient stacks no matter what the situation in the game is. He has Beastmasters who always get it, but he takes it. So I think it kind of depends on which of them either pops off or which one of them gets like ganked more by the supports.
Yeah, so a lot of, again, emphasis on the supports. How do we feel that Q and Ollie stack up against Ari and Seb? Because I feel like it's very different playstyles.
Yeah, no, I feel like they mash up pretty well. I think at least they play very well. In my opinion, they're one of the better support duos. Even if their score maybe doesn't really align with that so much, I would say that OG are maybe a bit different. I would say they play more like strategy and like buffing up each other. Whereas Ollie and Q, I think they can play a little more for themselves, while in the early game, like they help their cores, but then they can also pop off themselves. Whereas OG is more like this, we buff up one guy, we're going to win as a team type style.
Yeah, they're also really clutch players, Q and Ollie, because I remember the play-ins game that Aurora played that went to minute 70 versus Heroic, and there were all these double black holes and all these big ultis, and you had ET staying alive the whole fight, throwing Earth Splitter, canceling a black hole. You have Q on the back line just sniping the correct targets. Like, it feels like they never feel the pressure.
They never feel the pressure. We'll see. Today they are playing on the main stage. Maybe that adds a little bit of pressure. And as we can see the countdown behind us, you know that these players are not yet on the stage. So to get them on the stage, we're going to head over to Tsunami and Fancy.
It's time to get day number 3 of the group stage started here at Riyadh Masters. It's time for some more Esports World Cup.
That's right. My name is Fancy, and this is Tsunami, and we have a lot of matches to bring to you on stage tonight. Starting with OG versus Aurora, it's going to be an exciting match, especially that we haven't seen OG on stage yet, but also the fact that Aurora lost against Falcons last night. We're gonna see how they're gonna do on stage. But next up, we have BB Team versus Liquid. It's gonna be an exciting match as well, especially that BB Team is doing really well so far in the group stage. And then for our last match, OG versus Gaming Gladiators.
That's right, OG are treating the Katia Arena to a double feature today, which I'm sure OG fans are very happy about because it's really the LAN environment that OG typically shines. Online matches, you know, it's here and there, but they are magicians when it comes to the stage. So what a treat it is for them to show it off 2 times today.
That's right, and we are ready to introduce to you the first team on stage. So please welcome OG. Their best result this season was top 4 in Birmingham. A lot of ups and downs during this year, but now they are at the top of their group in Riyadh Masters and looking to secure a place in the upper bracket.
And their opponents also making their debut on stage. Please welcome Aurora! Not just their debut on stage, but this may very well be the first time that Lornoff has even played on stage. From so many online matches to the opportunity to play on LAN against such an intimidating squad of OG, I have high expectations for our opening series of the day. The keys are set, the players are ready, so Fancy, let's go.
Let's do it.
OG versus Aurora coming your way from the Katia Arena here in Riyadh. As I know OG has a 4-2 score and Aurora the opposite with the 2-4, but I feel like this match is going to be pretty even. But what I am actually curious about is which heroes will be banned. Because you mentioned, Kezu, a couple of heroes earlier that you figured out, ooh, OG, they really like these. That kind of homework is going to be done by Aurora as well. Yep. So what do you think is going to happen?
Well, I think either one of two things. You need to remove SF or have a good idea against it. Because so far, every time they've played it, they've straight up won. They've beat every team in like 30 minutes. So you're going to do one of those two things. Because I feel like it's up to teams. You can either take it out because you feel like it's too hard, but maybe they have a specific strat where it's like, you know, we can beat this hero, give them that because we know it's coming, and kind of craft a strategy for it.
Yeah, also I think you have to consider the offlane heroes, especially the ones that are going to be contested between Jabs and Whisper, are probably Brewmaster and Beastmaster, right? Those heroes, are you going to try to shut down, or are you going to try to take away the Brew, or are you going to draft the Beastmaster of your own? And then of course you can't forget Darkseer.
Yeah, there's a lot always riding on the draft, so it's really hard for us to know who's going to have the upper hand in this upcoming series. But maybe you know already, without seeing the draft, who has the upper hand in this matchup. I'm of course talking about you being able to predict, so make sure you head over to www.secplay.gg, and later on we'll see if you are, fair to the teams at hand. Gunnar, do you already straight up have a favorite, or are you just gonna let it happen? You can't say, the draft decides everything.
I think draft is really important this patch compared to some other, but if going into this, I think OGs just look better, so I'm more confident in them going into this. The question I have before a lot of the bans are, I was Tiny. I think Tiny, especially in the play-ins, was very contested, but he kind of fell off.
Yeah.
He's been losing a lot of games. If anything, he destroys the early game and then starts falling off at this like 20-25 minutes. And I think the games are going long enough that I think the priority on might drop a little.
But what do you guys think about the role of Tiny? Because I mean, it's obviously a great hero.
Fun.
Oh, wow. Good job. He's like really good, like in both 2 and 4, but the mid Tiny, I've seen exactly what you just mentioned, where owns early and then the mid game kind of like is weird. Like, is there a different item build, or do you feel like it's better on 4 as opposed to 2? Was it just a hero issue maybe in some games?
I mean, I think it's better on mid than 4.
Okay.
I think the issue is just something happens. They end up committing way too hard, die once, die 2 times. And if you're not buying these scaling items, these like 2 deaths matter so much more than the other heroes. Like if you die once on Ember, it's kind of okay.
Yeah.
You're still gonna do your job. But if Tiny's not one-shotting heroes with this combo, or he just gets kited around because he's very slow, that's when it doesn't really feel that strong.
Yeah, they do prioritize. They took a little bit of bonus time to decide whether they are gonna let the Tiny in or not. They decide not to do it, and are now once again taking into their bonus time for their 4th ban. That's a little unusual, right? As they go for the Elder Titan in the end.
Yeah. I think Tiny's just hard to ignore. He owns way too hard, and the Brewmaster gets taken out by Aurora. They don't want to give it to Whisper. They don't want to give them that bread and butter, Marcy, Brewmaster lane, because maybe their idea is they give away SF and they just deal with it, but they don't want SF enabled by the supporting cast.
Yeah, I could see like one of the reasons maybe why OG spent a little bit of time.
Or not SF at all, Kazu.
Yeah, I just think it makes sense, but to go into like maybe the reserve time of OG, you know, there's some Morph Brew ban, maybe not the most normal first phase bans, but yeah, Whisper Brew, I think there's a night and day difference when he plays it compared to some other players. They always play very fast. I think all these bans fit into the tempo. First pick Hoodwink, can't ever go wrong with that. I think Aurora are, of course, pretty happy so far.
I would like to read you guys Hoodwink's win rate, okay, for a first pick hero.
Yes, please.
That has been contested in 91 matches. So this hero has a 65% win rate from first pick.
I think it's a broken hero.
The hero has barely any weaknesses.
Yeah, I also think a big thing in this team matchup is I would say it's probably Ari's best hero.
Yeah.
And so it's kind of a double. Like you take it away from Ari and you get it for yourself. Big things are, I think Darkseer's still in the pool. I think the hero is fantastic. There's also Enigma. So I wouldn't be surprised if we just see OG take whatever offlane they kind of fancy. I don't know their drafting style. I know they said Tomato wasn't really picking many heroes.
Yep.
So the only one left in the pool is Chaos Knight that he's played. And they picked Pango, which is, I would say it's, if anything, more primarily an offlaner than a mid these days. I think it kind of excels at this offlane. You can buy aura items on him, you can buy scaling items, so it's just a very open kind of draft idea.
And I think it's just a hero that both of these teams share and play incredibly well. And it's the kind of hero that you would want to block pick so you don't give it away to Lorenoff, who's had some really impressive Pango performances.
It does also fit the OG very well, right? Whenever you talk about this team, it's early aggression, clowniness, running around on the map, doing stuff, early roach, tempo, tempo, tempo. But if I go back to like the Aurora first phase bans, I must say that I like them a lot. Not just the SF because they've won with it. The other hero that they've played a lot and won with is Morph, the Brew as well. So already you're forcing OG into like some different type of heroes. Of course, they'll always have replacements, but not like the same level of S tier type heroes. So I think the prep so far at least looks pretty good for Aurora.
Yeah, take them a little bit out of their comfort zone. You're never gonna fully remove a team.
Yeah, they're pros after all. They play more than one hero.
They play at least 3.
At least 3.
At least 3. So the Chaos Knight is what we're really
Chaos
banking on
Knight's
here.
going to come out of the second phase. I think the other cool thing with Pango is it's pretty good versus a lot of the meta heroes. It's really good versus Brood, which some of the teams favor a lot. I don't think Aurora's too big of a Brood team. The other one would be Enigma. I think Pango's really good versus Enigma, so it's this nice just blind hero pick. You take it, you just feel very comfortable going into the later stages of the draft.
So Monkey King Snapfire removed.
Yeah, Ari's hero pool is, not that his hero pool is going to be small, but a lot of the really good pause 4s are getting taken out.
Yeah.
So I wouldn't be surprised they just try to pick him the best they can get out of the phase. There's still Rubik, which a lot of teams favor. I don't know if it's his favorite hero by any means, but I wouldn't be surprised if they just take it because it's a really solid hero.
There's also Phoenix, which would give a lot of extra team fight to OG and a way to combo with the Pangolier. Pangolier is a good hero at protecting Egg. Sapphire is also taken out of the pool, so you don't have that to worry about.
Yeah, I definitely would not be opposed to that, especially because you can play it 4 and 5. I'm not sure if Seb has played it much lately, but most supports can play it. It is an incredible hero. We've seen it in a ton of games. I think there's some, there's perhaps if OG still want to run a similar style, they can always look for like some Marcy into 1 still. That's also somewhat a flex for them. It is a 4, it is a 5. But I feel like a range support here maybe just makes it a little more simple to like move forward after.
My only concern with Phoenix here for them is I think Hoodwink is a pretty good 4 versus Phoenix because Phoenix has very low armor. You can't trade on the side. And also I think one of the best carriers versus Pango ends up being Ursa because you actually have the damage to kill him through this like shield crash mid game. And Aurora have 18 pick. So they get this full kind of counter pick. And so I think Rubik's more stable. It'll secure the lane no matter what. And they still have the option for the Phoenix later in the draft.
Yeah, so they do get the Rubik, I should say. That makes me feel like, I mean, both heroes, Pango, it's like, oh, nice stable hero, great. Rubik, nice stable hero. Do we need extra flair, or is it fine to just only have a draft filled with, oh, that's a nice hero to have in your draft?
I mean, they are second pick, right? So they always have the closing pick of like the full, like of the overall game to like kind of try it together and like maybe show you the flair there. I think for now it's pretty good. It's stable, but the only thing I'm thinking about is like following up. If they want to keep the Pango flex open, depending between mid and top, they would have to pick their carry in their next two picks. So I'm kind of curious just how to see what they want to do there. Because if they want to go for some CK, I think they left a different hero in the pool that's pretty annoying, which is Underlord, that Aurora could close their phase with. So that's kind of like, I'm eyeing the next two picks of OG at the moment.
Yeah, and that Underlord looked really good in Gamin's hands yesterday. It feels like just clumping up with the auras is back into the meta. And if you have a really strong carry like Gyro, something that can be heavily enabled by an offlaner that doesn't really need to do the damage but just protect you, that can work. And Phoenix does come out. I mean, when you ban Snap, it just feels so tempting to pick this hero. And OG didn't want it for themselves. It's not a support that Rubik actually does very well against because you don't really give him any good steals. Stealing
It's very hard to steal egg.
never really happens.
Wouldn't it be nice to, I mean, maybe I'm over like reading too much into it because they love it. I would have called different heroes, but I'll just talk about it anyway, like some Marcy plus range carry. I generally think that, I mean, Gyro hates either being jumped on, like hard, or being outranged. I think outranging a Phoenix is also kind of annoying. So I could have seen like some Marcy plus range carry later down the line. Of course, I think Mars is great too. Great BKB game. You're good against Gyro. Do you have any opinion on like some range plus Marcy later down the line, Gunner? Or do you think it's like...
I think it's okay. I think melee heroes are usually better versus Gyro because melee heroes are way more all-in-y. Like a Sven, I think is something that is realistic for them to get on last pick. I think Chaos Knight is okay for them. The Underlord is, it's cool if they pick CK here because they have the Rubik. And I think Rubik is actually a really hard counter pick to Underlord just in the game. So it could have been like a early pick for the Rubik to prevent it, but they ended up taking the Mars. I think that gameplay-wise, it's the best offlaner versus Gyro. Like you block every single flat cannon attack with your Arena, makes it really hard for him to play the fight. And it also ends up being, if he takes the vision facet, it can actually be really bad versus Phoenix. Because Mars, his team also loses vision through the arena, and sometimes you can't see the enemy's egg. So I actually think he has to take the health regen in Arena 1. Because I've seen that one go bad.
Yeah, I've generally seen the vision aspect one, because I feel, I mean, losing vision sounds pretty OP, right? Especially in like a competitive setting. But yeah, they'll have to not let that happen. Okay, so there's a DK as well. This is a hero, in my opinion, that has not looked as good, at least in my opinion. I think the carry DK maybe still looks good, which I don't really see that being the case. It's most likely just going to go mid, but at least he has some of the best supporting casts with him, right?
Yeah.
Hoodwink, Phoenix, you go in, you have the backup to like when you go in, you don't just feed, so should be good.
I think DK looks good here because you see the Pangolier, the assumption is that it's going mid, right? There's a Mars. They're not going to play some bizarre carry Pango. So you see your mid matchup. DK is very happy to play that mid lane. He sustains very well. He has the follow-up damage on his Blink initiation from both Phoenix and from Hoodwink. And Phoenix is a really good means at defending this DK. So I think this DK can pop off in this game, honestly. And as for the Enchantress, I do like Enchantress in this patch. I feel like she was picked because they wanted to pressure around the mid lane, but also they needed follow-up damage in the arena because your Pango isn't going to give it to you super early on, maybe like later down the line. Your Rubik isn't necessarily going to do that unless he gets a great steal. So Enchantress is like the turret. I'm going to hit people as much as I can with impetuses.
No, this hero can own, especially like DK, Gyro, if you're not getting killed first, which you have Mars with you, you have Pango, you get some Dragonlance, a couple clicks off, like pure damage is definitely no joke. Also, with OG having last pick, it can allow them to maybe pick a hero where Tomato can self-sustain, allow the Eng to move around, maybe offset the top lane a bit, or go mid with your Rubik to the Pango. So I think like tempo-wise and what you can do on the map, I like it a lot.
I still really like Sven for OG as a last pick. Aurora still also has flex options. The Dragon Knight can go offlane if they have some really cool mid. I don't know why this hero is popping out, but I feel like there's a Whisper Pudge potentially. I think it's a good hero versus End. I don't know why. I think they won't pick it at all, but
it would be fun to see, though.
It would be fun.
How do you feel about Ursa for OG?
Ursa?
Ursa. Yeah.
I think Ursa can sometimes suffer a lot versus Hoodwink, especially if the DK goes offlane. I think that lane is actually really hard for Ursa. But in game, it's really good versus both Gyro and Phoenix. It just depends on what offlane they see from Aurora.
Yeah, we might like have to wait just to see what they show. Do you feel like there's a pick Aurora can take that's both mid and offlane that makes it like really hard for then OG to have a last pick? Like, I'm not saying they have to try, because sometimes you try a little too hard with like some whatever. I'm just gonna mention like some random Wind Ranger or, you know, whatever it is that could maybe make it hard. Do you see any of those, or you think it's just like, you just pick a stable, whatever you feel like right now is best and just go with that?
I think the best one's based on ban, which would be Slaughter and Primal.
Yeah.
I thought Primal was a really nice pick because you can end the roll at any point once you get BKB on the Primal, but
yeah,
OG take it out. So I think Aurora at this point just is going to pick a stable hero. I think likely this Dragon Knight's going to go mid.
Yeah, I think so.
But the other hero that kind of jumps out to me would be Storm Spirit. I think Storm is really nice. The only thing that concerns in a Storm game like this is the Enchantress. Enchantress is very well known for walking mid at 5 minutes and kind of destroying you if you're a weak hero. And I think Storm really fits into that category.
Ooh.
Centaur.
Centaur, and they do end up banning this fence, so they saw that threat as well.
So I really thought that Aurora would just close their draft with like Underlord and buy a bunch of auras or Darkseer, but they go for the Centaur instead, and I think it's just because they wanted the lane stability of not getting Ursud or Razored or something in the overall left phase.
I mean, Centaur is stable, I think, for them. I would say that it's not particularly amazing against OG, at least in my mind. I think Pango and Mars are pretty annoying, maybe even... I think Eng is kind of so-so. You can build some Blaber, you can burst it later. How playable is Lifestealer? I feel like those were probably the two they were eyeing, the Ursa and the Nyx. I would say it's pretty damn good for them, like very good.
Gameplay-wise, Lifestealer is worse than Ursa.
Yeah.
I think they both honestly are going to struggle in this lane. I would not be surprised that Aurora has a like, very free time in the safe lane. I don't think Seb will be able to do too much in this lane. And so my biggest concern is I think mid and offlane should go really well for Aurora. And so it's kind of a question of if Whisper is going to be able to do good enough top, because I do think that is the lane that OG has to focus on. Like Seb has to take the gate, has to gank the gyro. They kind of break up the map really fast. But if they don't, I think Aurora's stable lanes might just carry them through the early game.
Yeah, I think OG were looking at this Ursa even before the Centaur came out, just because they needed an egg killer and they needed a lot of burst damage coming out of their carry. They also needed Rush because they didn't have that. So like the two options really were Ursa or Troll, and I think Troll is too much of a question mark factor.
Yeah, I think Troll would have been a bit weird. I will say that this was one of the better picks. I definitely see the point about the lanes. I don't think it's very easy. I would say that if Aurora play very clean, it's not easy at all for like OG to kind of get in the game. But if they can somehow stabilize lanes a little bit, have a couple early good moves, and like get out of the lanes with a small deficit, I think their mid-game team fighting is very strong. But I am leaning towards Kingslayer's Gyro this game.
Honestly, I'm kind of leaning OG because I think the biggest issue for OG is just getting stomped by these side lane supports, but I think that Pango can do a lot in this lane. Stampede is countered by Arena. I think that Enchantress is going to be a nuisance as the game progresses, and if BZM can just do some pop-off rotations, then he can be the X factor to carry OG into the mid-game. But if they get stomped in lanes, it's going to be really scary.
Yeah, we said earlier that potentially, as OG definitely has a favorite here from the predictions, but we said that if Tomato can get a hero that he is somewhat self-sufficient on the lane, we can see Seb rotate mid a little bit more often. Is Ursa going to be able to do that?
Not really. No, you need to help Ursa, but I think maybe look more towards what the Pango can do for you than what you can do for the Pango in this game.
Final words, Gunnar, what do you think?
I have faith in Aurora. The one thing I want to say is, again, the Mars pass is interesting to me.
Okay, we're going to find out what's going to happen together with OD Pixel and Fogged.
Thank you very much, CBS. Game one time here between OG Esports and Aurora. Fogged, we're getting into the action with this one, and indeed many discussion was had around this last pick. So they get the Ursa. In terms of the game, right, there's a lot of strength to it, but the panel said the beginning might not be too easy for him.
Absolutely. Very aggressive kind of entire draft that Aurora's gone for, very early fighting. We should be in for a very battle-heavy game across the board. And also, I did hear Gunnar say, interesting point of the facet, he did switch it on the Mars. He had that Bloodsport selected, if I'm not, or the other one selected, if I'm not mistaken, at the start, and then switched it up. But he is going for the Bloodsport, so preventing any of these saves, looking to fight over in that area. They're going to be a lot about just team fight, area control, right? I feel like both sides a little bit, but more OG fighting around just the Pango roll and the Mars roll if they're able to get out of these lanes in a good spot. While Aurora, they have a plethora of team fight.
great synergy across the board for their draft as well, too. So, OG, see how they can withstand the pressure of that early game. Because this has been the bread and butter, at least for what we've seen from Kingslayer, right? I'm going to say Kingslayer sometimes, but mostly, I'm going to say 23 Savage most of the times, but he's had a very good time on the gyrocopter in a lot of their games.
Back in my day when he was 23, back in the play-ins last week. We saw a couple of games, and it was pretty insane, right? He was getting crazy levels of farm and having a wonderful time on the gyrocopter. But this game, you feel like it's like what are going to be the big threats to the gyro and kind of messing his game plan up?
Just getting him trapped and getting him next to the Ursa, right? If he gets just trapped inside this Mars ulti, could be difficult for him to just escape. And BKB is probably going to be necessary relatively early because of that, which you don't really always see on these gyros. They tend to greed it up. The Ags, the crit, etc. We'll see when he looks to put that BKB in, depending on how the pressure does come. Because, yeah, there's two different massive control spells coming from that offlaner and from the mid laner. But if he just gets tanky enough inside the laning phase, if they do get an advantage, then he maybe can just dodge it and just go for those standard gyro items.
Sure, because how's his lane top then for Kingslayer?
It's a pretty good lane, but it's it's one of those that can, Rubik, we'll see how much the Rubik gets. Ari, one of those like skill heroes that if you do just play it super well, you can make some type of tricky stuff happen. But overall, I'd say it's pretty safe for the gyro. A lot of spam, being able to push out the lanes. Hard to get aggressive versus Phoenix as well, too. So, see where they look to move things around as Ari's already looking for some courier snipes. He might be able to find a double. That's the one. Oh, okay. They're not careful with the couriers at all.
Yep. There we go. Easy money there for OG.
Definitely not what you want to see in that safe play. Those things matter. The tricky little slip-ups that the Rubik can do. That's a way to be able to kind of turn a lane if you get a item advantage in the first minute, especially, too. And bottom, Tomato, this one will be a bit of a slow one for him. Very aggressive lane that they've gone for here. Hoodwink, believe they're saying on the panel, even as a first pick hero, it's boasting well over a 60% win rate from the first pick. If I'm not mistaken, I think I saw it had like a 70% across the board. So pretty ridiculous on this 4 position.
Yeah, it's so annoying. I mean, and these two as a duo, they hit the level 2, the amount of burst that they're going to be able to offer up and threaten the Ursa, where it's going to be pretty huge between Japs and Q.
And even mid-game and stuff like that, it's good burst damage, but it's also this built-in, it's a break, right? So versus all 3 of the cores, the break can be not incredible, but it will have a use. Versus the Ursa, it's pretty good, of course. Mid lane, BZM, he's been, these two are the probably ones that we want to talk about the most, at least in particular, and how games have gone for OG, because I feel like they've been dictators of a lot of the early game. BZM has really impressed afterwards here in this group stages so far, and Lauren off during the play-ins was a driving force. A couple games where I believe he didn't even die. He's been struggling a little bit more on this main stage. I saw him getting really bullied by Malrine yesterday, and see how he's able to do versus BZM, because BZM is just back in his form.
He is, and he's right now got a little bit of a lead on the Pango here in this mid lane BZM, so impressive stuff, because definitely a lane where I feel like DK
can take advantage.
It really can. We've seen DK versus Pangos, and I feel like most of the time the DK will just out CS, get the majority of the denies. This time around it's very close, and if anything, BZM is slightly ahead.
Yeah, I think once the bracers start coming out, it gets worse, a little bit worse for the Pango, but he's able to secure CS, every single time with the double nukes. But yeah, double bracers versus the bottle kind of build, and even with that, the Pango almost has match damage. So far, BZM doing very good there. And seeing Gyro actually getting slowed down a tiny little bit, similar to the Ursa.
Yeah, right.
Probably because of the courier kills as well, too, and they're just forcing the lane out, but...
Very similar sort of outcomes for the carries in the side lanes.
I really do. This one does look like it's going to be a lot of fighting, though. I mean, both teams are able to just kind of collapse on each other really early on. See, the spell stolen, what he's going to be able to get, something we always do like to talk about, of course, for these Rubiks. He's got a lot of stuns that he can definitely get. The Bushwhack, he can get even the, the DK stun, one of the nicer ones. Some options. Not really the greatest of, these double nukes, though, that sometimes you do see. Breathe Fire being one of his better, single, just straight-up nukes that he can get. Early check on these water runes. Since there's that bottle, of course, on the Pango, they're trying to prevent the fill-up so that Lorinov can start to secure a bit of that better advantage here in the mid lane.
No, I don't think BZM's going to really mind either way.
He still had a full bottle.
Exactly, yeah, and he'd full HP, full mana pretty much.
Yeah.
The 4-minute water rune's kind of whatever for him in this sort of laning matchup.
Ooh, nice try. Whisper trying to get him back into the tower there. Whisper doing great on the denies up top here. 9 right now on this Mars. We're seeing, to be honest, a rise of Mars as well, too. I've been seeing it now in a lot more games. Ramsey's playing it for Tundra quite a bit here. versus most of these range carries, and a lot versus the gyrocopter in particular.
Yeah, it's very nice to get on top of him, and also just to kind of disrupt the effect of the flak hitting everyone with the walls of the arena being set up.
Yeah, definitely. I haven't seen too many of like these bulwark redirects anymore nowadays because it's a little bit harder to use, but definitely also possibilities, of course. And Seb's doing that move that they were mentioning on the panel, looking to get aggressive early on here. The bottom lane actually went pretty okay for the Ursa, and now he's looking to get a good advantage off of the laning phase. See if he catches Kingslayer off guard here.
Sure, I mean, how good is their chance of getting the first blood here? Do you think, is this going to work out?
Which creep does he have? And how big of a creep wave? Kind of hard to just dive straight under the tower here at this point.
Tomato's taking a lot of damage in return due to the fact that, of course, he's been left on his own for this, and it doesn't quite look like Seb's going to get an easy chance to get in under the tower and start for something.
If they step up too far, I'm watching the positioning. They're trying to pull the lane back to bait Kingslayer
time to pounce.
Now he's too far up. They can go.
Yeah, Spear set up beautifully onto the tree. They make
Instant
the move.
TP.
TPs are going to be coming in. See if they have the damage to take Kingslayer down. It doesn't look like they do. He's perfectly fine. He's now able to turn over towards Whisper, and it's fact going to be Whisper falling first as Q comes up with the TP.
They were
secures
ready.
first blood. They're going to be able to turn towards Seb as well. I mean,
that was nice.
They may have stepped up, but it really just was a lack of damage at that point when they tried to move in their OG. And they sort of out big brain themselves. You know, they try and go for this play. They end up giving up first blood and a kill on top of it.
And like you're saying, they were starting to get some big harassment onto Tomato, so they were probably saying, this Enchantress is missing. He's doing something. Be ready for that TP, and we saw it instantly come out. It was like splits like right away, right when they saw that vision there. And he pops I believe he popped the Healing Lotus so he could have that stunner.
Sure.
Yeah, just to get that extra damage. They do get those kills.
I mean, I think that the concerning thing as well there for OG was that even if Q didn't TP in, I don't think this Gyro was dying.
He was very tanky.
The burst was there to bring him down to about half HP, but Kingslayer would have easily been able to walk away and get back underneath his tier 1.
They didn't even pop the Healing Lotus on him. He actually still has 2 of them. They used the one on the Hoodwink to be able to just get the spell set up, but yeah, he was pretty fine. Raindrop, all the stat items, very tanky.
It's just sort of a question as well if, do OG really need to be trying to make these moves? Could they not be content with the fact that Tomato's having a pretty good start and be confident in the Ursa's potential to carry?
It's a standard Enchantress move, you know, that level 3 Ench move that they wanted to make. And now BZM, with a really nice rotation, should be able to get out to
Jabs is gone.
Ollie.
So if they can chase this down, should be able to get out with the dive. So indeed, BZM makes the move, makes the rotation. Won't be able to grab the Wisdom Rune away from him. Q was there to pick that up, but sets up some good action for Tomato. So yeah, Tomato, honestly, his start continues to be pretty good. Sure, he's behind on the CS, but considering what he was up against, I think he's going to be super happy. And indeed, BZM, he's going to be able to pick up another kill, at least set up for one there as he takes out Ollie. So BZM keeping things very good here for OG around this bottom lane.
Really smooth moves. And in the meantime, Ari just went straight to mid, so it's not like Lornoff could just take the tower, because sometimes when those rotations happen, you lose more than half. Ari was there, he nuked it out, so was able to keep that tower defended too. Very good moves. Even though the top one didn't work, they quickly make a move. OG's been very aggressive. I think that's what we're seeing, especially from these group stages. That's why they're having so much success. But all in all, it's pretty even.
It's very close. It's very close. I mean, both carries in a very similar point. Just a slight lead at the moment for Kingslayer on the Gyro. The 8-minute power in is going to be the Arcane, and BZM's going to be able to grab that for himself just in time before the Dragon Tail comes in. So eyes continue to be focused on BZM with the potential moves he will be able to keep making. Seb,
he's just going to keep being active. Seb,
he's going to try and step up aggressively against Q, trying to tank through all of this with the heals that he has. Is it enough to allow him to walk away? It is not, as Aurora will be able to shut him down.
Lornoff looking for a secondary move. Ollie not in range, doesn't have dive either. Gonna start poking the tower. BZM.
Just out in time with the TP before the Rolling Thunder could be cast successfully.
Good read from 23. I believe he saw the Pango rotating on that top water obs that they have there, but either way, was able to just get himself out of there nicely. Does have to go back to base though. Does TP all the way back, so we'll make a venture out as Tomato's able to keep at the same net worth as a Gyro in this early game versus what could have been a difficult lane.
Absolutely. Yeah. I feel like OG, they're going to be content with the fact that their Ursa's having a pretty good time.
Does feel like it. Ollie does get the dive away. BZM
going in.
Could be in trouble.
He's going to get caught by the Dragon Tail. He's going to try and jump out of the side. He gets caught by the homing missile, but he's still surviving the shield crash. That little bit of a shield keeping him safe allows him to actually roll away. in a situation where he
went back in.
Go back in. He's going to turn back over with the shield crash. Sets up onto the Dragon Knight. Lorinoff's getting burst down low. Turn with the Dragon Tail to hold back Whisper. Lorinoff will be able to step away. BZM is ready to go in again. Another shield crash. Jumps in, takes down Ollie. They've lost Seb, but BZM, he's still got mana to play with. He may just look to jump forward once again. A homing missile is going to be going the way of Whisper. He'll be able to push them back with a quick rebuke, but indeed, he will fall. So Aurora, it finally kills you.
Look at BZM. He's looking to go back in.
Maybe trying to see if he can find Q on the retreat.
He's a madman. He got, what, a triple shield crash, so he just was able to tank through everything there. I didn't even see how much the number was of it. It was like 900 that he had or something?
I mean, because he looked dead. For sure, he's kind of caught one, like the Dragon Tail stun into a homing missile and underneath a cooldown. Yeah, BZM survives. He's doing a lot in this early game. BZM really pushing the hero to its limits.
Yep. 23 did come in, though, for some nice cleanup as well, too, on this gyrocopter, so was able to just swing in, keep himself... I say ahead, but actually it's even with the Ursa, so it's just, yeah, impressive that Tomato's been able to get so much and should have a very good timing on that Battle Fury to be able to match the farm of that gyrocopter.
Oh, she's definitely going to be a concern for
definitely
Slayer, as you say, because there's always likely to be that moment down the line where you get some sort of setup on the gyro, the Ursa's able to close in on him, and the gyro ain't going to deal too well with the bear in his face.
Rotation's coming. Ahri is 6, no 6 yet onto Ollie. BZM already revving it up.
Oh, he's ready to go again. They're looking at this top lane. And in he comes, gets the angle straight away. The Stampede will be there.
Got the healing Lotus.
He's able to pop the heals to get in for a pretty good position, but Tomato's coming through with the rotation. BZM again able to cross the gyro with another hit with the Rolling Thunder. Jumps forward with the shield crash to take out Ollie. I mean, BZM's just setting up everything. Get the setup onto Tomato. He's going to be dropped down. I mean, they're ready to keep going for more, indeed. It's a clean hit there from Ahri with the stolen ultimate. They take out 3 heroes. Tomato's getting involved in this. I mean, these two...
BZM is doing so much.
He really is. He's setting things up. And Tomato's making sure he does not miss out on the action.
Yeah.
You know, turning up to these fights. 2-0-1 on the Ursa. The free farm continues for him. It's going to be very good timing on the Battle Fury.
He's ahead of the gyro now by a significant margin.
It's quite the worry, I think, for Aurora. Sure, it's only a 2k gold difference, but this is for a lineup that, when you look back at the setups and the lanes that we started off with, OG could have been off to a much rougher start, but
especially just for that Ursa in particular, yeah. And BZM just able to have that good time secure multiple runes, might even find another power rune here, and he's doing the same build that he did yesterday. I saw it versus a Puck, which makes more sense, but he's doing this Orchid build again. So we see it again, even with the healing Lotus. You see Kingslayer pops up, feels like he can get aggressive, then they quickly just have to depart. They don't have the Phoenix level 6.
Yeah, beautiful stuff from BZM, really setting up everything that was necessary, and even in moments like this, great heads-up move there from Whisper, realizing they could get something else from that. They're like, hey, arena's up, we can get a 3rd kill from this fight.
BZM, amp damage at the ready. He's looking to fight.
They got to run Aurora. They've got to be very cautious about how close they stay to these moves coming out from OG. OG quite threatening at this point.
They have to try to burst him pre-shield crashes at this point, it feels like. If he gets it off, he just seems way too tanky versus their lineup early. So, I mean, they do have the chain stun, so it is capabilities to be able to do so with the Centaur, the Hoodwink, the DK, who does he have the blink now? He does on Lorinoff, so see if they're able to get that chain stun to start dealing with BZM, because he's just out of control, really. It's 12 minutes in, he's part of every kill.
That's the difference in farm between Tomato and Kingslayer continues to kind of grow. There's about 1k gold difference between them right now.
And
this is still, pre-Battle Fury. You give this Battle Fury to the bear and Tomato's going to start zooming ahead.
Especially because he also does, I believe, have some stacks to go back to. Seb have a couple ready for him. 3k lead off of these 13 minutes. And Jabs, he's gone down the Blade Mail route, so not looking to get that first blink since his DK did. He's looking to be a little bit more greedy. See if that ends up paying off for him. So they do need that chain stun to be able to deal with that Pango. It does feel like at this point, so I feel like that Blade Mail could be a bit of a problem for them to keep that chain stun going. They're gonna start getting the push going, but OG, they're looking to fight. I believe the Mars Whisper, he's got the blink.
Yeah, this is a scary fight for Aurora to stick around for. I'd imagine they start to back off. I don't know if they want to hang around for this one. Yeah, they start to move away. They know how strong OG's team fight is right now. You know, between sort of the Mars, the Rubik, and the Pango, they have so much control and disable that every single fight, Tomato's going to find his targets.
Oh, BZM baited me. He swapped it at the last second. So he had the Orchid queued and then just switches to the Mage Slayer just to be even more survivable versus that chain stun. So that's going to be pretty cool because now that chain stun might actually not bring him down. He might be able to get the Rolling Thunder afterwards. So Very kind of cool adaptation and approach. Very good versus this lineup, too. It's quite a bit of magical early on, even the gyrocopter with the max barrage. Cool. And he will get another power rune. I believe he's gotten... Is that all of them? I think he's gotten every single one.
Aurora.
Yeah, he's gotten every one. He got haste, he got arcane, he got... Oh no, Lornoth got one regen. But the least useful, the least useful aggressive one, of course, there. But BZM, great control of the map here. 23 getting some downtime to get that farm going, so does have the Crystallis finished, is level 11, still keeping at a pretty good pace, but that Ursa still is going to stay ahead now.
BZM, I mean, he's pretty much on the hunt consistently. Moving around their jungle.
They're
making
doing
sure that very few places of the map feel safe for Aurora.
OG's also preventing, they're doing like preventative farm. I'm watching Seb, he's using his enchanted creeps to block the attempts at using these ancient stacks and stuff like that. So he is being very annoying, so they can get their stacks going while preventing some of these, at least from the gyro. This one stacked, but the far right one got deterred from a Wild Wing. All three cores top net worth. Rubik also having a pretty good time. The formula for OG is working right now, quite beautifully.
Radiant's bottom.
Yeah, it looks like with the build.
He's just, maybe he goes both, right? He's like, maybe he's just gonna hold it there.
I was gonna say, I don't think he's gonna go for the Orchid at all. He's just gonna have this casual recipe for the whole game by the looks of it.
Because I was looking, like, versus the puck, it can make a lot of sense, right? Because you want that control. But versus, in this game, it's like versus a Phoenix.
Yeah,
you know, that's like the best one that you want. And he probably just kills him without it. He might sell it. He might go for it later. We'll see. Either way, the Mage Slayer definitely feels like it fits a little bit better this game.
But he
to be able to make him survive.
he felt that the game was getting a little unfair, so he kind of nerfed himself. He's like, I'm gonna throw 450 gold into a recipe that I'm not even gonna use, just to kind of balance things out a bit. So fair play to BZM there.
And they do a great job of just the Enchantress Ursa, an old school kind of duo that can do Roche very early while everybody else is just farming. OG getting a pretty big advantage here now and looking to get aggressive with that advantage as well.
Yeah, I really think you get for Aurora, they've just got to try and avoid these moves.
Yep, and they even...
Fighting feels pretty rough for them right now.
Ari almost has his Blink Dagger as well, too, so he can actually get some really good spell steals as well as Slayer.
I was farming the rest of these Ancients, but sitting relatively low.
Seb's trying to steal him. He stepped up a bit far, but his team is there.
He's got a huge amount of backup. Doesn't look like they want to make the jump onto Jabs. Let's make the jump over towards the mid. Instead, they'll find Lornoff, and he's gone.
Spear.
Very quick setup. I mean, Aurora getting sort of caught out, you know, one by one, which I guess is going to be the case because they're trying to avoid these team fights.
Lornoff, he's having a bit of a struggle time again. BZM is making so many moves around, he might be feeling pressured a little bit here. He gets caught out at his tower.
Kingslayer, this was greedy as well. Tries to push out the wave down bottom. I mean, Whisper and Tomato, they're making their way over towards him. He's gone.
Classic Rubik contribution right there. Secured. Massive kills, and they're looking to turn it into more. Already pinging out toward mid. Ari now has that that breathe fire, so double nuke to be able to burst heroes.
I mean, how did Aurora sort of stabilize this game? It does feel like it's starting to get out of control.
And they have to start bringing Jabs. Jabs has to start getting involved a little bit. He's just been kind of AFK farming that Blade Mail, which he has finished now. Still no blink, but they're just moving kind of freely around the map, it feels like, on OG. Aurora needs something to start going their way. And look at Whisper. So more of an adaptation kind of build, playing versus that Gyrocopter. It looks like you might just rush the Crimson Guard. And Gyrocopter was under-farmed versus Crimson. They're going to do no damage.
Yeah, between sort of the arena, locking that down in the fights, them to some of the hits of the flak, and then the Crimson, it's going to make it very difficult for 23 or Kingslayer to fight when he does turn up.
Even the DK, the damage is going to be pretty non-existent. Jabs does have Blink. They have to start making something happen with him. But it's playing into the Aegis, so definitely not the easiest of moves either for the side of Aurora, but you got to start getting at least some type of aggressive move going for you to start opening the map for this Gyrocopter, because he's falling further and further and further behind versus a pretty difficult matchup. The Ursa able to eat that Gyro alive pretty early, and we are seeing the adaptation. I mean, Kingslayer is switching to the BKB. This is a concern I did have a little bit. You know, you will have to adapt versus this massive control.
They're going to get a jump onto the Pango. They're going to see if they can burst through BZM, but they can't. You get the shield crash off the arena's down. It's caught the three of them. They've lost Q. They're trying to bring Kingslayer in to do some damage, but at this point, he's just not ready to fight. They've lost Jabs. Kingslayer's going to get jumped. The spear connects. Double kill for Tomato.
They're just steamrolling right through them, Owen.
I don't know what you do if you're Aurora. 19 minutes coming up on the clock. This game feels pretty rough.
It really does. I think now you have to start hoping for the old SCA Classic, hope for some of those overextensions and throws from OG, and try to get your farm to catch back up. But their lineup scales well. This Ursa's got such a good advantage now versus this Gyro.
Well,
and they're getting
again. I mean, the jump from Whisper, that's beautiful. Sort of catches the arena, gets the three of them just on the edge of the walls. And at that point, you know, they didn't even get close to bursting BZM. They try and get the Pango, but they can't stop him from getting his shield crash off. They just don't have enough burst damage at this point.
Could we... Sorry, I was about to say, could we get that replay again from the start?
Again, let's do it again.
Can we do it one more?
Let's run it back.
I wanted to see one quick thing.
Nothing else is happening. Run it back.
Yeah, whatever. It doesn't matter.
We might not have the technology.
We might not be able to anyway.
Laurenov can get jumped. He's quick with the Dragon Tail stun to stop Tomato.
Laurenov's just getting run down.
Uh-oh. He's going to try and run. He's got the Stampede. Has to come through to save the Dragon. And Seb, he's got the push ready to go with the Skellies.
I was just, what I was trying to point out with the replay was, I don't know if Whisper, if the initial stun was actually catching onto the Pango, and if Whisper blink Arena to cut the tree of the Hoodwink to remove the chain stun. That's kind of what I was looking for, right?
That might have been what happened, actually.
Either way,
the Pango definitely got caught by a stun, and it did feel like a very short stun.
I was just wondering if that was the case, but
that might
either
have been
way,
what happened.
BZM, his build, his play, it's been honestly absolutely perfect. He's 5-0-5. You can't ask for more from this Pango, as that difference really between him and Laurenov is, it's kind of glaring. Not like to point him out, because we were mentioning Laurenov had such a good play-ins and everything like that. He is struggling versus BZM.
Hey, we're getting you again. We're getting you again.
Let me just say.
Just for you. So
there's one stun.
The Dragon Tail, and...
I mean, it cut the thing.
It did cut the tree. The bushwhack never connected, but indeed, if the tree wasn't cut, it may have been coming in with a follow-up. Either way, probably won't kill him BZM, because at the moment, he's having a little too good of a time this game. He's making it look pretty easy, and definitely showing why OG are happy to slap out this Pango very early on in the draft with no cares in the world.
Everything's just gone so well for them, really.
And the big one you point to, right, is what this bottom lane. You're like, this
Tomato did so well.
Should not have had that good of a time, because Tomato, he was chilling. We saw, you know, moments were made where Seb was making rotations top that didn't necessarily work out, but even when he was left on his own, they weren't really able to punish him. They weren't able to kill him. And at this point, you know, 5-0-2. I think that's the full BKB coming out in the Blink Battle Fury.
Massive.
Yeah, this Ursa's had a brilliant time.
He's been on fire this tournament. You know, we haven't gotten into cover OG in particular, at least us two, but
I've been hearing pretty hot right now.
Yeah, I've been hearing that Tomato, especially on his like SF and stuff like that, he's been very consistent. And yeah, BZM on LAN, definitely powering up. Huge advantage now at this point. So Aurora, they've got BKB on the Gyro, BKB on the DK, but do they have damage now? They have survivability.
I mean, but do they even have that?
Do they even have that
this Ursa gets on top of it. It's really all in. You know, you buy this BKB at this point, this early on the Gyro, because you're like, the game's going to end if I don't turn up to fight and try and do something. You turn up to fight and try and do something, you probably lose the fight and the game probably ends anyway. But at least you give it an effort.
It's like,
and they're going to try that. BKB's there because if the fight doesn't go well, if nothing happens, this BKB obviously slows down your overall progress and kind of the game. You want to be playing as Gyro one. Yeah. You want to be ahead. You want to be staying ahead. You start falling behind. The game gets so hard.
Yeah, I mean, you buy the BKB to win the fight to hopefully be able to win the next fight.
Yeah, you're going all in.
But if you don't win the fight, the game's over.
Yeah.
So you're all in pretty much. Yeah, exactly. So see what they're going to build to get out of it, because OG, they're playing it calm. They wait for that Aegis, the Aegis reclaim. Tomato takes out the Tormentor.
Oh, what happened to his Orchid recipe?
Did he sell it?
I think he must have sold it. I thought he was going to hold it till the end. But no, the Orchid recipe disappeared down the line somewhere. So at least got back his, 225 gold from that sale. So only minus 225 on his item progression, which he can afford to do, considering his 12.5k net worth, or just above that on this mid Pango, just 22 minutes in BZM.
It was definitely big brain. Let's see it. Sticking together too. Ari, BZM, Whisper. The killers are ready to find their target.
Aurora, they did come charging out the base with that BKB, but
Jabs is spotted.
Ooh, Spear's gonna miss. Just gonna chance for Stampede to be there, but it doesn't matter.
And it's stolen.
Oh.
Immediately stolen, Ari.
Yeah, one of those. I feel like, honestly, it's one of those spells you don't expect to be stolen. We've actually seen a few games where some of these Rubiks, they're just good, right? They're in the right place at the right time, and they know when these Centaurs are going to panic Stampede, and they're able to grab it.
It is also pretty... Unless you're on top of somebody, it's tough to cover, because the Stomp has that wind-up time as well, too. You can't double-edge anything, so you're giving Stampede if no one's next.
That's very true. So. You're not Stampeding to run away to then Stampeding to who Stomp.
Can they kill BZM?
They're trying!
The Stampede that's stolen will save him.
Uh-oh, and Kingslayer has the TP out.
with the BKB active.
And Q is dead.
Oh, gee.
Wow, these guys are good.
These guys are impressing a lot.
This is looking like a pretty good tournament for them.
Yeah,
for the results so far and what we're seeing here in this game.
BZM now healed up pretty much to full, can keep himself aggressive. And even just look to run at Lorinov, who just can do nothing this game versus this Pango. He just literally has to keep running away. He's terrified. If this Ursa gets on top of him, he knows he's just dead.
Lincoln's finally there. That's set to tier 2 tower. It's looking, looking all OG this game.
Yep, smooth sailing, really. The Rubik ahead of the Centaur. The Enchantress about to surpass Jabs on the Centaur as well. They'll be able to itemize as well, too, to deal with the Kingslayer Gyrocopter, who's just, like you said, went for the BKB, so it was all in, so his farm is completely fallen off.
The Axe is going to obviously come very slow now into that Daedalus. It's going to need a lot of time. And OG, I don't think they'll be afraid of going up to the high ground, especially if they want to wait up for that next Roche and then go for it. They've got ways to jump, ways to lead him, and just sort of break the base.
It feels like they have lots of options at this point. They can slow the pace of the game down on side of OG. They can look to pressure too, because the timings on the gyros are just ruined. Because if he can go the Ags and he can get Butterfly or something like that, if you're even able to get the realms of that type of farm, Ursa's going to have absolutely every single solution. And that's, that's saying a lot if he's able to actually even ever get that type of farm, because they have no map.
The fact that the game's kind of slowed down a little bit definitely makes the BKB pickup kind of... It
hurts.
You kind of regret it.
Yeah.
You're like, well, if they weren't actually going to end the game and just come running at the high ground, maybe I could have gotten away with the Ags and start building into the Daedalus. Actually, have had some significant amount of damage ready for the high ground defense, but it indeed is a very tough game to make these sort of calls with the gyro.
Yeah, now it's like maybe they're going to wait for those triple BKB timings. Jab's getting closer to his, but either way, this is not your ideal timings for something like that Centaur. It's just everything's been slowed down, and you have to go back a bit to, they did pick it to try to pressure, right? The Centaur, like you said, just didn't pressure. Did not pressure the Ursa. And then they're playing Centaur.
That lane just didn't go well enough for the two of them on Aurora.
And then they're playing Centaur into Mars, which is, Mars is a counter pick to the Centaur in the past quite often. Still the Stampede stolen. Ari might look to force the BKB at the least of Lorinov.
Check the tree line just in case he did hide in it amongst the trees, but wasn't the case, so Lorinov gets away this time.
Hanging on to the Stampede still.
Q still hanging around.
Bottom tower is under attack.
Same said for Ollie.
They're just trying to find any farm that they can. I mean, they know that the only way they win this game is if they can somehow get slotted up and...
I mean, that's the hype about this game. When you get these games that are kind of this, going one way so severely this early, it's like, well, if Aurora somehow managed to turn this game around, it's going to be pretty insane.
Their high ground is not as good as the other day, though, when they had the ET and the Sniper. I mean, they had one of the best, one of the best high ground defenses. This one, they have the Phoenix, which is okay, but yeah, I mean, the two supports probably are the two better ones at that high ground defense with the gyro, but it's not as good as a Sniper.
Yeah, it's like the gyro, he needs to be able to get his Ags, Daedalus, and a Divine Rapier. And then we're
probably,
talking. But that is a lot of money away.
Yep.
He's even queuing up the Butterfly after all of that.
You have to, I mean, you kind of have. But then, like I was mentioning before.
This is a lot of time.
Yeah, and the Ursa will be able, he can do whatever he wants to itemize versus it. They'll be able to get this Roche also. They're going to hunt first with the Stampede.
Yeah, I think it was coming to an end as well. So Ari just getting that out. Ooh, nice spear.
Catches him perfectly.
He's not going to be able to stop him from getting the egg off. The egg's there. In fact, they might be able to kill Ari. Lorinov steps up with the Dragon Tail. Ari.
Protection.
He's glimmered up. Japs, he's able to follow up with a Hoo Stomp. They'll be able to take the Rubik out.
That's a pretty big step, at least.
Whisper, he's fighting Q, and he has got the backup of BZM. Q, looking to be in a spot of bother here. Easy connection for BZM multiple times with the Rolling Thunder to pick up another kill.
And they do get the Roche anyway in the meantime. So overall, Ari, maybe a little bit of an over-aggressive positioning there, but a great egg that comes out from the Phoenix, and they do lose their gem because of it. So a small gain, at the least here for Aurora, to be able to maybe play some high ground, or some positions where they can play around like a ward on a high ground or something like that and catch OG off guard. Oh, nope. Whoa. And he's caught.
Easy Wisdom Rune, and with the Ursa in town, easy kill.
And he even pops the BKB.
And the TP.
Ooh. The BKB, I mean, now it's going to be on cooldown when he does respawn. That one was probably not necessary.
I mean, I think OG's definitely going to feel that they can just really try and end it here. Bring the push up. There's no DK for 35 seconds. Sure, he's got buyback, but as you say, if he's buying back, he's not going to have a BKB.
And look at the positioning from Tomato. He's stepping up far so he can give vision. So if Whisper sees anybody, they can just jump and almost insta-kill somebody. Back up now, Whisper will soak the hits. I don't think we've even seen the Crimson Guard have to be used, but it's ready in case there is a fight from that gyro. Get the Yule's catch.
Oh yeah, Whisper's in. And Tomato as well. They're ready to start dive up towards the Ancient. Jabs is in with a Who Stomp on towards Whisper.
Decent damage.
Bringing in the damage. They are able to take out one of them. Jabs has got to back up to the fountain. Indeed again, OG, Ari. I'm going to make sure that OG can play the distance and get back into the push to take out the tower.
Able to kill him through it, the Crimson Guard. He had the greater healing Lotus too. If he got out of that stun, he was gonna live, but able to chain stun him. Surprised he went down to the damage. I know it's a gyro just wailing on him, but either way, it's a very tanky Mars.
I mean, they'll take that. You know, losing a Hoopwing, getting the kill on Whisper, taking down the offlaner.
It is BKBs and everything used though to survive. So now they have to be careful.
Tomato, he's in. He's gonna be able to fight Jabs in the tree line. He takes him down single-handedly. The Centaur just gone like that.
In an instant, and the racks.
It's going to be hard to hold now, especially with Jabs. Oh, no buyback. He's dead for 40 seconds on the Centaur.
Anyone who steps up also is
Tamara's just ready to go again. He's just running up. He's chasing them all back to the fountain. They'll turn with the stuns. They'll be able to burst him relatively low, but he's still got the Aegis and the BKB, so Tomato, no fear whatsoever.
And he's got heals too. Seb, pump it back up to full. That racks, it drops.
All right, Tomato. They'll blink out for now.
And Whisper's back up, and they can look to keep going with this push. Whisper's like, I'm on my way. Don't worry, guys. Keep it going.
Kingslayer desperately trying to get this butterfly.
He's so far.
It's a long way.
He just has to go out whenever he can to get any extra farm, because he knows that push is just going to immediately run on his mid. 2 minutes still. Tomato with the Aegis.
If you get that butterfly, get that rapier, maybe there's a chance there for Kingslayer.
So much good.
OG, 18k ahead here, 30 minutes in. Pushing up again here down the mid lane.
Seb looking for a Wild Wing pullback or a Wild Wing push away.
Tier 3's gone.
Here comes 23, the Kingslayer.
There's the jump long enough, tries the Dragon Tail.
He's perfectly fine. Whisper walks up immediately.
Using guard pot, BZM ready with the Rolling Thunder. Running away with this push. Tomato gets caught by the bushwhack. With the Aegis, of course, BZM's in. Jab's going to be able to jump and get a 3-man Who Stomp. They got the cooldown down as well onto the 3 of them. Tomato's burst slow. He's taken out the once. That's the Aegis from the Whisper. He's in with the spear. He's able to catch Kingslayer, but the BKB's there at the ready. Kingslayer's got to back up with this one, though. Stampede is popped to allow Kingslayer and Loronos to retreat. Loronos tries to turn with the BKB. Another bushwhack comes in from Q. Sharpshooter as well onto Seb, but not enough burst to threaten him. Seb's still with about 60% HP. OG, they can keep this push going.
They're all just kind of full HP, even though there's some beautiful stuns that comes out from Jabs. That's nothing. Just a kill onto that Aegis. They keep going. And those BKBs down on Aurora's heroes means they're a lot more scared to go in versus OG now.
Especially without the Stampede to allow them to disengage. If the jump goes bad, they have to just sit back, watch the second set of racks be taken out by OG.
And Ari does have the Dragon Tail stolen too, so whoever gets caught in that stun probably just gets burst instantly. OG, a decisive hit. Finishing up more items, just staying outside the base too, just to keep that pressure going. They do not want Aurora to get out and get any extra farm.
Full Whistle Blade. Tomato, we saw already just how willing he was to just jump in, fully commit on any of these targets, even the tankier ones, even Jabs.
They're gonna smoke, they're gonna look for this jump. Whisper jumps in to break that smoke.
Kingslayer heading back to the defense. He's been able to pick up his Eagle song.
Okay, quick blink out there. Here comes BZM.
He's straight in. He's able to catch the 3 of them immediately with the Rolling Thunder. They get the spear to follow up on towards Kingslayer's in trouble. Jump forward from Tomato, but the Glimmer's there. They don't have to catch it from Kingslayer. He's able to step back a little bit, but another Rolling Thunder catches it onto him. The impetuses are flying in from Seb. He'll get the BKB off Kingslayer. He's still alive. He's managed to survive through it all. He'll get back, and Whisper will get shot down by Q.
Can they get more kills, Seb?
Dive forward. They're burning Seb low. They're able to take him out. Aurora, they are able to push back OG as they keep everyone alive. Kingslayer, amidst all of that, we saw everyone just trying to focus him, take down this gyro. They got him low, but they couldn't quite kill him this time.
They didn't have detection. He got glimmered, and they're like, uh-oh, no one has a dust. We lost our gem earlier. Didn't get to retrieve it. He's able to just slip away. They hang on a little longer.
They do. It's a little bit of something on this road towards the butterfly into the into the satanic. He really doesn't want the rapier. Or maybe Kingslayer's chilling. He's like, hey, this game's not going to end anytime soon. We're going to be able to hold. I'm just going to continue to fill out my build just as I would have done anyway. I don't need to do anything drastic. That's his plan here, Kingslayer.
He's close to this butter. Another jump, DK.
Oh, Lornoff's in trouble.
Stunned up.
Yeah, Abyssal Blade comes in. There's no chance for him.
Eaten alive. Tomato also, by the way, now he's carrying dust. So in that next
there
situation,
there we go. He's ready
you
for it.
You silly supports, I don't even need you. Buys the dust for himself. He has that slot. And the supports are saying, you could have done that earlier. You had the slot anyway, so whatever. Did go Abyssal Blade. So with that butterfly, if it does come out, there will be a small window for him to just survive a little longer, but they do pass over the gem now also to Tomato, as they were, I believe, able to reclaim that one.
Oh, I like that as well. Disassembling the Crystallis so he get the sword to get the butterfly ASAP.
Cool.
There we have some little moves from
Ooh, nice, yeah.
Kingslayer.
I haven't seen anyone do that one, I don't think.
Dire's top barracks.
Yeah, I guess knowing the Crystallis would have been a Daedalus, but this game not quite yet, so still had the option to do that. There's going to be the jump on towards Q. Can they get him out to safety? They can't. Q's gone. BKB out from Kingslayer. Arena's down. Jabs jumps him with the burst on towards Whisper, but Whisper's going to get forced back to safety now. The BKB coming to an end from Kingslayer.
BZM's just in there.
He's got to be careful. Kingslayer, BZM. Slide to the side. Does get caught by the root. The bushwhack as well. If they've got enough damage to take him down, they have not. As the jump fall from Jabs, it is there. They actually have.
They're on 23.
They were able to kill him, but indeed, Kingslayer's in trouble. The Supernova's out. He's standing his ground. He's getting caught with the match. Kingslayer will die, but he does manage to bring down the Ursa with him. Ari's also going to fall. They get the root onto Seb. The defense continues here for Aurora as they chase the Enchantress out. I mean, sure, Kingslayer died, but Aurora,
some cleanup.
They keep the game alive.
Very nicely done. OG is just pushing forward for the gyro, but Aurora, in their base, they do get that egg off. They get a good positioning for it this time.
They do. It just so much had to be focused on the gyro that indeed didn't give the chance for OG to kind of keep the other threats in check. Aurora, they're keeping this game alive. They're holding.
And OG is pressing forward without a Roshan, right? They're really diving forward here without waiting for an Aegis or anything like that. And it's a fast respawn. It's instant. It's like 12-second respawn pretty much on that Rosh.
Yeah, they could have held back for that one for sure.
Yeah,
that's a good point.
They're playing a little over-aggressive here, and Aurora is benefiting heavily because of it.
They're getting to play.
They absolutely are. The experience especially now has almost hit even, but still needing that little bit more on the gyrocopter. And that Rosh, OG's gonna be alive for it.
Radiant are scared.
See the positioning. They've got the wards at the ready here on Aurora. Ultis.
OGs should still be pretty good to get.
They've got all their ults up, and Phoenix Egg is not up right now.
Jabs. It's very quick with the stance
moving. They got the Phoenix.
Towards the Phoenix. Catch him in the combo. They'll burst through him, but he has got buyback, so he can rejoin this fight if he wants to. Ari's gone. Same for him. We'll see if the buybacks do come into play. Yeah, Ari, he'll buy back straight away. Jabs is going to get caught out to the side. Aurora, they might just bail out and let the Centaur die.
Means they just have to make the call to just sacrifice that Rosh.
And also, of course, sacrifice the fact that, you know, Jabs, he's going to be out for 70 seconds and did not have actually just the gold.
They're going to try for it. Trying without the Centaur. It's going to be a hard one.
This is risky. Going for this fight without Jabs. I mean, they can maybe go for that. Because he's not got the money for buyback, they can fight with sort of the threat that he has buyback. He's going to be TPing in, so maybe OG's going to be a little bit scared.
They also just probably feel like they absolutely have to fight this Rosh. They have the vision as well inside there right now.
It's a huge risk.
I mean, OG is going to be ready to jump outside there. They see them.
At the least, it's slowing OG's attempts on the Rosh down. Lauren up. Let's take off the Lincoln Sphere, follow it up with the stun. Ari turns over with the telekinesis. Tomato jumps in. Lorenoff's going to get focused first. Kingslayer stepping up to help out. The BKB's out for Lorenoff. He backs away.
Force a couple spells here. Go back into the pit.
Can they force anything else? I still very risky plays here from Aurora.
Yep, they force the BKB from the DK, and immediately Aurora just has to back up and deal with the lanes. So they will get away with this Rosh. It is an Ags as well.
Who's taking it? BZM?
I think you just give it to Ursa.
Okay.
Is he going to give it to Ari? I don't think so. I feel like he should just take it himself at this point.
BZM already had his own, right?
Yeah, I think Tomato should take it because he's being super aggressive, and I feel like he just needs anything he can just to be able to dive forward as much as possible.
You're right. Wait, he did give it away, right?
No, he took it. Ursa took it.
Oh, yeah. My bad. He's got it. He's got it.
And he is getting closer.
He's got the Age, he's got the Ags. He's ready to go.
Closer to the MKB as well, just to full focus that gyro. Slayer.
I mean, OG's still going to be a bit careful about this. The last few pushes haven't gone too hot for them.
Kingslayer. He's being a bit bold here. Does have to be careful of the chain stun.
He's got a fair bit of evasion though now with the butterfly and the Aviana. Jumps there onto the Phoenix. That's going to be Ollie gone. He's not able to get any single spell out in this fight. The BKBs are out for Kingslayer's Jabs. They try and hold their ground with the Stampede. Kingslayer trying to get back towards the fountain. BZM's in with a burst. Not quite enough to kill him. They're able to catch the stun on towards the BZM Pango. Kingslayer backs up to heal up.
The Phoenix died instantly, and also
straight away.
I watched 23's damage. He was tickling them through that Crimson Guard, Owen. It was doing like nothing.
Yeah, it was great heads-up play from Whisper. He knew exactly who to go for. Just go straight for the Phoenix, take him out of the fight.
Now Mega Creeps have been claimed inside the base. 4v5. OG ready to jump, whoever shows. Seb working on the huts, the buildings.
Radiant are scattered.
That's a jump Tomato. Some of the Abyssal. Spear's going to connect onto him as well. Tomato's to get pushed back. Will get caught by the root. Jabs gets the Who Stomp up, but the impetus is coming out from Seb. Bring him down.
Look at this
Crimson. Hurricane Pike away. Kingsland D trying to get damage out, but as you say, barely any's coming from this Gyro at all whatsoever. They get a Dragon Tail onto Whisper.
He's just soaking it all up with the Bulwark too.
And they'll be able to hit him with the Sharp Shot. And still trying to make this fight happen. 20 seconds until the Phoenix is back up, and they'll have a Supernova to offer up into the team fight. Lorna jumps in with the follow. It's time to look towards Whisper. Can they bring this Mars down? He's up in the air with the Yules. Lorna's going to back up, but he's caught by the bashes. He's not getting back to the fountain. Lorna's out. Telekinesis there onto the Gyro. Holds him outside the fountain. Kingslayer's gone. GG is called. OG will close up this game 1.
Overall, pretty clean. I mean, that one dive, of course, in base, they could have just waited for Roche and stuff like that, but it gave Aurora a little bit back of a fighting chance. Overall, what a game from OG. The cores in particular, BZM absolutely running through all of Aurora, it seemed like, for himself and Tomato. A successful lane that just nets him into a 13-1-6 performance on the
Ursa. That's crazy. Yeah, this Ursa, absolutely beautiful stuff. And yeah, pretty much those two fighting for MVP, I feel, this game, BZM and Tomato. Doesn't get much better than that. You know, BZM did everything he could have hoped for from a Pango coming out in the mid lane that was shown early in the draft. And yeah, Tomato, against sort of the odds in situations where other Ursas would have struggled, he doesn't.
Yeah, and Gyro overall is, I think on the main stage I saw it is struggling. You know, we did see it in the play-ins having some success, especially on 23 as we see there on Kingslayer. But people seeming to have the answer, putting the pressure onto it early, not letting it get that farm. And I mean, he started to get some toward the end there, but yeah, they just played so well around it. Great game from OG.
Absolutely, yeah. OG showing off quite a bit here with this performance in game 1. We'll see if they keep it up going into game 2 as OG take game 1 against Aurora Gaming.
Quite a strong showing for OG in game 1 against Aurora. I don't feel like Aurora had any chance this game. And I feel like it comes back to what we said at the start. They should have, Gunnar, they should have had better lanes.
I think especially the bot lane didn't go as well as it could have. I also think the other thing was Pango didn't really get responded to in the draft as well. I don't think Dragonite is this year that crushes the mid lane as he used to in the past. And I think Pango is a really strong hero when you give it this like free early game.
Yeah, I think like they did really well. Like Mira, you mentioned it coming out of the draft that if OG do well early, which they did, and BZM did pop off with like the top rune going somewhere and doing stuff. And the one thing I realized with OG, I feel like they will always itemize for the next moment in the game. If they have 1400 gold on Rubik and maybe other players wouldn't buy Shard, he'll buy Shard. Their offlane Mars is going to buy a Crimson Guard to just keep winning fights over and over. And that's like one of the things I feel like they do so well, because Aurora, again, didn't look great, but I just think OG looks so incredible.
Yeah, they really did. And it was just, honestly, the Pango momentum. It entered the game for OG. It gave them so much space. Not only did he pop off and correct the game when the net worth was even early on with that first rotation bottom with the haste rune, after that, because Ursa had such a free time and a free lane. Oh, are we going to watch the rotation here?
Yes.
Okay, so we've got Pango making the first move. As you can see, the game state is pretty slow, 0 and 2. 1k net worth swing for Aurora, but this is what you wanted out of the Pango. You don't want him waiting for the Enchantress to come mid. You want BZM to come to these side lanes and make something happen. And this play was pretty cool, Gunnar. You want to talk about it?
Yeah, this one was extremely close to BZM dying. It was like partly the vision facet, making it so that once he outs the arena, they couldn't hit him, and then just shield crash, right? I think he got a 2 or 3 man shield crash. He barely lives, and they just turned this around. I think it ends up being 2 for 2, but if BZM goes down there, they don't get anything on the side of OG.
Yeah, the coolest thing was that he just goes back in here completely fearlessly, and after that, it just turns into more momentum for OG off of the back of BZM's Pango. After this fight concluded, they were able to just play around that top lane somewhere because of all of the map control and play that they got here.
Yeah, it's just like high skill team fighting, right? It's kind of like going on with them where they're like constantly going in, going out. There's another rotation top from BZM. Like he's honestly just straight up owning. Like if I'm Aurora, maybe like in hindsight, obviously you don't want to take this fight. Like Pango is incredible at like going to the tower. Tomato comes through the gate. So yeah, I think OG are super happy. They played well, but this is the style that they will bring to you every game. I feel like Aurora, maybe slight changes. I would also say the mid lane. In my opinion, DK should do better against Pango. Maybe skill stun, do that. Gunnar, you've played mid. Maybe you can give some insight.
He went like 2-0-1.
Yeah.
At least he didn't get stunned. I also just think different heroes. there's also the ban Pango. It's been really popular to just ban the Pango in the first phase. So they ban. I don't think they. I think they can probably swap the Brew out. I think the Brew is strong, but I think if you don't have this response, I think this is their best response to Pango. I'd prefer them to ban it over the Brew.
Yeah, I believe you guys will have a couple more things to show us.
I do think there should be one in the enemy jungle. Yeah, it's gonna be this one. So I think Fog was also mentioning, you know, maybe he cut the tree, which did end up happening. But I just like look at their item builds. First of all, he has a shield rune, he has 20 stick, he has Mage Slayer, he has Pupil's Gift, and like all of this stacked up with them just helping each other and taking the proper fights. Like if this game, if OG are ever ahead, which they are by a lot, and they itemize as they did, I think it's just very hard for Aurora to fight into them like straight up or not on their terms. And OG are just incredible at finding their moments and finding their fights.
Yep, and then they were having to go high ground, and that is always a little bit tricky, Gunnar. It took them a couple of tries with another highlight.
They had some unfortunate pushes, is a nice way of putting it, where it was the last Rex, and I think they slightly overcommitted. This one, I believe, was the one where they didn't have detection.
Yep.
So they go on the gyro, and they just don't have detection, so he barely lives. He kites the arena as well. Like, the arena's outside, there's an egg on the outside, and it could have looked really bad. Like the game, if this happened a third time, they happened like twice. They were so far ahead that happening twice it was okay, but this is why people are so scared of going high ground, I would say. It's because you get full vision when you have the Ancient. It gives you entire vision of everything in the base. You can't kite, you can't really do anything. And so you're basically fighting in the worst possible location on the map if you want to end the game. So I think that's why we always see these games go later and later. It's because it's so scary, and then if you mess up, it kind of wipes the entire slate clean, and everything you've worked for is just gone.
Yeah, and we did see OG having that net worth lead that allowed them to mess up here or there, or at least, you know, slow down a little bit before they did eventually take that first game. We're going to, of course, have a game number 2, but first we're going to check in with Purge.
Hey, we're here at the secondary stage, and there's a big match going on, as there's a lot of big matches. We're playing all matches in Group A at the start of today. This is Team Falcons here. Had a really rough start to the tournament, down 0-4, and now they're trying to catch things up. Managed to win their previous series 2-0, so now they're trying to get another 2 wins to go even in their games. And on the other side of the broadcast here, we've got LGD, who's currently playing a tense match. We just heard a really loud team fight coming from them. So in Group A, all of the teams are very close. The top scorer is 4-2. The bottom scorers are 2-4. So every match matters a big deal here. You can catch all these games on the secondary streams. That's B, C, D. Keep an eye out for those. And until then, I'll catch back up with you guys next time.
That opening match for Falcons against LGD, very exciting for me. Actually, I want to quickly talk about LGD if I can, and I know Effie doesn't mind talking about LGD anyway, because I feel like we've seen LGD almost eliminated like several times last weekend, and all of a sudden they clicked.
Yeah, sometimes you just have to hit rock bottom to power up. I mean, honestly, this iteration of LGD looked a little bit sus at the beginning, but throughout the play-ins, you felt like with every loss that they had, they actually learned something from it, and their rotations look very, very clean in that early game. It feels like they bring an actually terrifying early game, especially on the backs of Y, and these rotations that Y does, like through the twin gates into like taking the enemy tier 1 early and kicking them out of the safe lane, that's been a pattern that I've been seeing a lot, and it's worked out very well for LGD.
Yeah, they've just leveled up a lot. They were close to being eliminated twice. They've done a lot better. They had to beat Gunnar, and maybe that's all it took to kind of level up. I don't know what you have.
They learned a lot from you guys.
They did.
We had a very long game versus them, so
you did.
Probably a lot of learning. I think New has also been popping off.
Yeah.
He was really on form at last TI. He got 3rd place. And then I think this year they weren't doing the best over the full year, but I think they're kind of back in their shape. And so it's been looking up and up for them.
Yeah, and if you want to catch that, of course, they're playing right now. I don't exactly know on which of the 3 other streams, but they're playing right now against Falcons. Definitely a match you could tune into, but you could also just stay here because we're going to have a quick break. But when we're back, it's time for Aurora versus OG round 2.
I'm joined right now with Seb from OG here at Riyadh Masters. We're going to have a bit of a conversation about your very long and decorated career within Dota. But before we even start talking about that, I want to know how your day is and how you've been going.
My day has been great so far.
Yeah.
Super happy to be here. Happy to be with the boys, you know, getting ready for a big tournament. So this is definitely what I like doing. So much better than the online sequences. So I'm great. I'm thrilled.
Perfect. That's what I love to hear. The mood is high. It's ecstatic. Let's start with your origin story in Dota. Where exactly did you start playing, and who kind of helped you make that transition into Dota? Not even professionally, just in general.
Yeah, I mean, I started playing in I don't even know exactly when, but maybe 2006, 2007, around these years. Obviously, at the beginning, I was just a casual player, a big noob. And the competitive, when I started playing like seriously, was more around 2011, maybe 2012. And who really helped me break into the scene was Titwan Sokchka. He's here with us as a manager, like he's filling in for this event, so he's gonna be here. He was really the one that believed in me, and that actually convinced other people to try me out and give me time, give me confidence. So yeah, I owe him a lot.
Oh, that's very sweet to hear. When did you want to go pro? Like, what sequence of events made you think that there was a career in Dota for you?
I never really thought of going pro. I was just playing the game because I really liked it, and I'm a very competitive person, so I just wanted to improve and play with better players. So I was seeking for just more competition, like better players, and I never really enjoyed being like the best in the lobby. Like I always wanted to be the worst and try to challenge players that were, supposedly better than me. And I think I was convinced by some people that I met that I should maybe consider playing tournaments, and that back then there was no such thing as being pro. There was no such things as getting salary or anything like that. But they were like the beginnings of it. And some people had to convince me that, you know, such path is starting to exist, and maybe you should pursue it.
And look, now my final question is, you've built this legacy through all those journeys, through those heartbreaks, through those highs, but is there anything that you would change looking back in hindsight?
The only thing that I would maybe change is I wouldn't get mad or angry or really upset at my my loved ones, like family, parents, that actually were doubting what I was going for. I'm a dad myself now. I'm an early dad, but I already start getting the feeling of like your role is to protect, and sometimes you're gonna be wrong in trying to do so. So I would be more indulgent towards them in a way, even though I think they were wrong and they had the wrong approach, but
it came from a place of love.
Of course, and I sometimes failed to see that. In the moment, at least, for sure. I was blinded by, I just needed support because it was so rough. So I wished for support instead of defiance. But definitely I would maybe change the feelings I had and probably some of the reactions I had. They were immature and they were short-sighted, but I only realized that later. So I have to make up for it today.
Oh, I love that. That's awesome. And obviously you can then pass that on to your new child as well.
Yeah.
I love it. Well, Seb, thank you so much for taking the time talking to me, and I loved going down memory lane with you, but good luck in the tournament.
Thank you so much.
Game number 2 between OG and Aurora is coming to your way very, very soon. It's coming to you soon, and we need to talk about that game too, because we definitely need to change something, or rather, well, we don't. We're doing great, guys.
Oh, we're doing great.
We're doing fantastic. Aurora, however, it was looking kind of hopeless, Kezu.
I mean, I feel like they didn't really get all that much going. Like with the DK, I'm sure the idea is you do well mid, we sync up with the supports, but that never really happened. You go phase and Blade Mill on center, they never really got online, so I do think it's not only draft and not only gameplay, like some mix-up of the two. I don't know exactly what you're going to say, but I would like to see a small change, because OG, they will do a similar stuff. They're going to run at you. You better fight back.
Yeah, I think the big thing, as I said before, is the Lordov. I don't think he really was able to do his standard. I always like him when he's on this greedier hero. Like, he gets to farm, gets to do ancient stacks. Like, It feels to me his favorite part of the map is the Ancients. He like goes out a lot. He always farms it, and it puts him high level because it's the best experience you can get in the game. And I don't think Dragon Knight's really that type of hero, so I'd like to see him more on just some greedier type of hero, like a Shadow Fiend if it's not getting banned in the first phase. Something that fits their kind of team playstyle a little bit better.
Yeah, for Lornaf, I do agree that when he has like some playmaking tempo setter, he looks so good. I think in that game though, it's a matter of you are being enabled by your support stat. You're the DK, you're the strong body, you blink stun, somebody does damage for you. But in that game, their draft, if they fell behind, they were just always going to play catch up, right? Because you don't want your gyro to play from a net worth deficit. That hero, you pick it to win lane and then flash farm Ancients and then go stomp the enemy carry with an extra item. That didn't happen that game.
It did not. I'm just worried that during the draft of game 1, we saw them focusing. I mean, we saw them take out the Morphling and the Shadow Fiend, you know, focusing on some tomato heroes, because in a couple drafts that we saw before from OG, they normally pick Tomato's hero fairly early, and it was normally one of the 3 that we talked about. This time they saved it for last, so they did change up the playbook on the side of OG. I feel like Aurora tried to put them in a corner to, you know, put them out of their comfort zone. But this looked very comfort.
I mean, I think it's still, I mean, if you get last pick as a carry, you're still kind of going to be chilling. And I think also you put them maybe a little bit out of their comfort zone, but their draft kind of wants to fight the towers with like Mars and Pango. Then they go there and you're like kind of fighting them as Aurora with 3-4 heroes, which I think your draft was not equipped to do from a deficit. So it's also like just playing to your strengths, which I feel like they did not do in that last game.
No, I feel like we should see an easy start, go out with better lanes. If Aurora can get out of the lanes a little bit better, surely a lot of things can be solved that way. We saw them opening with the Hoodwink though, that was a good pick for them. But what made that lane, because I feel like that lane, that bottom lane, obviously we talked about the mid lane, but the bottom lane is where Aurora should have also gotten an advantage.
Yeah, and it wasn't that, it like sounds very harsh. It's like you didn't win the lane hard enough.
Yeah.
But to some extent, I think when you pick Centaur Hoodwink, you're supposed to win that lane that hard. And so when your whole draft revolves around this, especially when they last pick the carry, no matter what they pick this carry, they're supposed to lose the lane, especially a weak hero like Ursa. So getting away with this free lane, it also enabled Seb to take the gate really early and go top. The play didn't work out, but just like the map pressure of being able to do that is opened up purely because of this laning stage.
And I don't think... So I think Hoodwink Centaur should always win lanes, but I don't think Enchantress as a support that can lane secure should be underestimated, because I think that with her creep fighting Hoodwink, they does a great job at absorbing, you know, some of those acorn shots and taking the pressure away. And Ursa versus Centaur, you're still pretty happy if you're Ursa, so long as you're not losing those first few levels, right? So maybe just not the Centaur anymore, Gunnar. You were talking about how you didn't like it as that game progressed.
I thought it ended up feeling really weird in their draft, because I think it's a very similar hero to Dragon Knight. They both want to rush a blink, they both want to blink and then stun and then be tanky and exist in the fight. So I would have liked if they picked a different type of hero, either put the Dragon Knight off lane or pick more of an aura buyer like Darkseer or even a Beastmaster. I think could have been nicer for them. And I also think when you pick a lot of these like tanky heroes that want to stand still, I think the Ursa is a really important ban. I think the hero's like probably top 4 carries of the patch, top 3. And so getting that on 24 was, I would say, a mistake for Aurora.
Fair enough, this is the countdown. We have been waiting for a couple of seconds, and we'll see what the two teams have in store for each other with the draft.
Like another thing that we probably have to touch on, because the lanes are important, but there's also like this type of thing where BZM's mid lane obviously was very good, and that's him just playing well, but his runes weren't really contested. Like, it doesn't really matter if you have... Okay, the better heroes you have are going to runes, the easier I feel like you make it for yourself to think about it and go there. But you can go mid with any type of hero. And when you play against OG, and their tempo is going to come through the mid hero, whether it's an Ember, a Pango, or something else, I would say if I'm Aurora, I'm going to put way more emphasis on the mid lane after like the first few minutes of the side lanes, which is like first step, right? You do your laning stage, you do well. Next step, what is it? Most often, that's going to be mid lane, first power rune, and like kind of see what's up.
I think the 6-minute power rune was really big. Like the Pango is a 50-50. He gets the haste rune and he uses it to get 2 kills bot. It like opens up the whole map. Then he uses his strength from those kills to go top. And so maybe trying to help Lorn off more mid, get these runes, the 6-minute rune, the 8-minute rune, might turn things a little more around. It's also hero matchup. I think Pango uses runes a lot better than Dragon Knight. Like, a Dragon Knight doesn't really do anything. He just wants to sit there and take his tower and not really rotate. So a little bit of hero. Now OG is first pick. So I honestly think they'll just pick the Pango here.
They
It's
are
out.
taking.
Maybe it's hard to see.
Yeah, it is out. I will say that we see Aurora switching things up quite heavily in terms of the bans. Obviously, the pick order has changed, which has an effect on that as well. But it's to the point. Oh, this is unusual because Tiny is still in the pool. But they favor the Elder Titan. They picked it up first. They ban out the Beastmaster.
Okay, I mean, ET has looked very good. Seb has had some phenomenal performances. I mean, this guy even played it like years ago when he played offlane every now and then in like cool matches. So I would say that this is pretty good. So maybe they don't care about the Tiny as much. You know, there's always the Morph, Rubik later down the line. Aurora do only have one ban, but they'll take something different. Snapfire. I think they're both like very generic openers that are good and also feel good for the team.
I think Snap is one of the better pause fours for CT. You actually go the Ricochet instead of the full bore. So you have the short range Scatter Blast. And basically the Elder Titans are taking the movement speed to attack speed facet. So any slows are really good for them because they're slows and an attack speed slow at the same time. So Snap is one of the supports that is able to kind of secure the lane. And it also is a range hero, but it also works well as a melee hero just because innate tankiness, like it's a short range hero. So it can pair well with a Darkseer later down the line, or maybe even an Enigma could be okay.
Yeah, it's also a flex to mid for Aurora now. So if they end up picking BZM's hero in second phase and it's something like an Ember Spear, you can just play the Snap mid and just pick a different position for it.
It's just a very high value hero. Whenever this hero is in the meta and he can be played as a core, it's just really nice to have in your draft. It's kind of a, yeah, I wouldn't say a hoodwinked replacement, but it's just good. It has follow-up damage. He can go mid. I think the stuff with the facet is pretty interesting because most force snaps, at least from what I've seen, you would like to go the long range. But against ET, yeah, you definitely want to play on the short range one. So if we see that lane matchup, absolutely, I think that facet has to come out.
I think this 13 pick for Aurora kind of is going to show a lot of how the draft plays out. They will either pick an offlaner to keep this snap flex open between mid and pause 4, which I wouldn't be surprised. The question is, what offlaner do you pick? I think Darkseer innately is bad versus ET in the lane. Like, those lanes can get really awkward. So I think realistically the best thing they can do is just pick a 5, very generic 5. Crystal Maiden is the first one that jumps to mind. Like, you just pick this hero, it's gonna go to its lane, press Q, push it in, sets it for gyrocopters, which Aurora picked last game. So I think it's probably something up their alley, very simple.
Do you think they might have to pick another support here on Aurora, like a Rubik, just to cover for a potential Enigma coming out of OG? Because they've been playing a lot of Enigmas. I mean, Tiny's still in the pool. You have to consider these heroes that still weren't addressed in the banning phase.
I can see Tiny, because I know these are one of the teams that pick it for offlane. Like Jabs plays it, because I think there's definitely some teams that don't play it offlane at all. And this is the type of team that they can play it 2, 3, 4. There's also Brewmaster, which has been contested very heavily in the series. Like, it was banned in the first phase last game. Not very surprised it's picked here. It's a very strong lane with Snap. It's also really good because I think the counters to it don't really counter it anymore. Like the Svens, the Gyros. It's like, sure, you're going to kill the Pandas at some point, but with the way people are building them now, they're sometimes even going 4-4-0. They go Aura items. The split is really like the weakest part of the hero, and if that ends up being true, it's a really strong hero.
I mean, I do like the fact that they ban out Morph. When you're Brew, one of the biggest things, at least in my opinion, you kind of want to progress the map, maybe kick the guy out, take the tower, whatever, play forward. Morph, one of the best heroes at doing that. Need to see if OG can kind of find a replacement, maybe like later down the line. But yeah, I think the Morph ban is good. Brewmaster, I always like seeing. There is a big difference in terms of what you can do, in terms of, I feel like, how your team plays it. But yeah, OG response, Ember, Rubik, very much up their alley.
So this is the Ember, where you talked about Snap. Maybe it goes mid now. This is a really easy matchup.
So I think Ember is a very high value hero for BZM as a player, just in terms of his playstyle, and it's something that can come out in the drafting phase very early. Rubik we also talked about, but for Aurora, I think when you're playing Rubik, it just covers for so much that you don't ban. So if you're picking a Rubik, all of a sudden you're not afraid of these Tinies coming out, these Enigmas coming out. So it's just, this hero just gives you so much protection within a draft. The only issue now is, right, they could just flex Snapfire to mid and completely crap on the Ember, basically.
That is the fear with Ember. It's always these mid matchups. There's like Huskar, Monkey King, Snapfire, Shadow Fiend.
Yeah.
It's like the list goes on, and that's always kind of been the balancing factor of the hero. It's amazing after 6 minutes in the game, but its laning stage is its weakest part by far. I think the Sleight of Fist facet has kind of helped to secure the lane a little more, but it's still in that same position. We'll kind of see what Aurora does.
It's amazing to me that Ember Spirit can be in the top 10 of most picked heroes here in Riyadh so far and still be close to a 75% win rate. I think that's crazy.
This hero just looks really good, and also a lot of teams are very good at like understanding how to play on high range and like low commit. I think all these 3 heroes on OG, ET kind of like, at least later when he's not clapping people anymore, he plays on Spirit, Aura, Storm, same with Rubik, high range. You help each other. Ember as well, like a lot of poke. And I mean, BZM is an insane Ember player.
Yeah.
Like if you don't slow down this guy's early game, he's gonna pull a similar performance as he did last game on Pango.
Do you think if you're Aurora, you can just keep your double flex open? Like you pick Batrider Snap and either can go mid or either can go forward and pair with the Brewmaster well. You also have your Ember solution innately. Because I think Batrider stocks are going up.
If they pick Bat, it should just go 4.
Okay.
I think Bat mid is a little weak for Ember. For some reason, I like Skywrath. I think Skywrath is really good versus Ember. It's a good 4 versus ET. It lanes well with Brew. I think it gives them this damage to kind of have a really strong early game. So something like Sky plus a strong 5 could be really nice. They end up going Storm. This one, the lane isn't as good versus Ember anymore, I think. Yep. And so this is more of a mid-game pick than like a lane punishing pick.
But they also remove any like hint of flex, right?
Yeah. This snap is going to go 4. They're going to pick a 5. I still think something melee as a 5 is really nice. I don't know if there's any left in the pool. Like Treant Protector could be pretty interesting. I don't know what other melee heroes he really likes playing. Like the Clockwork's already banned. ET's already picked. Enchantress is probably the closest to a melee range hero because you get the creep. It like runs in for you, ganks mid. Ench has also been a really strong hero the past 2 days. I think it scales really well. It plays the early game really fast. It kind of does everything you want in a support, and it's easy to pick.
I think this is a super high value Enchantress pick. Because Enchantress, like, an underrated aspect of her is her Dispel. And her Dispel versus ET, like, she can follow him to whichever lane he plays on, and you can, like, take away the buff. And same with Ember, like, she does Dispel Flame Guard, so it mitigates a lot of Ember Spirit's early game survivability and damage. But OG respond with the Clinks, which is, I believe, what Team Spirit showed us on day 1 of group stages, is how they responded to Enchantress. So, like, okay, we'll just pick a safe laner that makes it impossible for you to come dive me.
I mean, so the Ench Storm I like a lot just because I feel like it's going to help Aurora do more of the things that they need to do in this game, which is like play through mid, help Lauren off, shut down BZM a little bit. So I like it a lot for that fact. The Clinks is still a hero that I feel like I don't have the full knowledge on how I really feel about it. I would say it fits very well with OG. Like, again, he can hunt people down. He's good with ET. He can play on similar range, right, with like Tar Bomb and also his Shard later. I will say that I feel like Brew can be kind of annoying for this hero, depending on how the game goes. If you're ahead, I think you're very annoying for Brew, but it can also go the other way around. I don't know if you have any, like, how you feel. Like, you've been playing lots of Brew, Mr. Gunner?
I think this lane can get really dicey for them, honestly. I think the Brew Snap might be just stronger than them. Mid-game it's good versus Brewmaster because the Shard. The Clink Shard does a lot of AoE physical damage, which is kind of the counter to Brew. And he doesn't have Elder Titan, which is pretty much the best like hero to secure these like lanes versus melee offlaners. I also like the Clinks because of the Orchid.
Yeah, I was going to say that. I think they're looking at the Clinks because they wanted a ranged hero to pair with ET, but they wanted something to disrupt the Storm Spirit. So the early Orchid gives them a window and after the laning stage to just run at Aurora and not really care about the Storm threat. The only issue with kind of banking on your Clinks to be the Storm shutdown is that if Storm himself rotates to Clinks' lane, they kill him a few times, then you're not hitting that Orchid as early as you want to. Otherwise, it's really good. And let's not forget, like, one of Enchantress's biggest strengths as a 5 is she goes through the gates, through the creep, and she dives the enemy carry. Clinks innately makes that impossible because he just eats the creep.
Primal? Slardar. Similar hero, just tanking strength with a stun. A lot of teams like it blind, and I've seen it get really sketchy, honestly. The Slardar blind doesn't really do that much in the lane, so we'll see how Aurora chooses to punish it. They can pick anything. Is it TA? I think TA is pretty good for them. Is it Ben?
Yeah, second phase ban.
I see, okay.
I mean, it's really damn good. I feel like OG are just one of the teams that they, over anything, this is a pretty damn good pick. They value like heroes that are more good for like what they want to do, right? With the Slaughter, minus armor, Ember, and all that stuff going around. I will say that Naga has fallen off a lot, but this is one of the better Naga games, at least overall. I would say Ember can be annoying. The support is like so-so. But I feel like it fits pretty well, at least with Storm, how he wants to play the map later as well.
it's a really good combo with Storm. You push all the lanes out, which is kind of what Storm wants. Like, he never wants to be on the map. Naga does every single lane shoved at the same time. I'm just worried about the Naga versus ET Ember. I think both of those heroes are just amazing versus Naga, so it's going to be a question of how like strong this lane goes. I think Naga's supposed to beat Slaughter, but if they don't, you know, Aurora doesn't win these lanes just like last game, I think it's really hard for them to kind of get off their feet.
I think ET just is very happy to play against high agi carries and will always provide a lot in team fights. But if Naga wins the lane and just plays for the map and not necessarily joining these team fights, you know, just keeps lanes pushed out, then the supporting cast of Storm and Brew can do so much all over. For me, I think OG's game actually depends very heavily on Klinks. Like, if Klinks has a good lane and gets that Orchid timing, it's going to be kind of hard for Aurora to play into this because it just shuts down the two main cores that we were talking about.
Yeah, I feel like for me, I would prefer to play the OG draft. I see the idea with the Naga, and I think it's very cool. And like, I respect them taking a hero that hasn't been played a lot. But I feel like that their kills on Aurora are very slow. And if like they don't really get the fight going nicely, I just see OG like kind of outlive it, and then like minus armor here, puddle here, stun. Everyone's tanky, they get all their stuff off, and they'll be pretty happy.
So overall, Aurora has a better shot than in game number 1.
Yeah.
I think so. I think their lanes are not necessarily stronger, but more stable for them. But I think they have better tools to fight early game, better mid game, and so I think it'll be a lot faster for them.
They definitely have a very good shot on Aurora. I mean, the Naga Siren does seem very hard to play against. They're going to have to dedicate resources to shut it down. But if Storm Spirit doesn't pop off, you know, doesn't do a lot for his team, then Naga's going to be too slow.
Let's see what's going to happen in game 2 with OG Aurora and Fog, the Naughty Pixel.
Thank you very much, CBS. Game 2 time here between OG and Aurora Gaming. This time with the draft, a bit of a fishy finish from both teams. We get the Slardar coming out on one side, and then the Naga Siren coming out as that final choice of carry here for Kingslayer, aka Mr. 23. And now the question is, folks, how well is this Naga Siren going to be able to do? And why do you think they went for the Naga Siren this game?
I think they went for it because they were just worried about this Slardar matchup. In particular, they want to be able to stall the game out and get to these later tails of being able to scale and stuff like that. But OG has not been really letting too many teams do that. They've been running away with games early, and I'm super glad that Gunnar finished off that panel with what I was thinking as well, too. The Naga into the Ember and that Elder Titan, it does feel difficult. I don't know. I'm not really the biggest fan of this hero at the moment either. It feels very, very greedy in a lot of situations. I'm looking forward to what 23 is going to be able to do if he can stall the game out, but if he can't, this game could just end before he actually becomes a hero, exists. And they might have ways to just deal with him anyway. The way that now these Embers and the way these ETs, even as a 5 position, can play in a lot of situations. The later and later it progresses, natural order just gets better and better also versus that Naga Siren. So I definitely have my concerns for Aurora, but if they can stall the game out, they do have a very strong late game draft. But OG does too, so.
Oh, let's see. First blood.
Tomato.
Something going down here. Tomato indeed. He's going to be the first to be taken out. So Jabs get first blood. They'll lose Q in return as Sep able to slap him down. So 1 for 1, but first blood go in the way of Aurora.
It's an important one, especially. This is one of the lanes that I think can be a bit volatile. ET overall does secure most of these lanes in quite a few of these situations, but versus these two that can slow the attack speed consistently, make these miss rates and stuff like that happen, could be a bit annoying for Seb to get that zone to be able to protect Tomato. So I'm going to be looking at this one quite a lot.
Root and Snap. Not too afraid of a fight early on.
A grenade. Seb. Big damage.
It's going to be fine.
He's got the salve too.
A little bit of
the reset.
Body block there from Tomato just to make sure Q can get that last right click in onto Seb.
It's common you see this from these snaps, especially too. They hit really hard because of that new buckshot, you know, just the innate when you do get those extra damage hits that comes out. But then you see that attack range that you used to miss, you know, that little bit of extra that the snap is now missing. Seb again. It's going to be constant trades and back and forth of the ET Spirit versus the double nukes to prevent him from getting any hits. Gunnar was mentioning, you know, these attack speed slows plus movement slows are very valuable versus ET in laning phase. It's the movement speed slow is essentially both. And at bottom, I'm wondering how the Naga is going to be able to do, because they did pick it in particular just to be able to deal with the pressure that could come out from a Slardar. But it is still going to be that melee matchup.
It is, yeah, it depends. I mean, when you have sort of illusions in the lane, can Rubik and Slardar clear them easily enough, like is the burst enough between sort of like the crushes and the fade bolts?
Early,
or?
yeah, absolutely. So that's why I'm just worried, because I'm not the biggest fan of this hero right now. The illusions just don't seem as strong as they once were, and opening up the map it still is good being able to delay and stuff like that, but teams are also closing games a lot faster. They're getting auras. They're just putting the pressure on a lot faster than they were before when we were seeing quite a bit more Naga Siren. I think back at Birmingham especially too, we were seeing quite a bit of it, but most teams have fallen away from it. What's that?
A big brain play that could come in. Maybe.
Which one?
Kingslayer didn't account for. Obviously the... Oh, no, never mind.
What are you going to say?
I thought he was going to go... Because he had Chain Gang selected at the start, but he actually obviously settled.
He switched, yeah.
He switched back. But if he had Chain Gang, just imagine, right, you throw a Remnant in... Oh.
No, go ahead. You're right. You're fine. You're fine. We'll talk about it after.
But you know what I mean? He's songs, he's TPing, and you can throw a Remnant into the song, and then chain.
Dude, how come you think about these cool things when you're casting, and then when you're playing with me, you do all these dumb things? Like, what the hell?
But you know what I mean?
That's a great
That could be pretty good against the Naga nowadays.
I love it.
But he didn't take it because he didn't go for Chain Gang.
No, but either way. Yeah. So, thing I was going to point out that I got excited for is Ari's doing something that I've been theory crafting and doing in my games and a bunch of my pubs and everything. I've been seeing more of the Rubik's do is he takes the Arcane Supremacy at level 2. It's really strong since you get attack damage. You get 8 damage in laning phase when you have just a couple stat items. So he has 68 damage as this Rubik tool to bring extra harassment and stuff like that. So it's small, you know, now you don't have to lift for the lane to get aggressive, but I don't think they're looking to go for kills too much in this lane rather than just slow down the farm in particular of Kingslayer until more levels come out. And by then they'll have the lift, so. Yeah, cool to see.
Well, so talking about the mid lane matchup as well, Lauren off this game, do you think there's more of a chance for him to have a good game? Do you like to see him on his Storm?
Yeah, I think the hero is definitely still strong, but I know a bunch of the pros are saying they don't like it nearly as much as they did before top.
Tomato is trying to stand his ground and trade with Q, but Tomato's going to lose his life first. We'll see if Seb can find Q in return. A good cookie off to the side. Q, he's able to back off, stay alive. Seb won't be able to find the trade this time round, so Tomato taken out as Aurora's the duo lane up here.
This lane's really good.
It's doing so much better than last game, right? We said last game that should have maybe been a situation in which they were able to threaten Tomato's Ursa. They weren't. He had a great time. This time around, they're stepping it up. They're actually putting pressure on and they're killing off this Klings.
Yeah, they prepared very well versus this ET. The level 3's been hit. This is one of the big power spikes too for that ET since he does have the level 2 in the Spirit. But so far, yeah, slowed down that Klings a lot. 2 kills onto him. They're getting a great setup for the Brew to go for this new item build that we're seeing on these Brews. We've been seeing more and more of these Arcane Boots, Vessel, maxing the Thunderclap, maxing the Cinder Brew to be able to apply more pressure early on rather than slowing down and looking for Radiance. BCM.
Got enough control between the two of them.
It's quite a bit of damage.
It certainly is. We'll get the Flame Guard off, but underneath the tower, PZM will be fine. It's the Fairy Fire, he'll survive.
And overall, yeah, Lorinov definitely can do quite a bit more. I mean, Tomato's still continuing to eat a lot of hits here, Jabs.
He's not having fun against Jabs.
Just a 1v1 right now.
I mean, Jabs has got a clap and an
He's thinking about it.
Yeah, he could just pop the uncharge. Good jump over to the side there from Tomato.
Still going to be able to walk him down. Tomato juking, trying to. He's looking pretty dead.
I mean, they've got him, Jabs. I mean, yeah, absolutely making up for just what was a bit of a rough game one, right? Not only just the laning stage, but he just never really was able to do much as the center in that first game. This game, just completely different level of performance. 3 kills already on this off lane.
Love it.
Brewmaster, I mean, it doesn't get much better. You can't ask for more from your offlane in the first 5 minutes.
No, especially also Q left mid, or Q left to go to mid, and he was still able to get a solo kill. Yep. He's going to hit level 6 at probably record time on this Brewmaster because of that. So very early itemization he's going to be able to get, and early 6, which could be difficult for Tomato to stand up there, or even Seb. Could be very difficult for them to show heroes up here.
You've got earn charges to play with, and yet with the 6 as well, once that's there, you don't want to come to this lane unless you're going to be bringing in some sort of TP reaction from BZM.
Yeah.
But even then, highly likely that Jabs is able to get under your tower and kill off one of your heroes before you can deal with the split.
Absolutely. Looking at those other 2 lanes, though, Slardar is crushing it. Whisper also having an absolutely insane performance right now in the laning phase, 500 ahead of that Naga, and Lorinov at risk of dying here. Has to be careful of his positioning. Not quite the 6 yet. Gets the rune right before it gets killed as well. BZM able to snag that one away. Still not 6. We'll have it off of the catapult, though. Should be fine to survive here, but yeah, power rune this time again claimed for BZM. And so point out last game too, BZM, he had a lot of help around that mid lane too, and he was able to secure, if I'm not mistaken, like 4 or 5 of those early power runes. So see if they give Lorinov a bit more help. They already did bring the snap once. I want to see them keep looking to enable the Storm Spirit.
I came a long way.
The Naga Siren, in terms of the timings nowadays as well, it's I guess you're sort of taking a long time until you start to get involved, right?
Yeah, it's the same old
Kingslayer's Yeah, he's not going to be involved in any of the action. It's going to be completely down to sort of Lorenov and Jabs.
Jabs is going to take the tower. So it's super early that he might be able to just persist through. And BZM's looking for a steal of the wisdom with that haste rune. Q gets the stun. He'll be able to deny it away. Or, well, save it for himself. BZM not able to steal. BZM...
he might want to die for this.
Thinking about it.
He's going to stop thinking about it. Okay, now he's going for it.
Not enough.
Tease it around. And BZM.
Maniac.
he's just trying to get in the heads of them.
Pushing the limits, nearly dies, but yeah, pushing it as much as possible there. Tomato, as you said, it's going to be a slow start for him, but similar for this Naga Siren on the side of 23. Both going to just be jungling. And Tomato is going to go down the routes of this Gleipnir, so it's going to be slower toward that Orchid timing that eventually, because it will probably come like next item maybe for the Clinks, unless he feels like he needs a BKB, but he'll at least have that extra catch, and that's going to be good control versus both, right? Versus the Storm and the scaling versus Naga.
Tom to set him on a BZM, but indeed he's able to dodge what they have, and now maybe be ready to turn. Whisper steps up, they get the sleep end stomp onto the two of them, and allows Whisper to step up and take down Q. Jabs diving towers, killing off Ari underneath the tier 1, no problem with how strong the Brewmaster is at this point.
They kind of just have to run away from Jabs. Way too strong. Both these offlaners are just going to be able to run control of this early game here. BZM. He's got a Remnant. Good pressure being forced onto the mid tower. They're trying to make sure that BZM can stay around here because Jabs, he wants to force the issue to take this tower. His vessel's already finished.
Super difficult to lock down BZM. The supports though, Jabs will run at them every single time. Towards Zari.
He's just going to throw the split.
Why not get an easy kill? Get in underneath that tier 2. Take the Rubik down. Maybe see if we get more. Okay,
Not that easy.
Okay, then indeed Ari's able to survive. And now
Split's
Jabs is backing off. And now it's getting a little bit awkward for Jabs. Ari's not able to kill Ari that easy at all, apparently.
He might die.
And Jabs,
he gets out.
He does indeed. That was very, very close to dying during the split, but Jabs will get away with that. But Ari surviving.
That was they used the glyph on the tier 2 to kill those brews to be able to protect. And Lorenov now going back in.
I'd look to try and trade on towards BZM. BZM, another sleight of fist, and he has a remnant to jump away. Now Jabs.
He's deep.
Certainly is.
He gets the kill, though.
He does actually. BZM ends up ticking out, so Jabs, I mean, he'll take that. He got a kill, and he's making space.
Yeah, and if you die, you know what you get? A Spirit Vessel charge as you do go down, so Will eventually, of course, die to the tower, gets that Vessel charge, and he did get the kill on BZM. Jabs, that's part of all the kills. He actually is all of them.
He's doing everything. He actually is. He really is. As I said, a very kind of slow game from him in game 1. Didn't make a lot of noise, didn't do a whole lot, but this game, my goodness, you put him on his brew, and he's doing literally everything.
And he's making noise. Like you said, noise is important when you're playing with something like Naga Siren. So seeing 23, he's able to just chill back, getting that farm up while the Clinks is getting slowed. Actually, Tomato is catching up as well, too, so similar kind of fronts on these two carries. And similar fronts on the, kind of across the board, really. Both of those offlaners, we said, kind of doing a really good job here. And Lorenov, he is getting a bit more help around that mid lane. We're seeing a lot of rotations, securing these runes, protecting him. Yeah, Seb's tipping Jabs. He's like, yeah, this guy. They're making sure that he's involved, because last game, honestly, Jabs, he was pretty quiet. I don't think we saw much of him until the later stages.
Not at all. This game, so the tenfold making up for that.
Yeah.
This is one of the more explosive brew openings that we've had. We've seen quite a few brews.
Yeah, some of them especially have been having some rough games. You know, in particular, 33, I think he had some of the rougher ones that we saw from the brews at least yesterday. But yes, Jabs set up for success, at least for himself. And great way to be able to make space and continue pressure every time that Promo splits up. And there won't be that Orchid or anything like that to bring him down. There is Chain Stun to be able to bring him down, but no silence for quite some time. Tomato wants to eat the creep. Oh, he saves it. Nicely done. He saw Tomato with that sentry he placed down, so he keeps the Dark Troll Summoner away from him so he can't just eat it. Tomato eats the catapult instead. But the tower drops. Nice moves. Very good early aggression.
Much slower start for OG this time now.
And it is going to mean that Kingslayer, as we said, going to be able to get that farm, and he is going to go down the route of that Orchid. The natural build-up that we've seen from these Nagas in the past. The skater build, I like to call it, because I feel like he was the one that kind of started it about 2+ years ago, that Manza into Orchid build. Which will be very good versus something like BZM. if he gets that good timing. And BZM he's kind of the one that has to be that full solution as the game starts getting. Not the only one, of course, him and the Clinks, but BZM in the early game, the solution for the Naga to hunt him. And BZM has been slowed down a decent chunk here.
Let's continue to farm in this area right underneath sort of the Naga Siren, just to keep Kingslayer a little bit on edge.
Just be annoying, you know, just poke him, keep him a little bit low constantly, make him feel a little bit worried. Because he's still very elusive. Until that Orchid or anything comes out, BZM, if he plays down there, they'd have to rotate a lot to be able to push him out, so pushing the limits of the hero. And Lornoff does get another rune, so continues to just get the control here and getting closer and closer to his own Orchid too, so they'll have 2 Orchids to be able to, of course, silence up that Ember. And this slow pace, it's great for Aurora.
Yeah, Jabs is getting time to farm towards the Radiance. The Orchid for Lornoff's going to be there very, very soon.
OG trying to find something here, trying to make a move here. They have the blink on the Slardar. They want to try to get something going. They don't want this game to be too slow versus this Naga Siren and this Brewmaster who's just sitting back farming a Radiance.
Dire are scanning.
See who they can find. It'll be a big battle here.
They're going to go for Ari first, but Ari, the split out
off.
range. The split does come off in time. They'll turn towards Tomato. Focus the Clinks. Tomato's able to jump away. He'll turn towards the split, start to try clearing them out. Ollie takes down low, but he's healing up. He'll finally fall to the Sleight of Fist there coming through from BZM. Jabs, he's got to be careful with the Primal Split getting low. He's going to get caught by the chains. BZM's able to clean him up as well. Double kill for the Ember Spirit. He's not done yet. Chasing over towards Q, Lornoff, and Kingslayer's now turned up to the fight. We'll see how much Kingslayer could do here, though. I'm surprised he's here. This team fight, he's got to get out. He'll indeed immediately start TPing away as they've already lost 3 on Aurora.
They're chasing.
And Lornoff using his last bit of mana to try and get away from this. But it's a stolen zip forward as well from Ari. He's also ready to close the gap. Gets in with a Fade Bolt. The Remnant forwards there. Lornoff, he's out of mana. And he's out of life. Oh.
He TP's in. He's probably just dead.
Well, he's definitely just dead.
OG. They strike back hard.
Oh, they do. Oh, well, Aurora, things were looking pretty good, and then that kind of happened. And some of they were set up for. They went up there with the 3 of them, looked to start a fight. The rest of the team came to join, but it was just a little bit too slow. It was just too much of an awkward play. They try and go in on Ari, but Ari's already able to keep his distance. It turns towards Tomato, but
it took him a long time to kill Tomato.
Indeed, he's jumping around between the skeletons, and they can't get him that quickly. It takes so much, and at this point, you know, the amount of spells that have been used to kind of clear through the Primal Split, Japs, he's dead.
Yeah, BZM also having so many targets to hit. I think he's just invulnerable the whole fight. He's just sleight of fisting, he's in invulnerability, he comes back up again, slights again. He did 5,000 damage in that fight. And to put in reference, the entire lineup of Aurora in that fight did 5,800. So the Ember almost matched the damage of an entire lineup. Not including the Naga Siren.
It just felt they didn't really need to look for that fight, Aurora, but they went looking for it. They were very close to some of the others as well. We saw at the end there, you know, Lornoff, he was just 100 gold away from the Orchid. He's got it now on the respawn, and we'll be able to catch BZM by surprise. So straight back into action, they'll take the Ember down.
So good move. Yeah, them fighting back into that one. They probably thought that they could win it because they had the Primal there and they had these numbers and everything. But yeah, BZM was able to do some good work. But now, with that Orchid reveal, do get a big kill. And they, you know, Kingslayer at the end of it all too, 23, was able to still get away, get that farm going, and keep himself a good difference between him and the Clink. Since Tomato, he's kind of the sacrifice this game. 4 deaths on him. They've been going for him first. His other cores are doing quite well because of it, but he is a little bit slowed down on this Clinks. Only a bit though. I thought he'd be actually quite a bit more behind because of those 4 deaths, but he's finding quite a lot of farm. All things considered.
Jump onto Wally. He's got the heals going up. The Stomp comes in. They've got a lot of magical bursts to bring him down low. He's getting healed up, but he'll finally fall. Jabs is going to attempt to fight back. Has got the split if he wants to fully commit for this. Kingslayer also looking to join the action. He's coming in on the Naga Siren. Can't quite get any catch onto OG, and it's a good splitter. Jabs is getting pretty low. Lornoff's going to be able to get the jump over towards the Slardar. Catches Whisper. Whisper will die under the cover of the Orchid.
The split was used as well too. Jabs wants more. He's going to look to back away now, so unable to find an extra one. He's very low once the split ends, 400 HP. And
a bit of a pause, Arena.
Pause.
Do you like this as well? I thought we don't see this a lot, right? But Ollie feeling that he, by looks of it, is going to be the one that needs to, or wants to get Crimson online for the team.
Cool. I mean, I was literally thinking about looking around. I was like, this is a game where we're probably going to see no auras. You know, I was clicking around on pretty much everybody, so it's pretty cool. It's going to make him pretty survivable versus these slight spams versus the Slardar. And that slight spam was actually what lost him that last fight. If he's able to get it, it's going to be strong.
No, it's going to take some time. And I guess does hurt his overall scaling, right? We see typically, right, Enchantresses being able to scale themselves and get to some crazy point, but
he's got Naga, Siren, Storm.
Exactly.
These are the late game monsters.
Indeed, as long as he can just kind of help the team get through this rougher part, get the Vanguard online for himself, and then I'd imagine, is it just going to be a Vanguard for himself, or will he go straight for the Crimson for the team? Does he stop at Vanguard?
I mean, maybe he doesn't even finish it. We'll see.
Okay.
And I saw him switching it up. I was wondering maybe if he does just go down the route of just, himself having that one and then just going like the mech and stuff and Greaves and whatnot. But they also do have, oh, sorry, Snap already has it. Apologies. So Snap does have that mech. So, okay, just kidding. We're going to have a lot of Auras probably on the side of Aurora.
Yeah, the supports are trying to get them online.
Yeah, so they're looking to just stabilize that mid game versus the high damage that OG has to be able to get to the later stages. So he could go the Crimson if he wants to, but might just go down the route of drums.
My just reward.
That was the strength gain, actually. Just going to check really quick. I mean, Enchantress's strength gain isn't really that high, so the Crimson block isn't the most effective on this hero. Kind of the other thing I was thinking about.
Sure, so just want Vanguard for himself, as you say, to help against the Slight.
Yeah, I guess so. Right, maybe just, like I said, maybe he just goes the Vitality. Okay, he does that actually by it, so it's fine. But I was thinking maybe he just does do drums. But sure. It's going to make him a lot more survivable versus Slaughter, Ember, all 3 cores in particular. And the longer he survives, it's definitely important. Something I didn't actually point out at the start of the game, he does have the Dispel mechanic, which is pretty important in this game. Playing versus the Ember Spirit, playing versus that ET, as you see, and even versus the Slaughter, actually, to be able to get rid of these sprints. But BZM, he didn't go down the Flame Guard route, probably because of that. He's gone for the Slight Chains for the extra catch, and also so he doesn't get Dispelled. And they're gonna look to sneak this Roche, level 12, level 2 Corrosive Haze. They've got it finished. And Tomato is close to his one big item, right? That Gleipnir is going to come online in a second for them to get these consistent fights. But Kingslayer might start to join these fights as well, too, because he is pretty farmed on this Naga. Any big neutral items I'm seeing getting picked up? Storm got Grove Bow. Probably the biggest one. Pupil's good definitely not bad on the inch. Super tanky. Vanguard plus that. High HP. And Radiance, as you see there, very close to being done. Aurora's going to hit a lot of timings here. OG, are they going to put the strike at least before the Radiance, and do they want to is the question.
They're going to go for Tomato immediately, Aurora.
He's very alone.
Yeah, there's no saving him. So an easy catch there for Aurora down in the bottom lane.
5 deaths for Tomato. I mean, they have his number this game. Jabs in particular.
Has managed to get his Gleipnir done, but yeah, the farm difference right now.
It's starting to really show.
Kingslayer really getting to be in his element. 250 last hits at 18 minutes in. He's been Naga Siren.
He's able to do the Naga Siren things. There's no attention being put onto him because of how much they're able to apply with jabs and with the Storm Spirit at this point. So that Naga pick's definitely working now. See how much it's able to do in these later stages of the game will progress.
Dire's bottom tower is
because they will still have that Ember, they will still have this ET, and the Gleipnir, of course, that's going to be pretty good versus the Naga Siren.
Will it be enough? Because you get the Orchid, you get the Heart, and then after you've got the Heart, these illusions are probably going to survive through the spells that OG has to throw down at them.
Until they start getting like max natural order and stuff like that, but that's a ways away. That's going to take some time for the ET to get that. And also BZM, he has gotten a little slowed down. He's gone for Mage Slayer. He doesn't have something like that, Maelstrom or anything to be that answer for the Naga as well too, so. We're in a very good spot right now. OG looking to kind of try to break that a little bit with this Aegis. They're not finding the targets. These lanes are just shoved in. There's just illusions pushing them out. There's Enchantress creeps pushing them out. Unable to find an opportunity. And Aurora, they back up. And the timing, they've got the Radiance now. So these team fights look pretty difficult for OG. Unless they can somehow 100-0 the Brew.
Dagger as well, so further ways to start the fight. Whisper and BZM.
Jabs is here.
Leading the web, the zips there for Znornov. They're going to go straight for Ari. They're getting onto the jump onto the Rubik. Ari's out the fight.
They're on BZM. Whisper.
Trying to deal with the split, but at this point doesn't really have the damage to do so. So Jabs is perfectly fine. He can turn over towards Whisper with the help of Q and Lorinov. They're threatening Whisper. I mean, Snapfire does die, but Whisper will fall for his efforts.
And Tomato is committed. He gets himself out.
He's sort of holding them in position in the river, buying time for the rest of the team to connect over. Tomato is going to get caught by the Vortex. They'll be able to drag back the Klings, take him down as well. They found 3 of them. See if they can find another. Kingslayer. He's going to have to net in a couple of seconds. Seb's pretty speedy, though.
That was a great song. He split the whole team off from trying to connect to Whisper and Tomato. Beautiful play there from 23.
We're seeing multiple times in the game so far. He's not afraid of turning up to the fights. And sure, in the early ones, he wasn't really able to do anything aggressively, but he never got caught. He never got punished for it. And it hasn't really negatively impacted his farm.
No, and Jabs, I mean, they were prepared there. Aurora were all there. They get the split. As soon as that split happens, I think OG's kind of in panic mode, looking to split up all over the place, because they just can't fight into this brew with Radiance or with Split right now. When Whisper jumps in, he's like, I'm committed. Like, I just have to go for the kill, because I know I'm dead at this point, so... We see the way that they split that fight up, and it's perfect for Aurora.
Absolutely. I don't mind this at all right from Aurora, just taking Ari out of the fight at the start. Because you know him on his Rubik, if you let him get to play the team fight, he's going to cause a lot of issues.
Whisper again goes down.
And they're ready to just continue to snowball into it more. They get the jump over towards Seb. Jabs, he's got his eyes over towards Zara. They've got the net as well to hold down the Rubik. They're just getting kill after kill after kill.
And Lornoff has the BKB. He's alive. They've got the Greaves.
He's pretty low on mana. He's not really going to have to wait to get out of this. It's almost certainly the Aegis going down. Maybe even more. They get the grab on the Tomato on the side. He's caught by the net. Tomato's dead. They're ready to try and set up for a second round on a BZM. He's got anywhere to jump to. He has. He's got the Remnant up. BZM should be fine, but still, that's the Aegis taken away from him. The rest of his team dying. Aurora, they're winning these fights. And this is all whilst they have this Naga Siren. Kingslayer having a brilliant game on top of it all.
This game has now hit incredibly rough portions for OG. Even with an Aegis, they can't even take down a single target. The Snapfire has Greaves. They've got every single timing hit, and the Naga Siren is massive on top of all of it, too.
They're hitting beyond their momentum, really, Aurora. A lot of it down to, of course, just fantastic early game from Jabs. Lornoff this time around, you say he's been struggling on the main stage, but this time the team's able to sort of band together, help him out in that point that he's been struggling, kind of just coming out of the laning stage, that 10-minute mark. They get him through that, and now he's absolutely able to have impacts at the Storm, 5-1 and 6. It's all coming together for Aurora in a way that OG don't seem to be quite prepared for. They're going to smoke up on OG, but going into these fights now, it's very difficult.
Yeah, these feel a bit desperate. Like they need to just try to catch him off guard while BKB's on cooldown, get some type of kill going for themselves.
Try, but he's already on his way out.
It's gone.
It's too quick, and a great dodge there of the crush.
Lornoff, this time showing off.
He's ready, he's warmed up.
The gameplay, it looks night and day difference.
Yep.
Just the way that they played around him, like you said, setting up for success, being able to shut down BZM's momentum a little bit, even though he had that one good fight on the Ember. It seems like a distant memory now at this point. And Tomato, he's just had no game.
He's had a rough one.
Another Orchid at BZM is gone.
And they might even get more once again. They get the catch on towards Seb. Aurora, excellent at just turning each of these kills into so much more. I mean, that one, again, a bit of a, as you say, just sort of panic moves from OG. You know, the two of them sort of hanging around the triangle like that, it's just risky moves.
Yeah, it does feel like a bit of desperation. They're just trying to find people off guard when they didn't have BKBs or anything up, but immediately just get struck back there from Aurora. They're prepared for every single one of these, and looking to perhaps knock on the high ground here with these auras. I believe the Crimson is also finished for the
I like
Ench.
this from Ollie. I feel, I mean, am I completely missing something, or is this something that other Enches are not doing it? I mean, it's 4 minutes faster than the fastest, so without a doubt, sure, it's been in some other games, but being rushed like this has not been the case.
I think
this game, it feels perfect, just because of the draft, the timings that they've hit. So getting the Crimson, we already know Crimson is a pretty good item.
It is.
And this game, if anyone was going to build it, it's going to have to needed to be Ollie. He's got it. And yeah, in the team fights now, good luck to OG trying to do damage to kill off these heroes, kill off these illusions.
Absolutely. I feel like if you have an offlaner that's not going to go the auras, your support's just buy the auras now.
Doesn't matter what hero you are.
The meta just feels very, very good for these auras.
Just get them online.
Yep. This game, not so necessary for them to get a pipe, of course, because they're playing into mostly physical damage of that Ember, the Slardar, the Clink, so he just opts for that. And now they have the Heart, so the Naga at critical mass, and they have Split at the ready to be able to just push the issue forward here. OG, can they even hang on to their high ground? And does Aurora actually want to fully push either, too? Because they do just keep scaling, so maybe don't even need to take the risk of going for the push. Executed beautifully so far.
It really has.
And yeah, they have the late game secured with their lineup as well, too, so... OG, they do have pretty good high ground defense. That Ember, that ET, it is very difficult to just be able to push if they're alive. So Aurora might just back off, split, farm the map, get the Aegis, and then force the issue through after there as OG. We'll just have to kind of wait until they do have that type of opportunity if they do clump up. Because they do have good ways to combo. So if there's a clump up that happens from Aurora, that might be what OG needs.
Let's try there from Q. Seeing if you get the cookie connection onto BZM as BZM came out of the slide. BZM Very quick with the jump back on the random. These Imes from Kingslayer also on top of the heart, making good moves towards the butterfly. He gets that butterfly on top of the heart. These illusions aren't dying.
Yeah, there's the physical there. It's like all physical, really, on OG. He's already having a perfect game. So OG probably looked to just kind of do some crazy stuff on the map to try to be able to get some extra items, but Tomato, while attempting to do these crazy things, will get caught.
Yeah, he's just dead again.
That's 8 for Tomato.
It's just not been his game. Completely different than the last one, right? His Ursa was brilliant. You know, playing against this lane that you thought he was going to struggle, and he did not.
He did not at all.
He had an insane performance, but this game on his Clinks has a lot to be desired for.
Oh, and look at this bullying. Goodbye. Why is that? Why is the Clinks attack doing? Also, I didn't talk about it, but why is this Clinks attack doing this thing?
Oh, like the effects, like miles away behind the thing that's hit.
Yeah, it's very annoying. I thought it was linked to his other, the other facet, the one that the reduced damage thing. No, it's just linked to his attack. It looks funny. Already cutting some creep waves, trying to buy time. 50 seconds until that Roche that Aurora can just go for freely.
No, she's not going to be coming out there anytime soon.
No, and BZM's still not even having a BKB, so anytime he does show, is at risk of dying. Perhaps they're going to look to smoke out and go for the fight around there.
Oh!
What?
Pause.
I was like, huh? What?
Let's see. I mean,
there's not really.
Do they want to go to this Roche fight?
I mean, it's desperate, right? They have to try to fight that area and hope for some type of, like, they stack up and get hit by a 5-man ET Spirit into a Gleipnir plus that Burning Barrage, but it's a tall ask. There's Bruce split on cooldown for 60 seconds, so perhaps just trying to take advantage of that cooldown as well, trying to get some type of fight opportunity, but a very difficult one at this point. Whisper, no BKB. He has a Yules, but with this type of itemization, he jumps in, gets a stun off, and he's committed. He's likely to just die immediately afterwards from how much they have. You can see 23, a completely different kind of posture check from him. He looks much more excited this time than the last game playing the gyro.
It's, I think he's just happy to get to play the Nagasara.
Yeah.
There's some of these Nagasaran players, they just love playing the hero. Because when you do get this good sort of start, there's no other hero really that can just clean up the map and just max out your CS, max out your farm to the same extent as a Nagasaran in a game where you're just, you've been rewarded with the fact that you played this opening so well that no one can deal with you. You can do what you want on the map.
I mean, you high five Jabs and you go, Jabs, you have 100% kill involvement, my buddy.
Yeah, I mean, Jabs is on fire.
2 and 13, really has been. Literally all 19 kills.
Let's see if he keeps it up. Tomato! Oh!
Him again.
They're going to find him at the start of the fight. This time he's going to have backup. Whisper comes in with the crush, but the Crimson Guards pop. Do they have any sort of damage on OG to take these heroes down? Lawrence in with the Vortex, drag back on a Whisper. Whisper will buy some time as he Yules is up into the air. Kingslayer's coming in for the side of the fight. They get the silencer on the BZM. Kingslayer.
He's getting control
He's getting kind of low here on the Nagasara. This time he's gone. Kingslayer will fall. Zeb does die, but can OG get something more out of this fight? I mean, already, if they could just sort of bail out, they'll absolutely take this. Killing off the Nagasaran, only losing Seb. That's a big kill.
How'd Tomato live? They got on him first and somehow just able to jump away as this Clinks with his facet. Somehow he was able to survive, and he did stand next to the ET. Nagasaran did run in right on top of that ET. Split is about to be coming back up, though.
They're looking to go again.
Jabs has Split.
Let's see what they can do. They get the jump in on towards Ari. They get the pull back onto him as well. That's going to be Ari out. Does his pop. Tomato this time we'll see if he's able to retreat. Whisper's going to be chased down by Jabs. Whisper turns with the Yules. He's able to hold back Jabs, give him some space to get out in time, and Whisper will survive, but Tomato, this time, he will fall.
They don't even need the Split. He just walks at them threateningly, menacingly. Still a good fight from OG with all things considered with how far behind they are, but inevitably right afterwards, they committed quite a lot to be able to find that. And that was a bit of a misstep there, of course, there from 23, maybe getting a bit too excited.
I think so, just got a bit too ahead of himself. Was like, I'm unkillable. Spoiler, he wasn't.
Not when you're standing on top of the ET and everybody is wailing on you with natural order.
Yeah, maybe if he had his next time finished, because he was very close to having the butterfly done. He's about 900 gold away from having the butterfly complete. That might make the difference. He'll have that for the next fight. He's able to join the team, help finish off Roshan.
It's a small poke back, but still the inevitable Aurora will be able to get that Aegis. That butterfly will be finished. And for the next fight, Jabs does have a full AC, so he'll be able to get that plus armor as well for his teammates. And he has the split.
Yeah, that's big. Yeah, so AC Aura for Kingslayer and Kingslayer having the butterfly. Pretty much on its way out in a couple hundred gold.
Now that ET Aura is not nearly as menacing. And it's difficult whenever the Primal Split is up for Seb to run in. That's the other thing, too. If the Primal Split's not up, then Seb can actually play a little bit closer to the Naga Siren, but whenever it's up, he just has to play kind of far away distance.
Radiant's bottom tower is under
Tomato, how close to BKB at the least so
He's
he can
getting
have
there.
something? But, yeah, he's getting there. But he's 1-9. Must be the roughest game for him so far. I think most of the games I saw him having some pretty incredible KDAs, but yeah, this time it's jabs. It really is 100% kill involvement on this offlaner.
Yeah, this is, you don't get much better of a Brew performance from what Jabs has given us here in this game too.
No, definitely not. It's perfect. And onto the high ground with that butterfly. OG, how do you stall it? They've broken the tower.
Gotta do something. They're gonna try and burst Jabs.
He takes no damage.
He's healing up.
He actually healed.
And they're sort of nearly be able to take that down through backdoor protection. They won't need to worry about that anyway. The creeps are coming in, so this second Rax on the top lane is going to be in trouble. Seb does get dragged back indeed into the damage coming out from Laurenov and Ollie. Seb's gone, no buyback.
Jeez.
Yeah, he's going to be popped by Laurenov. He's ready to dive in for more. Turns over towards Whisper. Whisper's going to be able to buy some time with the Yules, but the song comes out from Kingslayer in an effort to sort of hold back the back lines, trying to allow the rest of the team to dive in under the tier 4 takedown Whisper. Continue to use this song to completely control BZM. Laurenov takes Ari out.
And BZM just has to stand there for, what, 20 seconds or something. He has to watch his team just die.
And Jabs? He's just not really dying.
He's not taking any damage.
He heals up.
He didn't even pop the Craggy, I don't think. He didn't even need it. He had 60 armor, 66 armor. They've just been tipping each other back and forth. Will he end with... I think he's going to end with 100% kill involvement.
He better. He's got this close so far. We don't want to see that sort of taken away from him.
He deserves it. Throw the brew. Ah, nice. He gets an assist right there if he does go down.
Looks like he will do. Saves himself momentarily with the Yules, but indeed Whisper still falls.
100%.
After 75 seconds, that's a dieback on him.
Can just stick around. They're all full HP. These auras keeping them topped off. Ollie just standing in the front lines too. BZM. The 5-man Gleipnir.
See what they can do now. They're bringing Kingslayer relatively low, but he of course got that AD. Tomato's coming for the wraparound for the backlines. Post the BKB. He's trying to fight this. They're going to burst onto Jabs, but again, Jabs is just healing up. This Brew has no cares in the world. See, Laurenov will fall. Well, maybe Jabs will care about this now. He's finally taken down. They're actually able to bring him out, and that's going to be a lot of money going over towards him, Azari.
Laurenov dying too.
We'll put an end to him.
And another one.
Okay, it's a bit of a hold here from OG. Kill onto Q.
Kingslayer.
Going to be able to get the catch on towards Ollie as well.
Caught.
OG, the defense comes in. All right, we'll see what they can do with this. We did see, of course, last game, Aurora make some of these sort of defenses when they were very far behind. They weren't able to turn that into a turnaround and bring the game back in their way. OG, now in this game too, a bit of a turn of the tables. Let's see if they're able to make some sort of a comeback with these sort of holds.
The ET Ember. Tons of damage. What, BZM doing 10,000. I don't even know how many slide chains. He did land a 5-man Gleipnir with that follow-up there from that ET. 4 heroes go down. The Naga Siren does survive. He got low. He actually got quite low at the start of everything there. He reset and ran away from his team, so almost actually got him as well, too.
He's going to have the BKB for the next fight, Kingslayer, so can really get involved and also kind of put that BKB maybe and focus on objectives and try and accelerate the end of this game.
And as you said before, we did see similar, OG, pushing the issue a little too hard in that last game to Aurora. They stuck around for a long time. They literally stayed there the whole duration until Split was coming back up pretty much. Jabs, it's going to be back up now for that fight.
I guess the question was, who was more comfortable, would you say? Aurora in this moment or OG in this moment last game? Now, which of the two games was harder to turn around, would you say?
The last one.
You think this one, there's more of a chance for OG?
Just because of Elder and Ember. Just if you do really start to just throw bodies, ET Aura starts to become very relevant as the game progresses. I mean, they still have the knowledge, just like you said, if they throw, if they literally throw.
Kingslayer leading the way.
Like this time around, what I would... I'll wait for a second here. Like the other game, like Gyrocopter just didn't really have a great combo, like who he was good versus in that game. I would say the Ember and the Clinks have more argument that they can eventually become good versus a Naga Siren. Not good right now, but if they do get a couple more items, But yeah, still not... They still need Tomato.
He's been seen. He's going to put the BKB, go for the TP out, but they've got the damage to take him down through it. He's out for a minute.
Yeah, okay. Never mind. Very quickly shot down.
That's probably that little bit of a hope gone.
Yeah, it's very small anyway, but
On they go with the push. Aurora back to business inside the base of OG.
Splits at the ready. They can just close out the Megas. No Tomato. They need every single little thing that they can to bring down anything, and they need a very long team fight to even have a chances. That's the Mega creeps after this next Raxter's drop in the mid, and Jab still has split.
Oh, Kingslayer's ready to set something up here.
He's had some really kind of cool songs this game.
I mean, it's given them the space to commit onto Ari at the side. They take out the Rubik. Now Kingslayer's ready to go to town on Seb. They lock him down, take him out. BZM has to jump away. The buyback comes out from Ari. And Aurora, they're happy to reset a bit. They can play it pretty casual as they manage to claim the Mega creeps.
What tips is that?
Oh no, bad news, Fogged.
What's that?
Jabs missed a kill.
No, he didn't.
He did.
No, he missed kill.
No, he did, and that's why Seb's tipping him, I'm sure, but he probably yeah. They're missing out on the 100% kill participation. I didn't quite catch whose fault that was. Probably Kingslayer's, right? With the way that maybe he wasn't back around for Seb.
Yeah,
still he was going on Ari the other side. So.
Still our MVP. I mean,
we'll consider it 100%.
Yeah, it's 100%.
You know, 99 is basically the same as 100.
Yep.
If in the scale of 0 to affinity, it's essentially the same number.
Sure. So if you bring up that that win probability by your argument,
it's at 0% right
It's
now.
at 99. So that's 100% essentially based off what you just said.
Exactly. Exactly. Small numbers.
Exactly. Still going to take a pretty big throw, of course, from Aurora for OG to be able to bring it back, especially now Tomato died right afterwards there, too. Had to use buyback, and now they're Mega creeped. That has to be the roughest game from Tomato and probably one of the best ones I've seen from Jabs.
I think so. Yeah, I think sort of, as I said for Jabs, I think that last game was one of the roughest games for Jabs so far this tournament. And now he's given us his best one.
Yep. Making up for it in stride. Yeah, perfect itemization, too. I loved it. We've been seeing more and more of that Vessel kind of rise up, even though, I mean, I say rise up. It wasn't the old build, and people just skipped it and went for Radiance, then they go back for it now, so yeah, he's done it perfectly.
Jump onto Q here from Whisper. I mean, Ollie is chilling on the cliff.
And here comes Kingslayer.
Indeed, he's coming in with the wrap, and they've got a Hex finished up as well on Lorinov, so they can go on whatever target they want to. Ari's trying to back away. And a force out to the side, BZM popping the BKB, but he's almost certainly going to have to start retreating as well. The Stomp comes out. We'll hold back Lorinov and Kingslayer momentarily. Kingslayer continues to push forward. Whisper has to retreat with the remaining bit of his BKB. So he'll get back out. BZM also to jump away. So OG don't lose anyone.
No, but the Megas, they're coming in. They're starting to be a big problem. They can't even deal with these creeps. Seb's trying. Not level 20 yet on this ET to be able to deal with those Megas. Is Aurora. They'll back away, though. The split was used. They used also, I believe, that BKB on the Storm, so they'll reset a bit. If they want to be super safe, they go for that Roche. It's going to be spawning very soon. They already have the Enchantress creep in there, so... Oh, it actually dies. And the Roche spawns right after. I mean, that's just comedy. Yeah, the Centaur creep, so they are prepared for it, though, Aurora. Imagine they're just going to shift themselves up there toward that Roche. And OG... you can't get out there to contest because these Mega creeps, so...
You don't. You don't do that.
No.
You gotta wait. You gotta just hope that Aurora do something crazy on the high ground if you're OG.
Maybe just looking for... I mean, they're just annoying BZM, okay. That Aghanim's Panda.
Dire's middle tower has fallen.
Aurora, grab the Roche, get the Aegis.
Give that Ags to your Storm Spirit. He's got the blue hole then, on top of everything.
OG will prepare themselves for one final defense, as it looks to be, with the incredible lead that Aurora has. Ooh.
Oh, Whisper. Hello.
I think he didn't get the memo that they weren't going to try and fight around the Roche Champion. He's got the BKB, he's going for the Twin Gate.
He makes it through.
Okay.
Nice.
He's dead anyway. All right, well, he does not even have buyback, actually, so that's not even... I don't know. Hey, sometimes you got to go for it.
He was going to go for a steal.
I guess he was going to go for a steal.
He was going to just try for it.
There we go. Yeah, as you say. They got to take some risks, take some chances, and going for a steal was going to be the chance that he was going to go for. But, of course, that does mean he's not here for the defense, which, at the end of the day, probably means a lost game is going to be lost anyway.
Yep. Went for the YOLO play.
They went for the YOLO play.
Yep, didn't happen. All right. We'll just watch him. Tomato is playing base defense. He's just eating his skeletons. He's having a good time here. Full HP Clink's just jumping back and forth on the skeletons.
That's what they got here. OG 4 versus 5. Have they got anything left in the tank? Azari, he'll get caught. He's gone. No buyback for him either. Aurora push on. Onto the tier 4s. The splits out. Aurora moving forward to look to claim this victory. The fortification will come out. Aurora, they don't mind getting some more kills on the way out here. They'll jump over towards Seb. Standing his ground against Laurenov, but it's Seb. He's not quite punching hard enough. BZM caught in the vortex. The silence, the hex as well. It's not enough to kill him. BZM will be able to survive. Whisper jump back in over towards the split, but the split comes to an end. The Ancient's exposed. BZM jumping in deep with the BKB. He'll have to jump back with the Remnant as he starts to fall very low to the 5 of them.
They're all full health.
I mean, they get the catch on a Kingslayer, but Kingslayer's got the BKB. Laurenov jumps in, takes BZM out. Laurenov will die for this. Can OG get anything else out from this one? They throw down the Earth Splitter from Seb. Tomato turns over towards Jazz, but Aurora, they're looking to close it up. Kingslayer's focusing the Ancient.
They're ending it.
Looking to get the win, and they'll get it. The game comes to an end. GG is called. Aurora will take game 2.
Jabs ends with 31 out of 32. We'll give him 100% kill involvement.
In my book, that's 100%.
Yeah, well, what a performance from him. I mean, they pretty much let Tomato. They didn't let Tomato have any game. They completely smashed him, and then they did what I was hoping to see them do is play around Laurenov. They swung mid, slowed down BZM's game as well. They took his tower early, secured these runes, got these orchids picked up, and yeah, a night and day difference this game from Aurora. And OG attempting something with this Clinks, Tomato not having that game, and overall, they lost control versus this Naga Siren at a point that they definitely needed to have that control. That mid game is where OG needed to have some success to not be able to falter to this later on.
Yeah, they're just never able to sort of hunt him down. Kingslayer staying ahead the majority of the game. 620 CS at the end of it all on this Naga Siren in just a 39-minute match. So very impressive CS per minute from him. And everything came together. Great optimization, as you say, kind of the brew, sticking with the Vessel into the Radiance on Jabs. And yeah, Ollie getting this Crimson Guard online, that in tandem with the Greaves on Q, meant that potentially weak point of the game for Aurora's draft, it just was completely solved.
Yeah,
it was completely fixed.
I think we're seeing it a lot in these games, like we were mentioning. It's just like these auras either come from that offlaner, and then those mid-game fights are really important, or they come from the supports. And this time, yeah, that itemization from Aurora, it hit big. It hit crucial timings where they could just fight back without their Naga Siren, right? They were fighting a lot of these fights kind of like in this 4v5 scenario, while Kingslayer is just farming, then he turns up and gets cleanup. So, yeah, great game from them, and I mean, I'm looking forward to just see these two, because I think Aurora, especially, we're gonna get to talk to Laurenov as well. They've been growing, right? Laurenov in particular has had some really, really explosive games sometimes. Of course, last one, a bit slower, but this one had a very good time with the help of his team.
Absolutely. Both teams today getting to walk away with a victory here in this matchup, and both teams definitely having something to talk about and to review in terms of improvement. So well played to the both of them, as this one stands 1-1 between Aurora Gaming and OG, as we'll head over to the stage to talk to Laurenov.
Thank you very much. Yes, I am joined by Laurenov of Aurora. And the people are very happy to see you get that Game 2 victory. I mean, how does it feel? Because I asked you before this even began, is this your first time playing on a stage? You thought about it, and yeah, this might just be it. So what do you think? Having a stage with a bunch of lights, a walkout, the logo behind you, a crowd happy to see you. What's it feel like?
I mean, the first off, when you play Dota, it's still pretty different because you kind of hear a lot of stuff, and you kind of play a bit different game than I played before, so it's kind of new for me, and of course I enjoy it, just interesting to play here.
So you can get the sensation of like people watching you, people making noise in the crowd. It does kind of change the atmosphere a little bit in the game for you.
Yeah, it's for sure.
Well, let's hope you get used to it, because the way that this Game 2 went, you might have more games on stage. For this Game 2 specifically, I saw that you got a Spirit matchup, and you're a Spirit enthusiast. Ember and Storm are your most played heroes, and me personally, I find that Spirit is like the purest form of mid lane. So for this Game 2 draft, what was it like for you?
I mean, they pick Ember, and we might to counter him it. I was trying to sing heroes. It's kind of pretty hard to pick because they have 18. We don't have a lot of choice for draft. So I just decided pick like even mid and just play with Storm. I think it's kind of competitive game, competitive drafts.
So then generally does Sunby give you a lot of freedom to choose your mid laner pick, or does it depend on what the enemy has? Is he like, hey, Laurenov, what are you feeling right now?
I mean, it's kind of my choice. So but the hero feel good, I will pick it. So it depends on me if I want to play what hero.
Well, right now that choice paid off well. Congratulations on the Game 2 victory. Best of luck in the rest of Riyadh Masters as we send it back to the panel.
Thank you very much, Tsunami and Lorenov. Of course, this was a strong showing from Aurora. They take game 2, tying up the series. A much-needed win within Group A as well, but we'll talk more about that later. I first want to talk about this game because, Gunnar, this was Aurora on fire.
Yeah, I think all of Aurora kind of changed it up from the first game. I think specifically I want to shout out Jabs.
Yeah.
I think his Brewmaster was amazing. I think he had some weird splits after the laning stage where he went mid with the split, didn't really get anything top, but besides those two mistakes, I think he played the game pretty much as perfect as he could.
Yeah, Aurora did great. Honestly, the Naga pick turned out to be incredible. We all didn't see the vision. We thought that they'd be run over at some point, but that wasn't the case. I think also when Storm got his Orchid and came online himself, a lot of key kills were coming out of that. And for me, the key story of this game was the Clinks.
Yep.
Clinks got completely shut down, died a few times in lane, from the 0-minute bounty rune to the lane, and then he joined fights that maybe he didn't have to, where he died first, and Tomato could never really get a game going for himself.
And I feel like this is just a general thing when you look at Aurora, maybe Liquid sometimes too. You see two different teams in two different games just from how they play. They showed up very nice in his top lane. They shut down Tomato. I really like their team fighting as well. I feel like in this game around, it was mostly them that kind of brought the fight to OG, and they just played very well. I feel like they executed their draft. I definitely underestimated the Naga, but in this game, just looked very clean.
Yeah, and Effie, when you mentioned a team fight that maybe Klink shouldn't have joined, I believe that's the first highlight you're talking about.
Yeah, I just wanted to bring this one out in particular because playing carry from behind can be quite difficult, right? You have to make a choice whether or not to join a fight, but Tomato did end up rotating to this fight from the top lane after Jabs dove the tier 2. He already used split. The losses were already cut. Great kill, by the way, on BZM from Jabs. But basically, they do get Brew in the end after he makes so much space. But that 1 minute of gameplay from the tier 2 dive to this point could have been recovery, could have been catch-up for Clinks. But that just wasn't the case.
It was definitely a tough one for Tomato. And then there was another point not too long after that, Gunnar, that you wanted to highlight.
Yeah, I think those were the big two plays for the mistakes from Jabs. I think this was the other fight where he commits with the split really early on, and the Elder Titan gets a really nice Earth Splitter that gets all the pandas. And level 1 Brew Split's really weak, honestly. They die really, really fast in this early game, so the second that you see the splitter hit every single panda, I think this was where OG could have made the comeback from this early game. I think the other big thing to note is Tomato did die again in this fight. I think if he was able to kind of survive this fight, get a kill or two, I think maybe he could have recovered his game, but the fact that he died made it so that no matter how many kills they got, they weren't ever able to get the advantage for their team.
Yeah, we continue looking at this fight. Overall, the amount of skirmishes that we saw going the way of Aurora because of Jabs was pretty insane.
He was owning. Honestly, he had a standout performance on this Brew. He definitely made up for, game 1, which happens, but better position. You get first blood, you get the game rolling. Very nice.
Very nice. And I believe something that you're going to show us is also very nice.
Oh, it absolutely is very nice. So we have the tech here. I am the tablet man, so we'll see when the tech will pop up behind me, because there was a very, very cool team fight from Aurora versus OG. So we have to take note that at this point, Aurora are up 4k gold, but OG actually have the Aegis. So they're able to potentially fight back. And what we have to look at here is just, I want to point out that there's basically two separate fights. There's one on the right with 23 Savage, Ember, and ET on the bottom. And there's also Whisper and Tomato here. Maybe you can't really see Tomato, but he's up here being currently lifted. But the winner of this fight, my highlight is 23 Savage here. The way he uses the Naga song to basically just keep these two heroes with him so that his team can really nicely fight on the left just makes it so easy that they keep the fight going. And now after the song is over, they just go here to the right. They're going to end up following him, and he's still now just on top. So he's basically keeping the strongest team fighter, which is ET, out of the fight, and also the Ember with Aegis. And I think generally, we just see Naga song being used as oh, look at me, I song TP out. It's bullshit. But I think there's a lot of high skill stuff you can do, and this is one of the cool things that they did do, and it deserves a little bit of highlight.
A little bit of highlight, I love it, thank you so much. 23 Savage overall, solid game. There's one person in particular, though, that we want to highlight as our PlayStation MVP. I don't think it should come as a surprise because Jabs had a fantastic game. We heard a commentary team mention it as well. He had, up until almost 34 minutes into the game, he had 100% kill participation, which is crazy considering Brewmaster is not a global hero, Effie.
He was not, but he was everywhere. And honestly, it's just from his incredible laning stage. He killed the Clinks a few times, go was mid, and like we mentioned, dives towers. And that highlight we showed earlier, where he had the entire enemy team chase him for about 45 seconds before he actually died, and he took down Ember with him. Like, this is what you want to see out of your offlaner. And a lot of people joke about Jabs. We joke about Jabs. He's one of the most polarizing players in terms of performances. But when he brings his A game, this is the kind of stuff you see.
Yeah, I think it's just always nice as well, because when we talk about Auroras, oftentimes they're mid and they're two supports. I think not just for Jabs himself, but also for the team. You see one of your players pop off, you get some confidence boost, your team gets it too. It just feels good, and you know, they need their wins. I don't know, what is their score now?
Their score right now with this is, I believe, 3 and 5.
Yeah, because that's not an amazing score, but with this win, you know, it could help moving forward.
Oh, I was gonna pet it on the head. Oh, yeah, okay, we're petting.
Good Jabs. Well played.
Yes, well played. I mean, overall, well played.
Pet the brew?
Too late. He's gone.
Competition. He can't.
He's gone. No, we should take a look at the standings, because this series in particular was very important for both of these teams. OG actually was one of the two teams that was very high up. They were 4-2 at the start of this day, and if you just are able to drag down the teams that are on top, it gives you more shot later on as well. So not only is Aurora very happy with this result, I'm sure that a lot of other teams in Group A are pretty happy with this result as well. And group standings should be in our on our screen in a little bit. There's also maybe still some games going on, but I do know that Falcons did 2-0 their series, so they're now 4-4, evening up their score. But the team on Group A that we should be keeping our eyes on at the top there is Team Spirit. But Gunnar, I don't think that's a surprise, right?
Not really.
No.
Everyone kind of knows, expecting going to the Esports World Cup, Team Spirit is probably one of the teams, probably top 2, top 3 at worst. And so they're kind of proving it already. And then in Group B, Tundra is also 5-1 already.
Yeah.
So they're going to be playing up next. I think Tundra, I honestly thought they were a little shaky somewhat recently. They changed their offlaner from Toby to Ramses, but I think they're kind of starting to gel as a team. And I also think 9class is a really strong player. And I think a lot of the meta 4s are kind of fitting him. With the Hoodwink, particularly, is his really good hero.
Yeah.
He plays like the weird stuff, like Morphling,
Yeah.
Huerta. So these weird 4s are good. And I think whenever that's the case, 9class is going to be a really strong player.
Yeah, he really owns, like, even on his melee 4s, when he's not playing the range 4s, he has a way to manipulate waves. Like, he has such a good understanding of creeps, how to manipulate waves, when to do it and when not to, that you often see him winning these disadvantageous lanes in the first place. And that's not to talk about how valuable having a triple morph flex on a team is. When you can play it 4, 2, and 1, that becomes a very scary hero.
Maybe also like the last thing about Tundra that at least I would like to point out, like Ramses played offlane, of course, during EG, during the COVID stuff, and people always joke, oh, you know, they take these carries into the offlane. But I feel like he's the one that had a very successful like switch from carry to offlane. He's very good for them. I feel like he fits very nice in the team. They just look good.
They just look good. And if these guys got you hyped up to watch Tundra, you have to go over to Stream B, because they're going to be playing up against XGWBG, otherwise known as Extreme Gaming, Bibo Gaming. It was a good pause. It was a good pause. No, on here we are also going over to a match within Group B. It's a bit of a different matchup, but also a very, for me, very spicy and exciting one. We're going to take a break, but when we're back, it's time for BB Team versus Liquid.
The Esports World Cup is a unique tournament and will have a very unique trophy system, consisting of keys, game trophies, the Club Championship trophy, and the totem. Introducing the key. This symbolizes a participant's right to compete in Riyadh. Each team or player will receive a personalized key consisting of the inner key and the outer frame. Winning a competition earns you a game trophy. A champion's key will be inserted inside. The frame will be placed into the totem. A physical block on display in Riyadh, serving as a progress bar of the Esports World Cup. The totem will remain in Riyadh as a chronicle of the Esports World Cup history. Those who get eliminated throughout the competition must give up their keys and see them crushed. Their broken keys will be tossed into the totem and encased in resin, symbolizing those that tried to win but fell short. However, as an additional privilege for winning, each game's champion gets to select 3 opponents' keys to be encased in the base of their trophy as an additional, more personal prize. Losers will go home with their keys replaced with a token that marks where they ended their journey. Witness history unfold at the Esports World Cup.
Welcome to the Boulevard, baby. We thought we would take you on a little tour for all you suckers at home that didn't make it to the event to show you around the sights and the sounds of this epic place here in Riyadh. First place I want to take you, of course, is the STC Play Gaming Hall. A lot of cool stuff in there that you will see for the first time, so please come with me. Oh. Hello. This is the Team Liquid hut where Blue is supposed to be here. Let's go take a look at some of the things that Team Liquid has won. May we enter, please? Thank you. Look at these grand trophies. The Aegis and the lesser trophies. Here's the horse we were supposed to talk to. The only reason I came! Not a big deal, though. We'll wait for Blue, I'm sure. He's real busy eating hay or something, but we'll wait. Thank you, Team Liquid. Please let us know when Blue arrives. Thank you. Where's Blue? Where's Blue? Is Blue here yet? How long till Blue comes? Where is he? Please tell me. Okay, we'll be back. Just waiting for the horse. Just waiting for Blue. He'll be here soon, I know he will. Team Liquid never disappoints. Just waiting for Blue. It's been 4 hours. We're still waiting for Blue. Still hoping for Blue. With my boy, I'll wait all life. I'll wait my whole life. Waiting for the horse. Oh! Blue! Yeah! Blue! Oh, thank you, Blue! I love you! Blue, he's my favorite mascot because he can't talk. And he listens. He really listens. I love Team Liquid. I love you, Blue. Wow! Thank you, Blue! Thank you, Blue!
There's a million shining stars, and I don't wanna be alone tonight in this darkness. Yeah. They keep on selling us dreams to get this higher. It's in the energy all around us, but it's divine. The sun went down, I made my home. I rested my head on a stone. I see the stairway in front of me. Who is this being in my dream?
I was tripping, uneducated, buzzing, riding the wave, spaced out. I left the room, came back again. It's almost noon. A sea of people, their hearts beat. They saw the sounds, witness the crease. They're impatient, couldn't take the weight. And after 40 days, they met their graves. From when a new generation rises, the truth in their hearts reside. From the east to the western lights, they'll rise up and claim their right. It's in the stars, my friend. Look up again. No time to pretend. Until we're dead, we fly when we can. Get down with the plan. Adrenaline.
There's a million shining stars, and I don't wanna be alone tonight in this darkness. Yeah. They keep on selling us dreams to get this higher. It's in the energy all around us, but it's divine. There's a million shining stars, and I don't wanna be alone tonight in this darkness. There's a million shining stars, and but it's the vibe. They keep on selling us dreams. It's in the energy all around us, all around us, all around us.
Riyadh Masters continues with now some matches in Group B. We got BB Team versus Team Liquid with the Jamil Motorsport player arrivals on our screen. It means that we're very close to getting this 2-game series underway, and we've changed a couple of things here on the panel area.
Downgraded.
I was about to say it was a nice upgrade. Thanks, Kenzu.
You're welcome.
All right, so we got Lacoste. How you doing, Lacoste?
I'm doing good. You know, watch some Dota OG in action, and I think this series might be, you know, we talked about Falcons Team Spirit being one of the best series, but I think this one is going to be really up there.
Really up there. Fear also joining us on the panel. Do you echo that sentiment?
I feel like this one's going to be like in the middle of the pack.
Yeah.
It's like their scoreline right now. Because I think generally these two teams, we expect a lot from them.
Yeah.
But they have also, I would say, underperformed in a lot of areas as well. So we'll see if one of them can really step up here.
Yeah, both 3 and 3.
Yeah, I think the 3-3 score is definitely very disappointing. So far, at least for both of them. I think biggest weakness for these two teams, inconsistency. So far, like one game, they look really good. Next game, they look really bad. Also, a player, to me, that has looked very disappointing is 3-3 on Brewmaster. He does not look the same on Brew and Beast. Like, Beast is like godlike, and Brew is like, I don't know where he is.
Well, save your flame for when we're actually talking about the team, Kenzu.
Okay, sorry.
And we're first going to talk a little bit about BB Team. But before we talk about that, let's first see how they got here.
BB Team have become a mainstay of Eastern European Dota, and for good reason. The core roster of Nightfall, GPK, Save, and Toronto Tokyo have played together for almost 2 years. With the addition of Miro early this year, they've been performing better than ever. The main roadblock and rivals of BB Team this year is Team Falcons, who've stopped BB Team from taking first place at any event this year. At the first EPT event of the year, Dream League Season 22, they were knocked down to the lower bracket in playoffs by Team Falcons, who they went on to lose to in the Grand Finals. For the next EPT event and the first EPT LAN of the season, ESL 1 Birmingham, BB Team managed to claw all the way to the Grand Finals through the upper bracket, ultimately getting knocked out by Team Falcons once again. The most recent and last EPT event before the Riyadh Masters was here, Dream League Season 23. BB Team started the playoffs from the lower bracket, but managed to fight through the entire bracket until they reached the lower bracket finals against Team Falcons. It was the end of the road for BB Team at 3rd place. However, losing only to the strongest team in the world and achieving top 3 in every EPT event this year are some very respectable results, and it has secured BB Team the 2nd place in the EPT leaderboard. These guys are not to be underestimated. They have proven many times over that they are capable of beating any team in the world, and on a good day, they might even be able to finally get past their biggest obstacle, Team Falcons. Maybe Riyadh Masters will be the time to finally do it.
It could be, but if they want to beat Falcons and if they want to do that in the finals, for example, well, both teams will need to play a little bit better. And of course, you got to make it out of the group stages first. And that's what BB Team and Team Liquid are trying to do, because you want to be in that upper bracket. Now, we have watched BB Team already for a couple of days in a row, Fear. What have you noticed?
Well, I noticed against Beast Coast, they looked really good. Clean 2-0. I was like, okay, they're off to a good start. Then they played XGWBG, lost to Shadow Fiend 2 times in a row. And then, yet again, they'll play against the Shadow Fiend their next series. They're 3-3 right now, but all 3 of their losses have been against a Shadow Fiend. So maybe they've learned their lesson at this point. Ban the hero, play against it, or maybe come up with something new.
I hope the coach is going to pick up on that one coming into this series. It's going to be very important because Shadowfiend has been the last, 2 months, I would say, very popular pick coming up from the mid lane and the safe lane, very versatile with the build, magic, or the right-click damage.
Yeah, I would be shocked if it just goes through like kind of for free or where it looks like SF has a good game. Because OG, another team, they play SF all the time. Like everyone needs to know. And if all the games you lose are to one hero, it's pretty obvious what's up.
Yeah, and we mentioned, you mentioned the scoreline already. The team that they lost to yesterday evening was against Mouse.
Yeah.
And
should not happen.
Yeah, and I love Mouse. I'm a fan, but on paper that should indeed just not happen. So they definitely had a lot to learn from yesterday to today. Let's see if they learned something. Let's see if Purge asked about that actually.
Hey, I'm here with Toronto Tokyo of BB Team. You guys are doing okay so far. How are you feeling as a whole?
We're doing a little bit worse than we expected, but it will be fine. We have more games to play, and this is just a group stage.
That's true. You played 6 different heroes in your 6 matches. Are you guys still figuring out the meta, or are you just playing what fits that specific game?
Me?
Yeah, you played 6 different heroes, 6 games.
Yeah, it's like a hero challenge for me on this tournament.
Speaking of one of those challenges, you played Ogre as a 5. It's occasionally being played, but you bought a hand of Midas. I don't think I've seen any other Ogre buy Midas. In that game, there was also only 14 total kills for 29 minutes. Was that part of the reason it was just a slow game, or do you just like Midas on Ogre? Are you greedy?
If I'm playing Ogre, this is the only item I can buy. I will not buy any other items before I buy Midas.
But the downside was that your next item was Crimson Guard at like 29 minutes. So is it justified?
Because we could not fight like all the time, and it was like small chance to maybe do better in fight with this item.
Okay, fair. What about Wraith Bands though? You used to be the Wraith Band king. You used to buy like 3 Wraith Bands on every hero. What's wrong with that item? You don't like it anymore?
I feel like Wraith Bands it's nerfed anyway, but some games you can buy it. But when I feel that I can buy it, I'm buying it. But it's not often.
Okay, how are you feeling confidence-wise against Team Liquid, your upcoming match?
I wouldn't say it's like it's hard opponent for us. It's like 50-50. It's okay, but I feel confident. Yeah.
All right, great. Well, thank you for joining me for the interview, and good luck in your upcoming game.
Thank you.
50-50, that would be adding another tie to the roster here. But Toronto Tokyo indeed has a very versatile tournament so far, Lacoste.
The most versatile player in the team, definitely would not expect that to happen. If you go back in time when he left Team Spirit and then he joined BB Team, he was playing basically 2 heroes. He was playing his Clockwork, he was playing his Treant Protector, and now he expanded his hero pool. Results are not there, but I think that, they're going to slowly pick it up. This is one of the most early game-oriented teams, and they know how to put the pressure, and we haven't seen many comebacks so far in this tournament.
Yeah, I feel like when you look at BB Team, obviously they have some of the most mechanically gifted players. They're also the highest MMR team in the world. Some people say MMR is just a number, but it's your form, how do you do, how well do you understand heroes and whatnot. I feel like they haven't really shown as much of their skill as I would have hoped. If we look at their scoreline of 3-3, but they are obviously very good, and in my opinion, they're my favorites for the series.
Let's focus our attention on their opponents today, because Team Liquid also a little hot and cold here.
Yeah, I mean, I got some hot stats for that one too. Nisha has only won on Ember Spirit. They're 3-3. So the only times they win is when Nisha's playing Ember Spirit. And he has a very impressive scoreline as well. I tallied all 3 games combined. He is currently 28, 2, and 45 on the hero.
2?
So, yeah, he has 2
died twice.
on
Pretty
3
bad.
games.
What a feeder, huh?
That guy is...
No, 28 kills and only 45 assists, but he did have those 2 deaths.
Yeah.
No, it's impressive.
He won all 3 of the games. So that's also a problem for Liquid as well. Sure, if you're on BB Team, we're only losing the SF. That's kind of easy fix that you ban it.
Yeah.
But if you've only won with Ember from your mid lane, how do you fix that issue?
He had a pretty horrible game yesterday when they were playing against Team Tundra or Tundra Esports when he was playing Shadowfiend against Zeus and Thompson was on his ass throughout. Yeah, it was pretty difficult. He killed him like 3 times solo. They were all over the place. He couldn't get any help. I want to see 33 on, like, I've been calling it since day 1 pretty much, ever since they started to play the tournament. Varus's Visage. I think this hero has quite a lot of potential. We see some of Visage so far in the tournament, but this is definitely the unexplored hero of the tournament.
I would also say it makes a lot of sense with Boxy's hero pool. I like Boxy when he can just run around. Generally, you know, some of these range offliners like Visage, they can enable your melee force, your Nyx, Tusk, Clock, whatever it may be. Because Boxy, he's kind of a wild card, right? He can go around, do stuff, so I'm also looking for that.
I'm also looking for that. And if we're looking for Boxy, I believe Per just found him.
Hey, I'm here with Boxy of Team Liquid. You were just commenting how bright these lights are, and I've been noticing for tournament after tournament, you always cover your eyes during the draft. What's up with that? Why don't you just buy a hat?
Hats are not allowed. And I don't know if covering my eyes are allowed either, but sometimes I get away with it. I think I just have sensitive eyes, very dry eyes. I think it kind of comes with having blue eyes as well. So I don't know if you experience it.
I went to an eye doctor recently, and I said, like, oh, I can see better in the dark because I have blue eyes, and he said that wasn't real. So I don't know, maybe we're just wrong.
But I have an appointment in a few weeks at like an optician, I guess, where they're gonna extra check. And hopefully I'll maybe either get some new glasses or some mega eye drops.
You should get Blitz to hold his hand over your face, is what you should do. That's what coaches are for, right?
That sounds good.
Okay, tell me about Morphling. You've been playing a lot as a support. During the playing stage, I asked JT from G2IG about it, and he said he wanted to play it as an offlaner, but that it didn't have good enough team fight. Do you agree with that, or is it different because it's 4 position?
I think on offlane, I guess a lot of people play really heavy teamfight heroes, so I can understand where it's coming from. To be honest, like I don't know how good it is. Sometimes it feels really good, sometimes it feels kind of shit. I guess we had the idea against 100 to play it, because they like also play it. And we'll probably see longer in the tournament if it's like gonna be played more or not. I feel like even when I play it in pubs, it's like sometimes shit, sometimes good.
I mean, you had like a 70% win rate in the last couple days, so it seems like it's been decent. How's your confidence level against BB team, considering that you've been going 1-1 with every team so far?
I think Petboom are always like a pretty solid team. I think they have a very strong idea of how they want to play. And sometimes when we play them, it's like kind of easy for us to win, and sometimes they kind of smash us. I haven't watched that many of their other games because we've been kind of busy with our own group stage, so it'll be fun to play them now. And I think like I always feel it's like a 50-50. Either we win really hard or we lose. So
it's funny, Toronto Tokyo said the exact same thing. Well, thank you for joining me for the interview, and good luck in your match.
All right, thank you very much.
Shouldn't at some point one of the players say, yeah, we got this, guys? But no, both Toronto Tokyo and Boxy's like, nah, 50-50. But talking about Liquid, I feel like we should mention that they are the only team so far that have been able to take a game off Tundra. And we did say it was a tough game that they had, but Kazu Tundra is the top of the group, so surely Team Liquid has got a bit of an up here.
I mean, I feel like they also hopefully at least learned a lot from that series. I think also they talked about the Morphling. That's one hero I'm looking for when it comes to Liquid. They play it very well on multiple roles, and I think Boxy also had a very pop-off game when it comes to this hero. And there's, you know, other teams have shown that it's pretty good, so I just want to see some good stuff, and no 3-3 Brewmaster. I'm banning it.
I gotta agree. He looked really good on the Beastmaster. He owned both of these games pretty much solo carrying. They even gave them the ages in one of those games where they were like keeping the pressure going, and that game in pretty much 30 minutes. This is something that Liquid does really well. These early game-focused drafts that they know how to execute, and I want to see what the drafts are going to be. Maybe the reason why Boxy was covering his eyes, he could not watch the drafts that they had in some of these games.
Fair, am I misremembering it? Didn't 33 used to be really good at Brew?
He is very good on Brewmaster.
So what's happening?
Well, a couple things could happen. Either he just had a couple bad games on it, or the item build has changed.
All right, well, let's see what is going to happen as we head over to the stage to get the players on.
Welcome back, everyone. It's time to get our second series of the day started as we have now wrapped up OG versus Aurora.
That's right, a good debut for both teams as they show up on stage for the first time, both winning a game each. But now we're ready to introduce to you the second team. But before we do that, let's talk about the games that happened backstage in the past hour.
That's right, we had Spirit split a series against Heroic. Gaiman Gladiators got a 2-0 against a Blacklist, and Falcons, despite a very shaky day one, got another 2-0 against LGD, so they're on the come up.
That's right, the group stage is shaping up and we only have a few days until we get to playoffs. Every team is trying to get to the upper bracket and stay there, so let's see who can do it. Honestly, it's really hard to predict, but for now, let's introduce the first team for this match on stage, and it is BB Team. After 2 days of group stage, they managed to cover the whole spectrum. They got a 2-0 against Beastcoat, split against Mouse, and 2-0'd by XCWG. It has been a roller coaster for this squad, and now they aim to get the top of their group.
And please welcome their opponents, it's Team Liquid! Meanwhile, these guys have been middle of the pack the whole time. They split against Extreme, they split against Tundra, and they split against PSG Quest right here on stage. So I imagine they are eager for a 2-0 result. Whether or not they'll be able to get it against BB Team, we'll have to find that out. Looks like the players are ready to go, Fancy. Let's get this game number 1 underway.
BB Team versus Team Liquid, a 2-game series. I want to talk about the tying that Team Liquid is doing. I've discovered their reasoning. Team Liquid, they do prefer lower brackets, and I do know that the top 4 go to upper bracket, the rest go to low bracket, but there's another advantage to being in the lower bracket, isn't there, Kezu?
To have a lot of games, and are they trying to not make it too obvious? I want to go to the lower bracket by
that's not the one. It is the keys.
The key farming.
The key farming. You don't get the keys unless you eliminate a squad.
Yeah, why didn't you think of that?
They have a lot of beef with some of these players, and they want to destroy all of their keys from the lower bracket.
Thought it was to go home early.
Oh, that's a good reasoning too. I like that one.
Yeah. Okay, let's see what we got then, because we're in the draft. We got Team Liquid Radiant, BB Team on the Dire side, and we talked about wanting to see Ember on Liquid if you're a Liquid fan, or if you're a BB Team fan, you want to see Ember banned, and if you're a BB Team fan, you also want to see Shadow Fiend banned.
I think if you're a Liquid fan, you want to see Liquid win without Ember more than them
That's
just
fair.
only win with Ember.
That's fair.
Because this, you got to think the long haul here. You can't just think about this one particular game. We'll see if they end up banning out. There's a possibility, and yeah, BB Team. Shadow Fiend has been the bane of their existence, and we all know Nisha, he loves the Shadow Fiend, at least he has in the past.
Yeah, and I'm sure, Mick is also a Shadow Fiend player.
Probably, who isn't at this point?
Fair.
On hero.
I mean, BB Team could even look to also perhaps play it themselves, even though I would say that first pick Shadow Fiend is of course very strong, but it can be abusable. If you are looking to first pick it, you need to be able to play the hero from multiple roles, so you can maybe have the magic one from mid lane, but also like the right click one from the safe lane. At least for now, looks like they will of course go for their Beastmaster. Miero is very good on this one. Liquid have also looked very good when they've had it. So
yeah,
I'm not too opposed to this first pick.
Beastmaster, Miero, that was his classic pretty much. He was playing when the hero wasn't as strong. He was still going for the Helm of the Dominator build, but now times have changed. So Aghanim Scepter into Blink Dagger, Pipe, whatever is necessary for the game. The hero, again, feels super strong to play. Really strong in the lane as well. And kind of a stolen pick from Team Liquid.
I mean, also when you look at the lanes, like, or at the bans rather, I've heard that Sand King has been used a lot to counter heroes that farm a lot of stacks. So they pre-banned the SK for the Beast. They have the Eng ban as well. So, and also the TA, Liquid, one of the best teams at playing this one, where I must say I'm a little surprised to see Liquid go into their reserve time, at least when it comes to this response pick. But yeah, okay, this is one hero that I at least forgot about, because Monkey is nasty and one of the best heroes at this tournament.
Oh, and also one of the most banned heroes. You saw that he was only played 9 times. It's purely because he's banned.
He is based.
He is also based, but banned most of the time in all the other games.
If there's one guy who's going to play it, so far Boxy did not play Monkey King as a position 4. Boxy didn't even play any of the melee position 4 heroes, exclusively playing these range supports, which is a bit uncharacteristic for Boxy. Usually when you think about Boxy, you think about his Tusk, you think about his Tiny, but also Mickey. This guy is a beast on Monkey, one of the best Monkey King players out there for sure.
Yeah, it's kind of strange to see it go through the pool already. So far, Liquid has not had a chance to pick it up, but given just what they decided to ban in this particular game, maybe the Brewmaster ban, Tanking ban allowed this Monkey King to go through.
Yeah.
Which position they put on it, who really knows? This is the strength of the hero right now. Oftentimes you do see it either mid or carry. Sometimes it'll be in the support position. We did see Gaming Gliders do the Monkey King with Venomancer offlane cheese, which was pretty fun to watch. A lot of cool things you can do with this hero with the new facet that allows you to have, you know, unlimited tree jumping at 90% or higher HP.
Yeah, it's one of the better facets in the game for sure. If I'm Liquid, they should definitely be very happy having this monkey response. But if I'm BB, I need to look to help my Beastmaster. I would say throughout the game, like if this monkey is a carry, he's very annoying. Something else that BB team need to keep in mind is the monkey can go mid. He kind of shuts down a lot of potential like melee heroes. So there's other heroes I'm just looking for when it comes to the BB squad, like maybe some Snapfire. I feel like that's always a hero that monkey doesn't really love to play into.
What about some RRP, reversed polarity that you guys had in your pop game?
OD Pixel style, that was very good.
No, it was not.
No, it was great because he just pushed out the Monkey King and then we couldn't kill anyone.
I
thought it was really good. This was an OD Pixel party queue game with the talent.
Of course, yes.
Guys, don't try it at home. It's absolute dog shit.
On paper, he's like, isn't this on paper really great? And we saw him do it. We saw him kick Monkey King out of his Wukongs once, and then.
But then he will just save anyway. Now we don't have RP.
The other facet where you can walk back in.
No.
No.
I actually like that Hoodwink pick a lot because I was thinking to myself, that is one of the heroes that Beast could pair with to bully the Monkey King. Whenever I play Monkey King, I hate playing versus Hoodwink because this hero just spams you out of the lane. One of the few position 4s that even if you're in a melee matchup, if there's a Hoodwink on the enemy team, it doesn't really matter. He just harasses you down so hard to the point where you just can't get the Jingo stacks because the slow from the Acorn shot, the raw damage from it, and then of course the Bushwhack just locks you down.
Oh, this is the same lane that Team Liquid did play against PSG Quest. Lion plus Beastmaster. It didn't look too good in the first couple of levels, but they managed to stack it up. And this time, it's going to be save on that Lion for sure. I think we all remember some of the games. We called him Shave at the time at the Pet Boom Dacha. One of the best Lion performances, I'd say, of all time. Like Kaka-like performances on Lion.
I mean, he is for sure one of the most gifted position 4 players. I will say, though, it's not necessarily the easiest lane if you are to go up against like a Monkey Hoodwink or a double aggressive lane, but it's perhaps more about the fact that they just want to make sure that Beast has a good early game. You have stun, potential Hex, just get him through the, through the early game. But one thing I'm lacking a bit is you love having stacks with Beast. Like, unless you're always going to use the boar and stack for yourself. Like, Lion is not the best dude that's going to walk back and like stack some camps, but it's a lot about the laning stage.
Okay, Doom immediately. I would love to see Disruptor or Jakiro as well for Team Liquid. I love Jakiro if it's going to be Monkey, because Monkey is still a flex pick, but I like this lane a lot against the Beastmaster. We've seen Jakiro's stocks being on the rise recently. The hero feels really nice to play right now. And the Disruptor as well, just would love to have something that can combine with the Monkey King if that's not the option, but they will go with the Jakiro.
This guy is good.
Yeah.
This guy slaps.
It's almost like it's his job.
I think after you see this Lion, you're not really afraid to put Monkey carry anymore because Lion, unlike Hoodwink, yeah, he'll disable you longer than Hoodwink, but he just does 0 damage. So even if you are stunned, you can keep chasing or you can disengage, and you're not really afraid of that lane anymore. And it's going to be a pretty difficult lane, I think, overall, just for this Beastmaster. You are against a Jakiro, you are versus a Monkey King. There is a chance that this Monkey could still go mid if you end up picking like some Pango or Ember in the mid lane or something like that. So it still has flex potential, but I think the moment they saw that line, they're like, we at least are okay with this being our carry. We can pick another support.
I would kind of like if I'm BB squad here, what I would want to do is not pick a melee hero for what Fear just said. Like, you pick a mid that's potentially ranged, you make it harder for Monkey to go mid, and a hero that can rotate later to help your Beast against the Monkey matchup and like try to offset it. It could be anywhere from like, I don't know, Storm, Caudle, Snapfire, like whatever. Invoker seems like a bit more of a fringy hero, but anything that can move, maybe Vessel, early spells, I would say makes a lot of sense. Fear, you're a carry player. I've heard many different opinions about Terrorblade. I feel like this hero's pretty good. What do you think?
I mean, I also think Terrorblade is pretty good right now. I think a lot of players just aren't picking it on the right draft. And more importantly, they are just not used to the new playstyle of the hero. Since they added his innate ability, being the illusions do 50% less damage. If you're like 1200 range away from the TB, you can't split push anymore. You have to farm with your illusions. but they do much more damage when you're next to a hero. Almost 100% damage with the level 10 talent.
We've seen
they hurt a lot.
Them pick up some early shard, like say between 15 and 20 minutes, depending how much farm you have. Mid laner for BB team, I would love to see something explosive, a little bit more damage, because TB will need some time. I'm thinking maybe Invoker for GPK, maybe even a Wind Ranger to shut down this potential Monkey King from the mid lane still. Do you think Monkey will be played as a mid or as a safe laner? I think this is going to be the safe lane for them. Jakiro, Monkey, and pick a different mid.
Yeah, I would say it's kind of on BB team to not allow Liquid to put it mid. By like giving it a bad matchup, so it's kind of forced to go carry, at least would be my opinion. Liquid would be, like, they're going to be way too happy if they can just put Monkey mid and be like, oh well, here you go, another new pick.
Yep. You got an Invoker ban.
The reason
so
why,
far?
why I liked Invoker, he can dispel Jingu easily, you can disengage. They don't have the best chase potential on Team Liquid, so let's say you get doomed, one tornado could offset your whole fight, how you want to play out the fight, doom somebody, kill him off instantly, you know, some bushwhack, Wukong's command, and he can relatively easily disengage in those fights.
So we should still mention that Ember is in the pool, right? What needs to happen? Like, why wouldn't BB team pick up Ember?
Because then Monkey, boom, goes mid.
They could put Monkey mid.
So they ban Ember.
I mean,
surely.
It depends a bit also on like their
pick,
mid
right?
pick. Yeah, like they need to think ahead. Okay, who can we use mid so Monkey doesn't go there? I can help my beast later, and I can play with my ET aura like high range magic damage, anything that fits the bill.
Yeah. And then ban out who's good against that.
Yeah.
I think they need a hero that has the disable and can move on the map. Like, I wouldn't mind something like a Primal Beast in a game like this. It can chase down the Monkey King. When you do play the Terrorblade, one of the big issues with this hero is lockdown. You need lots of lockdown. That way you can actually hit heroes. And to build on the Terrorblade point as well, you have to be active on this hero now. I feel like you have to show up with meta, not to farm, but to fight, or at least defend towers. And typical TB games, most of the games I've seen on TB, there's like some TB and like a TA mid. And like these lineups just aren't very good. So some type of lockdown here that can make rotations on the map, it's a blind pick anyway for BB team, is ideal because Beastmaster is the type of hero that farms a lot right now.
I like this a lot. I'm a big fan of mid Snapfire, and also them picking blindly, removing Puck. Something that we did mention is this lockdown. Puck would give them another circle they can combine with the Wukong's command, and you can just disengage against that. So that would be a really good pick for Team Liquid. I do like Snapfire, however. Also a bit of a difficult matchup against Shadow Fiend.
How do you beat this hero mid?
Shadow Fiend.
I don't know.
Is it DK? Is DK okay versus? I feel like
not from what we've seen so far.
Yeah, I'm not entirely sure. Maybe if you're Liquid, you just pick your Ember and survive.
Yeah.
You could also pick Zeus here, I suppose.
Yeah, that's one of the heroes I was looking at. Like maybe Zeus, try to like play on high range, like just have your Monkey, your Doom go in and hope that that's enough. This snap is definitely a high threat to Liquid. I feel like it's on them right now to really tie it together and solve their draft. Because looking at these 5 BB heroes, I think they're incredibly strong.
Can you do like a magic damage Lina against the Terrorblade potentially? I know Niche in the past has used it. I feel like they need something that's good versus TB that doesn't get owned mid versus Snap.
Yeah.
And that's like kind of the issue with Snapfire right now. It seems to be like S-tier laning phase at least. Throughout the rest of the game, it like has power spikes. It's super good in the lane, and then mid game you don't really do it a whole lot. Then of course then you get your 20-25 talent, you're a beast again.
There's quite a lot of spells that you can easily play off with the Snapfire. Just Lion, one Impale, one Hex would do the trick with the Snapfire's Kisses, the Beastmaster with Aurora. These are kind of guaranteed kills for them because I don't see any saves whatsoever on Team Liquid. So if you get the stun, okay, that's one hero who can keep the distance, who comes online much faster than the Snapfire. You get that Spirit Vessel between 6 and 8 minutes, depending how much farm you have, and you are very active on the map.
I do feel like it's pretty funny because both teams rounded out their draft in a similar way. Like the fastest mid heroes you can pick to try and offset the side lanes. Because if I look at BB team, like they have TB, ET, they should destroy this Doom on the top lane. Like 3T should have a hard time. So it's gonna be on both the mids to like try and offset their off lanes losing very hard. I personally really like BB team's draft. Liquid's draft is very, very, very playable, but I would prefer to be on the BB Boombox squad in this game.
Yeah, Bibbidi Bobbidi, I think they do have an upper edge in this one. I think Snapfire will do slightly more, and also Nightfall, the way he... Like, if there's one player that I trust besides Radan, I was trying to think of the name, it's definitely Nightfall on his Terrorblade.
Do we think that Lion Beastmaster is indeed less strong than the Jakiro Monkey?
I think so, yeah.
Okay.
I think that lane is not designed to win, but it can always come back through farming stacks. This last pick from Nisha kind of fits like the Zeus and the Lina we're talking about, but TB is a hero that does rush Manta, and Coddle is a hero that kind of doesn't like playing versus the spells, so he has to get a lot of work done in the early game. The scaling isn't going to be as good as other heroes we mentioned, so this is a very early game lineup for Liquid. They got to bring the pressure and the heat in the early game.
Pressure and heat in the early game? Are we saying lots of rotations?
Lots of
rotations, lots of game plays.
Yeah, Jakiro moving around, and saying, we need the supports and Nisha to pop off for Liquid. I would say it's a little more stable for the BB squad, because, yeah, their draft, mwah, chef's kiss.
Chef's kiss, okay. Let's see if BB team can do what my panel thinks they got the good draft for. We're heading over to Odie Pixel and Fog.
Thank you very much, CBS. Game one time here between Team Liquid and BB Team. I'm here with Fogs, and looking forward to this one. We see this time around in the draft, right, the kind of the crazy thing is the Monkey King gets left in. It is, of course, taken away straight away by Liquid, as Mickey is going to be playing that one. Obviously, in response to that, BB Team get to spend a little more time with their draft and figuring out what they want to do with the carry.
Yep.
And we end up with a Nightfall Terrorblade.
Yeah, a lot of little mind games that are going on here, right? Because I think, like they were mentioning on the panel, the Beastmaster, we see the Monkey King picked, and then they're like, okay, we need to disable to prevent this Monkey King from getting Jingu stacks. Then the Jakiro comes out, and it's like, okay, this lane is very difficult. So they start switching things up, making sure that they can win those other lanes, pick the safe Snapfire so they have that good matchup so Monkey can't swap, blah, blah, blah. So very cool stuff, very cool mind games that are coming around here. And they do clean it up. They fixed it up there with that Coddle in the end. I was also looking at these range kind of like nukers to be able to set tempo. So let's see if that tempo is going to be set, because they do have a pretty active lineup, can move around fast with the Monkey King.
Oh.
But Mickey has been spotted.
Hang on,
into 4.
That ain't a tree.
But they've got the squad.
They do indeed. Liquid has the high ground. They've got a good blast coming in onto the 3 of them as well. Both Miro and GPK being brought incredibly low. 33 will back off now from Toronto Tokyo. Toronto Tokyo punching pretty hard. He's trying to get over to 33, but he's getting body blocked here by Boltsy, and Toronto Tokyo will be the first to fall. First blood for Nisha.
He almost can run through 5 of them with the 5-man
He was trying to get there. He was like, let me hit, but they wouldn't. They blocked him off.
Let me in. Couldn't make it through safe now.
So if they could get something more, I think they might be able to do indeed with the dual breaths to slow him down. That's going to be a couple of kills for Liquid to start this game off with.
Stole it away from me.
Boxer was like, Mickey, you had your chance. I'm taking that one.
Right, fair enough. Well,
2 for 1.
Yep.
First blood as well, involved in that couple of kills that Liquid's able to find. Of course,
4 bounties
the one
for BB.
Oh, that kind of counteracts the first blood gold for Venetia in the mid, at least. So, you know, make sure that GPK also gets a nice boost of gold to start this game with.
Exactly. I was like literally looking. I'm like, wait a minute. They actually got all 4 of them. It was Nightfall who grabbed
a lot.
The Terrorblade grabbed 3. So Nightfall doing his work as his carry grabbing for his team. So, all right, yeah. Let's see how these lanes go. I'm gonna be. I don't even know which one to look at, because bottom is a
I think the
lane.
bottom one. Yeah, stuff's gonna go down on the bottom lane.
It's like a pretty high skill lane coming out from the side of BBT and Miro. If they can actually sometimes like prevent Mickey from getting those stacks up with these type of disables and stuff like that. But overall, Mickey should have a pretty good time down there. We'll see how it does end up going down.
Yeah, the mid lane's kind of fun, right? Because somebody could die in this matchup, right?
Yeah, definitely. And they did already make that move, so. Other things we have to quickly talk about after all these first bloods and everything. The thing you do versus Coddle is you block his hard camp, so they did that to ensure that it will slow down the farm of Nisha. So overall, I would say GPK should have a pretty decent advantage versus Nisha in this lane. Got to be able to get these extra denies as well too, so yeah, that Snapfire, it's a pretty strong pick. And top, we're seeing this so often. It's a very, very strong lane, of course, coming out from BBT. So kind of, 2 of these lanes that do look very good. It's just that bottom one that we'll have to see the volatility of it.
Sure. And let's talk about this as well. So 33 on the Doom. I can't remember if you or someone else at the back earlier, but someone was saying that Doom not been doing too hot recently.
I don't know. I think
it's kind of the pool of offlaners.
Yeah, he was mixed a bit because it's very specific on these players to save. Let's get the disable Insania. Might get the run down the boards. The top also.
They're able to take Nightfall down.
It's all over the place.
It is. Both lanes kicking off as 33 also likely to fall. Toronto Tokyo, has he got enough right clicks to take him out? He's in with the chase. He's able to get him. Toronto Tokyo takes 33 down. The stun's going to connect. Mickey almost certainly going to die here. Miro indeed gets the double.
Who needs CS when you just kill the heroes? He's got 2 on the Beastmaster, but they've got the double board. They use
That's
it.
pretty, he's got 2 last hits. He's got 2 kills.
And it's that volatile lane, and it is I'm looking at the Monkey King. Did go for Tree Dance plus the Boundless, so doesn't have Jingu at level 2 to be able to get those stacks. So goes for the kill. Ends up not working out as they get turned on, and that's kind of the dream here for this Beastmaster. They picked this lane to be able to shut it down, and they should still be able to do okay, but now Miero is going to have a much better advantage than I think he expected to, because they did double counter pick to try to shut this down.
Yeah, that's scary, because Miro's Beastmaster is pretty hot, right? He's pretty good on this hero.
Let's be honest, all the Beastmasters, this hero's pretty
No, you're saying the hero's easy, like anyone can play it.
No, definitely not. I mean, these guys, Miero especially is one of the specialists.
He really is.
He's played it even before it was broken with the Aghanims.
Yep.
But yeah, he's already set off to a very, very good start with that one to be able to get those arcane boots. The lane, as you said, will still get difficult for him, but getting a double kill is pretty huge.
Well, mid lane, that's a bit of an uh-oh right now for Nisha. He's getting a lot denied away from him. 18 and 10 against the 11 and 0.
And GPK is actually skilled the cookie, so he might go for that solo kill potential that you were saying. Sometimes you do see 2-0-2, but...
So if he comes in with that little bit of a cheeky outplay, certainly could. But 1 charges as well to play with, so yeah, Nisha's got to be careful.
Fantastic start here, I would say, for the side of BBT, because top their Doms, they're just demolishing 33. This lane is super hard for him. He might just die again.
Right clicks. He's gonna live, but I mean, what is living?
He's 80 HP. They're putting no pressure onto a Nightfall TB.
He's got to say what a walk back to base.
He sure does.
Indeed, a very different tale for the two offlaners. Similar in levels, but it's just the fact that Miero got this double kill on the other side of the map. He's going to be very happy. The goal's going to be there. He's going to get a good time on the arcane boots.
He can also just this year overall recovers better too, because you have stacks too. So it's, like you said, still can be a pretty tough lane for him. But the fact that he gets off to a good start means he can get those stacks going. He gets these arcane boots, so he can get the spam going eventually. So see how they've reestablished things. See how many moves we do have around these runes as well too. Since top is already, it's already kind of ruined for 33. It might just see Boxy abandon and look to make moves elsewhere. See what he does look to do. Okay, 33 is going to get nothing up here.
No, so it doesn't really recover the same way as at least at the same speed that Beastmaster does.
Not at all. Devoured, not what it used to be. Yeah, Boxy. Okay, Boxy's just going to manipulate creeps so that they can make sure that his Doom does get something. Because otherwise, if he moves, then Doom literally gets nothing. So. Seeing Nisha starting to work on the southern stack, so he does have a triple, or is that a quad stack actually? Quad stack on that medium camp. So even though he didn't have access to his hard camp the whole time, is getting those stacks ready, so preparing to catch back up, but GPK is going to have a huge advantage. Save.
Let's see if they can get him.
He's alive.
They're able to tell me the Hex and the balls are out for Miero. Miero's just going to be able to chase down Insania with the birds.
That's crazy. And now Mickey is alone too.
They could definitely bully him back as well.
They might be able to just turn onto him.
See if they can chase him out here. Stuns back up. Save's got the setup. Miero's in. The birds are out. The balls as well. Is there any backup coming in for Mickey? I don't think there is. But he will live.
He's got the Jingu to heal.
He has
He's
got
going
the
back
balance
in
as well. He's able to jump forward. I don't know if he wants to go for the kill. At least just trying to get a bit of a heal from it.
It was still only the level 1. I actually thought it was a second point. So not as big as a heal as he expected. This lane, it still is going well for the Monkey King, but fantastic for Miero. They are playing super well now, and save now. Doesn't have to go to base. He's actually checking the bottom rune as well for GPK. They're double checking the
They need to kill Nightfall. He's been having too easy of a lane. They're bringing in the rotation from Nisha.
They should have him.
Yeah, this should be able to get the Terrorblade out of the lane, slow down his farm, because, yeah, so far Nightfall's been having a pretty free game up here.
Yep. These two tend to be the ones to set the pace for Liquid. It's going to be up to Boxy and Nisha to reestablish this early game with these movements. So far, Boxy does have those 3 kills because of that whole level 1 debacle that did happen.
Oh, you
You get the stomp, very difficult versus the boots and the windlace. Mid tower taking a hefty beating, 3 points in the shredder. Catapults up, and he's got the amp.
Yeah,
they lift the blast
too. As well, indeed, just to keep the pressure on. 6.5 minutes in, this tower's pretty much going down.
Decent save just there for that wraparound. He's still, that's from him, still from bottom when he hadn't healed. He still came over to keep these plays going.
Yeah, they're gonna bring Insania over to try and slow down this push.
Hefty amount of damage on the tower though. Great position that BBT is put in. That Beastmaster has the same net worth as the Monkey King. That's wild. And now he's going to be able to get these stacks going to be able to accelerate. And we're going to just do him. We'll see how 33 is going to be able to recover overall.
Now look at that as well in the matchup there between the two mids. 29 denies pretty much during this laning stage by GPK. As indeed.
Ooh. And I like what he's queuing up to if he does go for it. This is like the match the tempo of the Keeper of the Light, right? If he does go down that bots route. We used to see this from the old times of when we see Snapfire spammed in the mid lane. Now the rise of that Snap coming back. That can be cool. Being able to join into most fights when the Coddle's showing up and being able to join in with the Beastmaster because there's those boars. You know, the Hawk not as much, but the boar you can TP to.
Yeah, this would be one of those mid heroes that you don't mind the bots rush on, just because you could do so much with your abilities early on.
No, absolutely. I mean, even in some situations, I think when you're farming this well, Boots of Travel can always just be that valuable. If you're like behind and you're farming Boots of Travel, it sometimes just doesn't really do too much. But I understand. I can understand what he's going for here, being able to try to match the tempo of the Spirit Vessel that will be very soon coming out for Nisha.
You know, I finally get the compulsion to touch the tail. But
I see close on the numbers right now. Very even on the overall gold.
It's just how well that Beastmaster's lane went in particular, since they did double down to try to shut it down with the Jakiro plus the Monkey King. And Miro has tons of stacks to go for. So he'll have very good timing on this Aghanims. And Nightfall, of course, having that kind of similar net width as the Monkey King, but he'll farm very fast.
Nisha and Insania, they want to try and interrupt this. At least get some information with regards to how much Miro's been able to take from the stack so far. He's going to start working on the Ancients, but BB team, they know that this sort of play is going to be coming in from Liquid. They're setting up to make sure that Miro remains safe whilst he farms.
They bring everybody. They bring all four just to protect that. Okay. There's Aurora available. Miro does want to go for a bit lacking on the mana.
Now Nisha and Insania by his side. Boxy's going to step up to get the catch onto Miro. He's in with the bushwhack. We'll see if the backup can come in time. Miro tries to turn with the roar. Going to be able to get it off on the box. He's able to just turn and kill off the Hoodwink. I mean, Insania, he stepped up behind the tower trying to follow up on that setup that Boxy went for, but he ends up dying as well. Miro, he'll survive.
They're playing this early game beautifully, covering each other just perfectly. Keeping that Beastmaster alive. He's level 6 so early because of how that lane went. The roar comes out, he gets the kill himself. Little plays also that instant hex, I believe, from Save, preventing Insania from getting that cast. Seeing these stacks, of course, coming into play.
Well on the way towards the Aghanims.
Set up for success, and we saw, was that the boot? It wasn't quite the Boots of Travel just yet, but GPK, he's got it finished. So 9 minutes, he'll be able to match that tempo and movements of Nisha, who does have the Vessel done. So can get a lot done, but there will always be a snap there. See if they can find Nightfall.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Liquid should be able to make good moves towards pressuring this tier 1 tower. I guess it depends how much BB team want to pull in terms of a defense. It's just Nightfall and Save at the moment.
They'll just keep him protected. 33 is starting to recover, so Doom that is available right now. And yeah, tons of stacks, as we saw there, of course, from the ET. Nisha trying to sneak in here. These stacks now are going to be visible to him.
Now, this is a juicy amount of golden XP. He's going to look for the setup one to Save first.
That Vessel.
Not what you can do when the Cottle comes for you.
Nope. And especially not as these poor little supports. One like Lion. Image a free kill. So Nisha.
We're going to see the stacks now.
He's going to start dictating the pace of Lion. He's...
This is a very nice stack to take. I mean, we saw BB team do a good job of defending their stacks on the their other side of the map, but here...
They're pinging it.
Oh yeah, they've got to get over soon if they want to try and stop Nisha from getting the freedom to farm this. Toronto Tokyo's there on his own.
But they can't swing Miro over, and he's really the stack clear. They're bling to snap. They're going to fill his bottle. They really don't want to lose all of it.
I mean, but they might just have to. The sort of wave clear comes in. Yeah, they pretty much took it all there. Liquid, Nisha, and Boxy able to clear those stacks up.
Can they catch him from behind? Save looking for a wraparound. They see Nisha.
Oh, it's a good setup into the kisses. GPK able to lay down the damage, and they will kill him off. So they may have got his stacks, but they'll make him pay for it.
They inflate him a little bit, right? Get that bit of extra gold. GPK getting that last hit, a good swing around, and GPK's actually still smoked, so could look for another move. Save has the finger now, too. Good move to steal the stacks, but then another good move from BBT. Great responses from both teams. 5 to 8 right now.
Yeah, Mickey really catching up on the farm. Top spot now. After he's been pretty much left alone in that bottom area. So, whilst Miro's farm still very impressive, it's able to match him. It's not been any sort of severe slowdown for that of Mickey's early game.
But the timing will hit. You know, there's going to be that Aghanims. One of the earliest ones I think we're going to see in this tournament.
Oh yeah, it'll be interesting to see what the timing looks like.
He's 700 away already. It's going to be very, very fast. So see how they can actually withstand the pressure of it, because they do have heroes that are good versus it too. So they have that Vessel, which is always going to be pretty good versus it as well too, if Nisha is able to keep his distance. Same thing for the Doom. Could be some situations where they just throw it onto the Beastmaster.
Dire are scanning.
Last time for Liquid. They want to try and do something. So here with this.
33, yeah, he's got the blink. So he can pick and choose his target that he wants to go for this Doom. Trying to continue setting that tempo, not wanting the game to slow down versus this Terror Blade.
GPK would be the good catch. Moxie gonna get the setup. 33 is gonna be able to set it up himself. Gets him with the jump, drops the Doom down. Macropie as well. They want GPK dead. They'll get him.
Very dead.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
He's like running. He's like, is the neutral up? No, it's not. So can't even go for an attempt of deny there. Good kill.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
They themselves will be able to continue the pressure onto the tier 1 mid. That's the Aghanims timing done. So 13 minutes in. And indeed, minute and a half faster than the average that we've been seeing on the Beast Masters.
Not the fastest, though. I actually
we
thought
might be able to see someone had a pretty crazy game.
Monster. All right.
What game was that?
Yeah. That was a game where he didn't get his the other stack stolen, and he was able to get that, right? Like something like that.
I mean,
or something,
maybe he was skipped Arcanes. I don't even know. 11 minutes.
That's not fast.
Not quite that fast, but yeah, still very fast in the overall scheme of things.
Liquid trying to play still around this vision that they have from the stolen stacks.
TP out. Just TP, lol. Goodbye.
Nicely done. Aggressive hit, GPK. Looking to make the move. They want to try to find Mickey once. They have the reflection on him. Oh, he's jumping away. They're going to try to catch him off guard on the separation. Is he going to farm here?
Don't do it. Run. The lion. Looking for you, but now they're looking for the lion.
So, other thing I have to point out, of course, is we did see that Blink Doom that come out from 33, and he did do the tech. So I wanted to make sure that I did keep track of that one. Buys the Blink, gets a kill with it, sells it, buys the Midas, uses the Midas. So that 90%, you know, the fastest thing that he does have. We have been hearing a lot of people talking about that, where you look to make your plays, then you go back, you buy the Midas, because you get 90% of the value back for your sell-backed items, as you know, we see there.
Yeah, that's pretty smart. Much better than my strat of buy the Dagon, use the Dagon, don't get a kill, lose the game.
Yeah, because it's literally 90% value, so you're always able to guess value, switch these items up and stuff like that. So I'll try to keep tab of every single time he sells items and stuff. I'll probably miss a couple, but whatever. I got the important one. You can use this in your pubs. This is really, I've seen a lot of people doing this. I've seen either this or I've seen the like quad bracer kind of strategy, and then they adapt afterwards and stuff. So I'll be keeping it tabs with this Doom. Game's slowing down a little bit.
Radiant are scanning.
But Mika getting that good farm, avoiding the kill, being able to match that net worth, of course, of the TB. Miro, he's just getting time to farm the initiation item as well, too. So he's got his Aghanims finished, but ideally wants that Blink, because then same thing as, you know, with the Doom, you can pick and choose which target you go for to just pretty much hunt it to zero rather than having to roar from a distance and close the gap. And then he'll buy Blink again, so you didn't see that wrong.
A bit of a calm period of the game. I mean, you know, Mira, obviously with the very fast Aghanims timing, it's what you get the Blink and then it's going to be go time from him, or is it just a case of continuing to farm it up? Like, because they do have this Terror Blade.
They do.
I mean, the panel sort of said, right, they feel Liquid with their draft, there's a bit more pressure on them to keep it going. So can BBT, for the most part, can they just kind of play it safe, try and avoid fights, don't allow them to sort of get caught by this Kotl Monkey King that's going to be crawling around the map?
No, absolutely. If Miro ever sees the opportunities, though, where he sees like niche out of position and he's got the Blink, that's when he'll go for it. But yeah, I would say so.
For him. Miro, he's going to get caught. 33 in with the Doom. It's going to be a dead Beastmaster.
Big money. 33 gets that last hit.
Good hunting here from Liquid.
Not the greatest Roche lineup, though, so getting these type of kills, they'll just have to keep swinging around looking for more, can't just back up into some type of Roche early on, but he's always still pressure these towers, keeping themselves sustained with Nisha. And can just look to be incredibly mobile around the map, so Mikke is already jumping around, as we know, with the Simeon, and then the Kotl with the Boots of Travel can look to match the movements around and look for any type of kills here. And they got a deep ward down, too, with that movement, so this is going to keep pretty good tabs of the side of BBT. Just kidding. Toronto Tokyo found it instantly.
BBT, they've still got Nightfall farming excellently well. Level 12, Manta style, very close to being finished, so this farm is not getting slowed down, whatever. I imagine Liquids, they're going to step it up a bit more now that the full Gleipnir is there on Mikke. He is going to be very ready to be involved in any sort of play that the team goes for.
Absolutely. I think BBT might look to strike back here now that Doom is on cooldown, see if they can find anything.
Yeah, I guess GPK plus the 2 supports, they're happy to fight at any time. They're always going to be on the lookout for action.
Yeah, even Miro is, if the opportunity is given to him for him to just get like a point-blank kind of roar or something like that. They also can look for Roche on the side of B.
They can.
In comparison to Liquid. Liquid can fight around the Roche, but they don't kill it as easy, so they're going to start it.
Oh, this is a nice move. Yeah, bring the team together, the full 5 of them step into the Roche pit.
So they'll have a bit of what, that triple item timing here. They have the Ags plus the Blink on the Beast, Manta's finished up with Dragon Lance on Nightfall, and yeah, the Snap having at least the Atos. Save almost a Blink too. So yeah, a couple item timings that they can hit to be able to strike back versus Liquid if they'd like to make an aggressive move themselves, or if they want to just use the Sages to farm it up. Nightfall probably the one to farm it up, but they can look to make moves around the others, around that Beastmaster. So they'll give Miro that Aegis.
Yeah, I like it. I mean, he's going to be the one jumping in at the start of the fight.
Yeah, he's going to
make sure he gets the roar off.
Yep, he's going to be putting himself in that dangerous position, jumping in, looking for that Coddle in particular. So no other little cell items. I'm keeping track of 33. It just is that one. Yeah. The Blink, kill, cell, value Midas, blah, 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 blah. So, very cool. Glad we got to see it. I don't think I got to see it one of the other days in one of the pro games, but I'm sure we did have it. But checking around also, I'm looking to see if anybody's buying any auras. I imagine it's just going to be the Jakiro who can buy auras this game. And yeah, looks like Insania is going to be doing that, so the mech at least will be finished up for him very soon. So BB team, they won't really have anybody to do that because they have the mid Snap. Lion doesn't build auras. ET doesn't want to either besides a drum, so how much that causes inside those fights, what difference it makes.
Now, BB team, they're moving around as the 4 of them.
Trying to find at least a little something here with this Blink.
Do they have a smoke to make a move with?
Yeah, Safe's got one.
At the moment, just Insania really down here in the tree line. Of course, during this all, Nightfall is very happy.
Yeah,
he's able to just continue to farm. It's pressured up, but it's same to be said for Liquid Eye. You know, obviously with the quick light mid timing on Mickey, he's well on the way towards the BKB.
Yeah, and overall GPK, he's honestly fallen off quite a lot, at least on the net worth in comparison. The Kato is just farming. He's spending a lot of time running around looking for plays.
Down bottom, GPK, talk about him as well. He's been found. The whole sort of movement started to split up from BB team. GPK gets caught down here. I guess felt that he could farm a few waves and then look to TP over to join the team. He's not going to get the chance to do that.
He is way bottom of these cores. Now 33 might get caught himself too, though.
Yeah, quick jump. And they should have him.
Yep. Not even having to use that roar, so save it for the next target. Liquid set up above. They're going to be able to steal the Wisdom Rune potentially too. Toronto Tokyo isn't positioned for it within 30 seconds.
Liquid, do they want to try and start a fight from behind here?
Meta's going to be... All right, Meta's popped. It still has a lot of time on it, but maybe as it starts to expire, if they can get an angle of approach, perhaps they could look to fight, because this...
I mean, BB team can take the Tormentor with this meta, right?
Yep, absolutely.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Good moves here from BB team. Trying to get some pressure over towards the tier 2, taking the Tormentor away from Team Liquid.
I mean, that's a big move, really.
Yeah.
Toronto Tokyo gets his. I mean, this one, I don't mind this one. And they also do get the other Wisdom Rune too, so GPK will be able to back up and get that one. Okay, nice moves.
Mickey and Boxy, I think eyeing up an opportunity to go on anyone that does step away from the lane and up towards this ancient area.
GPK's got backup though, so might be able to bait them. He's waiting on the sides there. If they do jump him...
No, I don't think Mikhail... They're not going to go for this. This would be risky.
They're going to go for it. This is dangerous.
Going for it, and they're in. They get the pushback, they get the balance strike. He's able to get the double kill. I mean, if he gets away from this, it's absolutely worth it. He's going to be able to drop his Wukong's command, and the rest of the three of BB team, they're scared of going in on this.
What a play. I mean, running 2 versus 5 potentially.
And they're getting out.
Wow.
All right. Well, there you go. They will go for it, because... they know that they're going to get away with it.
They stacked up perfectly. The bounces, the Hoodwink doing the same damage as the Monkey King. Just catching both of them perfectly with the bounces. Won't be able to steal the Tormentor away, though. Toronto Tokyo, careful. Oh, they killed him anyway.
It happens. It happens to these lads sometimes. It just does. We'll see this again.
This is beautiful.
I mean, sure, they just saw the 2 of them. We saw that there was backup. Toronto Tokyo tries to get the stomp off in time, but it's just a fantastic balance drive from Mickey down the middle of the 4 of them.
Yeah, perfect.
And at this point, it's like Wukong's is out. Mickey's very strong. You don't want to try and fight. At the same time, elsewhere on the map, Miro was able to get the catch on towards Insania as he was TPing over. So Still something to be found from Miro.
Hey, this game is fun. 10-10. It's very even right now.
It is. I mean,
it's just GPK who's falling behind.
He is. That's kind of the 1K gold difference, sort of him falling behind the rest of the cores.
He does have 2 heroes that dish out, 2 cores that dish out unbelievable damage.
McKay. Oh my goodness, he gets the BKB off. He gets the boundless strike off as well. He's able to stand his ground, take down Miro. That's the age is gone.
And the Doom.
Beautiful reactions there from Mickey. I mean, saving frustration, throws out a finger. It's not going to do a whole lot. They do have to stun onto Mickey. He's now stepped up to a fight where Nightfall's ready to take him on, and he will die. So Mickey dies at the end of it all. So if Liquid can continue to get any further cleanup, they look towards Miro with the Spirit Vessel. They'll be able to take him out. So a 2-for-1.
That was so fast.
I mean, Mickey was an immediate jump on the tree into the BKB, making sure that he doesn't get stunned whilst the tree gets cut down.
And they cut it quick too. He was quick enough to jump down. That was some quick reactions coming out from these players in this series.
So what's he got? He's up onto the tree line. Jump dispels. They know he's there. Jump forward.
Instant down.
Yeah, instantly off. BKB's there, lines it up. Great start to the play there from Mickey, but gets a bit carried away chasing down Save. Kind of forgets that there may be a little old Terrorblade hanging around this area.
Yeah, the BKB does wear off there. Does just get completely locked down, so Trade's coming out.
Yeah, good dodge for Save there as well at the end. He nearly got caught by that sharpshooter, but was out with a blink in time.
And he trades back and forth, though. He's keeping that gold just pretty consistent, just stuck there. As you said, though, Nisha really building a separation between him and GPK.
Yeah, it definitely, I mean, at this point as well, I don't know how you really catch back up as a Snapfire, right? You're just going to constantly be playing from behind now.
It's when you get Gleipnir and you can hope for some type of dream situation where you actually get spells up. But Nisha's level 17, almost 18 to the 13 of GPK.
Ooh.
That lane of long distant memory, and the Coddle overall can start to itemize to be able to counteract the Terrorblade in a way. I'm wondering what he does want to go. We used to see the Dagon quite a lot, but he has options. We've seen Aghanims, we've seen the Dagons, we've seen quite a lot of things. So we'll see what Nisha's route is this game. Save.
Should be an easy one. They got kisses coming in. Goodbye, Jakiro.
And GPK can do that a lot of times too. So we'll still have, be able to contribute.
Oh, for sure. Yeah,
and the Gleipnir is done.
So. And it's kind of the way I think BB Team's lineup was going to work out, right? There was just going to be, in terms of how the workload was going to be split later on between the cores, BBT's lineup compared to Liquid, it's going to be much heavier on their position 1, right? Nightfall on his Terrorblade, that's what you're kind of looking forward to carry you through the later stages of the game. And for good reasons, right? The Terrorblade, down the line, 6-slotted, should be a pretty difficult beast for Liquid to tackle.
Yeah, no, I mean, absolutely. Especially this new Terrorblade. I've been always trying to keep track of the levels. We've been hearing it more and more, but also just seeing it more and more. These TBs, they're not like this low-level Terrorblade because they're playing with their illusion, so they're getting that high XP. So he is one of the higher ones in this game at the moment, too. And looking to join in with this team now that he's got the BKB. He's got meta available. They're feeling confident to at least pressure a bit here onto this tower.
Radiant structures are fortified.
Nisha coming over with the bots. They'll put the fortifications. See if they want to get out and try and take a fight around the tier 2, and if BB Team stick around for it.
Trying to find an angle so that they can get an initiation.
Mickey's Boundless Strikes have been a pretty good way to start the fights previously. They're going to try with the jump in 33's in, but he immediately gets caught by the Hex. They turn over with the Roar. Mickey's able to get a position up with the BKB and the Wukong's command. Lays down onto the 3 of them, but BB Team, they able to back out at the Wukongs.
Oh, Nightfall's mind gaming them. Did you see that? He's splitting up the illusions and stuff like that, so they actually, Doom pinged the wrong one initially, and then Save just gets the instant disable anyway, so it doesn't even matter. They don't get the Doom off.
Yeah, super quick reactions there from Save, putting a stop to 33's plans.
33 did go greedy. That's something we do have to point out as well, too. He did dog down around a Shivas rather than going for BKB, because if he has BKB in these situations, he can always just blink BKB, Doom the target that he wants to, so.
Yeah, it's because he's never going to want to blink BKB, blink Doom the Lion, right? So Save's almost certainly going to be always in position to have that counterplay if that's how Liquid go about starting these fights, with 33 jumping in first.
He probably also was like their versus a Beastmaster, so that Roar will come out, but that has a little bit of a wind-up compared to a Hex.
He'll get his Doom off.
Yeah, so, I mean, we'll see if that causes any type of issues. I imagine he's going to straight up go for that BKB right afterwards, but yeah, in that situation, definitely seeing BBT just prepared for the jump there pre-BKB. And Roshet is back up.
It is indeed.
So how are those BKBs? Meta still on cooldown, what, for 20 seconds. Amp damage inside of GPK's bottle. So quite a bit of damage that he's going to be able to dish out. I think also is that not the full butterfly, but an Eagle Song now also component for Nightfall. See how these initiations go. Can they get the Doom onto that target? 33 has sold his Midas and he's sold his Windlace, so he's got the BKB finished.
Dire are scanning.
Told you I was going to keep track of them.
Okay.
Trying my best.
I guess the question is now, if he wins the fight, does he rebuy the Midas at this point still? Do you still get it back in the inventory?
I don't think so.
I mean, why not?
I mean, maybe,
you
but I
got your
doubt
BKB, you
it.
got your Shivas, right? You got what you want to play with.
I doubt
keep
it. But
getting those levels, keep getting that money.
We'll see. Either way, he does need the BKB. He felt it in that last fight, so sells his items for it, showing how important it is for this next Roche fight.
Roche is getting low, but Liquid there, heading over. 33 is going to charge him with the BKB. He's looking towards Nightfall. Nightfall's able to get the illusions off. He will get caught. The Doom is onto the real target, but he's getting saved and backed off by the rest of his team. He's going to opt to TP out of this one. He's able to get back towards the fountain. GPK and Save, they won't be quite as lucky as GPK falls. Actually, Save might actually. He's able to blink out. He's still hiding in the trees. Save, he actually does juke them out. And Toronto Tokyo, he won't. Miro as well. Pots the roll, pots the BKB. Won't be able to run away from Mikke as Mikke gets in close and personal. I believe only just picked up that crit before this fight. And the crits come out, they take the 3 kills, and they'll be able to step into Roshan and probably take this for themselves.
So, I mean, next level kind of stuff with these type of... Just the devil's bargain, honestly. That's the biggest thing that I can see there. He does buy the Gloves of Haste, so he is probably going to go back for the Midas. You're right.
I think you do.
I think gets the BKB.
There's really no reason not to, right? It's not like he needs... Whatever item does he need now?
And he can just keep selling it.
Exactly.
So,
yeah, you just keep buying the Midas.
Sure, why not? Yeah, very heads up, though. Selling it just for that fight. It caught them off guard. I don't think they expected to see that after he showed the Blink Shivas in the last fight. Sells it, gets the Doom target, even though there's a BKB reset. Everyone else just has to run. This is cool. Very cool tech. Nisha, essentially looking for GPK now. Can't quite find him, but... Nisha now also getting these items. The Daggons are starting to come out. He's got a 4-staff also for positioning, and he's got a cheese. And Liquid is feeling like they've got some good momentum going their way. Looking to keep that pressure going. Nightfall, BKB up in 10 seconds. The tree, the Monkey King. It's right on top of them. It's scouting them. Gets 2-man stun.
And he's a good setup to get the Ice Path angle to follow up. It saves him with a Hex of the Finger straight down on towards Mikke. The burst through the Monkey King that wants. He's got the Aegis. He's ready for round 2. Sharpshooter comes in on Save.
GPK's dead.
Forced to the side because he's bump out this. He can't. He gets caught by the blast coming through from Nisha. They're focusing Nightfall. Nightfall's able to put the BKB. Again, he's having to retreat though. Mikke lays down the Wukong's command. BB team, they've got to get out of here. Miro caught by another glide. They jump forward. They take him down. Zenia's got the control on tonight for the Dagon burst. Comes in. They kill him off as well. Triple kill for Nisha as Liquid take the team fight.
Oh, they've blown it open now. Just 2 fights, that's all it took. They get the perfect catches. They catch VBT completely off guard, and they actually just delete GPK. He gets nothing off. Dies in an instant to the Coddle as Nisha, top net worth now.
Yeah, and Nightfall's just not really getting to play the team fights. Everything's kind of crumbling around him too quickly. Every single time he's just having to try and BKB and run. This time around, he's not able to get away.
Too much control, and they get the initiation again. This time it was Mikke as a tree, just kind of waltzing in on top of them, gets the 2-man stun. They get a follow-up Ice Path, and yeah, it's an instant retreat. Like, Nightfall just has to run away. BBT is not getting the initiations that they would have hoped for.
There it is, Midas up again.
There
33.
Sure, why not? They're getting the ball, but ball rolling so much here. Boxy 5-1 and 12 also.
Dire's middle tower has
BBT.
Yeah, a lot more complicated now for BBT.
Yep.
It's really heavily falling on the shoulders of Nightfall to try and carry this game, but it's not going to be easy to do so. He's no longer in that top spot. Both Mikke and Nisha overtaking him.
Nope, and he doesn't really have much of a mid, to be honest. GPK. If they have damage in the last fight, thought perhaps he could do a little bit of something, but with the way that it started off, he just had to run at the start of it. Can they catch Nisha? He is kind of split from his team here. He's quite split.
I mean, they know he's up here.
All right, they got him.
Okay, he's dead.
Big kill.
He's able to spend up to get that Dagon leveled up once more, but indeed out for 80 seconds.
Wait, that's the Dagon 5.
Yeah.
He's already got the Dagon 5 finished. Oh, man. Heroes are definitely going to get erased. They do get a nice swing around, though, at the least, getting a kill now for BBT. Can they turn it into more? They have 60 seconds. They have the meta available, too. So an ideal time for them to try to look for a fight. Coddle does not have the buyback.
I'm going to see what they can get done. Tier 2 should fall.
Maybe steal a Tormentor, too. They're at least thinking about it. Miro. After this tower drops, they're probably going to look for it, but they'll pop the glyph. They'll stall it out a bit more time.
BB team have not really got much to fear whilst Keeper of the Light is dead. The tower's gone, and indeed Tormentor also going to be taken by them.
Who gets it? GPK. A little bit of a heal. Oh, not the most useful, but nonetheless, denying it away from the side of Liquid.
I'm not opposed.
And they'll go back for theirs as well, too, I imagine, as Mickey's hunting.
Oh, he is.
Looking for a grab here. He's right on top of him.
Feels pretty strong. He's going to go straight away over towards Tronotoko. Tronotoko trying to get the stomp off. Won't be able to, as Mira has to BKB TP.
Almost gets caught also there from Boxy.
Okay, claiming another.
It's definitely seeing reasons, more and more reasons why this Monkey King does not make it through many of these drafts. It's just the mobility is unbelievable, and it gives you the opportunity to get initiations, it feels like, every fight. Yeah, the last 3 or 4 fights, Liquid have gotten that perfect initiation on the target they want. Now Nightfall gets it. He was probably hoping for it a little bit earlier, but tough to always get it as the carry early on, unless you just purchase it. He's now reclaimed that top net worth spot, but those other 2 cores really starting to fall quite far behind.
Yeah, they really are. We're sort of seeing the response of the Cottle to the Snapfire looking very good, right? The lane, it was like whatever. The Snapfire gets the win, gets the extra denies, is able to have that good time in the 1v1, but when it came to just making movements around the map and keeping up in farm, the Cottle's going to just win out any time as the game extends.
And it's that natural vessel buyer, so it's been doing quite a lot of work, I feel like, versus Miero as well, too. Some of the situations where this beast just can survive, he just dies in a fraction of a second, so. And Nisha definitely doing quite a bit of work. He's only died 2 times this game.
Money changes hands.
And yeah, I mean, I have to credit 33 a lot, though. Just the little, like, cell kind of plays, it really makes such a big difference. It's definitely, I mean, caught them off guard.
That's a lot to eat done on him now as well, as he did indeed sell the Midas up again.
Yep. Sells it again, buys his item, might go back for it again if he wants to.
I think why not? As long as you're still on that road towards like the level 25,
sure,
it's going to feel nice to have that, the free slot being the Midas.
This one I would say, I mean, actually, why not? But he could just do Refresher and Aeon Disc just because they now have this clear ban. But who cares? You know what? He can do whatever he wants. He's owning, so. How is the Aghanims looking on Toronto, Tokyo? Trying to look at what BBT's next timings kind of are to be able to fight back. Still a bit of ways for him. GPK also still not really level 20. That's kind of that big talent that also comes out for the Snapfire to deal the damage in the fights. Boxy, on the other hand, is farming up a storm. He is starting to catch up in particular versus that Snap. He's actually ahead in levels versus the Snapfire as this 3.5 Hoodwink. And a full crit now also on the Monkey King. Smoking up, looking for the initiation again.
BB team.
Just, they haven't been given the opportunity to get through. They haven't been given the opportunity to start the fight, almost ever.
Radiant are scanning.
Oh, they're going to find Miro. He'll get the BKB and the roar off, and he's able to bounce away with the Ogre Seal Totem. Good retreat there from Miro.
Oh, it doesn't make it out.
He does not indeed. The BKB, at this point, not lasting long enough. It was a good attempt to retreat, but he won't succeed. He's dead.
And Mickey knew. He's playing so well on this Monkey King. He's in his element and might even be able to get another jump. Save distance himself.
I'm maybe a little bit tempted to dive the base. 33 certainly is.
Does
have the Doom. Was hiding around the tree line.
He does have that Doom at the ready, so. BBT. Closer and closer to Nightfall with his Daedalus. Aeon Disc now on Nisha, so much more protection to be able to actually survive a potential initial go. But yeah, I still think same thing for BBT is try to get an initiation, but it's just Liquid. Step ahead every time with the vision. That gem that they purchased, I didn't get to mention it, of course, because that was happening. They purchased it quite some time ago after that Roche fight top, and they've had the vision advantage for the majority of this game because of it, too. BBT will buy their own gem to counteract it, but they don't have this, Monkey King that can jump through trees and scout always, and this Hoodwink that's constantly scouting out as well, too, so. Anisha just farming. Farming on the side while his team is playing together, so he can just join in if he needs to, and he's getting quite a lot. And these items just keep rolling in, because every time I look at him, he's got another one.
BB team sticking together as a group right now. They don't want to get caught out by these moves from Liquid and want to be there ready to set up around Nightfall if a team fight kicks off.
This GPK still not 20 yet either, 19, getting closer and closer to at least the triple. I mean, obviously the ideal is 25, 20 is a good timing though, but Tier 4 items gonna start getting picked up. A ninja gear. 33 finds the best one he could for the Doom. Gonna always be able to find that angle. As Boxy getting the push going with the double catapults bottom. Ready to jump at target. To start the push, the Aghanim's on the Monkey King. Won't drop a statue. But force the glyph. They do get a successful scan. They'll look for Nightfall.
All right, we'll quite get the jump on him from 33, but Mickey, he certainly is. Gets the setup for the Doom to come down on towards the Terrorblade.
Farewell.
He's gone. If they can punish Mickey in return, look at the Hex into the, not into the Earth Splitter, so Mickey's out of time. He's able to get the BKB off as well. He's even thinking about turning back in on this. The Ice Bar. They get the setup. 33's in with a jump. BB team, they're going to get destroyed beyond the tier 3. It's 4 dead.
Beautiful one from Insania. Hasn't been getting much credit in any of these games, but that one, that's definitely his. Now it's a high ground. That's 4 heroes gone.
This push is going to come in pretty hard. Liquid, they're going to be able to take a lot from BB team here.
Skip the racks. Skip the throne.
They might just be able to get the end of it all as there's no buyback. And yep, they know it. GG's call. Team Liquid will take this game 1 against BB team. Looking very good, and indeed making a case for this Monkey King to probably not let get through like this.
No, and also maybe the case for this, I mean, Doom as well. This was just cool stuff I was seeing from 33, these little selling of items, being able to catch people.
He was good on it.
Because that bottom play, right? We saw the bottom play happen. He's like, okay, I need BKB. Sells his Midas, they go for the Roche fight, and from there forward, it was just liquid, right? 3 fights in a row, they catch the prime target as BBT just has to try to full disengage in all those, but they can't. They just lost hero after hero after hero as Liquid. Looking hot in this one.
Absolutely, and as you said, you know, at the end there, some lovely stuff coming in from Insania. I mean, throughout the game, right, multiple ice powers. I think at the very end of it, right, the neutral line helping him out there. That psychic headband, getting that extra bit of range, so you get that 3-man setup there with the ice power. But you know, not necessarily the flashiest of heroes, but Insania making it look pretty flashy this game, the Jakiro.
Yeah, overall, BBT, they kind of just, you know, didn't get any of these initiations for themselves. GPK fell off a cliff after not being able to find any successful fights. Their only real hope was, is Nightfall going to be able to solo carry us? And after getting doomed back-to-back fights, the answer is no.
Yeah, tough game for BBT. Liquid just being able to stay in control and play a little too fast for them to deal with. I imagine coming into game 2, BBT, as we say, they're probably going to be considering some of these bans targeting what Liquid did get through this time, or maybe taking some of this stuff themselves. And from their sort of angle, I mean, like Mira, he had such a brilliant start on the Beastmaster. It did feel like he wasn't really able to do too much on it, despite having that fast axe time in this game, Fog.
Yeah, I mean, we'll have to see how they do look to fix things up, because it looked like Liquid, they had their number.
Well, they really did. Well, Team Liquid, they'll be the ones to take this game 1. We'll look to see how both teams refresh themselves to come into game 2. But Team Liquid looking to be in control with this first match win.
Thank you, ODPixel and Fogged. Team Liquid take game 1 of the series, and rejoice for all the Team Liquid fans. They prove that they can win without the Ember Spirit fear.
They did, and I think it's a very good news for Team Liquid here, the fact that they could get that win there. But I think a lot of this does come down to this Terrorblade hero. They're not picking the right heroes for it. I did mention I want to see a hero on that mid lane to make rotations so that Terrorblade can farm, and this turned into a farm fest. And as a Snapfire, you just kind of feel out of place there. Beastmaster is not a hero this patch, like a Primal Beast that's going to run around, make space so Snap can get the kisses off. He's farming, and he's farming for a long time. And that was kind of one of the issues for this game is GPK, he felt like he didn't have a place in this game. He won his lane, he was free farm, and then it just turned into a farm fiesta, and then all of a sudden, what does he do?
I also, yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, I feel like he could have probably joined his team, like go bottom and help out, but his first ult, I don't know how long it took for him to actually get it done. They also got heavily outplayed by Liquid in like the mid game. With the first Aegis, I feel like BB team didn't really get anything done. Then there's some outplay, so they lost a lot of timings in this game. Like
for sure, and smoking away 2 times away from GPK, not reading the map well. They were like, okay, where are we gonna go? They smoke away, they get a kill. GPK dies 1 more time. He was still at the bottom of the net worth. Rod of Atos, Boots of Travel sounds like a really good plan for Snapfire. You want to be active, you want to have something else to catch off this Coddle, who can be pretty elusive. But as Fierce said, it turns into farm fiesta, and Snapfire, she does not farm as quickly. You know, you have your Lil Shredder, but those 5 attacks that go out so quickly, and you can't farm the Ancients. You want to fight with the hero.
Yeah, farm fiesta for sure, and also means that we didn't have a lot of big cool fights to show, Kazu.
Yeah, kind of until this one. So here, BB team have Aegis, and I really like what Liquid are doing on the map. They have good wards to like play in splits, and there are 2 people here. This is like 2v4, they get 2 kills. There's a 5th player even TPing in. They just use their spells nicely, right? Double Boundless Strike, double Bushwhack, use your ult, kind of disengage. And this is at one of the strongest timings that BB Team even have in this game. They were like as close to being ahead in this game. They have the Aegis, and Liquid just kind of just straight up outplaying them on the map.
If you have double Glyphs and Globson on your team, I feel like you're not losing the fights. Gleipnir on 2 heroes where you can set things up for your big blast from Coddle or just Wukong's command, keep them in place for like 5 seconds. You're gonna win the team fight off of 2 items. And we've seen a big difference between 2 position 4s where one is actually farming every single time. You're like, if the map slows down, if game slows down, you're gonna be able to clear the camps easily with the Hoodwink, while Lion, he also wants to fight.
Yeah, and then we also have another clip that will happen straight after the first one for you, Lacoste.
Oh, thank you so much. Yeah, this is going to be some quick reaction from Mickey. His tree actually doesn't get cut down. He goes off the tree, gets the BKB off, and lands a really big Boundless Strike. I broke the clip. That's my bad, sorry.
That was Mickey breaking the clip.
Mickey, yeah, too good. Too good on this monkey.
Yeah, overall, Fear, I feel like something was lacking for BB Team. What do you feel like it was?
Well, it really, to me, comes down making plays on the map. They didn't have a playmaker. This line, he needs to get a really fast dagger if they want to do something, but I don't think that's how line is played right now. So they didn't really have the right heroes to get in there, make things happen, so Nightfall could do the damage. Most of the fights Nightfall got initiated on, and he just had to run away because they were lacking initiation of their own.
Yeah, we're going to give it another shot here, Lacoste.
Lacoste,
oh, we're going to go for the second one. Yeah, Mickey gets the BKB off. 3-man Boundless gets the Glipson off onto 2 of them, and then 33 just gets the Doom off, and there will be Coddle from the side flanking him. Also Bushwhack on top, and the fight is pretty much over almost instantly. The snipe misses on the Lion. That would be, you know, the cherry on the top, but overall great stuff from Liquid.
I mean, the worst part about that fight is that was probably BB Team's best fight.
Yeah,
it was. Unlucky.
You do.
Unlucky. It happens. One of Team Liquid's better fights, Fear, I believe, is your highlight.
Yeah, I mean, they had a lot of like good highlights in this particular game, but going into this one, hopefully if we can get it up there, like they were able to get lots of good fights now, and it'll be ready now. And this one was like the nail in the coffin for me. They recently just got the Aegis here. They go on to Nightfall straight away here. Sure, you're able to burst with the Lion Finger, with the Hex. You get the meta too, but that's just the Aegis, right? That was just the Aegis there, and then Nightfall realizes he's in danger. He has to BKB and then try to run away, but unfortunately he has read too many Reddit comments.
The Nightfall.
Too early, and he got stunned because his duration. And I just want to give a shout out to Insania. He had so many good ice paths in this game. That one was really good. The one at the end of the game, sure, the game was probably over, but a 3-man ice path, really good by Insania.
Yeah, I think sometimes we've seen a lot of Jakiros when the laning stage doesn't go great, they kind of fall flat, but this one was top tier. Yeah. But the question is, what the teams are going to learn from this? Because last Liquid won, but they have trouble winning games 2s. So something goes wrong with the process of adapting to a second game. What do we expect from the second game, Kezu?
I feel like if I'm Liquid, I would be pretty happy. They got some of the heroes that they wanted. They played pretty well, had some good stuff going on. They also outmaneuvered BB Team, at least in my opinion. If I'm looking at BB, I feel like the way they got out of lanes was not good. Like we talk about Snapfire's just farming. He can press his TP, go bottom, kick out Monkey King with his Beast. Feel like that never happened. Then when they had Aegis, they didn't really do much. So Team Beambots need to do better.
I think they need faster tempo versus Liquid. Liquid has been a team that is playing faster than any other team. They're running like Carry Venge, they're running Monkey King Carry, they're running Mid Coddle. They're playing very fast. If you're going to play these hard carries like Terrorblade, you have to know how to slow down the game, or you got to find a way to play faster, and they just got ran over.
Yep, Snapfire didn't work in this one. I still think this is a really good pick. Just TB. I'm not a big fan of the hero.
He used to hate on the panel.
I am. I've been hating this ever since I arrived here. And yeah, I feel like different carries, like something that comes online much faster, something that you can match the tempo. We've seen Coddle teeping from the mid lane to the top, punishing the TB. You mentioned that Snapfire should do the same. We haven't seen that. So there's a lot of things to polish for the second game for BB.
Well, let's see which lessons are going to be put into practice for game number 2, which is coming your way after a break.
I'm here with Save from VB Team at Riyadh Masters. We're going to have a bit of a chat about his history as a Dota pro player and everything that has led up to this moment in time. But how have the last couple of years for you felt on VB Team?
I mean, it was quite challenging, but overall, I think I like everything that we went through. I mean, we went through a lot of bad things.
Yeah.
Last year, it was a really hard season. This season, it's our results are better, for sure. So yeah, I mean, I kind of like in the way where we go. So we just should keep improving.
Yeah. What was the challenging bit about last year? Was it the results, and did that lead to maybe a lack of motivation, or was there more that wasn't always shown in officials and in interviews?
I mean, we just built this team last year. And then we go to the Lima Major, we lose, top 16. Then we go to the Berlin Major with the stand-in, and we lose top 16. Then we go to the Belly Major. Finally, we swapped the roles. We had Pure and Nightfall, so swapped the roles. We made it to the top 6, and then we got banned from the tournament, basically. So yeah, it was not really a nice experience.
Yeah, a lot of different things, a lot of hurdles that you have to overcome there. But you know, that formation that you talked about, there are a lot of expectations, at least from the outside, that was placed on what was deemed as a super roster, especially in Eastern Europe. Was that sentiment still really true in the team as well, and maybe why those results hurt more than coming top 16 would to most competitive players?
I mean, obviously, when we built this team, we were hoping for the best results, that we can build a really strong team. What we're trying to do right now, and I think we're in the right way to do it. But yeah, I mean, in the last season, it was really hard to go in the major and make to the top 16. It's not the results that our players can accept. So yeah.
I mean, you guys are doing better now, so maybe you'll be a bit more open to it, but what exactly caused some of that? Was it a breakdown of communication, a difference in play style, and that's why making the swap of roles between Nightfall and Pure helped?
I mean, it was all in complex. I think we just built this team. We played really bad first months, so yeah, we just needed a little bit of time, and then we started playing better. Yeah. Just some unlucky stuff happened, I guess.
The very last thing that I want to ask, especially within VB Team, is there anything looking back in hindsight that you maybe would have done differently? And that goes for changing roles earlier with some of the players, or bringing in new players a bit earlier than you did?
I mean, maybe I would do differently our whole communication in the team like 1.5 years ago when we just built this team between some kind of players.
That's it? Just the communication? I mean, communication is pretty key.
Communication, like outside and inside the game between some players in the past, maybe, especially like maybe Pure and Nightfall. Maybe it could save the team if we just would build our team differently. But now it doesn't matter.
That's true. Now it doesn't matter when you're placing pretty consistently in the top 3. It's all the changes have worked for the best for you. But Save, thank you so much for joining me, and good luck in this tournament.
Thank you.
We got BetBoom. No, we don't. We got VB Team and Team Liquid ready for game number 2. Boombox game. It's fine. It's been a long day. For these teams, though, this is not a long day. They only have one series, and they got to make it count. Both of these teams sitting at a 3-3, which, to be honest, for both of these teams, is just straight up bad. Can Team Liquid, for the first time this event, 2-0, not get a tie?
They can. I believe so.
I mean, can they though?
If they play like this, they definitely can.
I mean, also, like, it's a little weird because I think at least when it comes to VB Team, they should look better. Or like, game 1 was quite disappointing, at least for me, when I look at them. They didn't do that much when they had like all their strengths. I feel like they just got straight up outplayed, which is not always maybe the... I mean, it's like, wow, you guys got outplayed. Like, next game, just do it better. Lol. But it's like, you could talk about your timings, make it a bit easier in the draft. I don't know why you're smiling.
I'm just thinking about the first 10 minutes of the game. The BB team did do really well. Like, they got the most out of the bottom lane playing this Lion plus Beastmaster. They kind of got more from that lane than all of us expected. They played it really well. Save, something that you mentioned. It was off camera, Kezu. That this guy Save, he's really good at baiting. Like, putting a lot of pressure on himself, but getting without dying, not feeding. And I think that's a really good point.
Thank you.
Great.
Well, I feel like he sets up his offlaner for success a lot. He's the type of 4 that you will see him get gone on a lot, but he generally doesn't die. He's going to live with like 5% HP, 10% because of stick charges, Lotus, Fairy Fire, and then they always get like a turn kill because the lane that they just played, I don't think Mira should have had as much success in that lane as he did, but it's all up to Mr. Save Fear. What do you think?
Yeah, I mean, I think we pointed out like the only 2 things that weren't an issue that game, and that was their offlane.
Yep.
The mid lane, I feel like GPK could have done much more in that particular game as a Snapfire. Sure, you won your lane, but what did you translate that to on the map? Not much. Same thing with the Terrorblade. Didn't really show up to as many fights as I was hoping for, or didn't have the impact I was looking for as this particular game. So I want to see more from Nightfall, and I want to see more from GPK in this particular game, because I just didn't get to see it last game.
Do we feel like maybe the way the BB team played that game was a little disjointed in the sense that the Snapfire could have worked and Terrorblade could have worked? It's just they have such vastly different styles of needing to be played right now that just didn't connect?
With the drafts that they had, I would say yes, like this draft that they had could have been played out differently, but yeah, I think every single time from now on I see Terrorblade, I'm gonna be like, yep, that's enough for me. I just, every single time I watch the hero play, he's getting countered.
Wait, did he actually lose all his games so far?
No,
Wait,
definitely not.
I have the...
So I will give
He's lost all his games
that I
on the
watched.
mainstream.
Okay, that's probably fair to say. But I will say, like, for BB team, there's a lot of gameplay stuff that could have been better. I feel like, you know, their draft has a lot more playability than from what they showed. But I will also say GPK, I feel like this guy does better on heroes that can be flashy. That can go in, go out, you're not just committal or you're 2000 range in the back and like throwing some kisses in there. You know, like his Invoker, his Storm, his Park, Void Spirit, like whatever it may be. Maybe just make it easier and give him some more comfort stuff instead of being
quite a few of the heroes
glip-lop.
you mentioned were banned though by Liquid.
Well,
also,
then find the next one.
Terrorblade has a 46% win rate, so you know, it's not
winning.
good, but it did win some. With 13
When I see a hero with 46% win rate on Dota Pro Tracker, I am not picking that hero in my pubs.
Sample size
That
a little
was
bigger
a
there.
competitive win rate.
Yeah, this is just here in Riyadh.
Yeah, I know. I'm just saying, you know, if 46 is bad number.
Bad number.
It
25% worse.
Yeah, there's a couple of those.
I mean, stats don't lie.
I mean, CK actually had 25% win rate after like the play-ins, I believe.
Yeah.
And that hero we all know is still good.
Yeah.
Just you have to know when to pick it, and you have to have a player that can play. And I think the issue with Terrorblade right now is, yeah, everyone kind of knows how to play TV, but I argue to say they don't actually with the new changes. And I think a lot of teams just aren't picking this hero in the right lineups. I really dislike the Snap with the Terrorblade because Snap is kind of going to carry the game for you. You don't need an additional hard carry with it.
I will say that Liquid did a lot of things very well, like in the last game, like how they rotated. I wasn't quite as sure how they would execute their draft, but even with the bot lane not going as well as maybe we thought, like Mickey had a really good game on the Monkey King, their rotations around, the way they played the map. 3-3 as well on the Doom, of course, abusing like the selling some stuff. I don't know why Pitbull's coach book looks like
they're fine. It's not, they didn't lose yet. They did not get eliminated.
Notes, guys, come on.
I mean, he looks a little despair.
How are you gonna read your notes?
Now he looks happier. You're right. You're right.
He's reading his notes.
Maybe like
I think,
Foxy, the lights are just a little bright.
Yeah, he is. Look.
Down.
Reading the notes. It's all good.
It's
As
all
you
good.
might have noticed, that we saw the draft in front of us for a second, but that was because that was not actually a draft. That was just our overlay. The lobby actually crashed, and we have to remake it. And apparently, not all commentators are in their slots. So.
Hello?
Oh, get in there.
In this case, it's one of the very few cases where you can actually
Caster,
say,
start
"Caster,
game."
start game, please."
Thanks.
As
They're
we're
eating my
waiting
dinner
for
right
the
now.
draft to come up, of course. Oh, I can't wait, by the way, for the teams to actually lose their keys. And I want to see the hydraulic press in action. That first time is gonna be glorious.
Well,
or disappointing, but I hope glorious.
No, I think it will be pretty good. And if you want to add some more spice, I think BB team would be on the top of the list for many people.
Oh,
at the end.
absolutely. I wonder why.
Yeah.
I think Tundra and BB team, if Tundra, you know, right now they are dominating. They were 5-1, so their keys are in their own hands, you know, so that's good. But I feel like a lot of people would choose Tundra and the Bibbidi Bobbidi team, as you like to call them.
But why? Because wouldn't you just go for the teams that were in the, you know, that you beat in the finals, and maybe the ones that were in the top 4?
Well, you can take 3, right? Or what's the deal? Yeah, so you take, you know, the final team you beat, whatever, and then you take Bibbidi Bobbidi.
Bibbidi Bobbidi Boop, and there's the draft.
Do you have to stand there and watch your key get crushed?
I hope so.
Yeah, you can't blink. They're gonna force you to not blink.
Keep your eyes open.
You have toothpicks, like in Tom and Jerry. Back to the draft. Big Brother team, they did ban 4 heroes. They did remove Monkey King, so I think that one needed to go.
Yeah, it's too risky with having that as a flex as well, even though obviously it didn't end up being used as such. It's just a very strong hero. They banned out the Beastmaster themselves because it is going to be first pick for Team Liquid. Which other usual suspects are still in that we normally see banned?
Brewmaster was banned last game.
Yeah, but he was banned second phase. We saw actually the...
Oh, was it the second phase? Okay.
Wow. Tiny is in. All right.
Yeah.
Tiny coming through.
That's why we've seen Coach from BB team already face-palming, because they knew. They knew. Tiny, almost 90% contest rate on this hero.
22 wins and 22 losses.
Why don't they do the same thing that OG does, though?
Which is pick.
Which is Morph and Rubik, and therefore you have got 2 tosses instead
which are better than one. Which is true. I did show a graphic, whether depends if you guys were tuning in. Being late sleepers, of course you didn't. But Cheever, great question. They still can do that in the second phase.
Unless it gets banned down.
Can you explain it to me?
You have Rubik, who steals toss. You have Morphling, who can't get bursted by Tiny unless you play full Agi like Envy, which you shouldn't. So you go Strength Morph, you play the cooldown reduction
You don't
stuff.
go for EBB, you go for flow.
Exactly. Why did you have to ruin my flow?
I see. So
take it away.
You just become 2 Tinies for
you turn it, because 2 Tinies is obviously better than 1.
How do you beat that?
I mean, ask the people who have lost to it.
You can't.
Yeah?
Yeah.
They can't, they're dead.
No, on a serious note, like the flow Morphling, I've experimented a bit with it. It's very fun, especially when there's a Tiny or Ember in the game. You just get to keep popping spells off like crazy with the low cooldown reduction. Those heroes really enjoy it, so it is a possibility. Will they do it?
I
don't know.
I think Blitz needs more bracelets. I think this is not enough.
Yeah. That's 6, maybe? I'm
6 or 7.
I think he's got to wait for his next T-Swift concert for those.
So that'll be a post...
I didn't know he was Swifty.
Oh, he's a big
Swifty fan, yeah.
But yeah, thanks for the serious draft analysis here, Lacoste. As the Dragon Knight pick, I must say that I am not very happy with this hero so far, at least in the tournament.
Has it won a single game?
I'm sure it's won. And no, it definitely won.
I've seen it win as carry.
Actually. Yeah, the mid DK, in my opinion, for now, looks like bad. Like atrocious, actually. The DK carry still looks quite good. So maybe there's more flex, or teams just haven't shown me the type of gameplay that needs to happen with this hero. But for now, this type of response, it's not like where I go, wow, they closed the phase with DK, ban S7, and they're super happy.
Yeah,
so
just...
yeah, please.
The win rate is 29%.
In how many games?
27.
That's a lot of games.
That's actually abysmal.
Would you pick that hero if it was 29% on
Definitely not. No, I'm not touching Dragon Knight. Dragon Knight, I've seen quite a lot of players experiment to play this guy from the carrier role. It looked good, especially when Radon was playing it.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's not like Falcons a couple of months ago when they were flexing Dragon Knight across all 3 roles, dominating, keeping this flex open until the very last pick. I feel like something's just off with the Dragon Knight after the big patch. The hero just doesn't feel good to play anymore.
Yeah, it just feels like the item builds aren't as potent as before.
Yeah.
And then, of course, the laning stage also not as good. Especially this Tiny versus DK matchup. So many things have changed. One of the big one is you lost the ability to regen as much as usual. But I think the big one is just Tiny's does so much damage now. Even as a DK, you still just die to the crash landing facet.
Ooh, a hero that Insania called Imba yesterday. Imbalanced.
Well, this hero is pretty cool versus ET because every time he drops the stomp, you can just press E on your ally, heal him, and you take damage, so you wake him up. So you don't even have to waste your Q. It is an old school ET counter.
Yeah. No, it's like really good as well. You can dispel the spirit as well if you want. I wouldn't say that's like the main reason why they pick it. They do have the best Oracle player in their team with Insania. And overall, just being able to ping out where the next rune is when you have an explosive mid player, which they do with Nisha, just helps a lot. Play around mid, ping it out. Even your other players can ping on it. So no, it's pretty simple, pretty good, and haven't seen it enough.
Yeah, I can't wait to see which mid laner they'll go for to do that, because you can also mind game, right? That's cool. I hope we're going to see some mind game, because the enemy team knows that you know that where the rune is. So if you start walking one side, but it's actually on the other side, that's funny. I hope we're going to see that, but we'll have to wait.
I mean, they are taking a lot of time on this pick.
BB team hasn't used their bonus time at all.
They're probably discussing on Team Liquid what they want to do with this Tiny. Do we want to commit to it being mid? Do we want to still leave it a flex for potentially, maybe some offlaners that like to lane with it? They're going to pick Sven. This is another hero that we've seen it in several roles, honestly. Yeah. But I feel like if you have an Oracle, it should be your carry.
Yeah.
Because
most likely.
Both those heroes are 5s in my opinion, so I haven't seen what a position 4 Sven can really add to the table. It's normally you pick Sven early, debate it, go to +5, just have some usefulness with the Warcry.
Yeah, most likely going to be a carry here, but extra armor against Dragonite and of course against ET at the later stages of the game, going to be very potent. So you need, it's a bit of a tricky one. Maybe they could, play this Oracle as a 5 from a lane, or maybe play it as a 4 and then have Sven 5 if they really want to flex it, if they don't like the matchup. But I want to see maybe Lifestealer or Ursa, some damage that is stacking damage, especially against this Sven, something that can hold his ground. I feel like these heroes that I mentioned don't die as easily, especially Lifestealer.
Yeah. I mean, both those heroes kind of want to see their lane, so I think they're going to last pick their carry here. You have other options too against the Sven. The 2 you mentioned are very good, but there's also like some morphlings and stuff that can also outscale the Sven.
Rubik morph.
Late game. And you can also become tiny.
Yep.
Let's see.
It could happen, but no, for real, like the Rubik is very good. You have tiny Oracle Sven. There's all like very good spells to steal, even like Sven stun or Warcry when you get the shard later. Okay, so this time around, they will go for the Doom, which I have seen like the Doom into Oracle matchup, and I feel like I've heard a lot of different opinions on how it goes. Because obviously, during Doom, you can't heal. But what I've seen people do is like, okay, you just wait until the very, like as long as you can. When the guy is doomed, then you ulti him, you heal him at the very end, he lives through it. So I would say it's pretty good for Oracle, but Doom also doesn't really get pressured in the lane when you lane into that hero.
Yeah.
Is there a chance Doom is mid? Like how much flex are they leaving open?
No, I don't think so. I think
I've only seen nothing to say play this hero mid.
Yeah.
And it's first usually a spirit hero versus Tiny. Not really seeing the appeal necessarily. And this makes me think that this may be an off or a position 4 Tiny with the Razor pickup, but it's still pretty open.
Yeah.
I have not seen Razor actually beat a DK mid for several patches now. It used to be like a hard counter, so I'm thinking that probably is not the case, but I'm kind of stumped, to be honest with you, because this Razor could be mid, could be offlane, Tiny could be mid, could be position 4.
Well, now that Morphling seems even juicier, you have...
it's getting banned.
It's 100% banned here, especially against Razor.
I think you ban Ursa, you ban Morph. Those are like the big ones. And then outside of that, yeah, you don't want to pick Troll against this. Lifestealer is not going to be particularly great either. Morph is gone for sure. You could go a Terrorblade route again, but do you want to go TB again? You just lost with it. It is good this game in theory. It's great for Sven, great for Razor. Maybe they're putting a trap down. It's a bait, right? It's such a good TB game. Just take it.
If there was no Oracle in this one, I would say that BB team could have leaned towards Windranger as a carry, maybe, because you are playing into 2 physical cores later on. I mean, Sven can pick up the Aghanim Scepter, of course, dispel that Wind Run, but there's quite a lot of... Most of their damage is physical. If this is going to be Sven 1, Razor, of course, most damage is physical. You have Rubik, you have Dragonite with the Breathe Fire, Fate Bolt. They're going to reduce their damage by quite a lot.
I mean, BB team are banning offlanes. Like, I'm trying to wrap my head around on what they feel like Liquid is doing. In order for Liquid to pick offlaners, you need Oracle or Sven to be a 4, which is kind of very off meta. He has played Oracle before.
I mean, it is
but...
versus ET, right? So there's always, we're picking this to counter ET in lane, or potentially could do the Sven Razor in the safe lane. I know Mickey has played this Razor twice, I think, already this tournament, so maybe that's on their mind as well. So I can see why they're doing it here.
Okay, I think that, I think you're spot on. That it has to be kind of that reasoning, right? You have the 2 supports that help you a lot. Sven Razor safe lane, Nisha on the tiny mid most likely. And then they're looking for a Mr. 3-3 hero to round it out.
What about some Visage? I think it's time to bang it out here.
Well, you like the Vizzy Viz.
I do.
I mean, auras are pretty good with these heroes. Like, both Tiny and Razor would benefit. But is it then Oracle Visage lane? Because that sounds pretty bad. You're very susceptible, at least. But you
could
maybe
Razor mid, you could
ET.
Tiny Visage off lane, and Sven Oracle in the safe lane.
There's a lot of things they can do.
I can see it.
I'm sure they're thinking about it themselves here. If it's not that, it's... I mean, for an offlane, I'm not entirely sure, like a Centaur or something versus the Doom.
It
is time.
You guys wanted to see.
3% contest rate.
Don't look at the stats.
Doesn't matter. This is not important. Visage. This is the dark horse. He's not a horse. He's the dark bird. The dark bird, the burb skeletor, whatever that is of the tournament. Like, this gives them a lot of tempo. You have a Sven's Warcry, you have Oracle with the heals, you have heroes that come online super fast, and Visage as a hero can pretty much buy any item. Whatever you buy on the hero, I would compare him to Venomancer from a couple of years ago, where you could buy any item and it'll feel good.
Fall PL time, boys. Let's go.
Very color coordinated, Team Liquid.
I'm looking for a BB squad hero that would round this draft together, but it's... Damn, this panel's good.
Is it? This is the first PL. Is it good?
Theoretically. Will it be good? Unlikely. Because this hero in general is very slow. This is the biggest problem with the hero. Very, very, very slow. However, you are playing versus Visage, so you can use your W to dodge the soul assumptions in lane. Of course, Visage has 0 AoE to deal with illusions. Same thing with Razor. His AoE is very limited. You know the Sven is going... I'm surprised they didn't pivot and put this...
Whoa!
I don't know what they...
It is going to be boxy.
There are pivots. Yes.
I mean, this is what we thought was going to happen, right? Towards the end.
Yeah.
And I was surprised they didn't pivot the other way back and put Sven on carry, right, against the PL, because their AoE right now is pretty much just Nisha. So it's a very scary PL pick. However, can you get to the stage? Can you like stop the bleeding in the laning stage? Can you not get ran over and lose your barracks in 25 minutes? I'm not entirely sure about that. But if they do get to like 25, 30-minute mark in this game and this PL has farm, he can solo carry it.
This is how Nightfall came into the scene back in the days when he was called the Press Kid. He was playing TB, he was playing Phantom Lancer, one of the best illusion carry players in the game. But I can't go against my boy Visage. I wanted to see this pick for a long time, and I feel like 33 is going to slap with this.
Yeah, I feel like Liquid's tempo is really, really nasty, like the way that they're going to go online and kind of own the map. If I'm looking at BB Squad, I'm looking at like Save to have some good steals. Like, I feel like they need some avalanches to like offset some fights and like help your guys out, because what BB team need is long fights, long duration, have your PL do stuff, because yeah, I am afraid for the Boombox squad.
The Boombox squad in trouble against the speed of Team Liquid. That would be a repeat,
I believe,
of the previous game. But we also know that Team Liquid likes time. I feel conflicted on this one. I want to believe in the Visage, but do we believe in the 1-1 curse from Team Liquid as well? I don't know. It's going to be a tough one. It's going to be a close one, hopefully. It's going to be an exciting one, but it definitely will be made extra exciting by our fantastic commentary squad of none other than ODPixel and Fogged.
Thank you very much, CBS Game 2 time. And we have a pause. It's ready to go soon, hopefully, between Team Liquid
It's the flashbang.
Be a team.
Right? That's what Insane has been saying every game. They pause right at the start the flashbang. They need to prepare themselves.
Oh, I see.
I think
They
the
get
lights
ready.
are getting them a little bit, but...
That's true. You know, we know what the gamers are like. You know, they don't like the lights,
No.
you know. To turn them all off, play in the darkness. But here we go.
This
Team
draft
Liquid
has
have beat the
everything.
team. So what do we got? Because we're getting this Visage come in.
Yeah.
Last for 33. And then BB Team indeed are very much going with the Nightfall pick.
Yep.
It's like Nightfall, what do you want to play? He wants to bring out his PL. It's one of his favorites.
Yes, so, I mean, you could hear the panel. They could see, like, the mind games that were kind of going between the two of them. So Liquid, they've kind of doubled down on these side lanes with the supports in particular to make the ET have a bad time. Because overall, it's a 5 ET most of the times, but you have the Sven as well, too. Warcry plus armor versus ET is always very good. They have the Oracle for the Dispel. They were just mind gaming them a bit too with the switch up there. And BB, they try to clean it up here with the PL at the end, which if he can get to later stages, this PL can have some success. It's just the question is, will he? Because Liquid, they've been key at setting tempo, key at pressuring, and this has just changed a little bit. That's the one thing I do want to talk about as well. I've been seeing this one a lot in the pubs. I've been seeing it picked actually into some of these summons and these illusion things more than I used to, because now you get AoE Grave Chill. So if you can get multiple targets that you get this Grave Chill on, your birds are monsters. They actually just rip people to shreds. So I'm really looking forward to this one. This one looks like it should be pretty hype.
Because, yeah, imagine this is a game as well where you should get the chance to get these AoE Grave Chills. You're playing against, what, 4 melee?
Yep.
Yeah.
And overall in the lane, this is another thing where they kind of double down is versus ET. We've been, we're seeing this pretty much every single game in the 5 position. My favorite hero, of course, but they've now doubled down in things that really kind of are problematic to play versus the Dispel in lane and an attack plus movement speed slow. Those are crucial to be able to keep this hero from it kind of running you over, at least in that lane. So let's see how top lane in particular does go, because that one does feel like it could be pretty difficult for Nightfall to get much secured for himself with that ETS back. And the same to say for bottom. I think they've really put themselves in a position for some pretty strong lanes on Liquid to just really run things over and get that tempo going. See if Save is the one that makes the difference in particular, that Rubik. See how much harassment he's going to be able to dish out versus that Razor as well as the Sven to secure the lane for the Doom.
Level 2 will be when we're seeing these side lanes, which team's going to be able to strike first.
Yeah, definitely a difficult one for Miro as soon as they do get it. So Link just will come out, they'll be able to run people down. Scorched Earth, trades are coming out. Bunch of creeps hitting Mick, guys. Save doing a great job of just hitting him.
He's keeping him low.
I love when you see this from these Rubiks. You have the highest damage in the laning phase just because you are the one who is best at just right-clicking people.
Level 2 about to hit. Same time, top lane. We'll see 33 in Boxy go straight for Toronto Tokyo. They're going to be able to find him. Trying to juke around the tree line, but another nuke comes in.
Save gets it first.
Indeed, back on the other side of the map. Save's able to strike first and take down Insania. So 1 for 1, but BB team, they find the first blood.
Little things that allow him to survive that extra bit, too. Just hiding in the tree line for a second, then sticking up. Does prevent him from getting first blooded. They get it first bottom. Just those right clicks, man. Save is bringing it to them. The Rubik.
Now we'll see again on the replay what was going on down the other side of the map. It was
they hit 2 first.
Level 2's hit straight in with the telekinesis. And Mickey not able to really do much at all to be able to help Insania save him from going down.
Hot stuff.
See us at the moment, the mid lane matchup. Pretty much very even 11 for 5 against the 11th for 3 between the DK and the Tiny.
Yeah, we see the DKs come out a little bit ahead in this matchup overall versus the Tinies. Those extra denies you get from the Breathe Fire. And Nightfall is getting the secured CS, so even though they did get Toronto Tokyo, he is getting some good dodges, of course, with the Doppelganger skilled as well, too. So not taking too much pressure from it, this Oracle plus Visage lane.
Trying to contest it around the pool. The nukes are certainly going to start hitting harder and harder as the levels come in for Liquid on that top lane.
But it really is the first few levels that hurt the most for the PL. Once he starts getting these levels built up, you just keep bringing him tangos, bringing him a little bit of extra regen, and he just doppelgangs most of these soul assumptions. So all in all for Nightfall, this lane is looking pretty good. And they have slowed down the Visage's CS a little bit too. He's missed a couple here on the side of 33. Does have the lane in a great position now though, but overall, at least first few waves, Nightfall is very happy. Bottom, they did get the kill. This lane still fairly difficult for Miero, but getting a kill at least at the start, similar to what happened earlier in that game before, where they were at least able to do well versus that Monkey King Jakiro lane when they did have that Beastmaster. It's similar. They go for the kill, but they're missing out on the CS. Foxy does get that block. Another grab. They're going for the kill again. Is it enough damage?
Mickey is stealing a lot of damage. He's able to get the plasma field off with the stick charger there from Miro. He's trying to dive in and take him down. They're going to be able to get him. I mean, even if Miro dies for this, he'll take that. The aggression paying off, killing off Mickey this time.
The healing Lotus, right? That extra bit of health that he was able to pump up into the Doom makes the difference to be able to bring down the Razor. I think they're just going for the kills. Very cool stuff. Those right clicks do add up. Love to see it from these Rubiks. And GPK, yeah, those 5 extra denies he does have versus Nisha. Very nice.
Not able to hold the wave in a way that makes it a bit difficult for Nisha to get towards the water runes easily.
I like it. Nisha should be able to go back and get that one inevitably. He is going down that Soul Ring route, the popularized build that we've seen pretty much every time. It is a big creep wave that's going to hit the tower, but GPK, he'll be able to hit almost level 6 off of that one. Let's see if Nisha looks to make a rotation or something with it. He is making a quick move around. It's been pinged, well, not pinged, but drawn on immediately. Miro again, getting gone on.
Not going to be able to get him this time.
Nope.
As Miro backs off.
But he has gotten 1 CS in the last minute and a half or so. He's not getting any last hits. So that move rotation was pinged out. Nisha, he does back away, just grabs the bounty, goes back to mid, nukes the waves. And now Nightfall actually is feeling the pressure again here of 33, so it did actually ramp up a little bit anyway. Haven't seen it too much since the AoE Grave Chill, but he's doing a good job of still keeping some pressure on here. Out to Tokyo. Getting a little bit of healing. He's looking pretty okay.
I mean, he's making space.
Yeah, he's looking pretty right.
Spending quite a bit of time chasing him down, and they won't get the kill.
Miro's just kind of ditched the lane.
He's just turning back. In fact, he's going to get the kill, maybe. Toronto Tokyo.
So close. Spirit damage not going to be quite enough. Can't actually go for it. Nisha.
Now, at the same time in the river, trying to fight here against the 3 of them, but he's heavily outnumbered. Nisha's going to be going down.
Miro, I love that move from the Doom. He's like, I can't lane bottom. I'm going to go find a creep to eat. I think he finds, what was it, the Mud Golem? So he gets a stun that he can contribute versus that, and they find Nisha because of it. Very cool move from the Doom. Since he can't play the lane, has to find some opportunity and does net him a kill with that rotation. Still going to be a slow one, of course, for Miro on this Doom. But we saw similar from 33, and he was able to make the recovery on the Doom too. See if Miro can do similar. It's a bit of a greedy approach, as we were mentioning, from the side of BB. Going for the PL, going for the Doom. Versus Liquid, who's been playing very pressure heavy.
Dire are scanning.
Are they going to be able to get both Wisdoms? I think they might be able to.
Setting up for it.
Look at the ET's already charging. Insania's looking for the stun. Save's got the lift. He'll get it.
Yeah, Save gets it. Both. And Toronto Tokyo indeed able to take Liquids.
Well, that's a big deal. These supports now not going to be able to do as much as they particularly wanted to inside that laning phase, getting it denied a bit here.
Overall, BB team handling this early game pretty well. Yep. You know, the fact that Miro, sure, whilst he's not able to free farm down there, he's not feeding his life away.
No, he's getting stuff like a lane that's very difficult for him. We're still seeing the net worth, of course. You know, Liquid farming pretty well in those 3 lanes, but the Doom not in a terrible position versus a Razor lane, which is not something that Doom likes to play against by any means. Very cool. And GPK getting enabled a little bit too from that rotation. We're seeing the result there. A couple extra denies. As level 7 can look to pressure. So versus the Tiny in lane, Tiny likes to want to move around. Difficult for him to move unless he has a move that comes to him to pressure this DK.
Boxy Insania turning up here around the 8-minute power in spawn.
And we'll get it.
It's going to be the regen rune here for Nisha.
There's a lot of stacks going on. BBT getting those prepared. We saw the same thing from Toronto Tokyo in the last game as his ET. They're going to start working on him. I think he doesn't want to get them stolen again, since he did have... That one was a lot bigger last time. That was like a 5-stack he had in the hard camp, but either way, doesn't want this Tiny to just walk in and invade.
Top lane 33 starting to get the pressure onto the tier 1 tower now with the familiars.
Oh, I was actually I'm gonna check really quickly because I've been seeing quite a bit of different builds that came out from this Visage. So I mean, we're seeing right now he's gonna maybe go for that Gleipnir and go for a scaling route as well too.
I like it against the PL.
Yeah,
makes
very
sense.
Nice. I'm gonna see what other builds we did actually see because I definitely saw a couple of these like old school, you know, the Vlads and stuff. But I think this has become much more common.
Well, Nightfall's got back up at the same set for 33, and Sena turns up, is able to offer up the stun. Further TP's coming in for BB team as they look to hold the tier 1 and push back Liquid.
They bring 4. Can't net themselves a kill, and now Nick is turned up as well. GP bailing out.
Yeah, he's going to get out of this area just in time. Liquid, they're going to see if they can catch anyone else from BB team hanging about.
Do have to be careful. They do have a ton of burst damage that comes out on the side of Liquid between the Visage, the Tiny, as well as that Razor early. Tokyo will find himself a little cheeky ward. Does get the D ward out.
Doesn't have a TP though.
He can hide. It's tough for them to find him. They don't know where he is. Should be fine. See if Miro does also a similar approach that we saw. It looks like it's going to be a bit of a different one that we saw from 33, which was that, blink, find a kill, sell, buy the Midas, stuff like that. He's just going to go Aura route, and he is caught here. Does have a TP.
I mean, that'll do it. He's away safely. Not even close. Half of his HP is still intact.
Has to be careful how he steps up now, though. How much further he wants to push it here under this tower, because the Razor still does have the Eye of the Storm ready. Dragging the wave. The plate safe. Okay, so yeah, let's see. A couple different builds. But yeah, this seems to be the more cold build. I was just wondering if he does go for the drums first. He is really just rushing for that Maelstrom on the Visage, so cool to see it now, Miro.
Yeah, they might get away with the dive this time around. Miro, no way to retreat, and he's going to get chased down and finished off. They can turn over towards save as well. Get the double kill for Mickey.
Yep. This is how Liquid wants to play. Set the tempo versus the PL. Start pressuring these towers really early, because Nightfall, he definitely does not want to get involved early, and the Doom now at this point is struggling, so.
What about Nightfall? His courier. Well, that's going to be taken out.
These next few moments definitely feel difficult for BBT to be able to fight back. They're going to have to bring the numbers in almost every single situation. So Liquid, they're going to start hitting a bit of a stride here with this early game tempo draft that they've gone for. It's a ton of burst damage that they have that they can provide from the side. Save not quite level 6 either on the Rubik. When he gets 6, I think if Save is able to get some good spell steals, that will be one of the key things to be able to fight back versus the early game of Liquid. If you can get if you can get Toss in particular, of course, but not quite that level 6 yet. And then I'll work on this big stack here, Nisha.
It's going to get him pretty close towards the Blink Dagger, clearing this up.
Stack. How many stacks do we have in total? Could we bring that up again? Sorry. I'm pretty sure we have a hefty amount from both sides. I mean, I feel like these two might be the most stacking teams. Liquid has always been that one, but then BBT, we've seen them do it quite a lot, so. And 9 to the 6 at the moment. Boxy's been busy.
Radiant are scanning.
GPK, he has got his Blink Dagger online a little bit sooner, so maybe BB team want to try for a smoke play.
I think they need save 6.
Okay.
Because their damage with the DK Blink right now, it's a little underwhelming. If they have like a Rubik and an ET, they need some type of follow. Okay, they do have the splitter at the least, so that is one thing. But yeah, I want to see save B6 before they make that move.
Liquid, they will not shy away from looking for action when the Blink Dagger's on Nisha.
No,
200 gold away from Tiny having his done.
Okay, they've got the save. Save is level 6. See if he can get that big steal, in particular that toss, or at least one of these double nukes. Plasma Field or Toss, probably the better ones that he can get in the early game. Nisha's got the Blink, though. Those stacks have been finished up. He is also a very tough target to kill. They do have the percent damage of the splitter, but it's an 1800 HP Tiny.
They have a smoke between the two of them. They do.
Liquid's going to do it. They're actually going to smoke with Insania. They're going to bring 33. He's going to make his move over. Probably wanting to take out this mid tower. Look for a full fight engagement. One feels tough. See how BBT does look to, protect themselves. I like the positioning from Toronto Tokyo. He has to be very far back, but it was under vision.
BB team know that this tier 1 is going to be very difficult to hold.
Yeah, I mean, because they don't want to bring the Doom around is the issue, right? And even if he does show up, he's likely just dead because he's very fragile at this point. PL doesn't want to show up either. Just have the 2 supports there trying to spam it out at the least. But a 3K lead right now for Liquid. And quite a lot out of this early game. Which is to be expected with the way they have drafted, but BB just want to slow things down as much as possible. Miro stepping up a bit far here. And he's going to get caught.
Yeah, with the setup, Vanity jumping forward. They've got easily enough stuns to lock him down.
It's hard for them to read the plays. Like, they really wanted to defend mid, but Liquid patient. They had that ward. They saw the 2 support setup. They swing bottom because they saw that movement. Liquid just trying to play around quickly, and this might net them a Wisdom Rune as well, too, since they did get the 2 denied earlier. This will be a big surge of XP for them.
Yeah, no reason not to. It's pretty much impossible for BB Team to turn up right now. You know, Nightfall does not want to get involved. Still needs to get kind of the Ags into really kind of the item on top of that before he really considers taking part in any of the action. So it's a little bit of a waiting game for the rest of BB Team to try and keep the game from falling apart until Nightfall's ready to play.
Yeah, I'm really worried for them, Owen. Quite worried for BBT, especially because they went the Veil on the Doom too. Unlike we saw it from 33 with the Blink, where he just gets himself a kill almost instantly. This Doom is just going to walk in and die a bunch.
It's going to happen again here by the looks of it. He steps down the lane. They're ready and waiting for him a second time round.
And this is super clean plays. Liquid crushing this early game.
Even more so than last game, but this is starting to heat up even faster this time round in game 2.
And their damage is just, the damage from BBT is just non-existent early game.
Yeah, and yeah, even with Miro finding those early kills, the fact that sort of the lack of farm and such, you're seeing his net worth. I mean, it's getting to the point where Boxy's Oracle's catching up to him. Been a rough start for him.
And that interaction, of course, between that Doom and the Oracle, you know, the Doom has to come out at the end of that Oracle in a lot of situations.
Oh, they see Nightfall.
Liquid just making every move.
They're in with the jump. They've got the follow-up stun. They've got the root as well. Is he able to play his way out of this Nightfall?
No. They put a sentry down for the vision after that, just over the tree line. They're steamrolling through this game, and it's difficult to see how they strike back on BBT. Just they have to farm or get a toss steal for save. It really feels like, because they have no damage in their draft, and the pressure's speeding up.
Pretty much got the full Gleipnir done on 33. He's taking this tier 2 tower already, 15 minutes in.
And they can take Roche very easy with this lineup. He's level 12 on the Visage as well.
This is rough for BBT.
This could be one of the quicker games if they're not able to really start slowing things down or get it some type of a situation that they can get a kill at least. Liquid can just keep accelerating, keep looking for pickoffs.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
And they're just defending it. They're looking for every fight.
I mean, 33 feels strong.
Oh, yeah.
He's going to start setting up into this one. I mean, Miro won't hesitate to turn and chop down the Doom upon him.
Should get the kill.
Indeed, he should die.
Good move. Can they get themselves out of it instantly? Can everybody get away?
Niche is fleeing across from the side, but won't be able to get anyone on the retreat. So maybe a little too aggressive there from 33.
Too much. Miro gets a free initiation. He just gets the Doom. Doesn't have to actually walk in since they closed the gap right onto him. And now they're smoking off of that with Steel Wizard as well. Save did get a Soul Assumption, so it is one of those damage nukes. So we'll open up a bit more burst with that DK.
Nisha
shows.
He's going to jump forward for the wave. GPK's going to jump in on top of him straight away. Boxy is behind him, ready with the backup. The Earth Splitter comes down, but they'll be able to start on the retreat. The illusions.
Boxy.
Based on the Boxy, he's going to get taken out there as GPK ends up landing right on top of him.
Save's got the steal. This is the crucial thing that he needs. Just getting one of these spell steals so they have damage now. They're striking back a little because of it. Liquid. Hemorrhaging some kills. And now that's a mech finished up for Save too, so it could potentially turn some of those if they can bait over aggression that comes out from Liquid too. Starting to get some momentum their way too. And Nightfall, he does have Aghanims finished, so he can show up to some of these fights now. How's the auras looking on the side of Liquid? They do have the mech as well on Boxy, so they have that one as well. They have the amp damage on Nisha too.
Middle tower is under attack. Radiant's top tower is under
But a good bit of space here now for Nightfall. Liquid still gonna look to keep playing a fast pace here in this game. They have that deep ward that's placed behind the tower. GPK will be safe, but will everybody else? Nisha just diving through. Can't quite find Toronto Tokyo.
Yeah, avoiding these moves nicely.
So what they have to do, just avoid, pick and choose your battles. And keep the spell steal and save. Keep the toss as long as possible.
GPK, they're going to try and set up onto him. 33 leading in with the Familiar, scouting things out as well at the same time. Trying to hold back the Familiars with the Dragon Tail stun, but GPK cannot keep all of these heroes off him as he'll get surrounded, left behind. Nisha's actually going to try and get the lead and look for more. He gets the combo and drop down onto Save. It's enough to burst him.
Back to business. Looking for these pickoffs. They find the Rubik too. A decent little lift there to attempt to save him in the mech, but too much overwhelming
ready
damage.
to go again beyond the tower. He's able to get the jumping on towards Toronto Tokyo. Liquid, they'll find another. They even get the Gleipnir connection on towards Nightfall. Won't have any way to follow up onto that, onto the high ground. So they'll settle for the tier 2 tower, sorry. 18 minutes in, taking it second tier 2. 3 heroes dead. They had a little bit of a hiccup where they lost.
Small hiccup.
Boxy kind of the 33 earlier on, but outside of that, things continuing as usual here with this lead. 7k advantage.
and perhaps setting up for a Roche soon, right? They do have that lineup that can do it. Probably waiting for it to move his way down bottom in the next minute or so. Look at the wards that they've placed also on Liquid. 3 deep, aggressive wards to watch the movements that just step outside the base. So they'll know pretty much instantly where BBT is in every single one of these moves right now.
Oh yeah, because they expected this one behind the tier 2, but the Sentry not quite catching it. Off
so
to the side there.
They caught the smoke there.
Yeah.
They see the movement, so might see Mickey move over toward his team, but he's sticking around here.
I mean, they've got options, right? They can avoid this, so they can connect and try and set up to punish it. They're going to hit with the scan, so Mickey's going to know when they cross up to the high ground. Jay's able to farm the Ancients back off perfectly and completely avoid the smoke play.
Yeah, back to grouping up. I mean, Liquid, like I said, a little bit of a hiccup there that BBT was able to take advantage of, at least down bottom, but back to business, grouping up. Not giving the opportunities for BBT to get these extra kills, and just looking for the objectives. Objective gaming is the name of the fear for Liquid. Looking for the Tormentor and perhaps into the tier 2 bottom next. BBT smoked up. With the blink on the DK, they have a Mage Slayer. He's a bit tankier. They don't have the blink on the Doom yet. He has Shivas to be able to deal with some of the sustain. We'll lose their Tormentor though. They still need some pretty proper conditions to be able to take any of these fights on the side of BBT. Difficult conditions, that is.
Now, we have seen games before where Nightfall on the PL, be behind. But if they can somehow find that one team fight where they get things going and suddenly the PL's ahead, then Nightfall can push the game towards his advantage. It's just the problem is finding that fight. At the moment, it's looking pretty impossible.
I also just wonder, because I haven't seen the Visage versus PL in particular as game progresses and stuff like that, how much he's going to be able to do too. Because I think, matchups are still there in Dota, but I think some things have started to change with all these facets and whatnot, because heroes just get stronger at different timings. They have different peaks as well too. So I definitely do think that PL is going to be strong as the game progresses, but I'm just wondering how much the Visage does against it too, because AoE Grave Chill is nothing to laugh at. And seeing the Sven, Insania does of course get the Shard too, so a lot of damage mitigation that's going to be provided as well too from a 5 Sven and that Oracle. And Save just needs to get big steals. Right? He needs to have one of these double nukes or something in particular in most of the fights, because they still do lack damage, especially in this mid game. Unless somehow Nightfall gets like, I don't know, 10 lances off or something in the fights, but it's unlikely to have that happen. Secondary Tormentor, Boxy will find it. Another very strong Shard inside these fights. They're the ones attempting a sneak of this Roche. This is really clever.
Yeah, Liquid are not set up for this whatsoever.
No, I thought that they would be the ones to back up, go for the double objectives, and go back for that one, but this is a really smart move here from BBT, denying it away from Liquid.
Yeah, Liquid realizes it's going to be far too late.
Yeah, it's already dead. It's very unexpected, because their lineup doesn't kill it very fast. They're drawing the line now, but it's too late. They're going to see that Roche, and they're going to be like, oh. They notice it now. Yeah, they're paying. They're like, oh. Okay.
Oh, very nice moves from a team that's 12k gold behind, and as you say, we're not necessarily an incredible Roche-taking lineup.
No.
BB team able to find it.
And they TP out instantly, which is fantastic, because nobody gets cut off on the retreat here, as Liquid was preparing to get that catch. Heads up move. Very heads up. Liquid still very content to take any fight that comes to them. Even though there is an Aegis or anything, I don't think they really care. This is more of a, we need to catch up with this Aegis, farm up on Nightfall so they can hope to carry it. As Liquid, they're just going to sweep. They're going to just keep looking to swing across the map, looking for any of these kills, because they still have that mid ward. It was never taken out, so they see every time that BBT does step outside the base.
In the mid and the bottom wave pushed in, Liquid. BB team. See how aggressive they want to be with the Aegis, how they go about sort of holding the high ground defense.
They have a blink on the Doom now too, so potentially could look for something to catch Liquid off guard. They have to find the backline, find this Oracle, prevent Boxy from getting these heals off. Another item that's coming out and checking. BKB on the Razor finished up, and a plate mail up onto the Visage.
They go for the smoke, Liquid. As you say, despite the fact that the Aegis is over on the side of BB team, Liquid aren't afraid of a fight.
No, not at all. Heroes can just get deleted in 1 second. It's an amp damage Tiny. They'll reset back into the base at a pretty ideal timing on BBT. We'll see Nightfall step out, though. That ward does see at least 2, 3 here. Oh, this sneaky ward is...
It's done a lot.
dirty. It's done so much here.
Nisha.
He's in.
He's in with a jump. He's able to get the avalanche on one of the two of them. He's going to be able to burst them down very low. GPK burst down to half HP immediately. The buyback will come out from the Elder Titan. They turn over towards the Titan. They're running him down. Nightfall trying to chase him out the fight, but the false promise comes in. Boxy able to give some safety here to heal him back up. Toronto Tokyo's going to get focused down by Mickey as Mickey dives the base, dives the high ground. Nisha ends up surviving there thanks to the false promise. It's a triple kill for Mickey. They're diving up to the tier 4 towers. Ultra kill for Mickey.
And Nightfall jumping in. I mean, Mickey might go for him.
He's going to get insane. So we're going to double out of this. But he's caught by the root. Liquid will surround it. There's no buybacks available either from BB Team. Mickey TPing out in front of him. I mean,
swag.
He could have maybe stuck around. I guess they're fine with that. Take the Aegis, get out. They don't want to start messing around with him on his second life because of the fact that respawns were going to come in. And yeah, they're more than happy with this. They get the team wipe. It's a die back on Toronto Tokyo. They take the Aegis out of the PL. Liquid just continuing to enforce how far ahead they are this game.
Wards win games, Owen. Wards do. This vision, that just catches the perfect opportunity for Nisha to start the fight. And it's a hero deleted and a tanky DK.
Look how much damage that is.
Less than half HP. He hadn't have damage, so, you know, it was fully amped up, of course, there, but...
A great retreat from him as well. You see the Doom get dropped down on him, and indeed Boxy able to help him out on the way out of the fight. Get him out of there, and he doesn't end up dying.
Yeah, Boxy knowing exactly, of course, knowing these. This is the Oracle team, so they know these matchups. Yeah. They get that toward the end of the Doom, able to reset away as they clean up inside the base.
Well, that was, you know, BB Team's fight with an Aegis. Now they won't have one.
And they, as you said too, Toronto Tokyo did use the buyback even, so they tried to throw as many numbers as possible, and they only found the 2 supports.
For Miona now, Mickey, so it's going to be even easier to clear through the army of PLs.
Something you just don't see this item picked up anymore, but he's playing versus PL,
exactly.
So it makes it so much better because you don't see it as much, but I'm going to say the reason why is 12 bounces. The 12 bounces of lightning plus all the attack speed that you get from it. Yeah. Leipner does not provide that. This is the item versus PL.
And you look at the rest of the team, and they've all got the lockdown.
They've got
you got a Tininess fan with their stuns, the root coming out for the Oracle, and obviously a Visage with a Gleipnir themselves. So all about the damage, all about just bringing this incredible fight towards BB Team. Right now, even though Nightfall's got pretty decent farm, he just can't fight through.
He can't fight the Razor.
He's going to die. His illusion's going to die.
Yeah, and now it's going to be difficult for Miero as well, too. I mean, it already was for him, this Doom in particular, but who do you Doom? Because you want to be able to Doom the Razor, probably, but you also want to be able to Doom the Tiny. There's difficult choices now being made, because Mickey, if he's left alone, he's going to put the static charge on himself, and he's just going to run into the middle of the fight, and PL will kill himself on these Mjolnir procs, plus all the damage that he can do. So, again, still... For BBT, it's very specific instances that they can look to take any of these fights, but feels like it's progressively getting harder and harder. And the push, it's commencing. It's a big one coming up top. Is that the full conda for Nisha? Even more burst that he's going to have. He's got a haste as well, too, to reset the fights, and nothing else. Okay, I was just checking to see if the AC was coming out for the Visage, but not quite yet. Did go for KP. It's Nightfall. Does have to go back to the base to defend the high ground. Let's show himself for a second. So be cautious when he does show.
Yeah, Liquid are going to be so ready to make this jump if they see a chance to.
Nisha. Looking for something with the haste, but all of BBT has gone back to the base. Not going to find anybody here, but the Wisdom Rune, they can look to set up for it.
I get this bottom way potentially pushed in as well. Indeed, yeah, 33 will TP down there, start getting that lane shoved up.
More sneaky wards. Look at this one from Boxy. Another one placed down that's going to see them as soon as the smoke breaks.
BB Team stepping out.
Boxy, he's under vision himself.
They're going to look to jump the Oracle immediately. Boxy's going to get focused first. Indeed, they'll drop the Doom down as well. That's going to give the freedom, though, for Mickey to enter into the fight. Put the BKB, he's got the static link onto Nightfall. He's just going to chase the PL immediately out the fight. Nightfall's dead, and now he can turn for more. Mickey over towards Toronto Tokyo. They kill him off during the TP attempt out. GPK tries Hurricane Pike away, but Nisha's in with the Blink Dagger, closing the gap. Dragon Knight to fall as well. Triple kill for Mickey.
They try, and they jump out because they see the Oracle, but as soon as the Doom is used on Oracle, Mickey's like, I have free reign. Both him and the Tiny know they can just run rampant. This could be at least a Rax now.
It could be, yeah. Could very much be more. I mean,
they're going throne. They're going throne, Owen.
He's chilling outside of the base, but yeah, just making space whilst the rest of his team look to end the game. The tier 4s are going down.
They're just committing with the Visage.
Yep, close it up.
It's dying. And it's dying fast.
I mean, they've got to do something, BB team, but I don't think they've got something to do. As indeed the Ancient exposed, Liquid.
It's going down.
Looking to close this up. Toronto Tokyo's going to give it one last attempt, runs up, but immediately, well, looks a bit fortunate. Maybe he can get away actually towards the fountain. Either way, it doesn't matter. The Ancient's getting exposed. They're continuing to focus it down, end the game, and get the W. GG is called. Liquid today, they'll be able to take both games against BB Team.
They steamrolled this one, hit their timings, did not let their foot off the gas at all. That was super well played from Liquid. A very clever kind of draft, something you don't see most teams do, but going for the 4 Oracle, finishing up with the draft here with the Visage. BBT, they tried to go down this greedy route, but a bit too greedy with the Doom and the PL. They never could really get off of those lanes.
And just one of those rare games as well. You know, the ET, that hero completely dealt with, right? Just didn't get to do anything.
Completely countered, yeah. We're seeing more and more AT. It's getting picked every single game. Yeah. We're seeing more and more answers. I think this Visage pick was a really good gotcha pick. We haven't really seen it much in this tournament. I believe, as we said before, is what, 3 picks total? Something like that. Very, very low, but it fit perfectly with the idea that they wanted to do, the way they wanted to pressure the map. And yeah, Nightfall started to get some farm, but everybody else was so shut down, and they even had answers that progressively got better and better versus the PL.
It did. It was such a hard game for Nightfall. Yeah, even if the start wasn't as rough as it was, said it'd been off on a more even footing going into the big game, he would have still struggled.
I think so, yeah.
Liquid, they had all the answers in the draft, in the play, and in their itemization. And yeah, BB team, tough day for them today. Both of these games wouldn't have been fun ones. They got a lot to talk through coming out of this, a lot to learn from. I think, as you say, you know, Team Liquid just sort of raising the bar that little bit more this series.
It was as clean as ever from them. You know, sometimes Liquid can have a bit of these wishy-washy games. Not today. This was clean as ever, especially from Mikke and the boys. Mikke having a phenomenal game in particular. So we see Tsunami is set up here with 33, but this was quite a great game from Liquid.
Yeah, Team Liquid, no 1-1 today. They're going to be able to get the 2-0, and we're going to head over to the stage to have some words for Tsunami with 33.
Thank you very much. I am joined by 33 of Team Liquid, who really put on a show for the people here, because you finally got to play some heroes that I regularly associate 33 Dota with. So in game 1, you got your Doom. No more of this Brewmaster nonsense you've been playing earlier. You finally picked the Doom, which used to be one of your favorite heroes, but what happened?
I don't know, to be honest. I still felt like the hero is good after the patch, but I lost like 10 pubs in a row on it, so I was like, okay, maybe...
Wait, but when you were losing those pubs, were you doing weird Devil's Bargain experiments? Were you selling weird items and being like, I wonder if I could pull this off?
This might be true. Okay. Might be true. I don't know.
But then in this game, one of your experiments did pay off, which was selling the Blink Dagger, getting a kill, and then buying a Midas afterwards. Is this one of your ideas to make Devil's Bargain work?
Yeah, I think it's pretty cool that you can do it. And yeah, Sama was doing it a lot as well. He's like buying and selling the Midas again the whole game, and I think it's a pretty nice way to play. I like it.
All right, and then in game number 2, you finally got Visage. And I say finally because do you know how many times you've played Visage since being on Team Liquid?
Maybe once?
Correct. Yes, you've only played it one time, and it was against Secret in Dream League Season 22. So what's been up, man? I used to associate Tundra 33 with Visage all the time. Liquid 33, not so much.
No, I just felt like it was really bad in the recent patches. I always loved playing this hero. It's like one of my favorites, but I just felt like I'm kind of picking it and putting myself at a disadvantage. But this patch, I think it got some nice buffs, and it's a lot stronger. Haven't gotten to play it yet, but I think, yeah, the hero is a lot nicer now, so I enjoy it.
Nice. Well, I'm glad you were able to fall in love with the hero again. Congratulations on your first 2-0 of the group stage as we send it back to the panel.
Thank you very much. Thank you indeed. 33 and Tsunami. Lacoste, you finally got it. Your Visage in action.
Hey, it was his Visage, but...
His Visage in action!
Yeah, the Vizriz getting that dub in this one. The hero with the Grave AoE chill faucet feels really nice to play, especially against the Phantom Lancer, and makes things a lot difficult in the laning stage. We also saw Foracle, which we don't see. Usually we see that hero being played from position 5 most of the time, but they made it work.
Yeah.
It's one of you talk, I can't take it.
I will say, there were a couple of moments where we said, well, if it was Zania on the Oracle, he would have done a little bit better.
Yeah, but you know, he got them the draft when he did good enough. I hope he was peeing out.
That?
What?
You said that?
No. What?
Who said it?
I don't. What did I say?
Oracle?
I'm confused right now. Fear, take it away.
No, I mean, Insane is definitely known for his Oracle. He's really good, but Boxy, he got the job done.
Yeah,
That's all that matters. And I think they just really wanted to put against the Elder Titan, and that was like the big reason for it. And he was saving that Oracle until the very last second of that Doom, which is very important because I think at max level is 8.5, 9.5 seconds or something on the Fortune's end, but for the Doom, I think that one's like, maybe it was like 12 seconds at max level, something like that. So you just gotta wait at least 5 seconds, then you can throw it on. And he did that every single time. And I think it actually kind of is a counter to the Doom if you're able to not get that instant burst. So that looked really nice as well. And I don't know, the Oracle was good, but overall, yet again, BB team playing super slow again, and it just doesn't work out.
Yeah, they gave Liquid a lot of space again.
Oh, absolutely. The tempo that Team Liquid brought to both of these games was really nice, especially in the second game, having Sven being played as a position 5, providing them with the War Cry. It synergizes nicely with the Visage Birds, buying the drums, buying Solar Crest, so buffing up his whole team pretty much. And then you have Razor. I just love the itemization from Team Liquid, going for the Mjolnir, Visage rushing Globson again, so you have things to set up, and also a lot of Chain Lightning to deal with PL and his illusions.
Yeah, they just had like good lanes and everything. Like for BB team, I'm not really sure what's going on. I don't like the DK mid all that much. I feel like it's pretty bad. I don't really see it doing anything in most of the games we're watching. Whereas Liquid, they have good lanes, they do cool stuff in the draft, like Lacoste said, good itemization. It just looks like very simple and very easy in this game as well.
Yeah, very smooth game, it feels like, for Team Liquid. First time they did get a 2-0, so congratulations to them for that alone. We'll see how that matters later on in the scores. But let's first look at a couple of highlights from this game. Lacoste, this is yours.
Yeah, this was the one where everything pretty much started, where they tried to, you know, start things off, getting a couple of kills here. Buyback team not ready to punch back yet. They did not have enough damage. This was DD or amplified damage on Tiny, which is going to continue. They're still not done, and BB team looked a little bit like the fights look chaotic for them. Toronto, Tokyo here also dying afterwards, so getting them some really free kills. This is not what should happen, but yeah, Team Liquid, they already had a 5k gold lead and they wanted to use it coming into this one, and they wanted to get more towers. Played it really nicely in this one.
Yeah, you want to see a chaotic fight from BB team. I think Fear, the next clip, shows us exactly that.
Yeah, I mean, this to me was like the last chance you had for BB team to win this game. You have the Aegis on the PL here, and you do get the nice wraparound as well to be able to kill these supports here. You go on the Tiny, you force out it as well, but unfortunately, you just cannot deal with your other 4 heroes doing things on the map here. You just get chased down by the Razor and the Visage. They can't back up the PL in this fight, and unfortunately, they lose 4 heroes, and all of a sudden, you're alone on PL. It's looking okay, but all of a sudden, you kill the Aegis here, and now you just get out of the base, and you couldn't do enough on this PL, and unfortunately, the other 2 cores on BB team, they just were too far behind to really contribute or make enough space for this PL to really work.
Yeah, it was unfortunate. I feel like both games didn't really see BB get to the point where their lineup is supposed to make sense. And the point where Team Liquid lineup make the most sense is very early on. They did close it out very convincing as well, though, Kazu.
Yeah, they did, as we have another highlight, because, you know, Liquid kind of just owned from, well, start to finish. You're here already, so they don't have the Aegis anymore on Mr. Buyback team, but here in the fight, you have a great Avatos on the 3-man Lacoste. Stop laughing. Because basically what happens, once they get the link on the PL, like he just gets to run him down. Sure, like PL is great against some of these heroes, but there's always like, if you're clutch enough, if you know what you need to do in the fight to kind of make it happen, here as well, like you have good macro to come around. One link on the PL, even if the game was even, I think that fight is just a Liquid favor.
I feel like it was such a tough game. I don't know. I mean,
it was hard.
It was.
This was the. I do wanna talk about PL for a tiny bit, because Fear, Carry Connoisseur. This is the first time we saw it. Was it also the last?
No. Maybe it should be the last, but oftentimes these carry players, they want to play it, right? Because it was a good game for it theoretically. It should be good versus System Lane. It should be good versus Razor carry-to-carry matchup. A lot of things were good. The supports also had no AoE, but I think the peel could have worked in this game, but the Dragon Knight really just fell flat. He made not enough space whatsoever, and that's kind of the problem with these TB and peel heroes right now, that maybe they need too much space in a meta where the carry has to actually provide a little more than in previous patches, and they just don't right now with PL.
Seems to be 2 games in a row, BB team having the same problem. Is that fair to say?
Easy problem to fix.
Yeah, you have to just fix one problem.
Yeah, we said that after first game, they need to pick something from the safe lane that's going to become more active early on. But yeah, they don't listen to panel for a good reason because they are smarter than us. But maybe on this one, they should have listened.
But the thing is also like Peel versus Visage it's different than it used to be. Like with the Facet, you can steal attack speed. You can go to Globson.
There's a lot of ways. Like Dota changed quite a lot in the recent years, especially in the biggest patch that we've had. It's one of the biggest patches since 7.0. And some of these matchups are quite different than they used to be. And I think a lot of players will also look into that and try to figure out what's actually good. But yeah, I definitely want to see more from Visage.
Yeah, me too. And the Visage performance almost was enough for 33 to get MVP, but it's MVP of the series. So our PlayStation MVP goes the way of Mickey because both games, Kazu, he crushed it.
I mean, he owned. He's really good on these heroes, I feel like, where he has good laning stage and he can help his team like kind of do stuff on the map. You see it on his Razor, Wind Ranger, Weaver, Monkey King as well in game one. Like in both games, he's just kind of popping off. Good laning stage. He also helps his draft. Like, right, there's a lot of like flex picks going on. And yeah, Mickey, I think aggressive carries is what you want to see this guy play on, and then you have performances like this.
Yeah, I mean, it kind of feels, and I don't want to jinx Liquid because I know it's touchy subject on how they do in tournaments, you know, and in group stage not always reflecting how they feel like they should be doing. But this game in particular, Lacoste, feels a little bit, and this series feels a little bit like Liquid of old.
Yeah, most definitely. They are powering up. They had 3 draws so far in the tournament, and this is the first 2-0. They're second place right now, and if they continue playing like this, upper bracket is going to be secure, which means that their keys are going to be safe, and that's what matters.
That is what matters. I want to talk a tiny bit about their opponents tomorrow, because for both of these teams, which in case of BB Team Fear, I'm sure is a good thing, they only have 1 series today. So their opponents tomorrow are Entity and Quest. What do you think would happen?
For a BB team?
Yeah.
Yeah, well, I think in general they're slightly favored there.
Yeah.
But we don't really know the power of BB team right now because they're getting 2-0s, they're getting 2-0'd. They're just very inconsistent. Like, all their games until now were losses to Shadow Fiend. Now they're losing with Illusion Heroes. They seem to have
a lot of excuses.
Different problems, right?
Yeah.
Like, where do you actually fix this problem? I'm not entirely sure, but I still believe this team is good, and they have very easy to identify problems, and hopefully their coach is going to work overtime tonight. Well, glad, as you said as well, they don't have another game. They can just kind of like focus on, these are issues, we can fix them. Will they do it? We'll have to see, because their opponents are also still very good.
Very true. Opponents for Team Liquid, Lacoste, Beast Coast and Mouse. What do you think?
This should be... I'd say that Beast Coast might take a game away from Liquid on a good day, but most likely, if Team Liquid plays like this, this is 2-0-2-0 for me.
Okay, wow. Consistency. We did talk at the start of the day. Team Liquid's problem was consistency, but if they can be consistent within a series, perhaps they can be consistent, you know, over a whole day. Who knows what's going to happen? Now, if you were watching the whole day, it means you watched the pre-show. And in the pre-show, we talked about something that we said we would research yesterday. We researched it, and we found 4 players here that are playing Mobile Legends Bang Bang. Yeah, I get to a Dota point, don't worry. And they have all named their nickname after Arteezy, or rather they got some of Arteezy's flair. And we talked this morning, we showed all of the players, it was really nice and everything. Carl Teasy, Flap Teasy, you name it, they're all there. But because they're here in Riyadh, we are able, or rather Purge is able, to talk to some of them. Against the speed of Team Liquid, that would be a repeat.
Hey, I'm here with Flap Teasy from Falcons. What team is it again?
AP Bren. Falcons AP Bren.
Okay, Falcons AP Bren. You are a Mobile Legends Bang Bang player, is that correct?
Yeah, that's correct.
Okay, can you explain your name change? That you're not the only one that's done it, but you put TZ on the end of your name, right? Well, what's the story behind it?
The story behind it is my former teammate, Carl TZ, got the TZ from Arteezy, and I basically copied him. So I've been Flap TZ since we got to each other.
Okay, that's pretty cool. So are you guys must be Arteezy fans then?
Yeah, but I don't usually play Dota, but I just watch how good Arteezy is.
Are you guys like old Dota players? You don't play much now, but did you guys play a lot in the past, or?
My teammates probably played Dota more than me. I played other games.
Okay, gotcha. So is that common for the Mobile Legends Bang Bang community to play Dota, or is that just a your team thing?
It's common because most Dota players from the Philippines switch to Mobile Legends. Some of them. Yeah.
Gotcha. That's pretty cool. How are you guys doing in the tournament right now?
We just won against Team Liquid, Echo, and we're at Grand Finals.
That sounds pretty good. Maybe you're gonna add another heart on the trophy. What do you think?
Yeah, maybe.
All right, great. Well, thank you for joining me. I appreciate it, and hopefully RTZ does better next year, right?
Yeah. Good luck to him.
Oh, I love that. I absolutely love that for multiple reasons. First of all, this Falcons Apprent team did make it to the Grand Finals, as he says, and that means more points on the board from the club championship for Falcons, which is doing really well. And in Dota so far, they're not getting... Was that caught on camera? It's a lot of money.
There's a lot of money.
Guys, it's $20 million.
If I'm an org owner and one of my teams is doing well, I'm feeling pretty good.
Oh, yes.
You know, I'm investing in these teams. They have like 16, 18, 20, 200. I don't know. They have a lot. They're doing good. It's good.
Fun fact: I was with Carl Teasy.
Okay.
In the elevator with Carl Teasy.
How do you know?
It was on his jersey. I was like, yeah, that's my guys, and I feel like they're pretty cool. These mobile bang bangers, they like to talk about esports in general, and they just enjoy their own game, but they also love to watch other esports.
I love that.
Yeah.
I mean, I've been watching Mobile Legends Bang Bang since yesterday, but it's very entertaining to watch. Also, they have a player. Shut up. We lost him. They have a player called Boxy the King, and now I really want to know if that is a tribute.
It has to be. It has to be a tribute as well.
Yeah, it's Samael and Boxy paired up together. He's a big fan of those two.
Into a super player.
It's
been a long day. It's been a long day.
All right. I wonder if we have an updated group standings, because there has been... I don't think that all games have ended yet from Group B that was playing on the same time as the series we just watched. Oh, but looking at it, no, it didn't all finish yet, but apparently Tundra did win the first game there, so they're still heavily on top. Overall, though, anything in particular changed? I think Team Liquid moving up, and obviously BB Team now moving down after that series. That is a big one.
Question to Fear. Western Europe looks pretty good. Where's NA on this leaderboard?
Where's NA? We're at the top there with Tundra.
Oh, yeah?
And Team Spirit.
That's good. It's a lot of NA players.
Yeah. They're all honorary.
Wait, why do you have Tundra?
You didn't question Spirit at all. Okay, that's...
No, I was stuck on the first one, okay? And I'm like, why didn't you mention Falcons? They literally have Snake.
They do have the king.
You know what? NA is not in here, guys. What do you want from me? Like,
that's fair.
We left in the playing stage, unfortunately, and that's all.
If you want, you can just go for the A, Americas, and then you got Heroic and Beast Coast.
That's true. I'm going with them for sure, but at the end of the day, we just, as a region, didn't do so hot here.
No.
But, SA, I'm down to help them out a little bit. And
you guys make great talent anyway.
Yeah, I mean, we're great. That's what we're good at.
Yeah, look at
Dota, not so much, but talent, we're great. Isn't that right?
Hey, you guys already won your TI, You can have other regions.
Can we not have another TI win? Come on, someone's got to step up in the region. I'm too old. I can't come back.
It's never too late, Fear. It's never too late. Anyway, what it is too late for is for us, but definitely for Kezu.
Yeah, I gotta go, guys. Get me out.
And we are gonna move on to our next series. It's gonna be back in Group A. We are gonna watch OG versus Gaming Gladiators. So get ready after the break.
till it's over. Let it take me no. Let it make me go under. Let it make me go under. So now it's time to fly. So now it's time to fly. Nothing's gonna stop me now. 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 Why, one by one, you always come back like a curse? Lurking in the dark, your soul is blind, you lie. Time and time again, and I am not your fool. Not this time, 'cause I'm the wiser of us two. I'm the one of light, the antithesis of you. If you shoot, I'll take you. If you run, I'll chase you. If you scream, I'll whisper. La-di-da-di-da-da-da. This is all you ever wanted. Take it all, you deserve it. This is how we're gonna end it. La-di-da-di-da-da-da. Take it all, you deserve it. Take it all, you deserve it. Giving back the freedom you want to destroy. And my power's way too strong for you, so try. 'Cause you can't dominate and know.
We're back here at Riyadh Masters Esports World Cup. You're seeing OG arriving thanks to Jamil Motorsports. They did have a series earlier today, and I know they've been lounging around trying to fill in that time between their series, their first series and their second series that they're playing. But they are heading to the Qiddiya Arena, setting up for what is going to be our third and final series of the night. OG on a pretty big tear at the moment. They are tied up there in first place of their group with Gaming Gladiators and Team Spirit. And to help me with this series, the OG up against Gaming Gladiators is some new panelists. Jenkins is going to be standing definitely directly right beside me as close as possible.
Hello, good to be here, Shiver. I really appreciate the introduction. Glad to see. Wow, I do really look
You
far
are so
away.
far away.
Like,
Wait, can you go further
that's
back?
like, I'm like
Can I
off in
make
Hawaii,
you
dude.
tiny? Is that like...
You doing the Eiffel Tower thing where you like put
Yeah.
Yeah.
The camera keeps moving,
That's
so
the
it doesn't
first time
work out.
you've done that right, actually.
What?
The Eiffel
Oh,
Tower
yeah.
thing. Remember, we went to the Wiz Khalifa, and she's doing this, and it's like, she's halfway up the building. In the
I'm like, am I hitting the top? And he's like, yeah, so close. I got halfway up the building.
And I saw you did that with the Eiffel Tower
I
as
did.
well.
I was about a kilometer
Have
off
you
that
done the
one
Leaning
too.
Tower pizza yet?
I have not, no.
Okay.
Italy is next on the cards.
There. Apparently
Yeah.
they don't like that if you do it there.
Well, that's unfortunate for them. What's not unfortunate for us is that we also have BSJ joining the panel for this afternoon.
Oh,
or
okay.
evening.
I like how you turn that one into a positive. Yeah, I'm looking forward to this series. The fact that both these teams are top of the group, but they're also only 2 games off of last, technically. So this team is very tight-knit, pretty exciting. Like, this series can determine who's locked in for upper bracket or possibly up for elimination.
Yeah, and I think it's going to be even more difficult if they go that 1-1, which would add some very nice spice. But of course, I have to introduce the third panelist who was here just before as well,
Hello.
Fia.
Hello.
You enjoying the energy levels that we've brought to the third and final series?
Yeah, I love learning new things about life, so
Like
it's always nice to be here.
Leaning Tower of Pisa.
I gotta point out, he has a jacket on now.
Yeah.
Is it cold?
Oh, you were wearing
you know
a
what
t-shirt
country we're
before.
in?
He's wearing a jacket too.
He's American, so I don't know if he knows.
Why are you pointing me
Okay.
out? It's just this panel is dressed more sharply, so I had to up my game.
Okay, it's also, you know, a high-stakes game because we've talked about the fact that these teams, whilst they're sitting at the top at the moment, they're on the exact same scoreline. They're only 2 games away from potentially being at the bottom of the groups, and in fact, both of them played earlier today. OG had a bit of a rough series. They already went 1-1 today, and that was against Aurora. So potentially a series or a matchup that could have propelled OG into that better situation for themselves, actually putting them out there clearly at the top of the group.
Yeah, I'm sure they're going to bounce back well, but game 1, nice and smooth for them, as you're seeing here. The Tomato Ursa pretty much won a lane it shouldn't have and then snowballed the game off of that. And then game 2, though, if we do have the highs, is a different story. We saw a very different OG where this team, or this game, you see them like being able to take all the fights. They have the Mars Arena against the Centaur Stampede, and then the Ursa's able to lock onto all of his targets. BZ and Pango looked in his element. But then game 2, he was on Clinks on Tomato, and at one point I tuned into the game and he was 1-8.
Yeah.
And it was basically the polar opposite of what happened in game.
I mean, that's basically how that hero operates. It's like if you do pretty poorly in the laning stage, it's very hard to recover. And that's exactly what happened that particular game. He ended up just giving first blood away and then died like 3 times in the laning stage. It was pretty rough for him overall, but this team, they're really good. Tomato has a lot of heroes he's really good on. Shadow Fiend's been the one that I think he exclusively has been playing as a carry. It's almost always put him to the mid lane, and I think they got a little ambitious with that Clinks pick. It didn't work out, but that's not what I expect to see from OG going into the series. They need to pick some more stable heroes, because for me, Tomato and BZM has really... They stepped up for OG for more than they have in previous tournaments. And I think that's a big reason of why they're doing so well right now as well.
Yeah. Well, look, speaking of Tomato, I do know that Purge has been able to catch up with him. So let's hear exactly what they got to talk about.
Hey, I'm here with Tomato from OG. I haven't seen you in about 6 hours. How's your day been?
Good. I mean, yeah, good.
So you played earlier versus Aurora. You drew. It's your 3rd draw of the tournament so far. Can you give a general summary of the game and how you feel about it?
Yeah, game 1, pretty fluent. We had the job we wanted. We played pretty good. Played the Dota we like. Game 2, we kind of dropped the ball a little bit. Saw different visions how to win, and there wasn't like the same line of thought. So we kind of work on that and look forward to this one.
So in that first game that you guys played really well, you went like 13-1 in huge numbers on Ursa. That was the last pick of the draft. The next game, it was a 24-pick Naga. Is second pick just better right now? Was that part of the reason that the surprise picks won both games?
Not really. I mean, it depends on the team, of course, how you utilize both first pick and second pick. So I really think right now there's like a good balance between both. I wouldn't say there's one clear favorite. But the Naga last pick, my personal opinion is if you have a good setup for the draft, like the 4 heroes make sense and they're strong, then your last pick doesn't really have to do much. I don't think on Ursa I did anything special, but the game was really easy for me to play.
All right, great. And how are you feeling for this upcoming series here? Gaming Gladiators also sitting at 5-3. You guys are both doing really well. So how confident are you?
Look forward to this series because I know most of the guys and we practice a lot with them going into this tournament. So I'm ready for them to punch back. I'm ready for them to be like, now we're going to beat your ass, OG. So I'm ready to feel it and match it and beat them, you know?
Okay, good. Hopefully we'll see some nice emotes or something like that. Some voice lines maybe?
I mean, I'm not much of a voice line. I like to tip my teammates. So you'll see some friendly tips maybe.
Okay, that sounds great. Well, thank you for joining me right before your match and good luck.
Thank you.
Look, Tomato himself might not like the voice lines, but I know a lot of people on his team, the rest of them like to put in the voice lines, maybe a little bit of old chat, but definitely tipping the opposition. That's what they enjoy. That's what they kind of thrive on right now.
Yeah, I'm sure since they're in like Discord chat while they're playing these games, he's just got them all muted so he doesn't have to see the
you reckon?
All chat voice lines. Yeah, why not? You don't want to hear them twice.
Okay, all right, potentially. Do you have any one-on-one or personal experience here with the OG players? Because a lot of them are quite new, actually.
No, I'm too old.
Yeah. When was the last time you won TI again?
I can't even
I don't remember either.
Yeah, I don't think
Did I
anyone-
even win a TI?
Maybe
Yeah.
a past life.
Yeah, well,
You played with
Where am
Tomato.
I,
You didn't play with
actually?
Tomato? You played on NA for
I played
how
with
many
Tomato.
years? Okay, there you go.
well, there.
Tomato.
So you do have. Anyway, well, look, we're gonna have to spend a little bit more time trying to extract that information from Fear. But right now, their opposition, Gaming Gladiators, they were close to winning TI themselves, fell short just in second. But let's see exactly what their road to Riyadh in the last few months have been.
Gaming Gladiators, a team that spent most of 2023 as the undisputed top team in the world, started sliding down from their peak around last year's Riyadh Masters. Achieving a respectable 4th place was not enough for them, when most people expected them to take the whole tournament. Sticking with their stable roster of Duraccio, Quinn, Ace, Tofu, and Celery, Gaming Gladiators had to climb back to full power. The start of this EPT season, Dream League Season 21, went even worse with an 8th place. They quickly bounced back and almost took first place at ESL 1 Kuala Lumpur, but lost to Azure Ray in a reverse sweep in the grand finals. Since then, their results gradually got worse and worse. Dream League Season 22 and ESL 1 Birmingham were cut short for the Gladiators, and they brought in very few EPT points. Despite this, it looked like they would still make it to Riyadh Masters once again. With their 2nd place Kuala Lumpur finish, they were still doing okay. But then something happened. Dream League Season 23, with a massive patch dropping during the event, Gaming Gladiators looked rejuvenated, and with the strength they once had, they managed to take 2nd place, losing only to Team Falcons. With this, they guaranteed a spot at Riyadh Masters. Hopefully, they will be able to play with the same magic they did last year, but only time will tell.
A lot of 2nd places for Gaming Gladiators last year, and I know they're a team that are not happy with that at all. Their start here in Riyadh Masters was also pretty shaky. It was a series people expected them to be the favorites. They came up against Heroic all the way back on day number 1, got 0-2'd, but from there it's been a completely different story. They're also a team that I think has thrived every time they've been on stage and playing in the Qadiyah Arena.
Yeah, I heard from a very close person to Quinn that there was a speech that Quinn actually gave. It was Quinn that I heard this from. After that
He's
game.
very close to Quinn.
And you know, he looking at Seb on the other side, you think that he's the king of speeches, but truly when Quinn is enraged, there's a great YouTube video that shows the articulance of his words and how great he is at doing that. Just like I'm doing right now, Nats.
Yeah.
You motioned for me to speed this up. He gave a speech.
You're supposed to tell people
He riled up his team, and then they go into the next series and absolutely dominate. They've looked great ever since.
Well, let's see exactly where their confidence is as one of his teammates. Ace, their offlaner, is joined with Pud right now.
Hey, I'm here with Ace from Gaming Gladiators. How are you feeling right now?
I just want to play some Dota now. Been waiting all day.
Well, that's great. Happy you're excited to play matches. So you played Bloodseeker last match you played. You got that weird facet that nobody takes. Can you talk me through it at all?
It's basically Duraccio said that this facet is like bugged or something. When you press it, you get a assist goal globally or something. So I just took it. Like I tried the other one before, and I feel like I'm not really going to hit people that's route to it. I'm just going to route to the Pango, so I'm not going to hit him anyway. So the other one is kind of useless. So I just took this one.
So you kind of just like tanked it for the team. So do you have to press it? Was that the first time you played with the facet? That's the first question.
Yeah, I never tried it before.
Okay, so you probably didn't min-max it perfectly, but did you feel an impact?
Like with the facet, you mean? No, I kind of forgot to use it most of the game. So not really.
That's okay. You did the important thing, which is rupture the Pango, right?
Yeah, I would say so. Most of the game, yeah.
So I feel like you're kind of becoming a bit of a cheesy player. You got those like Broodmother off lanes occasionally. You did a bunch of the Veno, Plague Ward, cutting the creep wave. Would you see yourself that way? Because I'm sensing pattern, the Eye of Witch Doctor.
I think I've always been cheesy in that way. I kind of like to figure out weird stuff and funny stuff, like how you can like change the rules of the game a bit and stuff like this. I always been like this, and I always look to find stuff like that. Yeah, so I always been like that.
I can appreciate that. I feel the same way when I play Dota. What's your favorite cheesy strat that you've done in an official before? Do you have like a favorite memory?
I don't know. I feel like that's some long time ago where you just push towers level 1 before the horn. Like you can't even do that anymore. But like a long time ago, you could push towers from the beginning, and you just go with some lone druid bear and like some pusher heroes, and you just take a tower.
That sounds pretty fun. Yeah. Level 1 rush strats. Do you miss those?
A little bit, yeah. You can probably still do it with the right heroes.
Okay. Well, I'll keep an eye out for those rush strats in the next game. Thank you for joining me, and good luck on your match.
Thank you.
That's not a bug. Debuffs gives us gold. If you're Spirit Breaker, you charge a guy across the map, you'll get gold for that. Bloodseeker puts the debuff on people. That's
how does it actually
it's
work?
not a bug.
So how does it explain the facet? Because people might not know Bloodseeker facet.
I don't know what the Bloodseeker facet does. All I know that it puts a debuff on people globally. It does some.
Okay.
He knows. He's a Bloodseeker player.
It's the one where you activate your passive to move faster, right?
Yeah.
I didn't know it actually put a debuff on people.
Yeah.
I didn't know it did a global debuff.
That's why it works.
Okay.
If
I feel like
it makes sense.
If you have
it's
any
a global debuff.
Yeah, if you have any debuff on enemies and they die, you get a sysgold for it. That was a big change. Really buffed sniper off lane because you can shoot them and then get a sysgold without killing them.
Yeah, you play that a lot, yeah.
Okay, it feels maybe not bugged, but at least slightly OP for the fact that you can have that applied globally. But let's introduce our teams and bring them out onto stage in Kadir Arena.
Welcome everyone, it's time to get the final series of the night underway. We just saw Liquid get their 2-0 against a BB team, and now we're getting ready to close out the night.
That's right, Liquid is doing so well in the tournament so far, but at the same time we had 3 backstage matches going on. For the first match, Entity against Mouse, they won 2-0 for Entity, and now they're looking to cement their place in the group stage. And then for the next match, we had PSG Quest versus Beast Coast, and they went split on that one. And for our last match, it was Tundra going 2-0 against XGWBG, making them the only team in the tournament that dropped 1 game only in the group stage.
Okay, that's encouraging, but these 2 teams that are coming up right now, they have also some past history. OG and Gaming Gladiators, if we go back to Birmingham, OG dominated their group stage with a 6-4 score, and Gaming Gladiators bombed out with a 4-6 score. So that's how tight the margins were in Birmingham. It was just 1 game here and there. So yeah, Tundra only dropping 1 game for right now. It's good on paper, but day 2, next day, day 3, it could change.
That's true, and OG is ready to come on stage, especially after putting their fans on a lot of ups and downs throughout the whole year, not just this tournament. So we are ready to welcome them on stage. Ladies and gentlemen, it is OG.
And please welcome their opponents. It's a Gaming Gladiators. They better enjoy their time with their keys while they have them, because there's only a few more days before we start crushing them. But for right now, they can savor it and enjoy it as it stands on their desk. But for right now, they better start enjoying the Dota as we get ready for our final series.
It is our final series for tonight, day number 3 of group stages. OG up against Gaming Gladiators. I think Gaming Gladiators might have a little bit of momentum on their side, the fact that they were able to get that 2-0 under their belt, whereas OG going that 1-1, and now they're in that precarious situation where this series will either just keep them tied or put them slightly under, and also in that awkward zone of being in the lower bracket or upper bracket. I do want to remind everyone that you guys can head on over to STC, give your predictions, while I also ask my analyst predictions for this series.
I'm predicting GG because they're on a rampage.
2-0?
Yeah, 2-0
OG.
We're seeing, 2-0 OG.
Yeah.
Disagree. I think it's a 1-1 actually, unironically.
Unironically, you're not even just doing it for the bit. Well, the draft will be coming up onto our screen for game number 1, as we can continue to talk about what could be highly contested, if not your predictions and ideas of where this series will end.
Well, Gaimin has been picking a lot of IO in their games, and it's not incredibly popular here. And I know when people are playing IO on a non-IO patch, a lot of people just like to first phase ban it because it makes the game really weird. There's very few heroes that change the game in terms of strategy as much as an IO does. So I could see that getting banned out. Leshrac also makes sense because that's the main hero that Gaimin will run with the IO.
Well, yesterday we saw like 2 very different versions of Gaimin against Team Spirit. Like game 1, they had this Chen Underlord lineup that just ran around with the gate as 5 starting at like minute 12, and they just stomped. And then game 2 against Team Spirit, they were really unable to group up because Team Spirit had a mid-sanking, a bunch of AoE team fight early on, and the Underlord of their own. And Gaimin felt so flat that game compared to the other 5 games that they've won since their first series. And if we look at their last game earlier today, IO Lesh Underlord, signature, they're always picking a hero like Undying, like Chen, like Underlord that just promotes their ability to just win the area battle, where it's like we stand here, we siege a tower, and you're not able to encroach on our space.
Yeah, I mean, these drafts already are kind of showing how vastly different these 2 teams are playing from other teams at this tournament. Like, you don't often see an Enigma first phase banned. You almost never see a Leshrac first phase ban. But for these 2 teams in particular, they have their niche strategies. Same with Underlord. That means there's a lot of heroes like the Monkey Kings and stuff like that that are going to be let into the pool. I feel like a lot of these quote-unquote OP heroes will be in this game because you have to ban these very team-specific heroes.
It's true. Both of them, like OG, they'll also run the Morphling as a carry. Obviously, this is like one of Tomato's best heroes in Dota, but also they ran BZM, Morphling mid, Strength, Morph mid.
Yep.
So they've shown that a hero like SF, which is traditionally played mid these days, they can play it on carry and destroy, and they can also do the same thing with Morphling being played on the mid with the Strength facet.
I'm actually surprised how many supports got let through. The only one really that belongs in that support traditionally is Chen. Weaver can still fluctuate, mostly just played in the carry still, but you got the Hood, you got the Snap, you got Jakiro, you got Phoenix, Enchantress as well. That's the other one that Gaming Gladiators love to run. We discussed when we saw them yesterday that if you ban the Chen, normally you want to also ban the Enchantress along with it, unless you potentially have first pick and you can take it away for yourself.
I'm a little surprised by the Enchantress. I guess this shows that Gaimin wants to play some sort of pacing lineup against OG. I was expecting the Hoodwink to come up from them. They first picked it in like every opportunity that they can get it, and they also know that Ari is a spammer of Hoodwink, so they know that OG is going to pick this. So I suppose they think that the Ench is good against the Hoodwink.
Yesterday, GG first picked Hoodwink against Team Spirit, and then Maposhka responded with Enchantress. So clearly this matchup goes both ways.
And the Enchantress won. And the Enchantress everyone who didn't see it, Enchantress did win.
And he also took the facet on Maposhka for Enchantress to enchant you and be able to attack you from longer range. And we were talking a lot about this development in the meta yesterday, that it's all these backline supports that just dump damage into this battle arena that is created amongst these like Underlord circle type heroes. Even Mars is getting picked in some of these games. And so having these turrets in the backline, these high damage supports, the Jakiro even creeping its head up, 2 heads up, is just really becoming the signature role for even the 5s right now.
And I think for Hoodwink in particular, he eats a lot of the position 5s alive with a tree bounce trick shot, I think it's called. And it's just one of those heroes that doesn't mind skilling heal and just healing up that damage pretty easily, so that also could be another reason why I would look towards that.
I would expect that from Celery Ench. I feel like that facet was made for him. The
one that gives you healing.
The healing facet, yeah, just the way that he plays. He runs in there like Holy Locket Mech. I saw people doing that.
He does both. I've seen him hard carry games too with this hero.
I think that's honestly what makes this hero very strong is that both facets are strong in different scenarios, because those are the two Enchantress playstyles. Either you scale and you're a Dragonlance damage dealer, or you are a healer, you run in, you tank.
Her innate's pretty cool. I think it's underrated.
The neutral item one?
Yeah, the neutral item one. And so when you enchant a creep, you also get a neutral item. So with well-timed, like I think it's underestimated the impact of getting like 2 neutral items right when the 7-minute mark hits, and the 17-minute mark, and even like later on in the game, I think it scales. So one of those innates that seems kind of underwhelming, but we're seeing a lot of Enchantress, so I have to imagine has some sort of impact.
And speaking of innates, Seb is actually innately good at drafting, because he is now the full drafter and captain of OG. So he's taken on both roles, and obviously in this tournament, it's gone extremely well for them so far.
Can you give me an NA for all the players on OG, since Seb already has his?
Yeah, so Tomato, I would say he's like forged in the fires of NASA, and carrying this region, Europe. I mean, if you look at every European team, there's always some sort of import colonization.
You got Quinn on the other side.
Quinn on the other side, yes, of course.
So it's actually just 2 NA teams.
I'm not going to do this for every player, because that took me about 30 seconds.
Yeah, that took way too long.
But that's Tomato.
I mean, while the time is going down, unless you want to talk about Mars, something that is more on topic.
We can talk about Mars. I mean,
great,
Brian
BSJ.
mentioned it.
Yeah, I'd love to hear about the Mars from BSJ.
Yeah, I think he's probably like a B tier area control hero, but if you look at the first round bans, it's Underlord, A tier, like S tier hero that does this, Brewmaster, same thing, Enigma, same thing. So I think with that in mind, like a lot of the other offlaners that we even saw earlier, like Aurora just had to pick Centaur because there were like all the offlaners were banned, and a lot of these other like Primal Beasts, Slardars, Centaurs, these run around mobile heroes that are gonna like either go blink or pipe, they're not very good against Mars Arena, because a lot of people are trying to skimp out on those BKBs, and that's always been the counter to Mars.
There's the Duracho Brood coming out.
Now we don't know that for sure.
Why did you laugh when you...
Because he just always does this. I think about every tournament that's like existed in the past year, and there is just some hero that Duracho gets fixated on, and if it doesn't fit, then it feels like something else that's really comfortable for him gets picked. And right now, I haven't seen every single game in Gladiator's game, I'm not going to say that, but the ones I have seen, it's either Brood or CK on.
Yeah, he's Brood. I mean, this is why Duracho is one of my favorite players to watch personally. He just doesn't play traditional Dota, like in the game and out of the game. I remember for a while he was like 9K MMR, which for a pro is obviously very low. And that was when they were winning everything. And I asked him about it. He was like, I just like play for fun. Like he was playing Gyrocopter. What? Literally nobody was going for the Gyro Q on carry. It was like the flak patch. And he was going Q because he thinks it's fun to fight. And his team was like, dude, you gotta try in pubs. They tell him to try, he gets like 12K within a couple of weeks.
That's a lot of MMR game in a couple weeks.
Yeah, he's a monster.
Well, he played like IO Marcy earlier, and that's mainly an IO partner for the lane, since it ended up going with the Lesh later on in the game for Quinn. But he also played Clinks, so even though he doesn't have
but
like
Clinks was the tournament previous to this. That was his
he has like
infatuation
a flavor
then.
of the week type of thing, or a month, where he'll just like fixate on a hero, spam it in pubs, convince his team this hero's OP. Either first phase it or last phase it, doesn't matter, he'll just pick it every single time for better or worse.
I will say the caveat though is when he does bring one of those heroes, there's almost always the potential for flex. So whilst I do say it's Duracho most likely picking this up, it's not to say it can't be played in the traditional offlane. It's same with the Clinks. Sometimes they did also shift it to the full.
How do you guys feel about this Treant Protector? I feel like it usually is meant to dissuade like early tower push, but against a hero like Brood, I'd say it's pretty overwhelming.
Is this not just more of that area control that we're talking about for fights, as well as a really strong laner?
Why do you?
I'm saying like the Broodmother will be able to take the tower if they group around it. So like usually Tree prevents like offlaners like Slardar and Mars from ever taking your tower.
Right.
But like against a hero like Brood, even if it's carry, it can rotate to the gate one time.
Do you think that's true with current Tree? Because people don't really level armor. It's like QW now. I feel like you're more of a team fighter healer.
But I'm saying even then you're still trying to defend your tower because you're sitting in the trees underneath it. Nature's grasping the wave. You know what I'm saying? Like he sets up for his team to defend the tower, even if it's not through living armor.
Okay.
It's definitely an interesting lineup, and yeah, we'll probably see Ace picking up the Broodmother now and the CK. I mean, Duracho got 2 of the heroes he likes playing.
I mean,
the same.
Brood and CK.
This makes sense to me. If I'm a Brood in a game against Tree, he can't do the thing that you're talking about, Brian, which is like hiding in the trees, throwing out Nature's Grasps. You dive him with spiders. There's nothing Tree can do. What, are you going to ult the spiders once and then die?
I mean, I think, okay, so here's what I think that could be good against Brood. Sure, tower, you're going to concede that for sure. But what if you get the shard and you can do what Brood does and walk through trees and find them and actually kill them in the mid-late game? So maybe they're going for not an early game approach to the Brood, but one of the biggest issues we talked about Brood is, can you get vision of the hero? Is he allowed to just walk up high grounds, sit in the trees? Maybe Treant is a hero that can follow him and then can actually get some kills on him, but it is a pretty natural Manta buyer as well.
I was thinking that too.
That could be an issue. They have an idea. That's all. We don't know how it's going to work, but they definitely have an idea.
We also don't know where the TA is going. Is the TA going to go into that mid, and they're going to try and find now a carry that will be better at dealing with these spiderlings? The tree is going to be there to stabilize the lane a little bit, even when you do eventually concede that tower. At least you have...
Sorry, if they get... Not CK. I was looking at CK. If they can get Sven.
Okay.
I think that might be one of the couple carries that might be good here, but otherwise TA carry looks pretty legit.
Yeah, I mean, I actually think this is a really, really good CK game as well. Like you mentioned the natural Manta buyer with Brood, you also have a natural Manta buyer with CK, and yes, they have Mars Hoodwink, but if I look at TA tree and I'm picking a core, I'm thinking like I'm buying a Manta to shred the refraction, to remove and dodge the meld strikes, to just remove everything from Treant Protector. And they have two of those heroes already. And also CK's always been really good against Mars, like in lane specifically. You're one of like the few carries that can threaten enough damage through his rebuke. Like you walk at him with a stun, he rebukes you, then you reality rift him. So one of the few carries that can like threaten you, then reclose the gap. So with the Enchantress 5, that's always going to be a threat. You have the built-in sustain from your crit, which is good against the Hoodwink Mars. I think Gaiman's actually really set up for strong lanes. Like they're going to probably have to concede the tower against Brood no matter what, even if the lane goes even, which is fine. It's not like OG's upset about that, but suddenly you're now getting collapsed on by potentially 2 lanes, and this is exactly the recipe that GG's been winning with.
They do still have one more ban for themselves before they're going to have to go ahead and pick their mid laner. I'm not really too sure how they want to protect themselves, what they could be leaning up to get with Ember out of the pool. What else is, and Invoker as well. What else is Quinn being playing? The Puck, the Sand
He could
King?
play the Snapfire.
Oh, yes?
I know a lot of players do like Snapfire when you have a blind matchup, and also versus the TA. So always an option if they do think there's a better support in the pool here.
What about Void Spirit for my boy Quinn?
Do you just put TA mid?
Another natural Manta buyer like against the tree, good against the Mars.
I was just thinking against Mars, you'll want one guy that like can create, he that willingly runs in and gets arena.
Right. I mean, I think Initiator would be best here, but you are picking a blind, and you're potentially against a TA, which is not the best. So I'm sure he's thinking pretty hard about this, what route you want to go.
Ooh.
And that is either going to be, that has to be mid Razor then.
Yeah, they have like 3 Manta BKB buyers. Like all 3 of their cores, I feel like might potentially go those 2 items. Maybe that's bad. I'm not sure. Probably gonna get like the Greaves Aura Snapfire, and then the Enchantress will buy like the Drum Solar Crest, so they should have enough utility and allow these cores to all scale as right clickers. It's tempo, but it's also a blind matchup. Maybe they're thinking like Brood might go mid, where you have like the Razor against TA if they hard counter the Razor mid. If they have that option, I really like this pick even more now that I'm thinking about it. It just depends on what OG responds with.
There's some pretty good options for BZM. Like, I mean, I know Queen of Pain's just not that great of a hero, but Dumpster's the...
Could be good this game.
Razor mid.
That's what I was thinking is, would they then move the Brood mid and put Razor bottom, you know?
What about... Oh, I was going to say Morph.
Morph
you go the strength facet if you're against a Razor?
If he's mid, for sure.
Because, but
it's not really good this game, though.
But the Agi like if you're Agi and you turn into Razor, don't you just carry the game by being Razor and having, you know, you kill him in every single fight? You're going to outlane him.
Like, if you go the strength facet, you're going to be abusing spells you steal. There's not a lot of good stuff you can steal here.
I feel like he just goes Agi facet mid-morph, and he's going to do very well against the Razor and then scale into the game.
I feel like he's going to lose the lane pretty hard, but he might scale. How do you win the lane as Agi Morph versus Razor? Seems a little difficult.
I just feel like this is one of those games where Morph will be like 0-0-3 at the end of the game. Or like not at the end, not at the end of the game, but like 15 minutes again, and the game looks like it's over, is what I mean by that.
Yeah.
Like the game feels hopeless where you're just kind of getting ran out. You're not dying, but you're going to end up buying like a Manta because they're going to go work it on CK. And I just, my issue with Morphling is I feel like he's really strong when his other lanes are creating pressure, while this game, I feel like GG is going to be the one creating pressure, and Morphling doesn't really help his team in those type of scenarios. He's not like a good TP responder to help getting tower dove, so I'm a little bit concerned for OG's like first 15 minutes.
Yeah, I mean, this kind of deals with the quote-unquote Razor in some ways, but I feel like they have no answers to CK at all in this game whatsoever, and that's the problem.
That is true.
It's a big problem. I don't think the Strength Morph looks particularly good here with what you can steal.
No, I don't know.
I'm not even sure you win the lane versus Razor mid, so maybe BZM can show us what he's thinking here, but this looks like a pretty hard out draft to me.
What lane are OG going to have to focus on the most to be able to stabilize a little bit in that 15 minutes, BSJ, for you to feel that they're going to be able to transition out of it and have that middle part of the game be somewhat successful for them?
So I think Duracho is going to play like a maniac on CK, and we're going to need Seb to rotate behind him through the twin gate one time and catch him being a bit overly aggressive, which is going to get the Mars off the ground, and he's going to be the one that carries it.
It's got to be Whisper. That's exactly what I was looking at too. Like, he sets up he's the only setup for his team. If Whisper has a bad game, it feels like it's going to be really hard for them. But if we can see that, Gaiman can see that as well. So they're.
Does Duracho care though? Is the question.
Does he care? That's the one guy that can know what's coming for him, and he's still going to die to it.
Exactly.
So, but that's where his team comes in. That's where Quinn is like, I'm going to rotate top. You know.
All right, we know the conditions OG need to meet if they want to be able to have a good game. Gaming Gladiators having a good draft. Let's see what Game 1 has in store with Cap and SBG.
With a 2-0 over Falcons and a 1-1 against Team Spirit, it seems the once champions in Gaming Gladiators have seemingly returned to form. But their next matchup is a matchup that has proved to be problematic for them this entire year. Since last year's Riyadh, they have matched up against each other in multiple group stages, and every single time, Gaming Gladiators have ended up tying out the series with OG, not being able to get the 2-0.
It's been a little bit of a menace, one might say. This is an interesting European-on-European matchup. These guys have played against each other a lot. Go back over the last 2 years, right? All of those old DPCs and everything, you're always playing against each other. Very different roster now for OG, and maybe different form too. That's the biggest thing that separates this matchup for me. OG have looked way better at this event than they have in a long time. They've been busting out picks left and right. Everybody's been firing on all cylinders, and particularly BZM. I think this is the best tournament BZM has had maybe all year. Yes. And that is what OG need, because he's the fulcrum of this team. Like, he is the player, in my opinion, that you're going to win or lose on, whether he's going ham or getting shut down. And the thing about this Gaiman matchup, as I think Whisper is going to give away first blood here on the rune.
He is indeed.
The thing about this Gaiman matchup is one of Gaiman's strengths is their laning capability, and particularly Quinn on that mid lane. Like, we've seen them just win games off Quinn shutting down enemy mids in that laning stage. Building enough lead that they can turn that little advantage into more snowball, and suddenly you can't contest Roshan, and suddenly Ace has a pipe, and that game just spirals out of control. So for me, this series is a lot about what happens on this mid lane. How fast can BZM get out of that laning phase, and in what kind of shape? Because I think his strength is in the mid and late game as a playmaker and a team fighter, though a lot of that goes out the window if you're just, 2 or 3K net worth behind at 20 minutes.
Sure. Frankly, I mean, mid lane matchup between these two players is interesting with, as you said, BZM kind of returning to form, looking a lot better than he has all year. But this hero matchup is something that you probably are not very practiced in. Morphling versus Razor.
Morph is a strong mid. Can't underestimate how well this hero CS is with the extra base damage. There's a lot of heroes. He can out-regen you pretty easily. He can get a lot of early CS just with adaptive strike spam that is very low mana, guaranteed with the water rune pickups here. I think BZM should do well in this lane, and then in theory, you have a good matchup versus Razor in the fights. Sure. You can turn the Link around. It's one of the harder matchups for Razor to get his own Link to remain on for an entire duration and not have it turned back against him. I kind of like this Morphling pick. It's very interesting. The downside of it is it doesn't deal with the 2 side lane cores here for Gaiman that are presenting a lot of units towards BZM. Like, you're looking at Broodmother with all the summons and CK with a lot of illusions here. It's a lot of AoE mess for this Morphling to maybe deal with as this game progresses, whereas the other hero I was thinking they might go to is that Tinker, who I think would have been a problem for Gaiman with the laser spam in this type of matchup, but we have not seen a lot of players confident in the Tinker after the changes.
Yeah. Well, in that case, it's going to be down to side lanes. If Morphling
cannot handle some of this muck that is going to be running around from Game of Gladiators, then better to shut him down in the laning phase. But it's not looking good for OG's safe lane, as Tomato is going to get run down by the duo of Ace and Tofu.
That is a very good start for them. This Brood, there's certain supports that can really enable Brood on the lane, and if you go back to one of those older patches where Brood was really popular after some of the changes, Grimstroke, Lion, and Snapfire, I think, were the premier 3.
Yep.
So bringing back the Snapfire, it's a deadly combination. A lot of minus armor going through, a lot of physical burst, and then you can always cookie if you really need it on a lane for the extra gap close.
Yeah, for me, it was, I love the Grimstroke and the Snapfire because they both had this close range stun that gave the Broodmother just that extra bit of mobility.
Yep.
Right? Just like that little bit of gap close that allows you to be able to get on top of the enemy sooner. Then that stun follows it up and you can just get in a few hits, and that really starts adding up over the course of a lane.
Very strong lane combination already working well for Ace, as the Black Widow, I should say, going to be powering up here. A lot of early stats, a lot of extra regen. Not going to be a fun lane over the long haul here for Tomato.
And let's not forget that the debilitating effect it's also having in the mid lane as well, right? It's up against a Morphling, and you've got one of those webs just sitting there, which just makes the matchup easier for Quinn.
I wonder if this is how Valve intended this facet to be used, but...
probably not, but...
for now, it's pretty good laning value.
I mean, that's just kind of Dota for you, right? Bunch of unintended consequences.
100%. Gonna look to contest the water runes, or at least try and guarantee one for BZM. If you can take both away from Quinn here, you'd be super happy. Just win the regen battle for the Morphling, they will.
Okay.
So that's a nice little win there. Get Boots up on this Morph, he's gonna be doing even better on the lane. Because he is suffering this matchup. Quinn is getting the better of BZM as these later waves went on. He needs the extra help here. Every time you have to morph up, it makes the CS harder. You have to deal with the link, you're dealing with the web. He's falling a bit behind.
Yeah, I'm not sure if he expected the adaptive strike to be enough of a stun and pushback to break the link every time, but every single time I've seen it, it has not been enough. He's, you know, thrown it out, walked away, and Quinn's just been able to shrug off that extra bit of distance and keep the gap for those extra, like, you know, 1-2 seconds. That does make quite a big CS difference.
He has Boots now, so he should start catching up. He has 8 denies of his own. Still, it is gaming. All 3 of their cores at the top of the chart here, all doing really well on the CS ladder.
Going for Ari.
More aggression.
Whisper trying to keep him back with the rebuke. Celery's just going to keep it going, though. And they even have some extra heals. Nice spear back, though, from Whisper. Not that it'll kill Dyrachyo, but does do some extra damage. And certainly that damage is going to be needed if you want to start threatening this Chaos Knight when the Hoodwink comes back into play.
It's getting a little spooky on these lanes for OG. I mean, you can definitely lose the laning phase and still make that mid-game comeback here. It's one of this team's strengths, in my opinion, but you do not want to lose it too hard because you are going to go up against a Brood who he has choice here between Aura and right-click itemization. He could really accelerate the game if Ace wants to. And the pressure is starting to mount in this laning phase. The CS lead is starting to build. These heroes are getting the later spells, looking for the all-in kills. Cores on the side lanes for OG just getting pummeled right now.
Yeah, it cannot feel good, particularly for OG's safe lane, right? You picked up a Train Protector, one of the ultimate like lane-winning supports, but you're up against a Broodmother, incapacitating bites. Kind of debilitates that hero and what it wants to do. Ari's going to get run down a second time here. There's no escape from all of this. The added damage turned back around onto BZM, though Seb's not going to join in on this little play. And the waveform forward, BZM might be able to get the kill onto Quinn. He has just that extra bit of regen to stay alive. His wand is coming back up into play. Tofu's here with a cookie. Turn over. Wait, they're going for the kill. They got him. What a turn. BZM did not see that coming in his fate. Celery still chasing after Seb. He's got some heals, so even as they try and 1v2 him, unless they got him into tower, it'd be difficult to get this kill, especially with the facet. Look how many wisps he's got around him at this point.
It's ridiculous heal this early in the game.
Yeah, they'll get it eventually, but man, it took some serious rundown. It took Ari coming back into play. 3 heroes all chasing down this Enchantress, and let's not forget, they lost BZM at the start of that.
And Quinn got so much out of that. That Fairy Fire paid off. Lane was kind of even, but now he's just almost 1,000 ahead. And bringing supports off the side lanes for OG is not what they wanted to have happen here in a losing exchange because your 2 side lanes were not doing good in the vacuum either. very costly out skirmish here for OG as the road to recovery becomes steeper. And man, full duration Link doing work here. What you would have done to get one more right click in there is BZM. Just no vision on mid to see this Tofu rotation either.
Yep.
Wards are not there for OG.
I have to speed up this death a little bit just because it takes so long to kill an Enchantress with this facet, even at low level. That was a lot of action that was going around, supports moving around the map, and that just left Ace alone in a lane. Tomato can't take that.
He's already level 6 against this level 5 TA. He is going to Ors this game, so the objectives are going to speed up for game. And how much time is Tomato going to have to farm before he's forced to fight in this game?
Oh, Ace is going for the tier 2 dive. And the support rotation, I don't think it's going to do much here. Yeah, you have to cancel that one.
Just feasting.
Once again, the Western European carries like to make that early movement through the gate. We see it here again with Dyrachyo. Not that he was needed for that kill, but he just opts to forfeit his lane and go for the push onto the enemy safe lane tower instead, using the strength of the offlaner right now, which is Ace, Broodmother, that is fully swarming the OG jungle. The lanes, it went bad for OG, and now it's about to become a nightmare.
This is Ace rotating mid before he took that bottom tower. Says, I don't even need it. That was close, actually. He was not morphing. This is spiraling out for OG right now. They have no stability on the lanes. There's no lane they can really stand on. Gotta get an arena up on this Mars and take a fight with it, I think. You can definitely catch the Brood. You can bring him down. You have some damage follow-up with the Hoodwink. But something's got to happen fast here. I mean, Ace, he's just going to slurp up the whole map right now.
You say can bring him down, but you don't have level 6 on the Hoodwink, so you're missing a lot of damage there. And Ace is flying out the mech already. So double Wraithband, Soul Ring, mech. He's got like an effective HP of like, you know, close to 2K.
Seeds of Serenity on top, a little extra boost.
That's true.
It's a lot to burst through. This Morphling just has nothing, man. They are looking for that arena play. Ace, he reads it. Backs up here. Problem is, you need to commit more heroes to try and make this move on the Brood, and if the Brood just continues to farm, you feel doubly bad, because you're just standing around here waiting for a play that starts to feel very forced. But fighting on these traps is your best bet.
And again, I go back to the Treant Protector, right? You picked up a Treant Protector, lost the lane. What's the other thing Treant Protector does for you? Well, helps keep some of your towers alive. The towers are falling fast. The Living Armor is not getting a chance to actually do anything. Not this early into the game, not at this low level for a Treant Protector, and not with this fast of pushes coming out from Gaming Gladiators.
Tree's also a hero that needs to fight around these objectives. At least that's where the better fights come for him. He's not going to have any left by the time you have Overgrowth.
Tomato spotted by that same ward that they placed down when they killed him earlier. He's going to die a second time here. The Mars is going to TP in too late for the kill, potentially, as, wait a minute, they need some detection. The kisses, can it land? A long shot is off the mark, and it looks like Tomato is going to be, never mind, not away to safety. Quinn comes in through the north, and they just surround OG. You only brought one hero to bail out Tomato. That's not good enough. Zeb shows up too late. It's a 4 versus 3 that they get a 4 versus 1, one after the other.
Turn it into a rout here. What is the play on the other side of the map? Dyrachyo almost 1v2ing them. This man is in no danger of dying right now.
A 9,000 net worth lead, a tier 2 down at 11 minutes. This is turning into one of the fastest paces that Gaming Gladiators have taken yet at Riyadh Masters.
It's like one of the fastest games I've seen in this patch in a long time. Just an absolute rout. 10K at 11 minutes, that is... I don't really know how to put that in perspective because it is so insane, but
yeah,
that is an absurd net worth generation for this early in the game. It's like you're almost doubling up every core here out of the laning phase.
Yeah, you are indeed.
I mean, you got a big Brood problem, I'll tell you that much. This hero's probably getting banned next game no matter what happens here.
A hero that we're going to be seeing a lot more. You know, we were talking about how Accelerate, wait a minute, Bushwhack, and they'll get a second kill of the game, perhaps. Had to bring 4 heroes to it, and it's going to take a while. God, it's going to take a while.
This is...
Oh my God, are they not going to get it? They're not going to get it. 4 versus 1, they can't get that kill, and now they're going to get demolished in the river.
Is that the game?
Yeah, do you just want to call it here, OG?
Just go next and save yourself the mental misery at this point.
Nobody will blame you.
I mean, Seb got a haste rune. It's hasted him to game 2 here. That's about the only place he's going, because this one just feels done. Like, you just committed 4 heroes to kill a 5, and you lost 3 and didn't even get him. It's a Brown Boots Ench, really showing the strength of this facet. Just makes this hero ridiculous in the early game.
That facet is truly ridiculous. The funny part is he didn't even, as you said, he was just Brown Boots. He just picked up that Pavis, so he didn't even have it for the kill attempt there. Next time, that kill is going to be even harder to get. Whispers run down underneath the tier 2, throws out an arena, does nothing. There is nobody from OG who can really take advantage of this arena.
I think his Morphling has negative GPM at this point.
And Tomato's going to be joining him in losing some gold. In this minute, Refraction just trying to do more damage to Tofu, but by the time he gets the hit in, every bit of damage was drained away from him.
This is exactly the type of game that Gaimin wants to play too. They love these snowball lane type shenanigans. They love when they have ace on a hero that is the most farm, just sucking up the whole map. Can give you early pushes, early high ground, early sustain.
As we heard in the interview, right? Always been a bit of a cheesy player.
Yep. This is a cheese hero.
God, if he plasma fields just to like trying to farm up those neutrals, he'd find a free kill on Seb.
And the Brood backstabs have been nasty this game. There's very little control.
Oh, you need this Wisdom Rune. You're not going to get it, though. You're not going to get the Wisdom Rune. You're going to lose Whisper. Trying to defend it in from behind. The full Gaming Gladiator squad. Even some artillery to support their dives onto the tier 2. They pick up 3 rather easily. GG is called at 1450.
Yeah, that was probably late. Let's be realistic. This game was over at that 11-minute mark.
The fastest and most dominant game of Riyadh Masters so far, without a doubt. Gaming Gladiators just getting better and better as it goes.
This makes this Brood absolutely terrifying for this team. It feels like Ace, he might be the best Brood in the world. The rate at which he gets farm off the lane, makes the rotations, he's always backstabbing his towers. That, I think, is the ultimate strength of this hero. You don't need to just sit there and hit this tier 1 bottom. You can rotate to mid. You can rotate into the triangle. Be such a menace with the early broodlings that nobody can fight, and there is no answer for it this game. There's no early AoE spell damage to slow this Brood Mother down. Your cores are behind. This Morphling didn't win mid. By the time you have Overgrowth and you throw it out as Seb, the Brood already has Greaves and instantly pops it off.
Yeah.
That is just an absolute lane masterclass here from Gaming Gladiators and showing how fast you can turn a game into your favor here, as there are a lot of questions going into game 2 for OG and not a lot of answers.
19-1. Gaming Gladiators, we set the story here of talking about how they seem to have come back into form, but OG have been tricky for them all year. Maybe they'll still manage to pull it out, and OG will somehow miraculously get a 1-1 tie of a series out of this, but that was just an insane game 1. Gaming Gladiators just stomping OG out of the game before they even get a chance to be able to play, and OG are gonna have to think long and hard about lanes, because that game was nothing but lanes and early rotations. That's all it took. 14 minutes for Gaming Gladiators to claim victory in game 1.
I have to give massive props to BSJ here, because you said when you saw this draft was finished that you were worried for the first 15 minutes of OG's game.
And I said he was going to be 0-3 when the game's over.
You did. You did. It was actually insane how accurate you were. You were so worried about this tower being taken, what this Treant was going to bring, but most importantly, how this Morph was going to have any impact in the game. And this Razor had one of the freest lanes I've ever seen in mid lane.
Yeah, I think when you see Brood, you have to look at what the beginning of the draft is representing, which Enchantress Brood. That's just really early lane pressure, constantly running at you, no cooldowns. And even though TA in theory is decent against Brood because the side blades against the spiders, you should be able to farm that area decently. It's not going to relieve that pressure, so you got to try to create that pressure on other lanes. Mars got blind picked into a counter pick later. We talked about CK being really strong against him in lane. And then the Morphling in theory is good against Razor later on in the game because of the link, but nothing about him makes him good against Razor in lane. As the casters were talking about, you try to adaptive strike him, the link was still on. So just a recipe for disaster, I think, with those three things combined.
Yeah, this is a pretty hard outdraft all over the place. And we talked about Whisper needing to be that hero in this game that puts everything together. Well, he got first blooded by the CK, so that hard lane became impossible. This mid lane, I don't know what type of delusion BZM was under, thinking that he would be able to do well here. But this is an impossible lane match. Even I know that, right? I don't even play mid very much, but you're not going to win this mid matchup. And if you add supports rotating to the mix too, it becomes even harder.
Yeah, there was a slightly early rotation. I mean, this one, it felt like the game was already slipping away from OG. The fact that then it takes 4 of them to not even kill Celery. He did get the haste rune, so there is a little bit of added aspect there. But there was a rotation earlier that I want to talk about. Both of the mid laners being level 6, they were both still on level 5. One of the rune rotations and how that one was also quite detrimental for OG. The fact that Quinn was able to get away with just a sliver of health.
Yeah, and then he killed BZM right after that. I mean, that's just... Sometimes this happens in Dota, you know?
But it was a 2 support rotation too. Both the Hoodwink for Ari and Seb on the Treant.
But the Morph is so useless, they can't do anything.
It is. I think if he had gotten the kill, then maybe from that, like, it makes it so that he has like a 1-level advantage on Quinn, and then in the next fight, they can like do something. But whenever you're in a game where it's like a 90-10 draft like this in Dota, and then you give first blood, like Fear was mentioning, on Whisper. His laning stage is going to start off really rough. He's also got to somehow carry the game in the first 15 minutes while having a hero that has like 1,000 net worth starting against him. I don't know what you can do. It's like everybody has pubs like this. You just lose all 3 lanes. That's why they called GG at 14 minutes. They're not tilted. It's not that. Yeah. It's because they know that they screwed up and they're gonna go next.
This is the exact same story of what we saw GG versus Team Spirit, and like Team Spirit's like a TI winning team twice, and I guess OG is technically as well. But what I'm saying is that the game 1 was GG literally ending the game before 20 minutes. It was 20-2, I think, was the kill score, and similar story here. And then Team Spirit came back and won game 1 or game 2. So I know the chat's probably saying like OG's washed or like what are they freaking doing? But at the end of the day,
well, now they are.
Yeah, I was gonna say I've never read chat in my life. I don't know what.
Well, sorry, I enabled them. My bad.
Spoilers.
But what I'm saying is this has no indication of what's going to happen in game 2.
And 2 for what?
They're not.
For unwashed.
Unwashed.
What would you prefer, actually? I'm not asking that. That was not a question. That was like a rhetorical question.
Yeah. All right. I believe there are still some more highlights for us to talk about here. At this point,
is where the game ended.
Yeah,
right?
We potentially could have just run the game back from start to finish and talked over it. A quadcast is what we could have done.
Yeah, I mean, you got the 14-minute wisdom room. They died on Mars or carry. Then after that, you're like, what are we going to do? Well, supports are dead. You realize at this point, BCM's like, I wish I picked a different hero. And on this way back to the fountain, they just called it.
Yeah, the rest of the team is also thinking that we wish you picked a different hero too, because they had overall last pick for anyone that missed the draft. That morph was overall last pick. Yep. So they saw the complete draft of Gaming Gladiators, and that's what they felt could deal with not only the Razor mid, but everything else that was going to happen on the side lanes. And it just did not come to fruition.
I honestly don't know if there was a last pick that saves that draft. I think there's a last pick that maybe makes the game go 25-30 minutes because it relieves that early pressure. But I think the CK against Mars and the TA against Brood, like we already saw those lanes. Like ignore what happened mid. Those lanes were already losing in the first 6 minutes pretty badly. So you have to think of how much weight was on BZM's shoulder. I agree with the delusion that like you kind of saw that coming and your hero absolutely has nothing to do against that game plan. But at the same time, I don't know if they could have fixed this problem.
Maybe it's a good thing. Maybe the optimistic approach here is that they have so much confidence in Whisper as a player and a teammate.
You can get out of it.
I do like subscribe slightly less than you to that though, because Seb has talked so highly of Whisper multiple times, even before he was coming back onto the team about this player.
I'm like 50% memeing, but the other 50% is like Whisper was considered the best offlaner on the planet for a while there, and now he's probably considered top 3?
I'd say top 5 at least.
Top 5 at least.
Yeah, maybe top 3.
If OG's doing very well, top 3. So I don't think it's that much of a meme. But I think also it's Seb is drafting and captaining. He's probably like, okay, guys, it's on me. Let's just go next.
He is that sort of player. I do like that you talked about that, VSJ, that they're not going to be tilted at all. And there's not a player that isn't afraid to take the onus to be like, hey, we all messed up. So being like, okay, the draft also on me, messed up. Probably didn't see everything from start to finish clearly, and we just look towards what's going to happen next. But also the playstyle you have to worry about with Gaming Gladiators, it's happened time and time again, even on some of their losses, is the fact that they're constantly wanting to rotate early as a 5-stack for you.
Yeah, I mean, this is one of the strongest teams ever to like end games, and a lot of it has to do with Terraccio, right? They're already a very aggressive team. They like to get in your face, and a lot of times that's space for your carry to farm. But when you play versus Gaming Gladiators, that's space for Terraccio to come suffocate you and choke you to death, right? And that's what he does in these games, and that's why Gaming Gladiators is like by far the strongest early game team. If they ever get an advantage, they win 3 lanes, they're going to suffocate you. You're going to have no space on the map, and it's going to feel like you just have to tap out, and that's exactly what happened here.
Well, look, hopefully OG are doing all the things that we said. They're going to be able to reset for themselves, come back with a better game plan and an idea of how they're going to shut down at Gaming Gladiators as we're going to head to a break. And when we do come back, game number 2 in our best of 2.
لحظات البداية عاشت معنا. كنا نحسبها وقت للتسلية بس. نحسبها بس ذكريات.
عبود أعطي أختك اليد يا ولد.
ابتكرنا فيها ابتكارات، وإذا بغينا قلبناها خرافات. كنا نحسبها بس لمة وصحبة وسهرات.
انتبه نوب ترى نوب.
لكن كنا نشوف عالم ما أحد يشوفه.
ليت يشغل وقته بشيء يفيده.
الله عليك على الصوت. عالم كبر وعاش فينا. عالم الحماس فيه يوصلك كل مرة لحلم أصعب، بس ما يصعب عليك. بارد معك وين ما تروح.
welcome back, Gaming Gladiators OG, our third and final series for day number 3 of group stage. They're already on to game 2, which might be surprising for a lot of you considering the series only started about 40 minutes ago, and the first game went 14 and a half minutes. That's why they're already sitting down there, getting it ready for the draft that will be coming up on our screens, and begs the question, what exactly is going to be let through? What exactly is going to be changed up for OG to make this a better game for themselves, to make it more competitive?
We talked about like theory crafting Underlord being picked up earlier on in the draft because of how successful he's been, but we talked about also he has lane counters that make it difficult for him to get off the ground. So last game OG banned Underlord, and this is exactly what I was expecting them to do, which is to ban the strong laners that you feel comfortable picking super early on in the draft, and then you can take out the Underlord later if you're still afraid of it in that 5th ban.
This time around, also the Chen and the Ench being banned out by OG.
And
they realized, and the Brood.
And the Lesh.
What did they let
These
through
are all
then?
tower pushers.
So they Brood and Ench were banned, and what's being let through now? Because
Underlord last game.
Okay.
The Weaver and the Underlord.
Hoodwink is there as well. I mean,
that went through last game too.
Yeah, now that the Ench is out.
Monkey King was the last ban for. Oh, was it GG last game?
Yeah, GG. So GG went Enigma, SF, both the same, and then Monkey King is what they banned right here.
Gaimin looked like a completely different team without any summons heroes yesterday. Like, just to be clear, every single draft I see here, except for that game, they've had at least one, if not more, summons heroes. When I'm looking at their first series versus Heroic, one of their losses also had no summons heroes. So I think we see a pretty clear-cut, like, what's working for GG so far. And I'm wondering, like, are they going to whip out something like Visage, Beastmaster, Lycan? Like, is there anything else that they can make this work with? Monkey King already setting up the Venom, maybe.
You count Brew as a summons guy?
No, because you don't use his abilities to push towers, right? I feel like the summons being able to just run at you at a low cooldown. I think the low cooldown aspect of it,
right? It's like a persistent thing. Like Brew could ult and push towers, but that's on a long cooldown.
Yeah.
If you get the
if you get the Ags, you can do it. Yeah, but people are not going.
Yeah,
so
historically
much
that
Ags.
has been where Gaming Gladiators has had almost all their success through the previous years and tournaments that they won, just by picking auras and summoned units. They're extremely good at this. And over the time, it has not been very powerful in the meta, but I feel like the auras are coming back. The summon units are coming back. This could be a very good patch for Gaming Gladiators to play the way that they play the best here. Are there enough substitutes? The one thing that did change, though, from like when Gaming Gladiators was extremely prominent is the fact that there's a lot more bans now. So you can ban out a lot of these heroes. We saw in the last game, Team Liquid, they busted out like a Visage and stuff. That's still a possibility that they could run, but there needs to be very specific scenarios to kind of make that work. And they're going to go for the Monkey King. We've seen this time and time again, whether it's mid lane, carry, Gaming, one of the few teams that'll play Pos 4 with like the shenanigans of the Venomancer. Does that deserve a ban? That's a real question. Would you ban that if you're OG?
You definitely consider it. I think Game 2, Gaming Gladiators are probably feeling pretty comfortable with their spot in the group stage now. You can, like, what I would look at is the cheesy type hero, so that, like, where it's extreme cheese, or IO, where it's kind of like strategic cheese, where you just, okay, we beat you playing, we're gonna beat you in lane, playing normal Dota, and then you play the IO, and then all of a sudden it's like, okay, well now you have to adapt to this. You were just adapting to, okay, how do we play normal Dota? Well, this isn't normal. I could see a potential IO coming out.
What's your favorite type of cheese?
Brie. I think Brie makes for excellent pasta sauce as a replacement for cheddar.
You say pasta?
Really?
Yeah, pasta sauce.
Pasta sauce.
Yeah.
Interesting.
If somebody has holding sauce, I say pasta sauce.
Oh, pasta sauce.
That's right.
That's good.
Anyway, how do you guys feel about Batrider?
So the Batrider's always been really good against Monkey King. You're a hero that it used to be even better because Sticky Napalm gave vision, but it no longer does. You scout him on the trees, you burn his trees, you have 2 different abilities that can potentially knock him out of Wukongs. At the beginning of the fastest patch, I thought this was exactly why they gave Monkey King that one facet that allows his ult to linger for 3 seconds if he gets pulled out of it. I'm wondering if that facet is so bad in comparison to how broken the other one is that he still doesn't take it this game.
I think what you said is correct.
Okay,
it's way too good.
If there were a game for it, it'd be against the Bat, but they go for the Veno. Now the question is, are they going to like bamboozle us and have this just be like a 5 Veno? But I feel like Veno's, never mind, they're not going to do that. Veno's, I feel
They're
like
not even going to hold it. I thought maybe they might have waited until the end of this second phase where they pick up either that 3 or that 5 for themselves.
The reveal.
And have that reveal and maybe see a bit more of the OG draft. But they straight up like, we're going to telegraph this. OG are probably already preparing for that.
Honestly, the thing is though, I think with like a good wave cutting strat, you can't counter it. Like that's the point of the wave count. I don't think you can, like, because you always 50-50, right?
I was going to ask Fear, because we saw this combo 2 or 3 days ago, and we had no idea what we were watching, and your exact words were like, if GG doesn't play normal Dota here, I could see their draft working. And then they ended up doing this weird lane cutting shenanigans. So I'm going to ask you pretty much what Jenkins was trying to say, which is, what would you do? You know exactly what's coming now. It's no longer surprise, no theory crafting. There's going to be some Veno putting wards on himself, cutting the wave with Monkey King Primal springing it.
Like when it was Axe cutting waves or Centaur?
I asked Fear.
Well, let me listen. I'm the offlane player. Here's the carry. Okay, he doesn't know shit about this.
But he's the one that has to do something about it.
He can let him speak.
Okay. It was always like the Banes and the SDs of the world that would literally make the creeps lose aggro on you. But you can't do that when it's Veno and Monkey King, because the Monkey's just on the trees and can jump in and grab the creep wave.
All right, so if you actually want to hard counter this strategy, I think what you have to do is you have to set up in the early game a ward on like between the tier 1 and tier 2. There's a high ground, right? You're gonna have to place heroes there, and you know they're gonna go there early. They have to position there to cut the first wave. Take that area, put your own ward there. When they come, you get a first blood there. If they don't come, you know they're gonna come. And I think you start as a tri-lane. You tri-lane that area, don't let them get behind the tower at level 1 there, and you kill them there. And then after you get that kill there, now you can TP back and help your offlaner right away.
Normal Dota.
But I think you have to that's where you start. Other than that, maybe you ward your own camps in that situation, because they're gonna kill that camp and then they're gonna take it to the neutrals, but there's too many neutral camps to stop there. So I think you just bring your POS 4 there, you claim that ground, make sure they can't get there before the horn sounds, and you kill them.
I've also heard Quinn himself actually say, because I remember him raging in a pub when there was like a wave cutting meta, the mid has to be able to rotate and kill the wave cutter. So a hero like Storm, a hero like Queen of Pain, on this patch, I would say like Coddle would be amazing.
Okay.
Just continuously run it and kill the Veno. I mean, obviously they picked a Pangolier. I wouldn't put it, OG could absolutely still run this as an offlane Pango because it is Whisper. But I do like when you have a mid that can run and kill the Veno.
It's interesting because you're talking about being able to kill the guy cutting the wave, but he doesn't cut the wave past like minute 4. It's just meant to be what they did last time, which I think is essential for the viewers to understand, is that Veno was cutting the wave with Monkey King, getting jungle camps as well as waves, got level 4 or 5, and then Monkey King just left and they tri-lane the safe lane at that point, and now they're like a Veno who's farming Ancients with wards on top of himself, potentially scooping up underneath tower. They just don't worry about him anymore. Like, traditionally, Veno's been an offlaner where you have to play with him for the entire lane, otherwise he dies to these ganks, but now that's not the case with this new facet. So then if they pick Dyrachyo, this kill hero, suddenly you're like losing 2 lanes, and then Veno's also free farming his lane, even though your carry's free farming, and usually the carry's job is not to carry you through the mid game. So even though, like, I remember Skeeter was #1 net worth on Gyro, it just didn't matter. Like after the laning stage.
Yeah. I really think like Veno is just a sitting duck, right? He has wards on himself. If you just bring your position 4, he's just gonna die.
Well, here's the question now, because we see the Nyx, we see Weaver, and we see Bat. I'm going to assume the Bat and the Nyx are the 2 supports, and the Weaver is going to be the carry that has to come up against it. Are these 3 heroes that are going to be well enough to take advantage of a sitting duck Veno to be able to have that tri-lane effectiveness?
I think they're setting up, like, rather than to kill the guy cutting, they're setting up to invade his Ancients, which is what he did last time. So, like, the Weaver's one of the best, like, early aggressive carries in the game. You can go for the Wisdom Rune as well. Bat Rider as a support, wonderful at contesting stacks. Same with Pango, going through the wards with the magic immune ability. So I think they are setting up for this pretty hard. This is a cool, like, little, we know exactly what's coming, they know exactly what's coming. Somebody's had the chance to scout this out.
No matter how this goes, I'm excited to see this game, because we've proposed like 15 different.
That's the thing. Do we find an answer, or are people going to have to go back to the drawing board yet again and GG keep getting away with it?
We've just got to see it. You just got to see it. Like, theoretical and the practical are
That's
very
the beauty of this, right? Because it totally makes sense what OG is doing, but I have no idea if it's going to work.
It might just not work. You have a Veno with like mech pipe components at the time you're trying to invade Ancients. Good luck fighting that. Like, who knows? You literally just have to see it in competitive. Even if it's scrims, the pressure is different. You kind of have to see things in an actual match.
Yeah. This is I think Gaiman's been the spiciest team so far. Yes, they have these summons like auras that just end the game at 20 minutes, but I really think they're doing an amazing job out of all the teams of just posing a problem for you, like saying, this is what we're gonna do, just deal with it. Like, what are you gonna, like, they theory crafted really hard in the game that they played this, because not only did they pick this strat, but they also like countered the tiny toss from the mid lane in like 3 or 4 different ways. So they're just being nerds, basically, right? What's the problem?
Dyrachyo can't play CK or Brood this game.
Oh no.
So he's gonna have to play a new hero on this last pick.
Oh no, don't pick more Fling. Oh god.
Don't have such a reaction to it, Jenkins. We still got to see what's left.
Alchemist, actually. It's Alchemist, right? That's like the other hero he loves playing, and it should be I'm thinking of a carry that offers a stun.
Played it recently?
Not this tournament, but it's been banned out a few times against them, and it is like a timing-based hero, and it offers a stun.
Nick's a little annoying sometimes, but you got to pick something.
He also played PA and Ursa recently.
Boom.
Yeah.
Good call.
Good call.
Yeah, it's just like, it's just a tempo thing. It's a guy that offers a stun and hits like an insane mid-game timing, and that's all that matters.
And also, if OG is going to spend all this time invading the Ancients and dealing with the Veno, Alk is free farming. You don't need the Veno to carry the game. You got an Alk. Like, this hero is the worst hero in Dota. It's a contingency plan, exactly. So this presents another problem to be solved.
Yeah, I mean, the way I'm looking at it is, it would be nice if Whisper could play a hero that could self-sustain, like maybe a Timbersaw or something like that. Because if the Knicks can move around and kind of deal with this Venomancer, I think that'll help a lot with their strategy. They're going to go for the Beastmaster, but I think in general here, Whisper needs to play a hero that can just kind of sustain by himself. I'm not sure if Beast is going to be that hero, though. Kind of hard versus CM.
Once the laning stage is over, like Beastmaster wants to play his own game, be given time to farm up his Ags, so it makes sense that he's picking a hero, like you said, that they don't want to play around, that's going to play its own game.
Yeah.
But I am concerned, just like you said, the CM in lane, the level 1 through 5, like you have a Nyx 4. It's not like it in the past where the Nyx was against like Enchantress Chen, where his main job was to mind flare the creep and negate the impact of the 5. That's not going to be the case here. So what I'm worried about is, okay, this is my prediction from what we saw last time. They're going to cut the wave with some crazy shenanigans top. I think OG is going to do something like Fear said, where they're going to be ready, set up on this. But if you look at GG's draft, they're really strong level 1. Alchemist is a really strong level carry, so I think we might see some 5-on-5 stuff there. And then Monkey King's going to leave the Veno, minute 5. We're going to see a tri-lane bottom. Whisper's going to get picked on, and it's going to be on BZM this game to like plug up all these holes in the boat.
It feels like OG now just have to be so reactionary, but reactionary is only going to cause more issues for themselves, Jenkins.
I think so. The drafting from Gaiman has been so on point lately. It's like, it feels like they are presenting so many problems for OG to solve, but also having a very coherent draft at the same time. Because sometimes you can pick like 3 problematic heroes, and then the draft is just garbage because to find the cohesion while also having the cheesy heroes is really hard. But they've actually managed to 2 games in a row outdraft and then have these unsolvable problems and have a good draft.
I think OG has the answers.
Yeah, I was gonna say, we think unsolvable, but you were also the one that just said you got to see it in practice. You got to see exactly how it's gonna go.
You do.
Fia, do you have a differing opinion from BSJ and Jenkins, though?
No, I don't think OG put together what they needed to. Maybe some hero that could have, like a Timber and the last pick could be solo against that lane, and maybe Survive could have worked, but I think Beast is going to get picked on way too hard.
All right, it's another thing. A lot of pressure is going to be placed on Whisper in the off lane. Is it going to be another First Blood? Is it going to be later in the lane that he has some issues? Anything else that you guys want to pinpoint, or anyone calls BSJ? Because you were accurate.
I just want to make sure if we're not missing the first 15 seconds of this game, because I think there's going to be a 5-on-5 like right away. So let's get into it.
You just want to get straight on it.
I'm excited for this game.
I am very excited for it as well. Let's see exactly how it's going to pan out. If this Veno and Monkey King off lane with Gaming Gladiators is going to be just as disastrous. But either way, we got our casters Captain SVG.
That's right. We'll see whether or not we actually get a game that extends past 15 minutes on our hands, as that first one was very, very fast, and this game 2 offers some problems for OG. One of which is going to be they're running the core Venomancer with the support Monkey King once again. Oh! Well, looks like Brian was right. We are going to have some early action. So Tofu sped across the map pretty damn quickly, and he actually managed to get past most of OG. But looks like they spotted him hopping to one of the trees, and they do manage to get First Blood as a result, picking off that Monkey King. thanks to Whisper's quick reactions with the axes.
Yeah, missed him on the first round, but got him on the second.
Yep.
Did get both obs out. I'd be curious to see if OG try and find and deward these. Probably worth it on that mid ob since you saw him go there. These are courier snipe wards. Do not want to let them linger for too long, or just play it safe with the couriers, let him waste his time. This top lane is going to be very important for both teams in terms of what happens on these initial waves, because Gaming are going to try and get the cut going, and as OG, you have two choices. You contest it, or you let it happen, but you have to commit one way or the other here. They have the heroes that can contest this with the Weaver, very strong early on, but they brought Celery up here to just guarantee that this cut happens.
Yeah, so now you're going to be left in a 2 versus 3, or potentially 3 versus 3. They cut a decent amount of the wave, but not everything. So they'll miss out. They shared that experience initially, and then they miss out on the full experience of those creeps. Nobody's in range. So
little lost to try and get this cut going. They wanted to make sure that level 1 happened. It does hurt the Alchemist a little bit bottom initially, but this will make sure that the cut goes through. Pretty uncontested here. And at this point, I mean, what do you really do if you're Seb? You can't stop it. You don't have good enough early spells. The Weaver is going to have to take creeps onto the tower. You do not want to feed extra kills away.
And he is battling this out with a flame break, and it looks like with a bug coming over, they gave Tomato level 2, and that was enough. Good read by OG the situation. Solo experience on Tomato gives him level 2. He has the Shikuchi to get there and the bugs to win the fight. Problem is, he does miss out on some decent amount of CS as the creep wave went under tower, but worth it in the end?
Yeah, 100% worth it. It's going to give a lot of extra time for Seb to get some regen back out on the lane. Huge XP for the Weaver, and you shut down that cutting action, which kills a lot of the momentum for the Veno. I think Weaver was a good response to what Gaming were trying to do with this Monkey Veno. It's one of the carries that can easily make that rotation very quickly, give you the super high kill threat with the Swarm coming through that you just can't sit there and trade back, even if you have a bunch of Plague Wards. It's a nice idea. It's working out pretty well so far. Also, just limited lockdown between the Veno and the Monkey to deal with the Weaver early on this lane. Yep, Tomato should have a very good time up here. May have to push this Monkey towards the courier killing sooner than you prefer.
Yeah, I think the part of this idea, you cut the wave, and then you're able to farm some extra neutrals, and the Monkey King, while you're farming those extra neutrals, can also go for the courier pick off, and then still be able to get back in time. Seb does get hit by the Gale, while Ari's going to get run down at the bottom lane. Lane shenanigans getting weird on both sides of the equation, but it looks like in this instance, Game of Gladiators will walk away the winners of both. When it comes to the kills, though, the bug and the go here from Tomato. In this 1v2, can Tofu kick Tomato away from Ace enough that everything will be fine? He still has another Shikuchi coming up, and Ari's coming in from the save side, and Impale long enough to be able to land, and Ace will die again.
All right, Tomato very happy with how this is going. This is carry acceleration right now, shutting down a kind of cheese offlane pick, and you're not feeding kills elsewhere on the map. I mean, you gave up a Nyx kill, but Beast is getting something off of what's a very tough lane, especially considering the Nyx rotated top. You need to make sure that that play works because you are leaving Whisper alone in a lane that it is not fun for him. Yeah. This is a maiden Alchemist lane we've seen Gaimin play again and again over the last 2 years. They're very comfortable with it, very confident with it, for good reason. You will abuse almost any melee offlaner heavily.
Very strong laning hero. We see Entity's Kataomi. They've been playing it for position Alchemist non-stop, and for a good reason. It's just Acid Spray and Unstable Concoction are very powerful spells. You don't have to fixate too much on the farming aspect of the hero all the time. Though that is something Dyrachyo would like to be doing more of. 11-5, as much as they're pressuring Whisper, they're also not getting that much CS for Dyrachyo in the first place. And now it may even die with a rotation coming in from behind Seb. Now it's OG who are bringing the tri-lane to every single situation. Tofu's gonna hop down, might be able to turn around and kill Seb. Instead, the axes come out and finish off him, but a beautiful boundless strike. How did he manage to hit 3 heroes with that? They get 2 kills off of that 3-man boundless strike, and even up the kill score, even if Dyrachyo is a bit lost for it. Lost his life and lost his courier.
The thing, though, is he actually got the kill on the Beast from the acid spray tick, so he actually got a decent amount of gold out of that from the grave. Maybe not too sad about it, all things considered. Nonetheless, very even lane phase across the board, which, if you watched Game 1, is a stark difference here for OG. Actually going to be able to play Dota 2 in this game.
Yeah.
That's a good thing.
We do like watching actual games of Dota 2.
I'm sure they enjoyed playing actual games of Dota 2. It's like that first game never happened.
Sure.
Except for your score in the groups.
It was something that OG have been getting nice done. Still going to be able to get off the unstable concoction, and I like how Durachu doesn't even stick around, man.
He's got creeps to farm.
Yep.
And it's got business with Grievel's Greed.
Look at Tomato, man. This guy is all over the place when it comes to hunting down this Venomancer. They certainly had an idea of, oh, geez, that was a lot of damage. BZM even thinking about the Rolling Thunder to see if he could chase down Quinn.
Yeah, winning mid this time around. Again, I think we've seen Puck lose more lanes than he wins, just against almost anything.
Sure.
The low base damage at the start really hurts you here, and just getting out-leveled.
It's going to be not the easiest Puck game. A lost lane into Nyx Assassin, and then you also have Beastmaster and Batrider to like single target relatively fast disables. Not going to be the most fun for a Puck, especially if you're under-leveled. Good rotation, though, from the double supports. What about Ace, though? Is Ace doing okay? It seems fine-ish.
Yeah,
2-1.
He's doing fine on the net worth. You can always jungle with this hero pretty efficiently. He did get the levels off some of the earlier cutting, so even if you die once or twice, he's still going to be able to find some decent farm here. Your biggest concern is what kind of start this Weaver has, more than what the Veno's doing right now. As Gamer are going to poke. Are they going to commit for this? Don't see either TP.
TP rotations coming out in Gaming Gladiators. Overextend and will get heavily punished for it. Tofu and Duraccio both dying, and they do not get their kill they were aiming for in Whisper.
Big turnaround from OG. Not only from this game one going into this one, addressing the problems, but reading the aggression correctly. And just beautiful TPs behind double tree here. Didn't see either in the fog if you're gaming. Feels like you can commit. But you do not have alcohol here. You do not have a lot of burst damage between the supports. We've seen them syncing up pretty nicely. That was a killing spree for Tofu that also went the way of BZM, so he picks up some extra gold for that one.
BZM has gotten very big in the last few. Being able to kick the puck out of lane, being a part of that kill right there is just behind the Alchemist in net worth. Good place to be. Ace has got his level 6. Not going to be the same kind of terror he was last time we saw his core Venomancer, though. In his matchup, we saw how he was just able to hit his level 6 and just immediately pop the ultimate on the opposing carry. Weaver's not the kind of hero to be bullied like that. First coil going to be used, and BZM, who's having such a great game, is hunted down. A 3-man gank team from Gaming Gladiators proves to be stronger than OG's trio, as they're going to be able to get the 2-for-1 exchange.
Huge turnaround between these two mid laners there. Gaiman bring in the support numbers again. The synchronization between Celery and Tofu has been on point this game. They are getting a lot of work done with an early support duo that if you fall behind in those levels, none of these plays would be viable. Really making this Monkey King shine. Almost level 5 already. Might leech some extra experience off these Ancients.
Oh yeah, this will be nice. Oh, roared up immediately. Well, he's going to try and kill the ward. He does manage to do that much before he goes.
Something worth your trouble, but Whisper happy to collect that one. Some more recovery farm for him. Gets to protect the XP off this Ancient stack as well. And you are kind of racing against the Alk farm here with this Beastmaster. Try and get as fast an Ags as you can so you can, you know, do the super early Roshan we've seen, put the Alk in a position where he has to fight earlier than he wants to. Said we'll give up his life, trying to scout and contest the camps.
Though, I mean, it is a Duraccio Alchemist. I do question how much he actually wants to farm. This guy is such an aggressive carry. He might just run around with his team.
Yeah, get Sacred Relic, go fight.
Yeah, classic. 9-8, and the laning phase has broken down quite a bit with the supports just running all over the map, and the outcome is an even net worth. Slight lead for Gaming Gladiators, but we'll call that the Alchemist advantage.
Hey, 10K better than last game, so got that going for
Certainly. Another death on BZM, though, and things are getting a lot worse for him. Slowed down by the blood grenade, Ari will still be able to walk away. Tomato has cut in. He's come to join all of these fights in the river, and the supports are free food for him. He's going to run down Celery. It looks like go for Tofu next. Meanwhile, Quinn's trying to make his way out of here. Tofu gets off the boundless strike, hoping to hop away into the trees before Tomato catches him. Can't outrun the bug, and Quinn can't get away from Ari either.
That's a lot of levels that Ari needed in this game. On a hero that really needs extra points in all his spells to get that little extra damage for the kills, that goes a long way here. And a nice heads up, little mini stun into the lasso. Get that puck kill that has been a nuisance for OG. Protect their Ancients as well for the Whisper here, so he gets to once again maintain the XP he's getting off these stacks. If you lose that fight, you lose Ancients. That is a massive gold and experience swing that this Beastmaster, he needs it in this game. No way around it with how hard his lane was.
Yep.
So big moves from OG to stabilize this early game. And another big kill here from the Nyx. That's at level 6 instantly paying off. No sentry on that mid lane.
And as fast as OG definitely feels like they are keeping up the pace with Gaming Gladiators in this game too. Wonder if Seb had to talk with the boys. Okay, the draft messed that one up, but we're gonna make sure in this game too, every single time Gaming Gladiators try and, move one of their cores to get some kills, we're gonna be doing the same. We see that now as Duraccio gonna be dove in this bottom lane, chaining the stun. Unstable Concoction barely goes off, but he throws it at an Nyx assassin. Spike Carapace blocks back the damage. Whisper getting popped on the ultimate there. He immediately TP's out, so he's away to safety. Duraccio's gonna be left by the other two cores of BZM and Tomato, hunted down rather easily. Celery does manage to get the one-on-one against Seb with his freezing field. So 1 for 2, both supports on OG dying, but the Alchemist falls yet again.
Costly time outside the game for the man with the Grievel's Greed here as Tomato continues to accelerate. 5-0 start for him, level 10 already. Happy to join all of these fights, get some extra gold. Not the worst exchange for OG overall as the carry differential goes in their favor. Man, I am surprised at how much Ari got done in this early game from a very rough position.
Yeah, seriously.
He could have just been a complete non-factor here instead. He's already level 7. Pretty dang farmed, and looking for the Dagon build-up. Just burst his puck every fight.
I think this is a pretty good Nyx game too, if you're able to get out of the laning phase.
Yes, right? But you need the levels, because you got to remember most of these Nyxes are going the Mind Flare over the Carapace.
Right.
Boost up the farming speed, get the extra damage, and so, as good as like a Carapace game, this looks like you're not guaranteed to have all those points. Especially if you're going to go Dagon here, you have to go the Mind Flare build, I think. He really needs, level 12 to 14 is where he's going to become an absolute menace in those fights.
Sure.
Long way off, but with the start he's had, not too far. Already a level 8.
Radiant are scanning.
All right, just charging in there, setting up EZM, who had moved with Seb off a 2-man smoke, and we're looking for a kill, and Celery just offered it up to them. So immediately pounce on that one. Better Celery than Ace, though.
Happy to collect any sort of kills here because that Weaver just took a solo tower top. Tomato continues to keep pace with the Alchemist here, a very good sign for OG. And if he can maintain his position on that area, it could be a smoke opportunity for OG. Go to that 14-minute Wisdom Rune where the Weaver's already lingering and kind of a difficult catch for Gaiman unless they want to commit a lot of heroes here. An annoying presence for them right now. Radiance is done pretty fast.
I think it's pretty clear this Weaver has prevented the Venomancer from accomplishing what Gaming Gladiators wanted out of it, right? It didn't take over the lane, didn't take the tower, didn't really get that much extra farm of like both farming the lane and the neutrals. It is still an aura hero though at the end of the day, and they've got that Guardian Greaves and they're trying to pressure the mid tower off of that one. 14-minute Wisdom Rune is still a ways away. Tomato's already kind of spoiled his position. Quinn, he's gonna show up to try and push Tomato away from this one, or maybe even get the kill. Got him inside the coil. And chain that stun a little bit more with the silence. They've got it. Oh, Tomato way too aggressive there. Gives away a chunk of gold back over to Quinn.
I got a 5x streak. I really thought there was an opportunity for OG to smoke to him there. Take the fight. They did get the Beastmaster Axe finished and they didn't have Rolling Thunder, so maybe there wasn't any crazy timing to go with. Did get a decent amount of farm out of the map. There was an opportunity to maybe take that fight with how strong this Weaver is.
Yeah, what happened to all that aggression from OG. It seems just been put on pause here for a minute as everybody collects their next round of items. Seb gets his mech. The Beastmaster, as you said, is coming online.
But they are getting a lot off the map right now, especially these two supports.
Dust.
Therapist the dust, okay.
And stuns up Tofu, and Tofu, especially with that facet, the Nyx assassin, crazy fast. Will be able to get away.
You'd like to fight right now if you're OG. You also have this Orchid on BZM plus an amp damage rune. A lot of magical burst coming out from this Pangolier right now. As long as you can stun some heroes, let them go to work.
A golden thread.
You have Greaves on Ace for some Dispel, but that's about it in terms of survivability right now. And Gaming are in no position to start trying to push towers just straight up. They need more farm right now. They need to scale this puck, scale the Veno. Your Alk is strong, but he cannot force the fight before BKB in this type of game. Kind of an awkward position for Gaming, especially compared to that game one. It's going to give some freedom for this Nyx to run around and maybe look for the setup play, and that early Roshan from the Beastmaster beats the Alchemist to it here. Another use for that amp damage rune.
Very nice. So Whisper is walking around with an Aghanim Scepter and an Aegis. This is a team fight winner if I've ever seen one. At 16 minutes, I don't think Game of Gladiators won any of that smoke. So we'll see what Game of Gladiators does in response to this kind of strength. It seems like for now, play the other side of the map.
Does feel like you're getting pretty outscaled here, though.
Yeah, I think so.
I mean, the other game we saw is Monkey Venostrat. This Monkey became a 4th core. That game just snowballed out of control. That doesn't really seem to be the case here. You're going an Orchid on Tofu. Might get it at an okay timing here. But right now, I mean, you're looking at a Nyx who is going to continue to farm creeps up on the map. You have 3 cores from OG who are all going to power up a lot here.
Nice setup. Nyx Assassin spotting Ace rotating in, and they almost burst him down. The Clipper Cape is keeping him alive, and he got off his ultimate now. That's trouble for the Beastmaster, and the coiled up Tomato also has to use his time lapse, but he doesn't even heal that much off of it. So the second part of the fight is going to be a little weird, as Tofu and Tarachi come in with their stuns, and they have an Orchid to be able to place onto BZM. BZM, is he going to take out, or can he heal up through it? Looks like he barely heals just enough. The Dale plus the bottle hits will get BZM over the line, and it's Game of Gladiators who will suffer casualties.
Not ready for that dive. I mean, that Glimmer did a huge amount of work there, but you don't get a Wukong off. Your coil's very late. Don't get to synchronize the damage. And that was a massive shield rune from BZM. Absolutely saves his life there. Lets OG get away without any casualties.
Yeah, they effectively lost 2 heroes in that, right? Between the shield rune and an Aegis, they just have 2 extra lives.
Should push the Weaver towards that Desolator. In fact, I think it's done here in like 200 gold. A lot of firepower. He did max Carapace. Okay, so even with the Dagon build, he maxed the Carapace looking for the stuns on the Puck and the Alk.
Honestly, it's too good this game.
Yeah.
There's way too much. Every single hero on Game of Gladiators has some sort of AoE damage they're going to get caught on, like the Puck does here. Spike Carapace, sets up the Roar. Not even sure if the Roar was needed, but it adds that extra bit of comfort to ensure they get a big kill.
These aggressive wards from OG paying off right now. These are kind of dangerous wards to place when you have Nyx, just because these are areas where Gaming are automatically going to place sentries to try and protect the lanes getting shoved out. So I wouldn't be surprised these get dewarded, but if you get 1 or 2 big kills off them, it can just be worth it anyway.
Sure.
And BKB done for the Alk. So Doraccio shouldn't die here, but he's going to have to maybe commit that BKB.
Weaver working it up. Oh, underneath the tier 2. Can they kill him? He's dead. Tomato's aggression goes against him, and Doraccio has baited in this fight with a BKB that he now activates. Though again, not even sure if it was needed, but it'll make him feel good about chasing down these other heroes, knowing that there's going to be no response, and they'll get the extra kill. As a result, it's going to be the Bat Rider of Seb.
Give him the last hit. Nice turnaround from Gaming, but it did feel like an overextension there from OG. Maybe just not predicting or expecting this Orchid out of the Monkey King.
Ooh, got him on the tail end of that one. Pulls him back in with the Waning Rift, and the Orchid goes to work once again. Tofu is set this 4-position Monkey King. Aims to turn into another core. Wait a minute, the Roar onto the Puck is going to result in Quinn going down. The Hawk locks him down in the end, and with the drums a-bumping, Tofu will fall to the sound of music.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
On the other side, Tomato immediately gets aggressive for Dyrachyo, and they've got an Orchid of their own to make work, and no BKB. He used that in the bottom lane. No defensive measure here.
Man, this is just a game of all-out aggression. Both teams making some plays that are overextensions, but both just looking for blood right now.
39 kills in 20 minutes. I think that is about the same as the entirety of the League of Legends finals.
Oh, that's a nice stat, Austin. I'm sure they appreciate that.
Yeah. Man, the fact that Nyx Assassin lives just through the Orchid pop, quite a nuisance for Game and Gladiators.
Yeah, I think that first game, 14 minutes, that was about the average game like they saw for the MLBB games. They go very fast. That's very entertaining as they are. So Dota taking a page out of multiple games here at EWC.
Yeah, learning from the others. That's what we do best.
I still can't help but feel this all favors OG. Like just looking not just at the net worth chart, but how the heroes are going to scale in this game. It feels like you're going to hit a power point where you're very tanky on OG. You have some dispels for this Monkey Orchid, which has done a lot of work, more than I expected. But I worry about Alchemist in, the modern age of Dota 2 scaling into these late game situations. He just doesn't feel like the same carry he used to be. He's more of a timing-based pushed hero. Okay. Goodbye.
I love it. I love that commitment, man. Seb loves it too. He's like, you know what, man? Yeah, get that kill. You know you're dying for it.
I don't even know if that's worth, but it probably feels good.
Sends a message.
It absolutely does, and this Nyx is getting big, man. He was eyeing up Pipe earlier, and it looks like he will commit to that. So taking a brief pit stop for a defensive ore item for the team. Gonna be nice as this game goes later and later. We'll also just allow Whisper to get greedier here on the Beastmaster. You have the Pipe Greaves on the Ace Venomancer, so if there's a time to try and take 5v5s this game in.
Oh, breaking a smoke. Immediately throws out the Orchid onto the Pango, but he blinks away.
Orchid on Orchid.
Not finding a real initiation. Ace throws out his ultimate, and they've got off the Wukong's command in this area, but the drums may prove to be too much for him, as Dyrachyo's trying to go for Tomato, not really doing much there. The Desolator is beginning to hurt. It's building up onto Dyrachyo. He pops his BKB, turns back off the Frostbite, tries to chase away Tomato. He's back into the tier 2. BZM back into play. Wait, they got the stun. Maybe they can kill the Weaver. They get him underneath the tier 2. They're dove in deep. Dyrachyo, with his Chemical Rage still going on for a few more seconds, now looks for an escape. Well, Ace has found it. He TP's away, but the Nyx Assassin is sitting on top of Dyrachyo, and there's nowhere for him to go.
Holds that Carapace the entire time, guaranteed here on the Alk. And another kill to the Nyx Assassin, now level 14.5. Ari is having himself a game here as he is higher level than the enemy mid at 23 minutes. It's just no answer for this Nyx right now. Need better control and faster kills if you're gaming, because these fights are going long and you're getting stuck in drawn out exchanges that are not favorable for you. You gotta address that soon here. Also, Seb has had some big lassos on this puck. That's another one where he just finds Quinn, locks him down, bursts that puck 100-0. No counterplay. He's just going double dispel between the Greaves and the Lotus. Going to be very obnoxious with the Veno, the Maiden, even some of these Alk stuns, the Orchid on the Monkey. Dispels are name of the game here for OG. Save the Weaver, help him out. More scouting done by both of these fours as Tofu narrowly escapes.
Pop, pop, pop. Doesn't make it far enough. He gets a force stab through the trees to cut him down. Dyrachyo does come in. Wait a minute, the Weaver's dead. Oh boy, this has turned bad for OG as BZM's gonna have to roll on out of here and TP home. Tomato has been super active, and it has been a huge boon for OG, particularly in the early part of the game, but a couple of times that aggression has got him caught and punished badly.
And the question here is, I kind of get the Hurricane Pike with, Wukong or something, but finishing up the entire Hurricane Pike before you get a Manta or a BKB in this game when you're dealing with so many silences, it's really hurt Tomato here. The second he gets Orchided, he's just dead 100-0. There's no Dispel that comes through. He can't save himself in any of these situations. And what is the Hurricane Pike really doing for you versus things like the Coil, versus things like the Alchemist Stun?
And if you're going to play this way, wouldn't you want a BKB to ensure that your aggression doesn't get beaten back by a single silence?
I mean, BKB guarantees you time lapse in this game. There's no counter to it on the side of Gaimin. This build will scale longer or scale better over the long run, and maybe there's an argument of like, okay, he can go Hurricane Pike, you can give him an Aegis here, then he can play aggressive, or he can just be the one who comes into the fight later on. He doesn't have to be the first contact. But it's hurt him a little bit here. Set the Weaver back, push the Beastmaster up, I guess.
Yeah, the Beastmaster is doing very well for himself. He's going to go Shivas next. They're also trying to get, not a hard save, but a Lotus Orb may go a very long ways in protecting this Weaver, and that's what Seb's trying to build up right now.
So you could rely on the team to give you the Dispel here and just go more aggressive, which, again, going to help you scale better here. As you wait for the next Roshan. Was an early one. OG know it's going to be dire side. Would love to claim it uncontested. We'll see if Gaimin opts to try and fight that.
It feels like they're not, just because, like, they could be doing it right now. For all they know, Roshan is dying right now. They're not doing anything.
They want to Salt Kuros on Dyrachyo. He's way too important to them right now in terms of the damage output. If you don't have the timing on this out, it feels hard to fight.
Sure.
Does have his level 20 as well, so you get the extra BAT reduction, you get some more attack speed from this AC. You're starting to cook. Especially if you can start the fight on your terms. Let's say the Out can blink in, kill off one target immediately, and then pop the BKB to commit for a longer fight. That's the type of situation I can see Gaimin win.
Well, I wonder if they're seeing heroes out on the map. At this point in time, you hit that time you're talking about. You hit the AC. Now you can contest that Roshan.
Yep, very contestable here.
Radiant
Gotta look for the jump. That's where Ari can really throw a wrench in the works. If he breaks smokes, if he gets the scout out first, he will do so.
He's gonna break it, but he was on the low ground. Didn't immediately see anything, but they don't get the dust out in time.
Very slow there.
Yeah.
You just gotta insta-pop these dusts the second your smoke break, because you just don't know if it's a Nyx or not, but you can't take the gamble. It is not Ari. Gets what he came for, and this Roche is coming up. In fact, it is being done right now. You want to contest this, you have to just go. Got to go blind here. All the vision in the world for OG.
Bugs out. Roshan roars again. Roshan's dying, and Gaimin Gladiators will not contest.
Give it to Whisper again, too. Not this Weaver. Does leave Tomato a bit susceptible, but Whisper has been a beast.
Ari trying to get the catch. Tofu.
Nice Lotus.
BZM does manage to roll up and get off his ultimate. The Coil's going to snap on the Nyx. Zazen finishing him off. The lasso will not be able to save him, but they will be able to get some big chain stuns onto Dyrachyo. But he had that AC, and he's tankier than perhaps OG were anticipating. Still, though, Weaver's going in for the kill, and he's dropping low. He gets off one last stun, but he does eventually go down. Now the Weaver at half HP with the She's ready to go with a time lapse, even better. Tofu, he's dropping, and he's got a bit of lifesteal battling out with BZM. BZM getting low, and it looks like Quinn won't be able to get that much. The bugs go through on Ace. Ace. He can't really get out of here. He's going to go for a hopeful TP. It's never going to work out for him. Quinn, much better chance at surviving. Thinks about the gate, thinks about his orb. John to the orb. Blink dagger up in a few more seconds, and believe he'll be perfectly fine.
Big Lotus Orb from Seb there. Bails the Pangolier out from the initial Orchid Goat. There's no Dispel on this Pango either, so dynamization here from Seb. Absolutely on point. Puts his Weaver in a little bit of a precarious situation, but still had cheese on Tomato that entire time. He's able to just tank through it, so it ends up working out. Now you have that level 20 talent on the Weaver. You have it on the Beast too. Whisper is an absolute monsters game. 10, 1, and 12, showing us why this hero has been first phase picked and banned so often. Shiva is done. There is no answer for this Beastmaster right now.
Gwen gets the coil on the two of them. Caught Ari as well. Ari hits him with the Spike Carapace stun. Got the drag back onto Celery, while Tofu, he can't deal with the damage that's coming out from Tomato right now. Tomato hurts real bad for these supports who just do not have the armor to deal with it. And now hit by another Spike Carapace, he's gone. I guess he was anticipating that Dyrachyo was maybe going to come in there or something, but Game of Gladiators not a well thought out engagement, it seems.
That was without the Beastmaster just trickling into that fight. Feels like desperation right now for Game, and they have just not hit any of their momentum, any of their timings. The lanes got stifled. A very different situation than that Game 1, and OG looking to make a statement here in Game 2. I don't think this game gets better for him either.
No, I don't think so.
So many defensive items coming in for OG. These Orchids are losing their efficacy, and the scale is starting to hurt here. As where do you go as the Alec? Like, you can get an Abyssal, but that's kind of it.
Yeah, you could get the Abyssal, but I just don't think you'll actually have the damage a lot of times to kill the Weaver. And if you don't kill the Weaver, Weaver just out DPSs, I think, anything that Gaming Gladiators has.
And you can't just go in the fight as Alec BKB and try and bring a core target down, because Roar is just sitting there waiting for you. If you go in the fight as Dyrachyo, you get roared. That fight's over.
Yeah, you get roared, you get lassoed. Hey, somebody else needs to be a threat on Gaming Gladiators, and it's the downside. You're operating with the 3-position Venomancer. That's not going to scale up very well for you. Roll up and Rolling Thunder. Chaining that stun and hitting Dyrachyo as he tried to blink in. Still got the kill on the Nyx Assassin. And he has BKB if he wants to use it to run away here, but it gets a Primal Roar, and Tomato starts going to work with his damage. There's the Primal Roar, and there's the lasso. Still, though, Dyrachyo has a chance of being able to get back to his base. A Hurricane Pike, throw the damage out there. Got off the Unstable Concoction, won't stun himself, and actually will lead Quinn to be able to find the kill on Seb if he can hop for it. Throws out the orb, tries to jaunt away, and he stuns? No, nothing. So can't chase after Seb, but Quinn at least is able to protect his own life.
Man, the evasion on Dyrachyo is insane right now. I feel like every Weaver hit just misses.
Yeah, what was that?
I have no idea. I mean, even the hits that were outside of the Radiant's burn range were just missing every time.
Also, Dyrachyo still has a tier 1 neutral item.
Also a little questionable, yes?
I mean, I get it. It's 7 armor when you're below 50% HP. That's a lot, but there had to have been a better tier 2 or tier 3 at this point. He has not activated his tier 2 token, so. Back into the game, though. Dyrachyo gets the opening on BZM. Can they chain it? Primal Roar interrupts a lot of that one. Nice bound the strike, hitting the Weaver on the backside as well. Whisper's gonna try and chase down Tofu, though. With the extra Odorsil Totem, he'll stick on top of him pretty easily. A jump away to his orb, but Ari's on the other side. Quinn's gonna be met with some immediate aggression as the Rolling Thunder plus the Impale, all are gonna miss. He managed to get a blink away. A jump back to the orb, perhaps, join the rest of his team as Ace and Dyrachyo are stuck in the thick of it. Dyrachyo's going to come back in. They're all pretty well lined up here. This is going to be an orb that does some good AoE damage with the buyback coming in as well from Tofu. A Silence, a Yules. Do they have any AoE stuns to hit Tomato with? He pops BKB, hits the time-lapse, makes a run. A 180 to the other side. They still have the vision of him. He goes for a TP away. Is it too late, though? Too much damage. They overwhelm the Weaver, get the kill, and look for the final member of OG still alive. It's Ari, whose spike carapace will not save you this time, my friend. 3 heroes hunting him down. That will be a team wipe.
You were talking about threats from Gaimin to come out, not put it all on this Alchemist. That damage in that fight got split across almost all 5 heroes there, and a buyback from Tofu gives him a little more to push over the edge. But the real point of that fight was OG did not back that Beastmaster up, and Whisper got caught on the side under a basically full duration CM ulti, just in a 1-on-3 as OG were chasing the puck. Lost sight of what makes this lineup strong, which is rallying around that Beastmaster with all his damage, all of his auras, and letting him frontline. Ends up just getting isolated, brought down, and the rest of that fight crumbles. Gaimin showing some signs of life here, bringing this lead back to basically nothing. Everything that OG had built up.
Dire's top tower is under attack. Are scanning.
Starting to get some serious auras and scalability on Gaimin themselves. Like the Shivas for the Veno's a big deal. You have a Lincoln's on the puck now, makes him a lot harder to catch. And BKB done for the Monkey King, which you're trapped in Wukong for a lot of this fight. It is a decent spell at dealing some damage over time.
Yeah, I mean, Wukong's command is a big part of like how this Monkey King support scales up, not just through damage, but survivability, right? Because you get 20 armor.
Yep.
So it's like, actually, this hero actually becomes really tanky with very few items against physical damage specifically. So if you have a BKB, yeah, OG might be lacking in some damage for him.
Need MKB on this Weaver for sure. There's a decent amount to get through here in terms of Solar Crest on the Maiden, Shiva's on Ace, AC on the Alchemist, Radiance Mischance. You can't really right-click this puck. The Monkey's going to be sitting there with a bunch of bonus armor.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Tomato will try and finish up Daedalus here first before MKB, but feels like the lower damage item. Especially if this Solar Crest gets thrown on the front line, whoever the Weaver's hitting.
Tower is under attack.
Game of Gladiators sweep it across the map with their smoke.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
They're going to run into Ahri. They've run into Ahri so many times before, and he's gotten away. The Vendetta, it gets denied this time around.
Scuttle cannot save you there. Monkey has infinite chase. Another kill picked up for Gaiman. They continue to find more room in this game to operate with, looking towards that next Roshan. Will absolutely contest it at this rate. Still an Arcane Rune sitting in the bottle for Quinn. Very strong rune on this hero.
Yeah.
You take a team fight around it. Could just go ham.
I mean, a big component, I feel like, Game of Gladiators' difference in last fight and some of their previous ones is it felt like Dyrachyo was not alone in pumping out damage, right? Like, Quinn drew a lot of attention while still getting off multiple spells. Ace got off his ultimate and felt like he stayed alive a lot longer. And having an Arcane Rune certainly makes Quinn a much larger threat.
Parasma would be the big damage spike for him.
Yeah.
If you get there, you become a monster. You're going to start picking off these supports, dealing a lot more damage to the Weaver as well whenever you can catch him in a stun.
Well, a bit of awkward timing here because we need MKB onto Tomato, but he was, well, you were talking about, he was committed to picking up the Daedalus. So
very close to level 25 as well. So if you get to level 25 plus the MKB, he's a different beast at that point.
Yes. Even if maybe the Alchemist might still be a problem with the mischance, but say you get just a spike carapace on the puck. Then you hit him with the triple shot from the Weaver. You get one crit. That might be most of Quinn's HP at that point. May at some point become not about killing the Alchemist, but about killing as many of the other heroes as quickly as possible.
I don't even think you want to focus this out anymore if you're OG. I think you want to find the puck, the monkey, the maiden, if anything. Now, these supports for gaming are doing a lot, and they found a lot of farm. They both have BKB, so they're not necessarily easy targets.
Game of Gladiators, another Roshan that they are not going to contest.
This is surprising to me. I feel like they would have wanted to contest this. They are smoking to it now. I think they're just late. This is an Aghanim Scepter. Goes onto the Weaver. Is that really who you want taking this? Just for the stats and the... Yeah, he eats it.
Yeah, I guess
we don't get
don't
the stats
have
anymore.
A better one. Like Ahri, I don't think Nyx Assassins is actually that good. And is Seb going to use his Aghanim Scepter? Possibly, but...
I guess if you save like a full HP Beast or Pango, it's worth it.
Yeah, especially since he has Aegis. Game of Gladiators set up on a high ground here.
So Weaver will push in mid, try and set up this play. Gotta remember there's a gem on this puck trying to scout for the Nyx on the front line.
Actually gonna try and catch somebody here. The Weaver is not in range for a little bit. Still hit by the Rolling Thunder. Whisper gets off his BKB. Immediate roar for the Venomancer. They go to the back line. The two supports are in trouble right now, but the Weaver died instantly. So there goes that first life, and the Beastmaster is at half HP, but it got off another roar. And he's going to start healing up off of that one. Celery, a decent ultimate, did what he could, but they have fallen, and whoa, that damage racked up. Real hurl. That was a lot in a very small window.
He got the big crit through. 1,500 physical damage attack there from the Weaver. Absolutely melted him. And there was a lot better target prioritization from OG. Ignore the Alchemist, get on the auras on the Venomancer, take him out of the fight first, open it up for the second life on Tomato, and it's a much easier exchange. Multiple carapaces help. They did not chase the puck too much, just took what was in front of them.
Yeah.
Refresher on Whisper, he just allows him to brute force his way through that fight with double BKB, double roar.
Yeah, these stationary heroes and Veno and Crystal Maiden can't run away.
Nope, you're locked in a cage of pain. Even if Vlad's done for Seb. I think that's the type of fight that could have happened earlier in this game for OG. They'll eventually find it, rebuild that net worth lead, even if this puck's being annoying.
Yeah, Quinn being cheeky, cuts the wave, but Tomato backdoor protection did go down, so he can keep it going.
And he opted for Satanic over this MKB. He feels like he doesn't even need the evasion pierce. I guess after that fight, you'd be correct.
Yeah, just different philosophy and target prioritization. It has made a huge difference in outcome of the fight for OG. Might as well just keep focusing on that then. Kill everybody else outside of the Alchemist. Focus more so on killing them and survivability of your own.
Because Alex, he's not a huge damage threat. Like, I don't think Dyrachyo can actually really do anything in the first 10, 15 seconds of the fight. He's just a damage sink. If you ignore him and walk by him, what's he supposed to do?
And he can't build up any further. Like, he's queuing up Aghanim Scepters.
And
so
those level 25 talents are online. Huge power spike for the Weaver. Beastmaster one it's nice, not too influential here, but could come into play in a super long base push where they have buybacks. I think if you're OG, you just wait for Whisper to be ready and you go. If you have that refresher on the Beast, feels like you can't lose a true 5-on-5 exchange unless Whisper gets focused down early. Gotta maybe try and find him with a Boundless Strike leadoff into like chain stun off the Alchemist, something of this nature. Use that monkey scouting to your advantage. The Satanic on Tomato will also make him a lot tankier. You try and burst him down.
Smoke up behind Tomato as he pushes forward through the mid lane. There's still tier 2 up at bottom, but OG are looking for the fight.
10 seconds for that Beast refresher.
Ward inside the base. Nobody's home. Game of Gladiators. Currently
Definitely
away.
Just push bottom here.
Yeah.
Radiant's bottom tower has
It's
fallen.
a simpler.
You have Lotus Orbs to throw on this Weaver. You can siege here. You can also just jump with the Beast and force the fight, though you don't know what the buyback situation necessarily is. It's kind of the one question mark here for OG. Do you really want to take a 5-on-10 without information? Now, the buybacks are kind of missing for gaming. It's the part they don't know.
Which means that one of the two between Quinn and Tofu may have to take a sacrificial role in this next fight. One of them may need to kind of be gone on and use that buyback. Because if you lose Ace or Dyrachyo early on in this next engagement, chances are very good that it is going to be a 1-1 series at the end. No rush, it seems, from OG. No need to just blatantly push into the high ground with no regard. They'll slowly make sure all the lanes are pushed in a bit first. Maybe they're even planning on waiting for yet another Roshan.
Not much downside to it. You're not really getting anything big here if you're gaming.
Yeah, it's like, oh, watch out, guys. The Alchemist is going to have an Aghanim Scepter soon. Well, he won't have an Aghanim Scepter if he dies here. Turns around, tries to go for the kill. There's the Ags from the Weaver, though. And saving that Bat Rider has led to a lasso on Dyrachyo, and he'll die to the crits. Now Ace and Celery stuck in this corner of the map. They're not going anywhere. They drop their ultimates where they can. It really doesn't do that much.
BCM finds himself trapped off the map.
And Quinn has to use the Yules to be able to survive. Dies from the Impale.
Yeah, I don't even need the gem. Just go high ground.
Now,
buyback's not available for the Alk and the Veno here, but even if they were, I don't think it matters. Just overwhelming scaling power out of this OG lineup. Nyx Bat are going to do a lot of work here, and I guess Seb was correct to give Tomato that Ags. That was the plan all along. Save me, brother.
Guess so. And OG, persistent and pernicious as always, look like they're going to get yet another 1-1. They've gotten so many in so many group stages, including this one at Riyadh Masters, and after getting stomped in 14 minutes, they will bounce back in this series and claim game 2.
Obviously not as one-sided a game as that first one, but it felt very in OG's control for a lot of it. And yeah, I think it goes back to that laning phase. They stabilize those lanes a lot better than game one. Even if you don't win them, you just get through that laning phase, and then you get to play your Dota, which is where OG can shine. A lot of it, credit-wise, I think goes to the supports here between Seb and Ari. Seb really disrupted that top lane. He baited out that early fight, got the Weaver connection. That's all it takes to stop that wave cutting. You need that one kill to really stem the tide. And on the bottom lane, yeah, that lane's rough for the Nyx Beast. You know it's going to be, but you just have to find those openings to come back. And I feel like Ari did a tremendous job at finding those little cheeky kills in those fights. And suddenly that Nyx is level 7, and he's a big problem for the puck. He made that really nice kill mid with the level 6 right off the Vendetta. Those little things add up here for OG, push him into a nice advantage in that mid game, and you just can't scale past that here if you're gaming. You needed to win the lanes harder, get the Roshans yourself, and outpace the Beastmaster. And OG strike back in a game 2 does beg the question. You're talking about all these 1-1s, like what happens to this team when they go into BO3 series?
Seriously.
Are they winning those 2-1? Are they losing them 1-2? I mean,
it's the same question that you ask OG pretty much the entire season, right? This team has been always good at, I mean, you call them like one of the best game 2 teams.
They are.
They just always seem to bounce back from a game 1, and I have to imagine a big part of that has got to be Seb's influence, right?
100%.
And we will hear from the man very soon on stage, and hopefully we'll get some thoughts about what exactly makes OG so resilient in that regard and so capable of being able to take games off of every team.
Thank you very much. Yes, I am joined by Seb of OG, where I have to wonder, before I congratulate you on a solid Game 2 victory, what the heck happened in Game 1, my friend? What on earth was going on?
Yeah, I mean, sometimes you just get beaten up, I guess. I mean, that's one of the roughest game I played. I think I was involved in the 21-0 or 28-0 beatdown against Alliance back in the days. It brought me back to these days, dark days of my Dota career. I mean, they're a really strong team. They slightly outdrafted us, I want to say, in terms of the pace that they could set, and they won 3 lanes. And I think anyone that plays Dota understands that when you lose 3 lanes, sometimes the game can be rough. And if you play versus a team of that caliber that doesn't make any mistake, well, you never come back into it, and it's just pain from the beginning to the end.
But I know OG, and I know that even in the most dire of situations, you oftentimes won't GG out, and yet still, 15 minutes, even you had a breaking point. What was the moment where you were like, all right, whatever, I can't take this anymore?
I mean, the moment where we 4-man attack this Ench, throw everything at her, and doesn't die, that was probably rougher than the 20 other kills that they had on us. You know, this is like insane mental damage. And even for OG, it was a little bit hard to recover from this one.
Fair enough, but somehow, as always, OG did recover from it. What was the conversation in between Game 1 and Game 2? Was it just take it all out of your mind, or did you actually get some useful information out of it?
Useful information was that, you know, they're willing to go all in, and we didn't respect that in Game 1. We got punished for it, and truly didn't get to play. I think you can't really be affected or feel bad when you actually didn't get to play the game, right? The game was literally over minute 4. So at that point and on, you just move on with your life and, you know, get ready for next game. Make sure you don't fall into the same trap. Hopefully you get a game, which we did, and fight on even ground. And maybe we win, maybe we lose. And turned out that we won. So, you know, good for us.
But even within that other game, it did seem like maybe we win, maybe we lose, because you were winning confidently, and then for a brief moment, seemed like, oh, maybe it might be an 0-2.
They're strong. This is the toughest team we've faced so far, by far. So, you know, they're strong, they're in good shape. I think they're improving massively because we practiced against them. You know, we saw the first games that they had in this tournament. I think they're improving every day, and I hope they stop improving. This is enough. Just leave it at that.
Yeah, because now you need to start widening the gap. You have maintained your top position, tied of the group. Let's see if you can continue that magic going. Seb, always a pleasure to speak to you. Congratulations on the Game 2 victory, and we'll send it back to the studio.
It's great to hear from Tsunami and Seb there. He was very candid about what happened in game number 1. Very honest with 4 minutes. It was kind of done for them. But this game number 2, such a different story. I love what they were able to come back with. And they took advantage of the fact that Gaming Gladiators always want to be running around as a 5-stack. They always want to have that go in and try and protect each other as much as possible, have that numbers advantage when they can.
I feel like this was the first Gaming Gladiators game where it wasn't either a stop where they just run you over, or it's like clear that their momentum's all gone and the game is then over in favor of the enemy team. This was like the first time where OG was constantly pushing back. GG kept bringing it again and again and again, and that was just such a high tempo, crazy game to watch. This is why Dota, in my opinion, is amazing.
That was good. That was good Dota. I like the way OG played the fights. The Beastmaster. Always following up like the Bat Lasso, wasting BKB of like the Alchemist or something like that, or Ari starting the fight off with like some crucial pickoff, something along those lines. Like every single fight, they had a creative way to take it, and you know, that's how they ended up winning the game, Fear.
Yeah,
that is true.
Well, I actually wanted to go back all the way to the start and have a look at some highlights here, because BSJ, you were really impressed with how OG were able to deal with this Venomancer Monkey King lane. We've seen Gaming Gladiators draft it before, and we're like, okay, what answers is OG gonna have?
Yeah, the key was that they were able to get past that early momentum phase, which is what like usually where the GG of the GG games is, and this is where like every game this is what they're gonna bring, a 5-man invasion, or in this case 4 on the side of GG, and OG was prepared. They brought the numbers, and they are going to be able to basically stop the snowball in its tracks. This is the point in the game where pretty much every team in the last 4 series against GG has faltered, and if this goes the opposite way, then we're gonna see probably a result in favor of GG.
Did you have something you wanted to add on that, Fio?
Oh, I was just talking about like GG in general, like how their drafts have been and how OG did such a great job drafting against them. They banned like the Chen Ench in the first phase. They made sure Daracho didn't get the Brood or the CK, which he likes playing these high tempo type of heroes. So they're kind of put in a situation where they're playing what I would consider like normal Dota, right? And then that is good when you play against GG. If you can draft them a situation where their only cheese is like this Venomancer and you have a plan against it, it seems to be a good way to go about playing against this team.
I love that we call it normal Dota when they have cutting waves.
We should say like traditional, like standard Dota instead.
Yeah,
for them.
Yeah.
There's also another part though, is sure you're able to get that great fight in their triangle there, but they overextended a little bit on the side of OG here in this mid lane fight.
It looks like an overextension, and as we see, the Venomancer is going to live a lot longer than expected because that early Glimmer Cape from Celery, but it's just this Beastmaster Aegis, which is, we were surprised they put it on him, but like Whisper ended up being like the effective mid-game carry of this, and you see the damage that he outputs, and overall, like, I love this like teamwork from OG as a whole. They're even laying down the Seeds of Serenity for BZM to live through the Orchid Burn. These little things, it's a one thing to have them be done in general, but in a game where we saw Daracho with a tier 1 neutral item at 31 minutes because he hasn't even had 10 seconds to think, I should check the shop and get my neutral item.
Too busy. I like that you were talking about the Aegis going on to Whisper. They're going on to the Beastmaster. They did that for the first 2, and then the third rush that they get, they decide to flip it up and actually put it on Tomato and go, okay, now our carry requires it. And I'm wondering why it's that Roche that they decide to change. Why not the second one also going on Tomato?
I think that's usually the point where you're looking to siege towers, and that's when you put it on your carry.
Or the guy that's going to hit the tower.
Yeah, the guy that's going to hit the tower. Honestly, in Dota, I know like Valve has tried to solve it so many times at this point, the ability to push high ground, but even in this tournament, we've seen so many times a team tries to go high ground, even with like the first or second Aegis, and it just doesn't work. So third Aegis, that's the crucial number. Once you have that free Ags and then also the Aegis, you're good to go, and like 6 items.
Look, they got to that point eventually, but it wasn't without a little bit of a stutter step. We thought that maybe Gaming Gladiators might have found some part way back into it. If you remember the exact moment, Jenkins, it's a highlight that you wanted to bring about and point out the back and forth of this game.
Right, definitely remembering this moment here as the roll comes out onto the Alchemist. Yes, this was a pretty good Orchid from the Monkey King here, over commitment from Tomato. I don't think this was the Orchid reveal, but Tofu just had really good positioning there on the trees, and then the overextension of all of the other heroes, not able to do the Roar into Lasso combo they were doing on Daracio, so he gets to just kind of chase up the Bat Rider here. And when you have a Monkey King with the tree facet and full HP, it's very easy to continue chasing. There's the Orchid. He actually got at least 2 or 3 of those off of the fight.
I feel like if we highlighted every single team fight in this game, you wouldn't actually know which team's going to win it. Because every single one, it's a 50-50 flip.
Well, look, there's one final highlight that we want to bring up. This was the benefit of not going, of going more than 14.5 minutes in a game, is that we get a couple more highlights for ourselves here. And I actually think this one was yours, BSP.
Yeah, this one I wanted to highlight that this is the danger of puck, and this just shows in Dota when you're up by 14K that even in a game this dominating, that if they're going to over pursue Quinn on the side, and Celery on the CM is going to live like through a Beastmaster chasing after him. You're going to see like a really cool use of his shard to go on the low ground, bait out a ton of spells. Like Quinn alone surviving there is a huge deal. But the fact that I feel like there's no business GG winning this fight, and it just shows that like the level of execution that OG had to have throughout this game, that at any moment it could slip out of their fingers. Really cool shard uses. I want to highlight that one from Celery. We talked about that earlier in the fight, but this was just one of those games. It's just one of those games where no matter who's winning, no matter what it looks like the fight's going to go, one little thing slips up, you chase one guy a little bit too long, chaos ensues, so many low cooldown, mobile heroes, things happening all over the screen.
Yeah.
It's hard to keep up with even as a spectator.
Even if he doesn't shard onto the low ground there, by the way, just being able to get off like a second round of spells can be so impactful in a game of Dota. And it's just a little tiny fraction of an inch that he's standing where he doesn't get like impaled. Like I love Dota for that reason. Like a hero surviving at 1 HP versus 0, it's like binary. You're either dead or you're alive. You can cast spells or you can't cast spells. So just that little positioning matters a lot.
Very insightful.
Yeah, thank you so much for that one, Jenkins. we talked about how easy it was for this game to fall out of OG's hands. So now I beg the question, who's the MVP on the side of OG?
That's easy.
Yeah, absolutely. It's very convincing performance from Whisper
obvious.
on this
well,
one.
That's not the supports. I mean, Ari.
I mean, I definitely thought it was Tomato.
Well, it looks like they chose Whisper because, I snuck that one into the production WhatsApp group.
I was just recently kicked out of that.
For a reason.
That is because you suggested not Whisper.
No, because, I mean, Ari was, he was pulling off just like crazy impale, surviving at low HP.
I mean,
that's not who we're watching. You had one example as to why
from game one, nobody got MVP. Like,
I feel like Whisper was willing to take the pressure of game one on his shoulders, So maybe there's something to be said about that.
Well, this is the pressure of game one was that he got picked on, as that was him making the only kill they had underneath his own tier 2 at like minute 8. And this is the exact same story that he was getting in this game, which they were consistently running at him. We were concerned at the panel that
this is the MVP right here. Yeah. Check this out.
Who Whisper's going to come in
Ari
and finish Quinn off? Look at this.
The stun into turning onto Quinn. Just beautiful stuff.
Farming up there. No, I mean, I think honestly Whisper does deserve MVP for one very simple reason. And I think it's just they got beat down hard game one. And then they go into game 2. He cuts down the trees as Monkey, gets first blood. He brings back the momentum for his team and like the just overall morale of the team, right? Like, oh, we got first blood. We're back in this. We can do this, boys. And that was an individual play by him. And that's why I think he would potentially deserve it, but Tomato would be runner-up.
To be fair, he was beyond godlike in that game. They gave him the Aegises. He was also last pick, and we were kind of questioning the Beastmaster, like, is he going to feed? They did this tri-lane top. Whisper was still able to, carry the game on his shoulders, but I'd say Ari is definitely the runner-up.
Okay, all right. I do like that you're all trying to put someone else forth there. I personally think Whisper's MVP because he made Fear question everything about that last team fight, why he double roared the Venomancer.
That was very strange.
He still doesn't know. And that's why Whisper deserves MVP.
He made the calculations. As a calculator yourself, you should understand.
But my calculations came out differently.
They did.
We have different inputted.
The Venomancer had a Manta style Fear. That's a very important hero to take out.
Venomancer already ulted, and then he roared him once. Didn't finish the job. I guess at that point it's personal. Refreshed. Had to finish the job.
Yeah, it's a sunk cost fallacy. I think at that point you got to finish him off.
Yep, the house always wins, Brian.
Indeed.
Look, let's get on to our Kadia play of the day. You all have one individual one, something different from each different series. So we're going to start off with you, Fear, because you've been on the panel just a little bit longer. You've probably seen some more games than we have.
Yes, but I was not on the panel for this series.
Well, then I don't want to hear it.
All right.
No, I'm just joking. I'm just joking.
Okay,
I
no.
always love listening to you, Theo.
I mean, OG played a lot on the main stream today, and this is a really cool play that happened by BZM in this series here. He was playing the Pangolier on this one. They try to end up killing him here, but we will see the power of the shield crash as we watch him 0.5 speed here, as he does manage to get up to the high ground here. And first you think this Pangol's gonna die for sure. He gets stunned before getting Rolling Thunder. All these spells go off. 3 or 4 man shield crash here. That shield makes him live forever, gets the Rolling Thunder off, and then, yeah, sure, you think he's just gonna leave now. But being the Giga Chad that he is, he rolls back in, turns a fight, gets another shield crash off there as well. And they end up turning a fight where BZM in old patches would have had no business living there because of the new change to the double jump shield crash. He just absorbed like 2,000 damage.
It's
pretty
then
insane.
shield crash, living on just that little bit of health and being able to turn it around. You already joked about, or I'm sorry,
That's the
talked
binary
about.
aspect of Dota.
Yeah, you're either dead or alive. You can either. That's actually exactly what I was going to lead.
Unironically, that's why 2 bracers is better than 1, because it's at the point of the game. Why are you looking like that?
I'm listening.
If you are at that point in the game, the amount of nukes the heroes have are not enough to kill a hero 2 bracers, but they are to kill them with 1 bracer.
2 is better than 1.
Dota. No, that's not what I'm saying. You guys understand, right?
Centaur gets 3 sometimes.
Yeah.
So is 3 better than 1?
See, we play Dota, not League of Legends, so we understand this. League of Legends is a very simple sort of game. Check that out on the other streams here at the
Esports World Cup. It's ended. Do you know who won? It doesn't matter. We're going to go.
Faker won.
You are right. We're going to go to our second Kadia play of the day from BSJ. It's also from OG, and it's from this series.
Yeah, I wanted to talk about the play that we just got done highlighting that was featuring Whisper's MVP, but the actual play is emphasizing Ari, which is this idea of you're about to die, and instead of cowardly trying to narrowly escape, you say, I'm going to take you down with me, as he's going to get that spike carapace off last second, and then he's going to dump all the damage in to Quinn, which is necessary to take him down. What looked like a beneficial play or like an advantageous play for GG initially turns completely the opposite direction because he lives on that side.
Because Ari was the MVP
because of the binary aspect.
I was going to say, because this, a wise person once told me, you're either dead or alive, and you can either cast spells or not.
And he was indeed alive there.
Yes.
He had the range drop in the magic wand instead of
bracers.
As an AI and also a sociopath, you guys would both understand the nature of binary very well, because to you, other people are just robots, right, Brian?
I mean, you're a little bit of a butt yourself, because you like to keep continually picking the same Kadia play of the day, which is heroes dying to neutrals. Did you find one today?
We actually had a guy go through all of the replays of the games today.
Yes.
Looking at all the neutral camps. It took hours. There's actually a team, and no, we were not able to find that today.
Not a single one today. I know there was a tournament.
I do. So I had to pick an actual play of the day.
Right. Okay. Well, let's see it. Let's run it.
Can we
run
go
the clip.
Computer, bring up play of the day number 3. And so this play of the day is going to be coming from Team OG versus Gaming Gladiators. Here we can see the last pick, Morphling. This was just an absolutely abysmal pick coming into this game. BZM thinking that he's a really cool guy, but in this scenario, Quinn is actually the cool guy, turning around with this Snapfire and taking him out. And all of this just goes back to the play of the day, which is the pickup of that Morphling, not going for the strength facet. Watch a Thompson replay, see what he does. He's going to go that strength facet and have low cooldowns. Natty, back to you.
Thank you so much, Jenkins. I'm glad that you spent all of our team's money on finding out that Morph last pick was play of the day. That really gifted Gaming Gladiators the win for game number 1.
Right, 14-minute GG.
14 and a half.
14 and a half. My bad.
Why did you say it like that? I didn't even say half like that.
That's what you said.
Kind of
Fear?
did, yeah.
What do you...
that actually sounded eerily similar.
It sounded just like you.
No, he didn't.
I did. Why are you looking at me like I've got nothing else to do after that? What is the fastest game of Dota that you've ever played in your professional career?
And what was the scoreline at the end?
And what was the scoreline at the end?
How would I know all of that information?
Because you're a robot. Think about it.
I've definitely played games that ended in less than 13 minutes.
Okay.
Like Dota, I go back a long way, right?
What's the most recent professional team you've played on?
Professional?
Yeah.
You know, I'm going to...
J-Storm?
No, that's wrong.
He doesn't count Bot Studios as a professional team, that's why.
Professionals, I get paid to play. You're not a professional if you don't get paid.
I bought you a pizza.
When? No, you didn't.
Okay, we're going to end this bit here now.
We are going to end this bit because Fia, maybe he's going to buy it for you tomorrow, and then tomorrow never comes. Do you remember the group standings at all? Maybe you can help me with that.
I think Tundra's owning.
In Group B?
And
do you remember our
Spirit
Group A?
Well, too.
Well, these two teams that we just got done watching.
Oh, did Spirit lose recently?
They did. Team Spirit lost their first game against LGD. Their series is still going on, so it's not a fully completed update for Group A's table. I believe there is also still the Heroic and Aurora series going on over there, unless that one ended in about 14.5 minutes. But Team Spirit and LGD, I do know, are still going. They're still underway. But Group B, they finished early today. They only had one series. Tundra is that little bit further ahead than everyone else. Only a couple of, one win between each of them, whereas in Group A, it is so much closer. The fact that we could potentially be ending our day with 4 teams tied for first on 6 wins is pretty wild, considering it's day 3 already.
Yeah, Spirit was top of groups, and then they lose one game, and then they're 4th.
Yeah.
Well,
it's tied first.
That's pretty interesting. Yeah, but still, technically they are 4th.
Well, no.
Because there's 3 teams in front of them that have...
That's only alphabetical.
They're alphabetically 4th.
No, they have 5 wins. They had 5 wins on there.
Because they haven't finished.
But they might not win.
But okay, you are right, yes.
Shout out to Falcons for starting 0-4, and now they're 6-4. So it looks like some of their players got not distracted by real life stuff anymore.
Yeah.
It was just a bad day, right?
An off day. We did talk about that. Mallory was having a tough one.
Bad days last the whole
in the
day.
mid lane. That is also a binary thing. It either lasts all day or it doesn't.
I'm so sick of this. I wish I didn't say that.
You started it.
Yeah.
Well, look, tomorrow is hopefully a better day, not only for some of our teams, but also our viewers. Maybe you'll be seeing a matchup that you cannot wait to see here on the main stream. It starts off with BB Team up against NC, Falcons against OG. Is that it?
Yeah.
Yeah, knew it. And then PSG Quest also up against BB Team. We're going to quickly go through all of the other streams that are going on as well, as there are 4 happening all at once. A lot of Dota content for your eyes to consume. Anything that sticks out on that stream? Potentially stream C?
On the B, did I see Entity? I want to see some Entity matches, to be honest. We haven't seen them much on the mainstream. I'm always a big fan of Katomi. I just recall some of the most epic plays of all time at TI, where he was tiny, rapier, Aghanim Scepter. The guy's one of my favorite. Pause Force Watch plays Pudge as well.
That's actually the main reason.
He's a Pudge player.
You said it as the last one, even though it was the main reason why you liked him.
I was really trying to be subtle about it, but you've called me out here on that bluff.
That is what this panel is all about, calling each other out. Do you have any call-outs for people at home or Jenkins?
I would just say the actual serious call-out is for any series in Group A. I'm excited for. I feel like every single game is going to decide potentially if you get eliminated or if you're going to upper bracket. So I'm not taking anything away from Group B, but the fact of how close Group A is, I just find so fascinating that Dota competitively has evolved in a way that even at a tournament of this caliber, we aren't seeing like the dud teams where there's just no competition for
There's no duds.
There is no duds.
There's no duds here.
Exactly. They're all studs.
Yeah.
Well, it's like we had 8 directly invited teams through the EBT points, and then the ones that have already done play-ins last week have this momentum. They're also bringing out a lot of heroes, a lot of strats that they've been able to refine in this new letter patch that maybe the directly invited teams haven't been able to do. But look, I won't keep you guys any longer. If you do want to keep watching some Dota, then you can head on over to our 2nd or our 3rd stream that still has series goings. But either way, it is the close of our day number 3 of group stage, and we'll see you tomorrow for day number 4.
Bye.